welcome to the stream. So we're going to do a little on-screen, try to do some on-screen trading today. Talk about trading and the fear of trading, I suppose, or the absolute brutal effort, emotional effort that it takes to trade. How big are your knuckles? How white are your knuckles? How big are you trading per ticket? Really, that's the problem, I think. So I did my search this morning, my due diligence to find another, what they call kindred spirit that trades Forex. So I typed into my trusty YouTube, I said to the YouTube, give me a Forex topic. And I said I want it to be live. So I came across this guy who is selling courses. It looks like he's in England because he's got the you pay in pounds for the course. You know, the signals are 50 pounds a signal, which is not cheap. And he's saying that maybe the signals just aren't that important. Signals. And then he agreed with me when I was trolling him, so I typed in the chat window, of course, right? And I typed in there, I said, take your own signal. And then he said, oh yeah, that's right, take your own signals. And he didn't talk like that, but I'm trying to mask his voice in case I get another YouTube. So I uploaded that last video about FOMC, and the YouTube robot said to me, we're checking. This is a new feature. Since the insurrection, we were checking. Just the word insurrection. Apparently, I said a few things in there, a few trigger words, and apparently it doesn't take much for the robot to just go, oh, we got a live one here. He said Dominion. And it doesn't take much to trip the robots these days. They're very hypersensitive. I think they put the woke algorithm into the sniffers. So I said to this guy in the live stream here, he's still live because I wanted to play it back, but he's still live. Alive. Okay, let me take a look to see if anybody's watching my ridiculous stream. One viewer. Look at that. It's a little early for kids, I know. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. All the Gen Xers are sleeping in. But just the same, I'll put the chat window up here because I wanted to invite people in to show their charts and how they view the market, because and then we want to get some scripts going, because the pain I see when I come across these guys that are selling courses on how to trade and signals, and he's saying stuff like, yeah, I'd sell the euro here. I'm like, really? Okay. Well, and because he didn't do any trading, I missed the first 2.5 hours of his stream. But anyways, trading's so much work, and that's why I think that he sells courses, because it's just too much work. So let me see here. Yeah, I just went on my search here for the looking for another person that's trading this morning. I guess I want to, at the risk of copyright and abusive practices, I do want to kind of, like I did to the Forex Hangout guy, I took him down apparently. He'll never be back after I peeked into his live stream one morning. It kind of ruined it, didn't it? Kind of ruined it for everybody. Thanks a lot. Thanks for making it so copyrights are now the way to make money is to just chase down copyright infringements. Because that's all that matters. So I'm pretty hog long the euro here in this bear trap. If anybody looks at their chart, the euro dollar is under the floor of previous few days here. Really hard sell-off today. How about 2 hours straight down? If that's not a buy signal, I don't know what is, but that's just me. I just have a 5-year-old. So the guy accused me of being a 5-year-old, and I took that as a compliment from his sophisticated bullshit coaching course. And the guy that I'm talking about, I mean, this is just here. I said to this guy, you really don't even have to fuck, this guy, come on. Is anybody familiar with this guy? He doesn't have a big following, but he exists. You know, he's real. So here he is. He's still live, believe it or not, and people are chatting in the window. So here's what I said to the guy. Of course, right? I had to give him a little tune-up, a little trolling tune-up. So I start off with, my first comment is, oh, and there's a Discord, so if anybody wants to join his Discord there, you know, have at it. We probably blow that up, you know. We just come over there and give him the salty cracker. Release the salt. So I say here, you know, he compliments me on my first commentary. So this is about an hour ago, right? Does anybody have a chart of the euro dollar? This guy is just incredibly, like, I don't get it. He's selling courses. He's walking around his room. And he says, oh, residual income or something. I'm trading for money. Residual income. So he says, I said trade micro lots. You know, this one guy's, he's worried that he's down $130 on the Australian dollar. And I'm like, dude, what size you trading? He wouldn't divulge the ticket, right? So he didn't want to talk about the size. Because I got a signal, dude. So, you know, I loaded a wagon on one ticket. So I said, buy the EU. I buy again. Easy trade. There's no news, you know. What are you going to do? You just can't help people, man. No news, easy trading. Buy more euro, bear trap. And then buy low, sell high. And then why sell courses? This is what triggered him right here. So he finally got to reading the comments. I said, I don't get it. He's like, well, you know. I said, why is this guy not buying the euro here? And this is when he accused me of being a 5-year-old. He put me on block. I said, fear because you trade too big per ticket. So he doesn't want to buy the euro here. You know why? Because he's done for the week and he lost this morning. Now, this is a trading coach. This guy's selling a course. And he's actually going to admit, this is what blows my mind. Well, you know, I lost earlier this morning, so I'm not going to take this trade on the euro dollar. And you don't have to trade every day. Of course not. You're selling courses, fuckhead. Of course you don't have to trade every day. Anyways. Who's Wick? Wicks on him. Take a look. What, Wicks? Don't lie? Wicks don't lie, right. Yeah, Wicks don't lie, guys. A lot. I mean, this guy is ridiculous here, so. Yeah, the Wicks don't lie guy. I think I did watch him. And then there's those guys out of New York, right, that do the constant, you know, those guys that are doing the, there's like 5 of them on the stream. Let me get the Wicks don't lie guy up here. I don't know, I just wish people would, even if they don't think it's a good trade, they would just talk about the trade a little bit, maybe. Yeah, there's 2,000 people watching this guy, so. Let's sneak in on his course. Eavesdrop.
Ooh, bracelets and quarantine hotels? Yeah.
Oh, he talked like that. Okay.
Bracelets and stuff like that. We're moving into the New World Order. Do you believe the New World Order is coming? Oh, yes, 100%. 100% New World Order is coming. Cash is going to be gone.
Let's
We're going to rely on digital currencies. I don't want to do my own stream. Like my kids they're all going to know.
This is like being a trading coach. You know, I don't want to do my own stream, so it's too hard for me to come up with my own content. I'll just sit on his.
With one press of a button, everything's locked. Accounts locked. Everything's locked. Right now, if your accounts get locked, you
hey, listen.
Cash home, you
maybe I could resell his stream.
You know,
fuck trading courses.
Ultimate control. They're trying to make the whole world into the big China. You know, because I think they're jealous on how much control China has. So that's what they're trying to do.
I wish they'd just stop
pretty interesting times they're moving into. You know, 100%. There will be some more opportunities.
Yeah, got to keep it clean.
You know, as we move
no
into
politics.
This new era, I think there will be a lot more opportunities to do a lot more good. You know, that's what I believe. So that's
well, we have a benevolent universe theory that I'm using because I would have committed suicide if I wasn't a fucking optimist at this point.
I want to know why you place a yellow line in your support and resistance zones. Oh, those yellow lines are for me to tell me visually that, okay, now this is the point where I should be looking at a trade. Maybe below this area, 151.320, 300, or above 151.820.
Okay, let me see if I can find my chat stream thing here. I keep forgetting how to get that link going for the audio. Let me see. It's got to be inside here. So it's always in my Gmail.
If you think
the Hangouts
are
link.
the future, what do you think will happen to Forex? Nothing. Nothing will happen to Forex. It's still foreign exchange. We're still going to see price move. There are going to be a lot of fluctuations, but it's still going to happen. Could you please give? Do you believe digital currency?
Gosh, I hope I'm not.
Okay, can you give your view on
my GJ
analysis? Let's take a look here. I think it looks good.
Oh, people send like a whole caption.
Get mad at that. It does look good.
It doesn't look like my style of trading.
We got resistance right here.
Look at all that.
Break it, we go up.
Oh my god.
Looks good. We break the support.
Isn't this why traders lose? Look at that fucking
perfect.
all that dialogue. Jesus, blow your brains out here. God, dude, just put the fucking trade on. Trade like a 5-year-old. Stop killing yourself.
This will set the scenario for the Antichrist and the second coming of Messiah. Here we go. This is not going to set anything for.
Feel free to post your charts here on this. I'm putting the link in here.
It's way too early.
You can always put this on the screen.
Forex will hyperinflate and we will enter the biggest recession since 1920s. Watch Market Sniper on YouTube. You know,
not exactly. Hey, listen, I went long the euro down on that fucking doji right there in that 5 minutes. So I'm just saying, I'm long. I'm working for a living. I'm not the guy that's Here, let me get to my window. Yeah. Are you surviving it? You surviving the drama here? Yeah, that guy. So this guy this morning, I don't know if you've ever seen this guy, but the guy I was talking about before. My God, dude, I was dying in the room there. I'm like, dude, buy the euro here. I mean, just buy a 1K. Just get the feeling of making a little bit of money, just a little bit. It's a bear trap. Buy. No, he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He's like, you're a 5-year-old. We're sophisticated here. We sell signals for $50 a piece. Let me turn this guy on.
Because then you have a clean range going all the way down to the left-hand side right over here.
Let's see.
And I think with volume we may break
looking at sales with 30-minute break. So he's waiting for the breakout to sell. Another reason why traders are losing their ass.
Pound yen is still ranging. The pair I want to trade.
Poor people.
When did you realize? Oh, someone donated one pound. Thank you. 1 pound.
Yeah, look at all the people he's got on the stream.
Where's that question over here? Okay. When did you realize discipline is vital for trading? Did you have to blow an account or lose money before you realized?
When she broke out the whips and change,
you know what? When I first started trading, I was very, very profitable at first.
I like it. Stop. I love it. Discipline is my favorite kind.
We were looking.
Hey, what's up? So I just thought I'd take a look to see how the other half lives. The people that sell courses and signals for 50 pounds a piece. I'm sorry, 49 pounds.
Oh no.
Yeah, I came across that guy, and he was all he was all miffed that I was people were asking him, so is this just to sell courses? Or are you trading here? And he didn't say nothing about the euro. He goes, yeah, well, I'd sell the euro here if it comes up a little bit. I'm like, dude, you're missing a great easy scalp. There's no news today. This is easy.
Yeah.
And then the reason the euro sell out so hard, you know why? Because it's just a dump. It's a fake move. I don't know why people can't see these 1 hour 50 pip moves are fake outs.
Got it.
God damn! How stupid are people? Oh, I'm waiting for my. I'm losing my mind here. Look at this. So I'm getting ready to get out. Right. I got some scalps in here. So as this euro's coming up here, I'm going to scalp into the floor. Right. But it might engulf today because there's no news. And what happens when the Dow opens and Bitcoin goes up a little? You know, and I'm only trying to make 40, 30 pips. You know, and this guy this morning was like, oh yeah, well, you know, you got to take my course, spend $700, learn how to trade, get educated. I'm like, okay.
Educated.
Yeah. I mean, kill me. Kill me now, right? Anyways.
What time frame is he on?
I think this guy's on the 5 minute. The guy I'm watching now. This Wicks don't lie.
Well, I'm on M15, right? And there's a massive dump there. That's called Wicks don't lie. Ironically, this one did.
Right. Well, the wicks are the entries that never fail. It seems like. I mean, the hardest trade is to get in front of these catch a falling knife is, I mean, really my favorite. Even though,
yeah.
But instead of using 5 fingers per hand, I've got 100 fingers, right? So I got micro lots, right? So if I lose a finger, no big deal, right? I understand catch a falling knife with real hands, right? But I'm not using real hands. I mean, it's real money, right? But even in the demos, if you try that trade plan and then you say, wow, that's crazy. I wasn't even there to pull the trigger and I got a great entry price. Well, what's wrong with that? I don't know.
Well, I'm using shitty VP indicators here, right? And it's all gone into a sell side. Obviously, it's a better formula than anything he's got or whatever he's trying to promote. But it's like, look how long that took to catch up. And this is the point with these shitty indicators. They're just dumb.
I mean, look at the British pound here. See, all my trade involves is finding this slot here and putting buy limits in. In other words, putting buy limits at new lows. Well, who would do that? You have to be a brave fucking idiot, right? I mean, you just have to have some balls. I'm so sorry, but there's too much soy out there. I don't know what's happened. These trading courses are like, it's okay to step up to the plate, and there you go. Now just punt first. Don't get all excited and try to hit it out of the ballpark. Why not? The fuck?
That's the opposite, though.
Jesus.
Right. There was a guy not long ago talking about the psychology of markets and why most people fail is because everything about markets is the opposite of their own upbringing and psychology.
I'd say
the opposite.
Yeah, 90% of breakouts are fake outs. Just take that right off that's just obvious. Are you trading the breakout on the fucking pound here? Well, it broke out the 5 minute. Look, it's making lower lows. Let's sell. Are you fucking nuts? People are nuts, dude.
Right. What you do, right? Most people won't do it. It's like trying to. What you're saying is, to me, how I describe that mathematically on here right now is called a level hunt. Basically means you've got the assumption the previous level there was a bunch of goobers. They all put the stop losses in. They assume they got the timing right. They make a bit of money, but they keep hold of it, right, for a long-term investment. But then the next level comes along, dips it, and kills all the stop losses. Now, some people will be killed, and some will get out to the top or around there, right? That's a level hunt. But most people won't look at the level and go, I'm going to put some penny orders just below that. Fuck it.
Yeah, plus a lot of people have used all their available stuff and their 2% on that one trade, and they see another opportunity that's even better, and they can't take it because their hands are tied because they're a disciplined trader, and they're going to stay in that, and they're going to let their profits run, and they're going to wait till they plan your trade and trade your plan. No, get the fuck out. She's a crackhead.
You're done, yeah.
You're with a crackhead. I know she's got a nice tight ass, but she's still a crackhead, dude. This is the problem. I mean, it's so easy to get in the market. But when he said I was a 5-year-old, I thought, man, that's the best compliment I've ever had. You're talking like a 5-year-old. Yeah, because that's what this shit is. I could get an 8-year-old to out-trade this guy.
Yeah, because they got clarity. They don't, like I said, collective thought or all this bullshit that's put in people's heads doesn't necessarily make you a better trader. It doesn't. It just dulls your senses. It just dulls everything.
And how about the oil shock? Here's some oil shock for you. I love when that guy stepped in and was bragging about his crude oil trade. Now it's sold off $10 a barrel. No shit, Sherlock, because look at the weekly supply-demand zone. It came up into it. I marked it off. I said I'm a seller up there. Okay, I only made $10 right on that crude trade. In my mind, of course. I don't trade crude, but I'm just saying, when people tell me, oh, it's going to the moon, I go, we've reached the fucking high from fucking January, dude. Look at the goddamn fucking chart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but these are auction markets. They're not fucking moving average markets. Anyways.
Yeah.
I got some strong coffee here this morning.
I nailed that, by the way, right? I nailed that.
Oh, you did the crude trade?
Yeah, nailed it. I hate it all because the spreads are so shit.
But there was a great buy. Wicks don't lie. The Wick trade here on the crude was to put a buy limit just at that threshold and make about a few bucks here right off of that little when they stop hunted the beginning of the month. When they came back and revisited that price. And I do think the dollar is cooked. I mean, this crude oil, this is a buying opportunity. So my question to the guy that's hog long, is he buying more here? Because he should. A lot of people won't. They go, dude, I'm already in too big. See, now this is the problem, having no flexibility and you're scaling in and out. The idea that you have a signal and you went hog long, 40 standard lots because some guru told you that's the optimal trade entry order block. I mean, that's just fucking, you might as well try to land next to the rover on Mars without a spacesuit.
Yeah, the odds are not in your favor. That's right.
What are you gonna do?
Most people don't look at the past in the sense of thing like. I mean, I got something now that's right up your alley. It will work for you, right? It does come with lube is optional, right?
Oh yeah.
But
how about sandpaper? I like a little rough sometimes.
What you've been saying,
sandpaper on the side.
Yeah, what have you been saying anyway? I can do it's done mathematically. So I want you to test this out because it works just for who you are. Like, you know what I mean? It works for me too. It was the same conclusion I reached ages back, but there's a couple of other things you need to be aware of, and then you really be able to nail markets. And unfortunately, a lot of these people say, "Oh God, they talk shit." Wow.
I actually wrote a script. I wrote a script that actually buys 1K at the market and puts 15-minute pendings, like about 3 pips apart, like maybe 3K, right? So the market's dropping. I'm catching a falling knife at the market. And I've got this trail. It's not falling that fast because I'm very tight. But that's the concept is I did it because I thought to myself, you know this is a shitty price if you're buying at the market. I guarantee you this is the shittiest fucking price for the next hour. There's no way you're picking the exact fucking turnaround. I'm sorry. So that being said, we all know that's true. Why aren't we putting in limits in? Oh, because... You mean add to a loser? I can't do that. That's step one in the 40 steps to recovery. I don't know.
People just, I mean, it's like a squirrel going through the forest. Do you think it's out to look for one massive net? Or is it just picking up loads of small ones to make a meal?
No shit. A guy did a video about that, and he said that you make more money if you just take a little bit here, a little bit there. Don't go for the big home run. It ain't going to happen, buddy. Scalp when you can. There'll be a big move, but this crude oil sell-off, you're not going to see another $10 a barrel sell-off like that for another fucking, I don't know, 4 months? You know, maybe 4 months?
Yeah, 4 months. But that's a VP mentality right there. Is to get those big winners. But if you've ever seen baseball, how many people really get that full circle? How many?
Yeah.
How many?
You have to punt.
Relative to the rest. Like, yeah, exactly. It's chipping away, isn't it?
And how? Yeah. Why do they have? Why would they have that? Where you on the football field? Well, they call it football over here, but you know, you're just trying to get that 2 points, you know, or that 1 point through the goalpost, and sometimes that's all you can do.
Yeah. That's enough, though, maybe possibly to win the game, isn't it? So that's all you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the home run mentality is based on trend trading, I think, because people just have this. They look at that and they go, look at this trend on oil. You go, fuck, you get in anywhere on that, make money. Yeah, kind of, until they pull it back. But no, this looks like a classic Monday morning. This is the sell-off. So if you notice yesterday, the Dow Jones the euro being bid down right into the opening of the Dow Jones. So that's a classic pattern. Why are people talking about this? I mean, you see everything tightening up just before cash opens at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and everything's getting queued up. Everybody's squaring off their books, and then there's the move. And of course, there is the move into that thing, you know. But
this is the thing about these isolated indicators. This is the frustration I had. I mean, 5 years of working on this shit, and I looked at all of it in a sense that it gives you no perspective. The indicators don't know what the other's doing. It's like a pile of drunks just, you know, trying to educate you in quantum physics. You know it's going to be a wild night, be a great night, but it won't be the results that you're after.
Yeah, no, it's like those poets and those writers. I was watching the documentary about the famous Shakespearean actor guy who's just drunk out of his fucking mind all day long, and also poets that are drunk out of their mind all day long and making a living writing, you know, just grotesque
there's
poetry.
Something about that. After college, we were doing a few guys were doing the first start of artificial intelligence with the English language. And they decided to put together all this poet competition. And this AI thing spat out poems left, right, and center. Right? So they all submitted them. There was a couple hundred people involved in this, and they all had a poem from this AI. And they sent it to the Poet Society, a bunch of toffs, basically. They haven't got a real job. And they submitted it, and they said, we've never seen so much profound wording in all our lives. This is the most remarkable thing. Of course, all the techies and the maths guy all giggling like, fuck. It's like you're talking shit. This is exactly what I'm getting at between mathematics and language. That's why when these guys try go on and try to explain something in words, it's not mathematical, though, is it?
Yeah, well, I guess these, this macroeconomics idea, I think really messes people up because they think, I got to learn everything. There was this guy I met years ago. I met a lot of traders, actually, because I would do these Skype things, and this guy gets on there and he says, now, mind you, this guy, let me just give you the background on this guy. He's a young kid. He's actually trading super low leverage. He's trading a real account, right? He lives with his parents, and he says, this guy had the most bizarre stories. Like, they had rented out a room. This is like Portland, Oregon. He rented out a room to somebody that had bed bugs, and they had to have their whole house fumigated. They were just, hey, you want to rent this room for $200 a month, and the guy just infested the whole house. But so he says, I don't know if this affected his trading, but he says, I want to learn everything about every country that I'm trading. In other words, I want to learn about Australia and why that currency is what it is. And they would tell you in the beginner fundamental courses that the commodity currencies are Australia, Canada, and I think New Zealand or something like that. And that they ride along with the commodities, and these kind of classic things, And I said to him, it seems like you're making it so it'll be impossible for you to trade, because what you're saying is that I got to learn everything for the next 3 years before I pull the trigger on one trade. And I'm like, yeah, but this is the approach, I guess, right? I got to learn everything about airplanes before I fly one. Now that one I would say is true, but you're not going to die trading. I want to know about flaps, hydraulics. Before I get in a plane and fly it myself, dude, I want to be able to build a fucking plane, right? That's different risk, but people take money risk as like life or death. I just can't believe what pussies people are. It's just fucking money, dude. You're going to be dead I'll probably be dead in 20 years. Come on. So I'm holding the euro. I'm winning, by the way.
VP was the same, though. Fearmonger. It was all fear.
Yeah. And we're you know what? And the biggest fear with them is don't want to lose. So this guy today in the stream, this guy who's selling courses says, "Oh, I don't want. I already lost this morning. I'm already kind of psychologically beat up. I don't want to put any new trades on." I'm like, dude, you really think that guys that are in the army fighting, the war room mentality of trading, you think they're like, oh, you know what? I got a hangnail. I got to stay back at the camp. I'm just not feeling good today. I'm just not up to my normal fighting skill. Dude, come on. You want to live?
Exactly. It's like a soldier saying, I broke my nail. I have to go back to camp. I feel emotional. It's just like...
Yeah, you bent my Fibonacci tool. It's all fucking whacked out. I can't even fucking get a 618 on nothing this morning. I look out, I see fog.
Don't sign up if you can't handle it. Simple as that.
Where's the guy with the Lotus Esprit, or the guy with the Lamborghini that his license plate says 618? Obviously, he got a trade off on a fib handle once and bought that car.
Fibs actually work.
Well, they work if you work them. You
got it wrong.
No, you really have to. Actually, my view of it is if fibs work, then lay the fibs out, lay your limits on the fibs, walk away. If they work, walk away. Why are you babysitting that shit?
Well, I did some tests on fib, right? There was actually the first year I got into this was just full of gooberism everywhere, every fucking way. It was just the same thing. I was like, oh, why am I going down this rabbit hole? And it is a rabbit hole, like you said, of mathematical trillions of possibilities, and there are. If you really get down to the tech level, it is just madness, right? But then I realized maybe it's not about smoothing, or maybe it's not about some cushion to be on either. Maybe the real problem is within yourself, not the markets themselves. And then I read some books on psychology people when it comes to money and the tests they did, all different studies they did, and it's all boiling down to the fear of loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fear of being wrong. And see, the problem here's where it's a dual problem. The trap is that if you're afraid of being wrong, how do you be more right? Well, you learn more, and you learn more, you study more, and you do more. But your trading gets worse. The more you learn, the worse your trading gets. I had this threshold happen to me where now I know too much. Now I don't even know. I'm paralyzed by analyzing, and I'm like, what do I do? Fuck, I got a million signals now. What the fuck? So having this 5-year-old mentality where you just go, okay, it's down. It might go up. I'll just buy here, and I'll accept the risk, which most people don't do. But I'm going to buy 1K here, and I'll just pepper a bunch of 1Ks below. And if I pick up a 20K and I make $20 this morning, I'm okay, right? You have to start somewhere. But the idea that you're going to learn so much.
No, that's the same as a boxer. Imagine a boxer, the first flipping 6 months of training, he gets flipping knocked out 3 or 4 times. If you're going to be a boxer, you get back right up and go, bollocks to this, I'm taking that prick out. Right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it is. It's not an ego-driven thing. You shouldn't do that with markets, anger or vengeance or any of that stuff. That blinds you, psychologically, mentally blinds you. But it's the point of some days you're going to get punched in the face. Simple as that.
You got to be a masochist. I mean, you got to kind of like. So when they're stopping me out, like when the market's smashing down. So this morning I bought that pullback in the euro, and I'm like, they're really going to fucking take out the low yesterday? Yes, they are. I'm like, so I know that's going to happen. Like it's screaming down, and I go, it's not about. It's about they want that price, or there's just nobody there. There's nobody there until you got down to the new lows, right? And you just kind of know that, like this British pound when it fell in this hole here. So we got a hole that's about, on this 15-minute chart, that's probably a 4-hour hole, right? I mean, if you add up all the 15 bars that it take to do a full circuit. Well, what's wrong with buying here in the morning? Nothing, because in the morning we see the extremes. So there's a London sell-off, or there's a London rally. There was a London sell-off. You can see it right here on the fucking chart. How hard is this? The IC2 order block's marked right here. You sell in a 10-pip window. How hard is this? In fact, I sold here last night in the euro when it went a little bit higher. This is not the euro, but it's the exact same pattern. Look at this little tick up, a little top tick Tommy, right? Is that not the lowest risk entry? Why don't you take that trade, dude? Why aren't you taking that trade? I'm waiting for an engulfing pattern. Why? What the fuck is wrong with your brain, dude? This is a perfectly good sell up here. It's even an ICT order block bullshit.
It is an engulfing pattern.
Well, you want to be the engulf is what I'm saying. Get on the fucking train and ride the engulf. I just don't. What the fuck are you waiting for? My moving averages. Are you fucking nuts? This guy this morning would not buy the euro. What the fuck? I was looking at this guy and go, really? You're not going to buy the euro here? Like, you wouldn't buy the pound on that wick? Wicks don't lie. That 15-minute hammer, I'm already long. I'm already long on this pound. So I'm long the euro. I'm hoping actually, this is what I'm thinking about today. This is kind of a lofty goal. What if the pound takes out the high of the day today? Yes, that could happen. Look at this fucking sell-off, dude. I mean, people kidding? Like, does anybody look at this shit? Look at this fucking, look at the velocity of this sell-off. Are you telling me, look at this British pound. And this people are like, why are they getting killed trading a pound? Look at this fucker. It comes flying down. The buyers, they gobble it up here. They scalp it to the floor, which is here. The wicks don't lie. Here's the floor. Then the sellers come in again.
That's an obvious one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a trend trader, you could, but you got 15 minutes. You got to nail that puppy. What if you just throw a bunch of fucking limits out there like a slob, get picked up, wake up with money in your account? Oh, dude, that's not real trading. Where's the sophistication in that? You're just a fucking dumb shit trader. Okay, but I'm making money. I'm a dumb shit. Yeah, I'm a 5-year-old making money, but you're a fucking 40-year-old sophisticate with 8 years and letters after your name. You can't fucking put a trade on? Well, I've looked at the macro shock oil values first.
Oh, for God's sake.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Most high-frequency trading systems work on models. The reason why they do that, because they know that news or any other causality, you can't actually measure.
Yeah, and you don't know the future either, too. You don't know the future, so, you know.
Yeah.
But I pray.
It's like, you know.
I just become a religious. Just pray. Look at this beautiful hammer. Look at this beautiful hammer. Does it get any better? A 15-minute hammer under the floor? Holy shit. Now, I'm actually long the wick. So I would say trade the wick. Instead of wicks don't lie, how about trade the wick? How about be the wick? Be the wick Forex. I mean, this is the goal, is to be the wick, because then you could just ride it and go, hey, dude, I got the best price. I got into the wick. Is that not the best price? Is that the stop hunt or what? So I'm long the pound. I mean, I'm short the dollar, I guess, across the board right now. There's no news. It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning. The stock's open in about 2 hours. And we're gonna see what happens here. If the stocks go up, they're gonna break the trend line in this 15-minute pound. I'm already long, so. But it is tough, man. You're going against everything in your soul when you buy into a plunging market, and when you sell into a rally. You're going everything in your human nature.
It's against human nature in every sense of the word.
Absolutely. And there's no confirmation. It's like the worst. It'd be like driving your car without the headlights on at night. Where's the confirmation?
Blind and drunk.
Actually, that's what I do on the weekends, just for fun, because I'm so numb to the Forex stop hunt.
There's a lot of subtleties in high frequency trading, though. The advantage these guys got in terms of hardware and mathematics.
Oh my God!
Is that they can see the most subtle nuances that the human mind can't.
Yeah, I mean,
can't handle it.
the 5.5 second chart is going to be a little bit better than the 6 second chart. It got a little edge. There's an edge.
180 nanoseconds.
There's an edge.
180 nanoseconds.
Right. There's an edge within the edge.
180 nanoseconds. Right? That's not 6 second candle. That's 6 million nanoseconds. 6 seconds.
I think it means you have to take an impatience rehab. Would send you to Impatience Anonymous.
It's just crazy, right? It's like the last one. I phoned a company up and I said I want specialized hardware for a certain task. I want it for this. Oh, high frequency trading. Yep, that's it. You got it. Well, we got this hardware. It's really good. It's $125,000 per actual case. But you'll be able to pull off 48,000 orders a second.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah, 40,000 orders. Just really wow. He said the downside is you better have some really good mathematics behind this, because it's a dangerous tool.
Because it'll actually do the same. It'll actually put a bad trade on that big a size too, huh? It'll actually go on the wrong side of the market.
It doesn't matter if it's 1 order, 10,000 orders, a million orders.
Yeah,
it's the same rule.
Make sure you get your bias right.
Yeah, your bias totally fucked.
You better have a bias going into that trade. Yeah.
You're the broke $100 million. What?
Yeah. Hey, I hope there's no slippage on some of those tickets. I guess the hardware
nanoseconds of slippage, but that's pretty good. I could live with that.
Yeah. I guess the hardware is going to take a little slippage out of that. That's the idea of the high-end hardware.
Yeah.
It's more like a clutch that's not slipping.
I think ourselves are the noise. I think people are the noise. We ourselves are the noise. The markets are clean, smooth, and easy. It's just that we over fucking complicate everything with our bullshit emo shit.
Yeah, the guy that's talking about the tick chart. So yeah, the tick chart thing. So if you're a scalper, the tick chart is the key. Like, that is the true breadth of the market. And the thing with the tick chart is that I told those guys to get out here in the chat stream, by the way. And if anybody's watching me from that stream, I said to get out here. This is the exit right now. You see the floor? Like, that's my target. I called out. I said, buy here and get out here and just scalp it. You don't have to ride this for like a possible in golf. Just get out. But if you look at the tick chart, what's amazing is if you turn off all your symbols and just use one symbol, you get a giant tick chart because the buffer fills up. And it's like, you can see all the tops become bottoms and stuff. It's pretty amazing. You can even see the spread go to zero here for a little bit. Here's the tick chart out of Trader's Way, which is a pretty nice, there's a lot of people trading here. So this is a real, like, you want to get in down here before it breaks out. And here you probably want to be cashing out of something. But the tick chart really is the beautiful, here I like to run them, the tick chart with the other time frame that you're running. So you can get this, it's breaking out. you can go to any time from here and still hold in context the true. So there's the 30-minute. This is just bars only, kind of a breakout system.
I've done this. That's a DOM, right? They call it a DOM, don't they? Is it DOM?
Oh,
DOM.
you have that too. I could turn that on. Yeah, let me see here. Market depth. Let's see, they got it in here. It's called something. I never use it. I accidentally bring it up sometimes.
Do you know, most people don't realize that the
data
actual
window.
tick chart you got there is actually structured too.
This is a data window. That's not it.
Structure?
Yeah, sometimes
on
this
a
tick
level
chart
of
doesn't
macro.
match the prices. Sometimes they kind of changed that, I think, with the new MetaTraders. Like this is pip for pip with that. Okay, so I'm cashing out of some of my longs now. Yeah, I think this could be a complete mind blower where you take out the high of the day on the year under, but it's like, what the fuck was that? Now, meanwhile, the guy that I said buy, the guy accused me of being a 5-year-old, he's not making any money in this trade because he sells courses. He doesn't have to trade. He just, come and join my 49 pounds per signal. And some guy said, that signal didn't work out. He goes, they don't all work out. You know, this is why you got to read the disclaimer.
That's the way it is. How do I know his signals are not just him flipping a coin drunk out of his mind?
Yeah, you got to really, it's tough.
He's got his missus there. All right, love. Your turn to flip the coin. I'm just too drunk. I can't be bothered.
Yeah, I got to take the day off. Oh, this trading shit's killing me. Can you put some red on my knuckles? They're kind of white.
All signal services, I can just give everyone should just pick up a coin and just flip it. You'll be fine. Some of you, 5% will be exceptionally wealthy, and the rest of you won't be. Sorry about that. Secrets.
Yeah, I like when they have the secrets of how not to blow up your account. See, I like so this line chart. This line chart on top of the bar chart to me is the best invention in the world because there's no candles. It just tells me the whole narrative. Like we were down, so I missed a pie at the market here, but I would have bought on limits down here, and I can see the double tops very clearly in time.
Mm-hmm.
In time, so to me, the 1 period moving average. Some guy asked me, "What is that line?" I go, "That's just the closing prices." People aren't used to looking. In the old days, there was no candles, there was no bars, there was line charts. If you remember the first charts, they were like, go back to the 1920s. I mean, they just plotted the closing prices and they drew them by hand. It looks like we're gonna maybe take out the high of the day. It'd be glorious.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but I mean, when you do it by hand, you really remember the price, And I thought, well, that's when people used to read ticker tapes. They'd see the ticker. People would trade off of a fucking ticker tape. Can you believe it? Oh, look at, yeah, it's dropping. Okay, bye. Some guy's on the phone while he's watching the ticker. A true tape of ticker instead of a tick chart. But that was the good old days. Remember that? I don't remember that, but.
No, I was still playing with Sandy.
But now we live in this nanny state soy boy world of people like, I'm too afraid to trade. Dude, there's not even, when it says margin call at the brokers, that's not a margin call, dude. They're just going to close your account. You're not going to lose. Like a real margin call means that we're going to come sue you because you went long pork bellies and you're underwater by 20 grand. You owe us 20 grand. You're going to have to file bankruptcy. That is dangerous. Okay, trading commodities is dangerous. Trading Forex on a terminal or Bitcoin, that's not really risky, is it? It is.
There's too much bullshit around this industry to the point of insanity. And they got to make more narratives on top of narratives of narratives of narratives. It's like ACT, Jesus Christ. I went through all this stuff, and I was like, why? Why the fuck? This is the one thing I like about VP in one sense. He's trying to reduce it down in a sense that keep it simple, right?
Yeah.
But his mathematical understanding is retarded.
He's trying to rescue the goobers too. He's trying to tell the goobers, listen, you've been fooled by these dirty dozen indicators. It's not you, it's the indicator, so
Well, an indicator, I asked him like 50 fucking times. I said, well, what is an indicator? Is an indicator on a car? It's left and right. But if you're drunk as fuck, off your box on pills or something, those indicators don't mean shit. It don't mean they're going to be safe, is it? You could go like, oh, my left indicator is I'm on the thing straight off a cliff.
Yeah, GPS lied to me. I went off a cliff.
Yeah, there's a glitch in the Google's GPS sweeping system. Oh, sorry about that. Oh well.
Oof. Better luck next time.
Yeah, indeed.
The luck of the draw.
Technology is fine to a certain degree. Like I use technology to assist me, but it's got fuck all to do with VP, it's fuck all to do with ICT, it's fuck all to do with most of those assholes. It's madness.
But people love to belong. Huge. You know, people love to have a feeling of belongingness because they really do want to feel like some type of assurance. You know.
Well, that's a religion.
Yeah. I know you should pray when you put on a trade. How about Forex, the Church of Forex? You know, how to pray for your trades, daily prayer, not to get stopped out.
The difference between praying for something and actually understanding something. Praying's easy, understanding something's hard. Easy, hard. Easy, hard.
Well, there's also the spectrum, right?
You want to learn something.
More hard. There's more hard and more easy. I guess there's a spectrum. No, it's tough.
Yeah, it's not just black and white. You know what I mean? But it's a wishful thinking is not going to help people. It just isn't. Emotives will blind them to things. It's like, I don't know, what 2,632 videos I've seen of Forex people anyway. And I've gone through it all. And went, wow, what a load of shit. Right?
That's incredible.
The only, like I said, you're one of the few exceptions to the rule. And there's a few other people. Because you pointed out the fucking obvious. The rest of them don't want it. They want obvious. It's too much. It's too simple. It's too... That can't be it.
You want a red light, green light system, you know.
Yeah, some people don't realize how easy it can be versus complexity is just... I do complex shit, but the only reason why I do that is a proof to show you that simplicity is superior. That's all. That's it.
Yeah, that was quite the sell-off there on the... So ICT, all he's really doing is saying...
Do you think traders actually know what the others doing throughout the world? They don't, do they?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people participating on different levels for different reasons. There's people that are just doing transactions. Yeah. They're not really looking at charts. Don't forget, it's a currency exchange. It's not a currency trend. It's an exchange.
Yeah.
They call it a Forex exchange because there's buyers and sellers. You know, not everybody's in the same trade.
Well, here's a model, right, which is a good one. Is about holidays. When people go on holiday, what do? They exchange money into the local currency, right? I was talking about cycles all the time. Well,
yeah,
you've got government debt payoffs. Loans have to be paid off.
Also, don't forget the government's involved in these markets. So when you see the when they release, so every Wednesday in the United States, they cut Social Security checks here. And Wednesday is a big day. It's a swap day. These are obvious cycles like Wednesday, you know, and I guess it's too simple. It's too crude, you know.
What about bills? What if the normal mom and pop wants to pay electric bill and it's always like certain companies operate on like the 26th of the month here, right? You pay your bills for electric. And another time in water is at the first of the month.
Yeah, no, those things are
exchange your money.
Oh yeah, plus actually people close their books, and of course there is the window dressing that the brokers do at the end of the year, where they take all the clients' money out of the market. They send them a statement where this year you made money. See, there's a lot of window dressing trades at the end of the month for brokers. There's a lot of end of the month stuff.
What about Christmas time, holiday time? Have you noticed something bizarre about the markets across the board?
Oh yeah, no, it gets very thin there. That's for sure. Depending when Christmas comes, there's no liquidity. That's for sure.
That's my point. Is that it's just like there are real world implications to how a market behaves, and summarizing it all is rather complicated. But news. Most people say, "Oh, why you got the news in there? Not to trade it." Oh, you weren't going to trade it? No, it's just a warning. That's all I use news for. It's not that I want to trade it. I don't, because it's just everybody's thinking that shit, right? If they're all thinking the same shit,
well,
and they don't earn money.
Yeah. Well, look at this move here. So if you loaded the wagon on the euro before the news, you made a lot of money here. Yeah. Look at this accumulation phase. This is just before FOMC.
Yeah.
And when they went up here, I actually sold into that because I wasn't very long into that, so I sold into that actually. And when I got above here, it was a little white knuckle. It was a little white knuckle for you if they take out the high the previous day. But that's the trade. I'm sorry to tell you, but that is the trade. The scary trade is the trade. And that was
I've seen examples where that hasn't quite worked out because the co-location is not taken into account. The type of broker is not taken into account. There are technical issues there.
So you sell here.
I've done it before many a time when I've got into news. I'm going, I'm making money. Why can't I cancel my order? Why the fuck can't I cancel my order? Screaming like a bitch. It's unfair, right? It's not. It's just that they've had such a surge of orders.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like a supermarket. So everybody's out to cash and grab for the toilet rolls.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No, that was quite the and look how we're actually all the way back to the starting gate. I find this amazing that people that bought yesterday and did not get out after they were up 40 pips, and they're like, well, actually these are 20 pip handles here, so this is no, that's 10 pips. Or is that 20? I can't see it. I don't trade this 20. Yeah, that's 20 pips. So that's a fucking 80 pip move. And then it gives back 80 pips. You're like, what the fuck was that? I thought everybody was bullish. What happened? The news said it was bullish. How can we be back at the same price? Because it's an exchange, fucker. It's an auction. It's like, it's back on sale. It's like it never happened. We're out of inventory.
It's a temporary change of flipping price for an agenda that you don't know of, can get in time, or even be privileged to know about.
Yeah, actually, order imbalance is the name of the game. I heard a guy talking this morning about the order imbalance that's going on now because of COVID. In other words, people are overproducing, shit's backordered and shit's overordered, right? So there's a huge order imbalance in real physical shit right now. Well, you're going to see the same thing in the markets. Like, how do you explain this chart right here? This is the 1 hour euro dollar. Is it going anywhere? No, it's just going up and down. It's just fucking everybody. Like, there's no trend here, but it's so tradable. It's so obviously tradable, but that's just from my view.
On a demo account, it will be. On a demo, it will.
Well, I mean,
in a live account, it won't be, unless the broker's got a good co-location to pull it off. You need a VPS of 10 milliseconds and less.
Well,
if you really want to,
not really.
To really crank it up.
No, I make 100 pips without even being there. No, that's high frequency trading. But here, like right now, I'm running this double click script that buys for 15 minutes. It buys 5 to 15 with a 25 pip stop. If I just
but that's not a demo. The demos are a con, man.
Well, I trade real money and I never have a problem. I don't have any I'm making money.
Broker decent?
Well, yeah, they're pretty decent. I think so. I mean, I've had them for years. I've had them so long that you can't even have the account I got anymore. But I've had this account for 10 years.
I'm trading with Pepperstone. I'm Pepperstone, right? The Aussies, and I deliberately picked that because it's got to be the worst network in the world. From your Turkey to to Australia, it's fucking awful. In some cases, it's 2,000 millisecond delay.
Yikes!
In order and execution, I know, but I deliberately do that because when I'm testing an ID, demo or otherwise, the idea is the real world is not this fictional logic in front of you. It just isn't.
Yeah,
because
but
technology is retarded.
You're talking about executing at the market and trying to get filled. I'm talking about placing pendings out there. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care about 3 pips. If I'm trying to make 40 pips from a pending, some high-frequency trader might care if he's trying to load up on a move and chase the market right then. That would matter, but If you're swing trading, I don't think it matters. You could be some shit broker that doesn't.
If you're like an M30 1 hour kind of guy that just goes in and leaves it there for a week or something, that's different. You know what I mean? But when you're loading up, it's like I did a test and it was hilarious. We're using a different form for something, right? And that was the equivalent of 200,000 orders prepped. Holy shit! My PC went, eh?
Oh yeah, no, I mean
200,000 orders. I know it just went, just too much. Wrong technology.
yeah, well, it's hard to go up against people that have a lot of money with. They can just write that off as a business expense. So if you have a corporation, you can just tuck all that hardware and be a write-off, and you're already up.
Well, general technology is a funny thing. Or one of my research things was about why is it that some companies prefer this technology over that technology, and retailers, what technology they use. The shitty Intels or AMDs, or like crappy hardware. And it's not dedicated for the job. Even the operating system they use, Windows, is a joke. It's a joke for real-time applications. And this to solve something, A, what is the problem itself you're trying to solve? And B, what technology do I need to use to solve it? I'm talking anal retentiveness here on a level that's crazy, right? The idea is when building models, you're actually basing it on reality. And that reality includes the hardware. It includes the software, the operating system, the broker, the networks.
What about the coffee? What about the coffee I drink in the morning? Because that's what my edge is, having high-octane coffee. Pretty much.
Is it real coffee or is it that?
It's Guatemalan. I don't know if I'm alled to say that because I'm appropriating ethnicity, but it's Guatemalan. It's supposedly single origin, but I think I saw a Colombian bean in there sneaking under the border of the firewall.
Did Trump build a wall around your coffee pot?
Listen, dude, it's getting tough out there. I mean, with what's going on out there, how can you trust anything? In fact, I think they spiked my coffee. Like Robinacci said, I think they've been making me trade slower by putting a little bit of... So here's the bewitching hour. This is 8 o'clock in the morning now. Here comes all the 8 hour. Here comes the 1 hour robots. You got an hour and a half till Dow Jones opens. Look, I'm up 68 cents on my limit fill.
How many orders do you think that is, right from the
these
top
are 10Ks, by the way. Just let you know, these are 10Ks.
Right from the top of that chart, right to where you are. How many orders do you think have gone through all that?
Oh God!
An approximation in your head.
Well, I can tell you that I've posted demos where I trade 3,000 tickets a day, and that's just on the pendings. And
that's just you.
Yeah, that's just
one
me.
Person.
Oh yeah, I know this is supposedly a $5 trillion a day market, but I think the euro is like $1.5 trillion just the euro alone, possibly. It's pretty liquid.
That's a lot of tickets for all sorts of reasons. And some of them have no reasons other than some mathematical coincidence.
All right, yeah. That's well, because I'm using a shotgun method. I'm not using precision because I just think precision isn't available in the market.
It is if you've got the right hardware.
But you're still doing huge volume because you can't pick that. Otherwise, you'd pick a really sweet entry and you just load the wagon, put 40 standard lots at 1 millisecond right when the Dow Jones opens. So here's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock in the morning right now. We've been into 8 o'clock. This 5-minute window, we could get a spike right now. So this is what I talk about, this 5-minute window before and after. Like the robots, the 1 hour robots just went long. Obviously, they probably went long. Every sell-off they're holding, so I'm holding this trade. I'm up $4 on a 20K.
Well, this work it out, right? This work it out hardware-wise, right?
They're charging me.
We got a piece of flipping Iraq here, right? That's got like 200 teraflops of processing power, which is equivalent of about 400 of your PCs in one rack. We've got lines that are not retail internet lines; they're commercial lines, which means that the the ratio or contention ratio of the line is pure. It's like you've got 50 very low level slags you have to deal with, right? I've got premium pros, like, right, to choose from. That's the difference. So it means that
is that like you're not using one of those mesh coffee filters, using like a high-end bamboo coffee paper filter?
Yeah, it could be something like that. Yeah.
This is like the more better approach.
Yeah, something like that. The illusion that so is better, right? In this case, it is better in the sense that, right, on your internet line, there's probably 50 to 100 people sharing the same line. On a commercial line, you probably only have maybe 1 to 10 companies sharing the same line. On a premium line, a co-location, a real flipping, near the flipping hardware, it's private. There's only one person on it. One.
Oh, so it's like when I get a hooker, instead of being a gangbang, it's just me and her.
Yeah, it's a special moment, a very special, personal, up close moment.
But aren't you afraid the romance will kick in and you want to marry her? Like, isn't it better to have this big retail world where everybody's...
Is the pimp house with the women of plenty, right?
Right. The hostess with the mostess. Or the hostesses with the mostesses.
Right, yeah, exactly. So it's quality versus quantity.
Oh, the oil guys.
Add it on top of that then. Right? The hardware you use, which is crude, the Intel and AMD, it's not designed for real-time applications, mate. Never was. The architecture's from the 70s. The CPU has got a few tricks. It's a sequential technology, not a parallel processing technology. Vastly different, hugely different. It's the equivalent of cooks. It's like saying, one cook is here, and then the next cook will have a decision, and the next cook will make another decision. Or in a parallel world, all those cooks will decide all at once, pretty much all at once anyway. Now, that's a precise model, right?
Right.
They're all seeing the same thing exactly at the same time. But with Intel technology, AMD is sequential.
It's like a group session. It's like a group session, then. It's more like an orgy. It's like a trading orgy.
In the real sense of the word.
Yeah. See, my tickets just... my exposure just deleted itself. I got 15-minute scripts. I'm double-clicking 15 minutes this morning, so that double-click just disappeared. So your risk is constantly decaying. And I think I got a not a martingale.
What I'm saying is that all of this stuff I'm talking about is that there's a world of retailers and there's the world of the nanosecond.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I can't do the nanosecond.
It's a different world, mate.
Right, it is. But it takes more money to make money in the nanosecond world because you have to go up against people that can afford to buy hardware that's pretty, dedicated hardware. They call it, or discrete hardware.
Well, the hardware is the cheap part. It's the software and the mathematics behind it, and the location. That's the really expensive part, the location.
So the oil guy's back. He keeps saying, "Do you remember me?" So he said he sold at 70 and he bought back at 62. Now he's turned into a scalper. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Where's crude going? So, where is the final destination for crude? Is he long? Is he scalping this thing?
I got fucking Bitcoin, yeah. Ugh.
What is the Bitcoin's on its way up, so that's good for my Euro trade. I don't take any type of it looks like crude oil is going to melt down maybe, though. We got a kind of a fragile. It's good for a scalp there, but that's a daily.
There you go, right. I got my model, right, my thing. And once it's there, you'll go through this, right, and you'll look at things differently. You do what you do, which is right. But in another sense, if you had something, it'd be different. Try on a demo. You'll be surprised. Like, I've already analyzed all your trades, your time ends.
I'm sorry to hear that.
For it, everything.
So, and you recommend that you think I need a straitjacket? I've analyzed your trades. It looks like you need a straitjacket.
Hell no. No. You're the only sane person around. What are you about? The rest of them need straitjackets because they're talking out their arse and random words pasted together.
I do like
the so-called enlightenment that they so-called profess.
Oh, so he's trading Brent crude. I like these people. I trade Brent crude. You just trade New York crude. Who are you? I trade the crack spread, actually, the gasoline against the... Isn't that the crack spread, gasoline versus crude, that spread? So Ranko says I need a straitjacket. I can't remember if Ranko is a troll or he's...
Ranko?
Yeah, he was trolling me once, I think. He just couldn't give up the fact that I existed or something.
Hey, I tried a Renko one time with a moving average. I won every one.
Yeah, you know what? I back tested that and I made $1 million. And then I called the broker and I said, did you realize I just can I get some money? Do you see what I just did?
Renko, Jesus Christ.
Holy Ranko.
That's got so much noise on it, it's ridiculous.
It's supposed to smooth out the noise. It's supposed to make it nice and tame.
So the
Ranko guy said to me, "You got to try Ranko, man. Don't knock it till you tried it." I can't even look at it.
Oh, it's the noise it creates. It creates a fictitious idea of what is overvalue and unfair value.
Well, if you go with that interpretation of it, a lot of people will say, "I use this indicator," and I'm like, "How are you using it?" And you find out they're not using it quite the way that the textbook would illustrate. But because we always have the textbook, what you're supposed to do with it, and then there's what happens with it. Ranko is gold. Well, come on here, tell us about it. Here, I invite you to tell us about it. Ranko's gold. Well, you only trade gold with Ranko? Okay, I understand. It only works on gold.
Did anybody actually look into Renko, the original guy that came up with it?
Isn't it some Asian dude, right? No, Mr. Ranko, I think.
Possible. Yeah,
some guy said.
Or Mrs. Renko, it could be. I don't know.
So what do you think of funding programs? Okay, the funding program thing. This is the idea that you're going to join a prop firm, I guess a virtual prop firm. So you're going to get good enough at trading that you don't blow up accounts, right? And you're able to make 20% or something like that, and then you get funded and you trade other people's money. Well, the other version of that is you just go get a 500 or a 500 to 1 leverage broker and you trade the fucking broker's money. So if you know how to trade, I always wondered why would somebody join a prop firm, but I guess they feel like I want a little support. I don't want to trade my money because that's too fucking scary. So I'll trade. You fund me with 50 grand, and you can have 20% of my winnings, kind of thing. And I watched the guy yesterday, Mojo. He had nobody watching, right? He kept on saying, "Hey, if you join this, the first 5,000 years after that, I get 20% of your winnings." Blah blah blah. I mean, I guess the problem I have with all these kind of things is that wasn't the idea to be a trader to be an independent person? Like when I first started trading, I said to somebody, I'm going to trade, and they said to me, "Oh, you're going to be a broker?" No, what the fuck? How dare you? It's like, "Oh, you're going to join a band?" No, dude, I'm a solo artist. So I'm a solo trader. I can't imagine joining a place where they tell me, "Well, here's what we do here. We use a 13 EMA. If you don't use that, you can't be in the club. And we use MACD. If you don't like that, you're gonna have to quit right now." That's what basically that guy Anton says. For you got to sign up for $5 grand, and if you come with any attitude, you're kicked out, right? So they would kick me out immediately because you're talking like a 5-year-old. Get the fuck out of here. So but listen, there's people making money with a fucking cloud system. Why? Good money management. So money management. That's why I'm trading 1Ks. It's called money management right there. And it allows me to catch a falling knife where most people are like, "Well, I don't know. I'm waiting for the engulfing pattern." Like, dude, you missed the trade. You just missed this buy on the fucking euro at rock bottom prices this morning. Dumb shit, easy trade. Right? You just scalp to the floor, you're out. Now you hold for the swing maybe, right? That's it. Why is this so complicated? Because you can't sell a course just saying shit like that. This course would be over in one fucking... a DVD that's 15 minutes long. Here's course 1. Dude, it's only 15 minutes long. I know, it's all you need to know. Just start trading now. Shut the fuck up and don't be scared.
So what you're trying to say is that you're just looking at outer markets, basically, over a long period of time. Fuck, the video's over. Bollocks.
So, Ranko, what trade are you doing? Ranko, he trades $250,000 with T4T and he gets 80%. What's T4T? Is that the settings for the Renko? T4T. I don't understand these kids' new lingo. These kind of like LOL. I think that means laugh out loud. I'm not sure what TAT. T4T. Is that T for two? That's a song, isn't it? T for two. That's British shit. Is he British, this Renko guy? I don't know. No offense. Yeah, he got to be a U.S. guy because he's using dollars instead of pounds on his.
What prop firms don't tell you is the reality of prop trading. That 95% still lose. Really? The law of average numbers? Fuck.
Yeah. Well, just to get funded, so they make you pay. The problem is they make you pay to try out for the thing. What? You got to pay $500 to test? What the fuck? You just
the
straight
research fronts they offer to make the rich richer. Basically, like VP did, he got 10,000 goobers, and he knows that only 3-4% of them, maybe 5, will be awesome. He'll take that shit and use it for his own.
Yeah, well, he was directing people towards the prop thing, and I think he may be getting a finder's fee, a headhunter fee, or something on it. We don't know.
Something along those lines, yeah, because this guy is just way too nice for a human being.
Yeah, Anton Creel is just ridiculous, but you know he made a good trade, and he had that show where they took traders off the street, and as long as you're kind of slightly famous, you got a following instantly right there, just off the bat. Kind of doesn't matter if you can trade or not.
Still greasy though.
Oh no, it's not like it's like you know, how horny are you? You know.
What are you willing to do?
I mean, the knee pads are in the back room if you have to go there. So.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Gimp suit optional.
Yeah, welcome to Gimpville. Hey, Goober Gimps right here this way. What do they say? The Barnum and Bailey, with the egress, I think the guy that had egress, that's the exit.
I came here for love. Who's this guy? That's George.
The old sucker born every minute theory of trading. Now, so yeah, VP is something else. But he really got his start. I think it was a podcast. That's how he did it. He had Apple Podcasts, and people listen to that while they're driving. You know, it's probably on a lot of devices. It's easy to get into. And he talks in broad-based terms. As long as you don't get detailed, you get more people listening, because if you get down to the nitty-gritty, you'd lose a lot of people, you know. The devil's in the details. Nobody wants to hear that detailed shit. Yeah. Too much minutia, you know, and the minutia turns people off. They want a signal. Should I buy or sell? What's my bias? Are you bullish or bearish today? What's your I want a broad-based view, you know. I know if you look too broad, you'll never take a trade, because you're like, yeah, I can pretty much shoot down that idea. Yeah, that goes against that.
I think VP's voice is awesome. Simpleton has got the same kind of voice in a sense, but without all the
well, for a white guy,
shit,
yeah, for a white guy. But,
oh,
my white privilege comes from.
I got nothing against my fellow brothers and sisters, but when I hear you, man, I got the cold. It's like, oh, fucking give me a break, please.
Yeah, I tell you, man, it's just. It is, if you want to make money trading Forex, I'm almost ready to recommend that you just start a Goober channel and just do the old like and subscribe. I mean, why are you working so hard? You can just regurgitate a bunch of like cliches like let your profits run. You could just probably go through the whole narrative of like plan your trade your plan, and talk about that for 3 fucking hours, and have a Discord channel and make maybe $1,000 a month being a trading coach and telling people, no, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about the fact that you just put that last trade on your credit card. Just fucking take it.
Dude, how am I going to sell my software 2 months from now when I can explain a lot of this stuff but within, well, I don't know, 10 minutes?
You kind of ruined it. Where's the fun in that?
Oh, the irony.
Are you from Bristol? Is that what he's like, calling you a Bristol voice? Or he's got one. No, he's got a Bristol. Let's hear your voice. We'll judge.
What kind of Bristol accent is it? Is it in a
annoying,
city,
or is it a friendly one?
Are you like a bit like that?
Yeah, are you a whiner or are you like a direct person?
Farmer accent, yeah. Farmer accent. Right there, babe.
Am I gonna want to kill myself after a paragraph of you reading a paragraph?
Bristol accent's not that bad. You want to hear a Welsh one? Oh wait, yeah.
Farmer accent.
Yeah.
Do you have
Oxfordian? If you go to Oxford, on the outskirts of Oxford, it's a Bristol accent too. Alright, everybody, you worry my sheep again. Who are you?
Quit banging my sheep. Quit banging my sheep.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a redneck, mate, in the sense of an English thing. It's the equivalent. Those two bars been whacking off in my shed.
Why am I sheep walking bow-legged?
Yeah, it's exactly the same accent. Like it's very similar in that sense.
I noticed my sheep.
I always thought the Welsh accent was the worst. I always thought yeah, they are.
Is it the sing-songy?
Technically, Bristol was part of Wales at some point in history. It actually technically.
Well, how much melody, the sing-songy melody kind of accent as opposed to the monotone, they just, you never, I mean, it's kind of funny how people really, like girls seem to really butter up the melody, but that's the California kind of, I mean, it's got to be.
I detest the Welsh accent. I can't stand it. It sounds like a right knob. I could have an IQ of 159. And still sound like an absolute twat. Right?
Let me see if Mike.
Your accent's great. Yours has worked anywhere in the world. It will work fine. It will work fine. But when it's Welsh and even Bristol, right? Today we're going to do Forex, boy. And it's just like, yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're about ready to drool. Like your lower lip's just opening up. You just need a drool cup at some point. You just get too loose in the lips there.
It's like if you go out in the valleys in Wales. Jesus Christ! The strangest thing about it is that some of the most remarkable people I've met in Wales have got high IQs, but they sound thick as shit.
Yeah, I always thought that about people that didn't talk much. I go, they must be dumb, but it turns out some of the people that don't say anything are just so smart. They're like, I got nothing to say here. This is so fucking stupid. They just don't even want to pipe in,
Finish, oh God alive. That's an hard one to pull off. Oh. Now, I think American accents, English American, I think is always the sweet spot. Oxfordian, without the toffee, I'm too rich for my own good kind of accent. Right?
Oh, what do you mean?
But the Oxfordian English is always like.
How dare you? I have a trading course. Don't you know who I am? Yeah. You never seen my trades executed online? Don't you know who I am?
The perceived accent denotes, shows people that somehow you're super intelligent. If you've got that accent, somehow, you must be really intelligent.
No, there's a lot of mistakes. I think because of a lot of movies I've seen, I've been trained to assume things that, when I see people with missing teeth. So my buddy, I have a friend who makes dentures, and one time on Halloween he made this thing. He called it Emmett, which is Emmett's a real redneck kind of name. Doesn't imply a lot of intelligence. So he got a bunch of his spare teeth that were like yellow and brown. And he put them all crooked, and he put them on a wax rim, and he put it in his mouth, and he let it adapt. And we went out to the restaurants, and I couldn't stop laughing. I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe. So what he would do is he would order something to eat. They looked like real teeth. They looked jacked up and just fucked up. And some little kid at the table next to him is looking at him. Just, people are horrified. And he just says, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" So he gets this whole persona going. And I mean, I tell you, dude, I couldn't stop. I couldn't breathe. I'm laughing so hard because people are so sensitive to dentition that they will just freak. If you're missing a tooth, they go, "Dumb fuck." You're assumed to be a fucking moron the more teeth you're missing. Isn't that weird? There's a lot of assumptions we make about people. I think VP's got all his teeth. That's why I'm listening to VP. He's got all his fucking teeth. You don't hear no Lithman when he's talking either. No Lithbers.
But it doesn't make someone intelligent. Intelligence.
That's right, but we just have assumptions, I guess.
The Bristol accent is not a good accent when it comes to radio pronouncing. It just doesn't work. It's not putting anyone down. There's some smart people there too. The university there is pretty good. I think I got a university. Actually, 86 universities in Britain are actually in the top 150 worldwide.
Wow.
Accents or otherwise. Why is that? Exercising critical thought at an early age. It's the only difference. The question. That's the only difference. And it's that freedom and liberty that Americans should have. But for some bizarre reason, is the Constitutional all the shit there or what?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
but the thing is, their Constitution, the American, this guy here and all his flipping ancestors, the Constitution was actually created by quite a few people who actually, their parents or grandparents were from Wales. What the fuck's going on? Other than they got better accent.
Can you rent an accent?
Hey,
How about can I have one installed?
hey, don't tempt flipping Elon Musk. He might work it out.
Accents by Dominion. They're new. They're losing money, so they gotta have a new gig.
Mr. Bay. This is like what? I always liked the Bristol accent. I always thought it was kind of warming and invited. It's the same with the Southern Irish accent.
Well, you can come out.
Right there, Paddy.
You can come out.
I
here.
always thought it
turn
was
off,
quite a nice accent. It's a nice accent. It's smooth. It's kind. It's nice.
No, just if you come on the Hangout, you just turn off your YouTube audio. That's all.
American accents are always pretty good. Yeah, just get on the mic now, so.
Yeah, normally we get
Here's
at
what people say.
normally there's news coming out at 8:30. Not today.
Doesn't matter about your accent, dude. Don't worry about it.
We're not judgmental. That's all we do.
I mean, like Russian accents. Every time I hear a Russian, like if Alexia, what his name is, Alexander, got on the mic, I'm here to rip your heart out. You know, if it was something along those lines, I'd be like, oh, you got one of them, right? But that's an illusion too. All Russians sound like that.
Yeah, let me put my.
People are too sensitive about who they are, like, you know, what they sound like, or how they look. Fuck all that.
No, it's tough. I understand, because if you want to make it, they say you can never make a first impression, you know.
Yeah, in that sense.
That's the old. We got an accent coming in. Look out! Brace yourself. Accent here.
All right.
Hey. Yeah.
Bristol, born and bred.
See? What's the big deal?
I don't even hear an accent. I'm disappointed. And you call that an accent?
Oh God, it's terrible. Me and Welsh, we've got bad accents, I think.
All right, you're right. Yeah, he's a farmer's boy. Yes. I don't care. I think like you know what I mean. Whatever. No, it wouldn't work on radio. Well, I don't know. It depends. If it's Sheep Weekly, possibly. Bristol accent and the actual Bristol accent are very similar in the way it's pronounced. No. So, right, Bay.
Okay, it's 5 minutes before 8:30. I'm buying like a whore here. 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. I'm buying at the market, actually. Getting a big rally coming off that. Look how he came all the way back to the starting gate here on the 5-minute euro. Hoping they break my trend line. This will be the last move here, I think, into the Dow Jones. Maybe a rally here, take out the high, from this and then go ripping north. Same thing on the pound. The pound's ready for a romp. What else do we got? I do have the stocks and everything here and the Bitcoins and all that. Let's see. Because I was looking at the Swiss franc. A lot of people, to me, the Swiss franc kind of wicked up and it's a terrible color on here. Can't even fucking see the prices.
I love going to Bristol and the club scenes there. I used to go to Lakota's. Oh my God, talking about knocked out of my brains. The music was absolutely awesome. You had 4 levels of different styles of music. You had one there, another one, drum and bass in one, you had garage in the other, house in the other, trance in the other. Oh, best club I've ever been to in Bristol, Lakota's. I don't know if it's still there. But, yeah, many fun times there.
God, you know, since they had these lockdowns, you're not getting so many people getting shot up at the club. It's amazing. Although we had a little shoot up here, we had somebody take out some guy that was whining about the fact that he was addicted to Asian hookers, so he killed them. I mean, what the fuck? Well, I got a sex problem. So you're gonna kill your fucking I guess your not your client, but your provider. You can take out the service. We got some crazy shit going on now. People lost their minds.
Do you know when the 90s rave scene was in England and kicking off? I was there in the early days, festivals, all different clubs, right? And it was only about, 14 years later in America, it took off. And it was just weird, surreal. It was like, they're all getting into this rave shit. And I'm just like, wait a second. Deja vu? What's going on? And it became an American phenomenon all of a sudden. It's like, shit. I remember.
Yeah, the ecstasy helped a little bit, right? Ecstasy and a lot of Adderall got you in the ballpark there to be able to stay up all night. And because we used to do coke in the 70s, we do cocaine. In the 80s, we do cocaine to stay awake at the club. But now with all the high-end Adderalls and all the methamphetamines and stuff, there's all sorts of ways to stay awake.
God, I remember the first days when the Prodigy were becoming something, and you got all the different DJs coming about as well.
Oh yeah, right.
Were pretty good. Yeah, and
no, that was the heyday.
Times.
The heydays. What's up?
Did you watch a film called Human Traffic?
I guess we're playing jazz music. I'm going to call it jazz, but we play a little rock sometimes. Here's a sampling of our noodlings here. I got a bunch of bad cuts here. It's normally our music's there's no vocals and it's very chaotic. If that helps.
Is that with some kind of powder, assisted powder?
Well, we're using some type of ambient smoke, I think. Fog machines. We try to make it sound pretty, but then we want it to sound angry too, because we have a little testosterone left in us. That's actually me playing bass guitar. Actually, so we have a bass guitarist, and he's kind of young, and when he's not able to play, I get to play, and I don't mean to brag, but I got 30 years more experience. So when I play bass, it's like fucking serious. It's like Jaco Pastorius is playing, but because I go for it, I play without a pick, so I just go for it's 8:30. Here we go. Here comes the algorithms. Brace yourself, people. The algos are coming. The half-hour bots just bought they just sold the dollar and they just bought the oil. So this is the 4-hour oil chart. We're trapped below the floor here. The easy scalp would be to go long and dump it right there when you come back to $63 a barrel. This is New York crude, I think. U.S. oil, they call it.
So you were actually in the 70s then, in the 70s music festivals? Did you do any of that? I wasn't born then.
Well, the 70s, yeah, people played outdoors and stuff. I didn't go to a lot of concerts. I never got to see Jimi Hendrix play, and a lot of my friends were, I saw Jimi Hendrix. Like, I didn't. But, no, I didn't go to too many concerts, but I was into album rock. You buy an album, so here's what you do. You take Houses of the Holies by Led Zeppelin, you put it on a fucking loop, right? You tell the record player, just keep fucking playing that, and let's just see how many drugs we can do. And about 4 hours later, you're like, dude, that fucking album rules, okay? And you go home. And your parents say, how you doing in school? School? What's that? I think I flunked out of school listening to music and playing guitar. So
that's what a lot of Middle Eastern people don't seem to get, right? Is that we got all these different cultures, all these different nations from all over the world, creating, say, America, Britain's the same, and all this drug-filled moments of cross-dressing, traffic cone taken home, whatever floats your boat, right? All these weird moments came to create some of the most remarkable art and music the world has ever known.
Yeah.
And not in a pretentious way, not some fake copy, something true and original, something that was there. You know what I mean? And yet in the Middle East, every piece of music I come across sounds the fucking same.
Oh, I had the same phenomena. So there's a store over here called New York, and you can go in there. It's like going into Russia. And I go in there and I see they got CDs for sale, right? So I bought some CDs from Russia. I get them home. Oh my fucking God. It's as gaudy as their fucking architecture. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So it's like over the top produced. It is most insane. And then I found this, so I'm playing it, right? I'm playing this on my stream. It turns out what I'm listening to is cover songs. And I didn't even know they were trying to cover American songs. I'm like, they fucked it up so bad. But the robot was able to sniff it out as a cover song. And I'm like, oh God, really? So I had to, I got some copyright thing on that stream. But and then I was listening to, what's happening there is that they're modeling us in like a distant, like they're 20 years behind modeling us. So what you hear when you buy a brand new CD from Russia is, on this one artist, is you're hearing stuff like, wow, that is like of course that's coming back into fashion, the 80s synthesizers and the 70s and all that crude low bit rate, But it's a giant C now because there is no Rolling Stones, Beatles. There's like a million fucking bands now. I mean, back in the day, there was like a handful of bands, But I do like the old shit, like you're saying. This stuff, like if you go back to, my favorite song is the guitar solo from 8 Miles High by the Byrds or something. 8 Miles High and When You Touch Down. So they go into the guitar solo and it's just completely nuts. It's like the best guitar solo on the planet. That's how I like to play guitar, actually. Like there's this drummer who plays a technique like that. He's in a band. He's in a band called it's called Mrs. Barrington, I think is the name of the band. And this drummer is just, oh my God. Let's see if I can get a track up here. He does a drum clinic.
Creedence Clearwater is my favorite of all the bands. Creedence Clearwater.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I used to have that.
Wow.
I had the album where they're like looking out my back door. I had the one where they're sitting on the on the porch and stuff. Yeah, that was a big deal. Of course, that's Woodstock era too. They became famous during that, and
yeah,
CCR. We like to call it CCR. That's back when you could actually.
There's such a smooth sound to them. Everything was like wow.
Yeah, this would not be.
I'm up 3.5 million BTC anyway. I'll be with that.
Mr. Barrington. So Mr. Barrington, here's a little bit of Mr. Barrington. I don't think I'll get a copyright infringement. This is not actually. The drummer's using triggers, and then he actually runs it through a system to create syncopation. He'll drop the beat. Sounds like he's locking up and fucking up, but he does it on purpose. So this is a normal groove here, but he'll lock it up, he'll freeze it and stop the time and shit. But his solo sounds like this. Yeah, this guy's amazing. Now listen to this beat here. You can't dance this shit. It's musicians' music, really. It's not designed for... You can't dance to it, but it's just fascinating as shit. He's doing so many syncopated polyrhythms.
Do you want to know something?
That's awful music.
I'm a trained engineer musician.
Are you really? Are you a technical musician? Do you use Fibonacci's when you write a song? I go for a 6/8 chorus.
I generally get drunk as fuck and just got a sound in my head and just want to pull it off.
Oh, yeah. Would you sing in the shower? Because that's the first qualification, singing in the shower.
Loosen up the logic.
Yeah, that's...
No, I did music since I was about 11 years old.
Did you really? So you actually know, like all that, you can read music and everything, huh?
I did piano lessons for a while. They were fucking boring. I said, my problem with it, I said, at the time, I said, the only issue I got with this, you tell me how notes should be, is that I'm not making my own.
Yeah.
And she had a profound moment and went, oh, he's one of them. Yeah. We're not fucking machines.
Yeah, we're
not like input, just repeat, copy, do that thing.
Copy
so amazing. Dude, I met fucking amazing fucking players from London, all over the place. I mean, we're talking, the cream of the crop. And I asked them, can you actually play a tune that you made? No. What? So, every technical chord, every ins and out, you can do all that. But if I want, can you just play right now? Right there.
Yeah, that's tough.
Fuck.
Well, I've met people, so we've had people come over and audition, for years, and so this guy comes over and he's got a nice guitar rig, and right there you're kind of suspicious because it looks like he just bought it brand new. And then he's like, he says, well, what do you want to play? And I said, let's just play an A. And he goes, well, what song do you want to play? And I go, we're not going to play a song. And he just couldn't do it. He was like, we're just going to play an A? Like, what the fuck?
Frozen.
Yeah, I mean, because he has to have a script. If he doesn't have a script and he doesn't have a song to play, he can't think for himself. But it's not it, because we just improv. Actually, we don't write songs. We just play modes and we play styles.
That's improvisation, right? The weirdest thing was I was in the studio writing some music. I was playing the piano, and there was a Jewish choir in, right? And there was the guy there, the boss guy. Anyway, he comes over and he says, "That's a beautiful piece of music." He said, "Who's that by?" "Me," I said. "Who else do you think is going to be by?" "Well, it sounds very professional."
Oh, well, yeah. You got to be rich and famous before you can have something that people are going to listen to.
Yeah, but the strange thing is, it sounded very familiar to my music style of orchestration stuff and all that is very similar to. Remember the what the hell is that film? Green Mile? Is it Green Mile? Remember the guy that wrote the music for that? I can't remember his name.
Oh, the guy that did the score for the movie.
Yeah, the score did the movie. My style is very similar to his. And when somebody pointed it out, he said, "You sound very similar to that the geezer." And I was like, "I've never heard him before." So I started listening to it. I was like, "Shit." But I said, none of my notes are about flipping technicalities. Just like trade it in the real sense. You just feel and do it.
They get you for stealing his notes.
Yeah. There's none of that. Just felt it. We went, that sounds really fucking right. I got another bird there, and she comes in. She's singing, doing this thing, and there she is, all emotional. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, what have I gone and done now? I'm going to be arrested for something. Like, she was all teary-eyed. I was like, why you be teary-eyed for? That's the most remarkable piece of music I've heard in a long time. Jesus Christ. What the... Oh, I can't take a shit anymore. It's just weird. Just a piece of music, love. Just put it together. Just did it. Then I realized the difference between the mentalities. You probably know this from school time. The 99% of people need to be told what to do. Yeah.
Well, it's preferable. You don't want to make a mistake, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's mistakes that actually lead you into places of solutions.
Well, that's like the artwork thing, you know. You take a blank canvas and you give a 5-year-old and they just start painting. You give it to an adult and they don't want to make a mistake, you know.
Yeah.
They don't want to paint on a canvas. Like, look at this perfectly clean
Yeah.
canvas. Why fuck it up with my noodlings? But what makes your noodlings any worse than anybody else's? They're all valid noodlings, you know. Boy, they keep pounding this thing down. I keep buying it. I keep buying this pullback here. I think we're geared up for a rally. I'm building this.
Modern art is a funny one. We're in the Cardiff, the art thing. There's a temporary gallery there, right? This guy's got this magnificent piece of a nice landscape, stunning. I said that's absolutely beautiful, right? Stunning stuff, right? A few pictures along, and there's a guy there with a triangle and a square, just looked limp. He didn't have enough Viagra, right? And he goes, "This is fascinating, man. It is." On fucking acid, maybe, right? And looked at the price, $250,000. $250,000 for what?
I think it's the guy's name. So I'm an artist, you know. I paint shit, and so I went to a gallery years ago when I was a kid, and I said, "What does it take to get my artwork in there?" And they said to me, "Well, who are you?" And I go, "Okay, we got a problem, right? It's not about the art; it's about who you are." Like if you're Picasso and you took a shit on the canvas, that's worth about $1 million. Sorry.
Yeah, but at least with Picasso stuff, there's something in it. But what is just a triangle and a limp dick fucking square hanging off? I'm sorry. That's just what? Huh? Has everyone lost their goddamn mind in this place? It was really educated sounded, you know, the hoity-toity sound. I was like, shit. And he looked at us as if we were scum. Bottom-feeding peasants.
Well, I mean, you already know you're in pretty deep when the business cards, they spent so much money on the lettering and the logos, and everything's all slick and just wonderful, and everything looks tasty, and you pay for that. I suppose like you do in any kind of a high-end luxury situation where, you know, the restaurant where they bring out the fish with the head on it. You sure you like that? Just cook it. What's with the drama? They love all the pomp and circumstance. It's part of our mastering Forex trading. You need to have a good coffee cup.
Society's just full of madness, mate. It's just, you sit there and going, wow. And then they look at you, this thing, and like, you're mad. But wait a second, look at it from my point of view. You're fucking insane, right? And you look, wow. I'm sorry, but I'll buy the landscape one because that's really, someone's put effort. It's a beautiful thing, but the triangle and the square don't do it for me, bro.
Well, you're just not in the right kind of drugs. You gotta. I think there's like a pre-lubrication period to that. You know, it's the mindset. You don't have the right mindset. You gotta change your mindset. See, your frame of mind isn't right.
Yeah, they justify their bullshit onto you and project it. It's like, right, whatever. Oh, I don't know. It's just nuts. It's the same with trading. It's the same thing, though. It's what people see, and you look at it and go, but the data doesn't say that. Yeah, if it does, but don't. It don't. There's nothing there. I think everyone suffers with schizophrenia. I really do, to some degree. Everyone's schizophrenic.
Yeah, I think that's just a natural situation.
They just be for being a sense of your brain. The environment stimulates the outcome. Really, you can change that by just like news. I studied 2.5 million articles of news psychology and how it affects people's minds and perceptions of market.
Oh God!
I was nearly lost my fucking mind in all that, mate. Nearly did. I lost my head because it's about death, misery, and fuck. And then you get this thing in your head that everyone's just out to get you. Yeah, that kind of weirdness to it. That's all the human race is, a big pile of misery and death. But that's not the reality, is it? Come on. It'll convince you otherwise. And then they're not. It's quite the opposite. But that's the news for you. But the news does affect the outcome of markets, mate. It really does. On times, I swear, it's engineered.
Well, I think you can almost see that when big news comes out. So yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, before FOMC comes out, all the markets were dead. I mean, it looked like the markets were closed. It looked like Friday at like 4 o'clock. And then they went ripping, So everybody's sitting there with a finger on the trigger for whatever, And there's also all the stops that are stacking up. And there's a short squeeze. It's just caused by the fact that a lot of people that were short,
Yeah, lockdown is another psychological issue for people. Some people, introverts, will not. It's just normal to an introvert. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
people.
Yeah, being a loner, being a lone wolf is just kind of standard operating procedure.
Mm-hmm. Some people just can't handle isolation. In fact, a lot of human race can't handle isolation. Professional soldiers, SAS, special forces, those kind of people, they can't. They're just hard as fuck, mate. They're not hard. They're born that way. They just kind of can handle. It's just them, But a lot of people just can't. Normal people, what do you want to call that? Normal. Yeah. I think we've been invaded by David Icke's lizard people.
Yeah, the Ike factor. He's on to something.
He's off his head. He is like. Oh, is he American or English? No, he's English, isn't he? Like he's an English guy, isn't he?
Ike.
Yeah, that's right.
Is he?
Yeah.
He was out. Yeah, he was out there in Britain on a microphone, and they're trying to arrest him because he was just. You're not allowed to talk or do anything now. It's like everything's in lockdown. Your brain's in lockdown.
Finnish accent. Let me look at accent. Let's see if we can pull it off. Out of those words in Finnish accent. Oh, this is fucking hilarious.
I miss some. I can't
today I
find
have
the
a
ticket.
bit different video. Yeah, that kind of.
Damn it. I lost my ticket I was running there. I wanted to buy right here because I got $500 of free margin. I want to load up, but I don't have the fucking. I'm trading too big for the account. But
English words. Words.
Fuck, here it is. Get on this thing in time. Chase it a little bit here. Wrong currency. There you go. Never trade this big. I'm trading 10Ks and 20Ks with an account that only has $1,500 in it. Don't try this at home. I'm going to go hog long here on the euro using all my margin. So the margin becomes available as we go up here. We can scalp and we can actually skim the market now.
Finnish accents and English words. The Finnish language is kind of a poetic, bouncy kind of right? But then when you try and take the same kind of thing onto English language, it just turns to shit. It just does. Well, just see why it's difficult. Right? I can understand that. But then the English person then trying to understand the Finnish way of doing things, they sound like right morons. It comes off bad. It does. Americans should be thankful for the English language. Yeah, like
the King's English.
Like this, yeah.
As they say.
It's a nice in between. It's aluminum, aluminium.
Nuclear.
Nuclear.
It was
What's the other one?
President Bush's
adversary. an adversary. Subtleties of how you pronounce it. There's a kind of bounce to the Finnish accent. There's a kind of it's like it's like music in a sense. Where it's like English language is more, I don't know, like cut the point. Russian accent then is brutal. It would sound like angry.
Looks like Euro versus Australia is going up. This guy's got Euro versus Australia. Looks like we missed a buy there. I never really trade that. He's on TradingView or something, this guy. Oh, he's on FXCM. Yeah, that's kind of a... It looks like Trader's View to me, but... That's my first account, FXCM. That's a British company that had a U.S. office at one time. Well, crude oil's getting hammered here. So crude oil, I put buy limits on crude oil. Looks like they're going to smash it down a little more here. Wait for the stocks to open. It's all about the almighty Dow Jones.
I'm looking at the wick. See the wick here on M30. If you go to the left, you see a massive wick there.
On the crude oil?
Yeah, M30. If you go to the left, you see a massive whipping.
Looks like we're almost going to come down and try to take out that low from about a couple hours ago there.
Yeah.
But see, if you're a seller, the ICT order block is right here. You know, that's where you should sell.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that comment that he left? The Telegram thing? I was thinking about that a few days before. How you can convert conversations, audio conversations into transcripts.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Like closed caption? Huh. I know YouTube.
Yeah, he said, he's got an R symbol there. What, are you telling me that painting a square block on some candle is now getting protected by law? What?
Oh, right. He patented the order block, the phrase. Because there's a guy, you ever heard this Carney guy? So this is what, in Empowered Trading, this is about 3-4 years ago. This guy named Carney built he's got like a Gartley scanner, and so he said that you can't say harmonic trading or you get sued. So he sent me a letter saying, you know what, you said harmonic trading, and I'm like, fuck off. Don't eat shit. Fuck off, you asshole. How dare you?
You do realize in law that you can't actually protect the formula unless it's of an actual physical formula, like chemistry or something.
Right, unless it's a recipe maybe for Coca-Cola.
Yeah, like you can't say a mathematical formula can't be protected, in other words, because it's a coincidental conclusion that can be reached by anybody across the world at any time. The maths always will line up the same because it's based on the same parameters of how we perceive reality. There's no difference between some guy coming up with a formula and that guy over the formula. It's not like that guy discovered the formula. There's no such thing.
Well, look at Gibson guitars. They couldn't make any money because their guitars suck dick now, so they went suing people that made guitars that look like their guitars. I'm like, dude, you lost in every country so far. This is so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Don't go around suing people for using the Gartley pattern just because you can't fucking trade. That's your money now is from suing people because they said order block.
Gartley is a mathematical, subjective point of view. You can't say that this is exactly this working thing. You can't just say it because every flipping donkey dick fucking pattern I've tested, they're all swooping in different directions. So it doesn't really matter, does it?
How much is that donkey dick indicator? Can I download that, or do I need to? Do I need to qualify?
One, but it comes with inbuilt waveforms of all sorts of donkey sounds too.
So do I go long at the balls and get out of the head? Where's the trade on that?
Well, sometimes it's the other way around. I'm sorry to say.
So if I short it, I gotta start at the top and ride it to the base. You're saying?
Oh,
I don't know. What if you have a gag reflex? Can you make any money shorting with a gag reflex on that? No.
I don't know if he's blowing blanks or he's fully,
Isn't there some numbing agent I can put on the back of my throat so I can trade better?
That Phil scalp is Phil Collins. He's just an asshole. He's just an asshole. He just is.
I like when people spend so much time on their thumbnails and they're just the goofy font with the Phil trades Forex.
The minute he flipping opened his mouth, it was the first thing I'm going, human being can't understand, monkey no understand. Monkey, you're not getting this. Monkey, do understand one thing, he's full of shit. It's
That does not
you won't
compute.
be able to trade Forex at all. I've been doing this for 30 years. Right. Alright.
The most
I mean,
depressing video he has,
you
have you
have to
seen the one that
trade?
says you'll never make money trading Forex? I'm like, thanks for the inspiration.
Yeah, I know.
You ever seen that one?
I'm so geared up for it.
You'll never make money. Oh, you think you might make now.
And I watched all his orders. I took the timestamps, everything, put them into my flipping wonder machine. Look through it and go, what a goober! An absolute goober. 200 pip stop and
But he's
100 pip
our goober.
profit. Okay, genius.
He's our goober, though. See, there's a difference. He's our goober. We listen to his every word and all of his suggestions about trading psychology, like wear depends. Wear diapers if you're shitting your pants.
Oh, ball control, mate. They're all flipping automatons. You could tell, like, the 3 up, 3 down trick. Really, wow. Like, no other person, even my cat could see, oh, there's 3 up there and 3 down. Fucking.
Count
And the
bars
5
back.
candle thing. You mean a
Candles
fractal?
back.
It's just.
Place your stop 3 pips below the 5-bar count back.
Oh, God.
Certainly, you could run that test.
Yeah, I know. It's like I'm just thinking behind that cupboard door is his gimp suit.
He's like that guy that guy that was molesting kids. That that goofy fuck.
Yeah, possibly.
I can't remember his
I know.
name, but he was famous for that. And it turned out he had a whole harem of children and stuff. Well, crude oil's pulling off the base there. Look at 9 o'clock. Crude oil's a buy right there on the fucking chart. Look at that. Looks like people are going to go short the dollar here. Looks like stocks are going to rally one last time, and they're going to dump the dollar here as soon as I got a half hour till stocks open. Everybody's positioning their accounts appropriately. That crude oil sell off there on the 30-minute looks like a premium retest buy.
I could fucking shred all these twats, every fucking one of them with their bullshit. It just does my head in, mate. I sit here half the time trying to be nice, trying to be calm.
Well, you want to go to heaven, right?
Good monkey.
You want to get in heaven.
But it's like, it gets to the point of cringe. I just, it's like, where's the human race gone? They all died. Where they? It is. Everything's become artificial between artificial.
Virtual.
The point of
The virtual.
yeah,
world.
the virtual nonsense. Like,
Avatars and. No, trading's a real
him and his
boring
flipping
thing. isn't it?
bullshit. Like, oh, fuck off, do me one. In a couple of months, I will flipping have this done, and once all the bits and pieces are in, it's all out the way. You'll be able to do what you do. You'll be able to do what VP is pretending to be, and you can do ICT. Fuck you too. You're just a moron. I mean,
Gotta
if you have a
rest
height of
out.
intelligence, well, my dick is a fucking genius, right? It just is. Like, this is just wrong. It's a random system. What do these people not understand about random systems? It's not that random. It is random, but not that random. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. Chaos 3. There's another one. Anyone who swat up Chaos 3, go do it. You'll learn more from that than you will trading. Trading is just nothing but just... You're all gods in your own minds. If you want to be one, you can rip through this like it's nothing. You just need to understand what you're against. Once you do, then you can just bury it a new one. That's it. I can't take it. 2,500 videos I watched, mate. I should be in an asylum by now. How you handle it? How do you handle these dicks? Why do you do it to yourself? Don't, please don't. So artificial as shit. Even what they say is incoherent.
Wow, I just got a major stop hunt there on the euro. Did you catch that? They just took out the low of wicks don't lie. You just missed the. If you had a pending down there, you didn't miss it. If you had a pending, see how that pending thing is just such a great idea. Look at that thing, man. Wow, man, they just right at the top of the hour. Notice that? What do you think of that window? Look at that! Look at that fucking drama on the euro.
What's the odds on that?
Happens every fucking day.
I know.
Every day. Look at that crude oil. They just. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, look at that thing, man. This is crazy shit. Crazy town. I just blew up the account, I think. I got free margin, though. Look at that. So, I just have to come in and buy it, I guess. That's the pound, though. The pound, the same thing. Look at that. Look at that stop hunt on the pound. Look at this wick on the euro. Put some limits in there. So I only got $100 in free margin. I'm just gonna go in, buy it. Look at it. Look at it rip, dude. Look at it rip. See how why people lose trading Forex? Look at that. You could have had it pending down here, and picked that trade up and just made a clean 8 pips.
Have you seen the euro pound?
I don't have wide
Holy
enough
shit.
stops for that fucker. But this is what happens, man. Just before the stocks open, look how they just punish that. Look at that retrace on the euro. Oh my God. So you got to step in and buy that at the market, man. You got to have market orders available for. Look at that fucker. Look at that bitch rip. Oh my God. See, now if I was buying more, which I'm trading my own account right now, but look at that. I got $500 of free margin. I'm in pretty severe, right? I'm in $400 of margin, so I'm kind of stressing the whole account there. Hopefully I'm cashing out of something right now like that. Oh my God, look at that thing. This is nuts.
Have you ever tried to go from $500 up to $50,000? Have you ever tried?
Oh, well, that's kind of tough. So I haven't tried that.
If I'm not to brag or anything, I've gone from $50 to $100,000.
Yeah, no, I can see how once it starts to cascade into your tickets, yeah, that's possible. Because then it just it really takes off.
$50. Do you know how fussy you got to be with a margin or only that?
Oh. See, now I'm getting crushed here. Look at that 1 minute chart. See, this auction happened right here so fast on the 1 minute chart. There's another thing that this stuff happens so fast. That
most of the goobers, 95% of people go into markets. You do realize they only have $500 in their account, right?
Well, at least they're not losing. At least they're not losing too much. Some guy this morning on the stream had $800 and he was down $130 on the Australian dollar. So he must have been pretty big because Australian dollar don't move too much. Here, I'm going to buy at the market right now. This is a 1 minute chart, by the way. 5 minutes after. So here's the setup. You got to buy right now, and I don't have my fucking ticket ready, so I'm going to miss it. Fuck. Here. So you got to buy right. I missed my entry there about a minute ago. 30 seconds ago. Okay, now we're looking to take out the high and keep going up now into looking for a 25-minute rally in the stocks, and then it probably go flying back again.
What are you using in the sense of making that decision? Is that momentum?
Oh, just the time of the day. Like, so right, 9 o'clock.
Time of the day. Right.
So 9 o'clock, all the robots, the 1 hour robots, the 5 minute robots, the 1 minute robots, and the 15-minute robots, and the half hour robots, they all queue up at the top of the hour. And then you just have this trap. This is like an auction. There's too many people that are buying the euro going, oh, this thing's going to go to the moon, right? So a lot of people loaded up, and there's that one last kind of stop hunt down here. 1 minute shear down if you buy under the floor in the trap zone, right? So if you pull the trigger like a sniper here, for the scalp. But what if you just had limits down here? If we could just take out this high here coming into, so as we come into the Dow Jones, this is going to be the big moment of truth, is that if we can make it above this high, which is that high, then we could rip and just go fucking full retard north. It's a real perverse game, you know, because I'm cashing out right now. And these are shallow targets. Actually, what I'm running is scripts here, but I'm not, this isn't real money, so I'm not really being that careful. I'm back to $1,000. So I started about $2,000. I could probably get to about 3,000 if I let this thing go, but then if it was real money, I'd do this. I'd move these targets up. These are like 10 and 20 Ks. I go like this real fast, get in front of the market, and just, if you hold down the Alt key, you have to set that though. If you go to options, you have to tell the charts to use the Alt key. You should always have that on, because otherwise if you move your tickets, if you do any drawing on your charts, you'll end up accidentally moving the ticket. So look at that pullback. Look at that vicious pullback. Good thing we cashed out, huh? What a frantic, the 1 minute chart's so frantic, you know. Got to stabilize here and can't take out the low here. It'll stop me out.
1 minute charts are like flipping bipolar on acid. Sorry, can't be done.
Well, you got to pull the trigger every minute, you know. Like at the end of this minute, top of the top, when we come here, you're gonna buy. So you just buy at the market.
A division of time, basically. Yeah.
Well, it's a momentum-based system, I suppose. Looks like they might just take out the low.
I could do a lot anyway, mate. But reality cometh. Yeah. Really.
It's pretty tough to trade two currencies like this, so that's why I'm not making any money. Because when the pound's a buy, it's not exactly the euro's a buy too. They're not a buy at the same time. That's unfortunate.
I tell you another thing. I've noticed a lot of people can't handle the idea. This is what gets me with educators. They got this one trade mentality, all or nothing mentality. Thinking of a machine, basically.
Well, they trade setups, you know.
Yeah, it's like, for example, here's one setup. I've done my thing. I move on to the next. Oh, this looks pretty good. Don't do another. Before that, I didn't do that. I did exactly what they were doing. Oh, you got this one thing. One thing.
You missed your buy. You missed your buy in the 1 minute chart there. You were supposed to buy a minute ago. But you were too busy jabbering about your amazing hardware. Yeah, I'm looking for a big rail. I'm looking for the dollar to crash.
Yeah, in that sense, I guess. But it's like people don't think in probabilities, mate. They just don't. That's another indicative opposite of everything they're naturally bought into. Not to think of numbers.
We certainly weren't raised like
day
that.
To day?
None of us were raised.
Nobody
like
does.
That. I don't think the human, no, because you're a survivalist, and capital preservation is getting in the way of you making risky decisions, because you're always worried about, well, what if I lose? And I studied so hard not to lose.
Not just lose for the sake of losing. There's a guy said, "Oh, you should worry about that. You should, be like you, huh? You mean losing 95% of the time because you don't understand what you're doing. If you understand what you're doing, you make better decisions." Yeah, probability mindsets do not exist for the majority of people. They just don't, because they can't think like that. They think about that's my lunch, that's my job, I go do my thing, I get these bunch of numbers, I go buy more shit I don't need, I rinse and repeat, fornicate from time to time, and that's about it.
With a mask on, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I trade with two masks on. I haven't been stopped out yet today. I trade with two masks on.
People don't want to think in that kind of complexity. They just can't handle the idea. It just seems so baffling.
God, these markets are so nervous, waiting for Dow to open.
What's the worst thing in this world, do you think? Is actually making a decision based on your own bullshit? Or is it best to understand why you're making the decision?
Well, if you see what I decided to do is diminish the importance of the decision by just trading. I'm not doing it here, but this is trading 10Ks here, which is I would never do. But trading a 1K to me just it diffuses the importance of that one decision, and it becomes like 1,000 decisions, and you got 20. If you got 100 wrong decisions out of 1,000, for some people they're like, what's going on with the wrong decisions? But that's the cost of trading. Now that's just like paying for your data feeds and your internet connection, really.
Yeah, but
That's
you're
just an
looking at it
expense.
from just a random choice of emotions and what they perceive. But you're not looking at it mathematically. You're saying, well, I've got this thing and it says da 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 da, and this has been successful 87% of the time, and if
Right,
those 30%
right, 80%.
lose,
It's a high probability,
just
or
one
it's
of
a
those
good
things.
winning average. It's right 80%
Yeah,
of the time.
it's just.
Let's see here.
It's just one of those outcomes. How do you know that your mistake is just a random factor versus an actual, a deliberate mistake by your own action? Or is it different?
Well, that's hard because if you're upset emotionally, it's hard to be objective about how you're winning and losing. Because if you think that, like say you're in a winning trade and then you freak out and you get out because you're like you heard something on zero hedge, and I mean these are trading mistakes I consider, right? Because you kind of went against your original plan was to go long, but then you heard some rumor about Janet Yellen turns out she's gay or something, and you're like, oh, better short the dollar, she's gay, whatever that trigger is.
But from a mathematical probability point of view, none of that's important. It's just gone. Don't need it.
Well, yeah. See, you're attaching concern to the money when really, if they're clean trading decisions based on objective stuff, then you shouldn't be emotional. But people are, they just are.
Why the fuck would some woman turning gay got anything to do with 100 million orders in the last 2 minutes?
Well, let me explain. Let me explain it to you. It's like this.
It's like, why does everybody have to go into emotional cookie cutter to justify an action? It's just self-destruction already when it comes to understanding this. It is. You just destroyed everything about it. You're not doing it logically yourself. You're just doing it in a way that seems right for yourself. Yeah.
So here's another buying opportunity. This very fast 1 minute down. This is the robot I was trying to get built. Is that the market goes down really hard like that and it buys. It has to go down really hard though. Kind of in the trap. We're right down on the bilge here, the very bottom of the market right now, waiting for Dow to open. Still 15 minutes left. A do or die moment here.
People join dots for the most bizarrest of reasons, mate, and they're not on drugs. When the society says you're against drugs, I'm saying the 90% of you are not on drugs. You're more mad than the people on drugs. They should be mad. But then when you get a pothead come along, bro, that's just a level head. Oh yeah. It's like a child. Exactly. It's got no all this crap in their head. It's just I see us.
15-minute chart. So here's the 15-minute trade. Is you're buying below here, and you're going to be the wick here on the 15th. So you're going to hold this. If you got filled on limits, you're long the wick right now, and that they just closed out the 15th. So if we rally from here, you'll end up with a. Well, I guess you got what's the candlestick pattern right now? I guess it's a bearish candle. Let me see if it turn on my.
USD M15.
Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, so just a big bearish candle. But if you go to the 5-minute chart, you probably got a hammer out of that now, a couple of hammers. I guess I should wait for the half-hour chart. So the half-hour chart to me, because the Dow Jones opens and the half-hour news comes out the half-hour. Half-hour is a nice low-frequency time frame to trade. We're kind of buying this new low here, So you'd be long that, you'd be up on this trade a little bit. Waiting for the full engulf of we take out the high of the day. When the stock's open, this is the dream, the bull dream. Here's the crude oil, right? The crude oil, you're up on your crude trade. You bought that support. And what else you got here? Oh, British pound's getting hammered. Crude oil's long. Gold looks like it can make a move. S&P is... I'm curious about this Bitcoin, though. Bitcoin's kind of bullish. Yeah, the guppy's in a harsh sell-off, huh?
No, the crypto coins is one advantage with them, for the most part. They're not manipulated by massive hedge funds yet. Some are, a little bit.
Well, plus they're totally liquid. They're liquid all weekend long. But what happened there? I heard there was some company that's some stock that's associated with Bitcoin that's coming out. This IPO where they have this insane valuation, and I'm like, that doesn't sound right. That sounds bad. That sounds dangerous. Have you heard about that? Some
No.
billion-dollar corporation that's going to, it's associated with Bitcoin, and I thought, ooh, that sounds like it's going to be dangerous. Like that's going to be it's going to explode. It'll take Bitcoin down. See if I don't really keep up on the crypto news, but I'm sure people that know about this. So.
Yes, but if you're the contrarian, you'll make a lot of money.
Well, the fact that everybody's on board means it's a crowded trade and really shouldn't be even in it, you know.
Well, think about it, right? You got a bunch let's pretend 99% of them are goobers. They're going into this Bitcoin thing, and the billionaires are coming along to try and screw with the price. If you're a contrarian, you're on the billionaire side, aren't you?
Yeah.
And if you're the goober, you're the sheep that's about to fall off the cliff.
Yeah, I mean, the headlines, you know, if you got the feeling that the news was somehow helping you, you know, I think it's just like people trying to explain what already happened. It's almost like the trade's over. People are trying to explain it now.
No, news is more a long-term thing, but you're talking about real-world catalytics. You're looking at something that actually is used in the real world. That's different. That's a long-term fundamental. There's short-term fundamentals. The woman who's turned gay, for example, right? She had nothing to do with any of this. But it sounds about right because the media says so. But don't you think that's just a front for something obviously mechanical behind it all?
But if the market moves on that and you actually made money from that, you start to believe that, oh, that's the trick. See, I just have to pay attention to who's gay, and then I'll make money.
I'm searching all these people who've just turned gay, right? That's my trade path.
This is when your gaydar comes in handy. See, your gaydar.
Imagine doing a Fitbit teacher's lesson, right? Where you're to study sophisticated quantitative analysis, and your model's based on women turning gay, rich women turning gay. What?
It's my queer algorithm. It's a queer algorithm. It's very
$3,000 for this course? Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, and you got to bring your own carpet to munch too.
Yeah. They're a bigger friend. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Friends don't let friends trade gay symbols for... It's a buddy system.
Dude, are you actually opening up some affiliate program later on, a non-PC version of how to trade?
Yeah, call it trading by the seat of your clit.
Oh god.
Yeah, grab by the pips. I call it grab by the pips course.
But all those other teachers were so nice and PC friendly.
Yeah, can't we just get some... When's normalness going to come back to the markets? I can't stand them. They're manipulating it so hard they keep fucking up my ikamushus. I wish the market would calm down. You should see my Renko. They just beat the shit out of my Renko at that last fucking FOMC meeting. Okay, it's a 10-minute window. Stocks are about to open. Are they buying the dollar or are they selling the dollar? They're selling the dollar. They bought crude down here. This is the retest in the half hour. Stocks, S&P is kind of a mess, but Yeah, I think I'm. Let's take a zoom in look at the dollar here for 4-hour stock market. So stock market on the half an hour. So see the stop hunt on the stock market is the same as a stop hunt on the euro and stuff like that. Same problem, right? Oof! I put my stop down here. Oof.
Dude, your order block's not in.
If I could just get people to put limits where their stops are, they'd see the magic of this contrarian view. Okay,
Don't
euros.
do anything fancy or unique now because ICT will flipping copyright it or something.
He'll watermark it. He watermarked my order block, and now I'm locked out of my account. Son of a bitch.
Don't call it order block. Call it cock block.
So somebody called him the goat, and I didn't know what the goat is, but he's the god of all traders. Apparently, the goat. They love ICT. I think the mystique is there. As long as you keep the mystique and don't divulge too much of your algorithm, you'll keep them. You keep an appetite there. Waiting for the stocks to rally here. Focused on the Dow Jones, the cash market.
No amount of acid can achieve this reality.
Well, institutional order flow. First, you have to be institutionalized for a little bit.
I've seen a lot of guys. They talk about we're giving this information away for free. Yeah, because it's shit. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that what are you going to do with it, right? If I told you that the Bank of Japan was going to do some trade, I wouldn't take it. In fact, I had somebody that knows the people inside info from a millionaire. He said to me, well, Bank of Japan's going to do X. I said, I'm not going to put in I'm not trading with 500 pip stops. I can't take that trade. I'm sorry. That may be a great trade, right? Yeah. But we all know those kind of fundamental trades take a long time to unravel, and actually that might be true in the long run, but geez, I don't know. Kind of nervous about that trade.
I think a lot of it is like, yeah, let's say Bank A does this thing. So some people know about it, then a bunch of other people know about it. Let's just say it's a gentle trend from a causality, that point, right? How do you know that across the world, all these mathematical machines are all just stomping in? It's got nothing to do with A. It just happened to be a coincidence of a bunch of number crunching machines. They just all went into it. Some guys on the other end going, shit, I think we've gone too far with this. Turn it off.
Yeah. It's
got nothing to do with fucking anything. Nothing to do with news or people or gay women turning into transgenders. What the fuck?
Well, there's swing trader. See, this is where swing trading comes from. This is where you find a couple. You're married. You find a couple. That's how swing trading started. Do I have to explain everything? I mean, you may know what a teraflop is, but swing trading started in a bedroom. Duh.
What, a swingers?
Yeah.
Swingers club.
Hello. God, I mean, seriously. Just because you have an accent doesn't mean you can't pick the stuff up.
Got to put an order block in now.
Yeah,
put an order block on. See that wick right there? This is some serious technical shit.
Order blocks don't lie.
Put an order block there.
And golfing patterns don't lie. Order blocks don't lie.
Wicks don't lie.
5 minutes till the Dow Jones.
He shouldn't teach in schools. He'll be arrested.
No, I used to be married to a school teacher, and I said to her once, "Can I be the substitute teacher? Just tell them you're sick, and I'll just show up and just start ranting, and the kids will just be like screaming." I go, "Okay, kids, I'm gonna save you about fucking 10 years of school, and I'm gonna give you the fucking lowdown right now."
I'll give him at least 8 to 10 years stretch. Like,
I'll give you a checklist. You can walk out of here. You know what they say? What's the latest catchphrase? Is that I'll give you a couple takeaway phrases to take home to your parents. This is what they say. This is
kids. Oh God.
This is
What have you learned today? Billy?
Anger is my friend.
Simple then, teacher. He's talking about cross-dressers a lot as a pursuit and a path of enlightenment. Really? What else? something to do with animals too. I don't know.
And something about it doesn't matter what gender you are, you can still go long the pound. Equal opportunity trading. You know, I should have a woke Forex. Woke Forex. We trade for the greater good.
The world is technologically run to a level of such extremes that people are oblivious to it. They just are like, I mean,
yeah. Well, it hurts your brain sometimes, you know. There's information overload. I mean, that's kind of the problem, I think, is that there is so much, you know, like which is the best, and there's so much, right? You could just everything from the moving average to structured trading to a level 5 and whatever, you know, so many different variations of stuff that people are into, you know. Hopefully this is going to be
indeed.
Well, as long as you don't use any toxic cleaners on the carpet, there's nothing wrong with carpet munching. You just have to make sure you don't have any chemicals or you haven't dropped any you know, shrapnel or.
I think it's a new technical term for people who recycle carpets.
Right. Yeah, can you imagine that? Used carpet, that's pre-munched carpet. It's like jeans that are torn, you know.
Soaked carpet, recycled soap carpet. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Cat pre-cat stained, and you know what? It doesn't even smell anymore. I don't even know what it smells.
Why is the channel not being banned yet?
We haven't posted anything that's copyrighted. These are all original. These are original crude concepts. So
that's going on a lot these days. That CoffeeZilla guy was pointing out how many of these so-called teachers are just copying other people's stuff word for word.
Yeah, just improve the just get a better graphics, just get a better pictures, and you could just keep on the same, you know.
Are you telling me this person has been on this planet for 20? There's one guy, 26 years old, and he can't come up with his own set of words in a coherent manner in 26 years?
Yeah, I believe it.
What's the issue there? He speaks. He speak it.
Yeah, but if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Copy someone like that. You know. Sorry.
Oh, here we go. Here's the Dow Jones is about to open. They're ramming the euro down into the Dow opening here. So if you can survive this 5-minute window before and after the Dow opening, you're good to go. Pretty brutal. Like, look at this 5-minute Dow Jones chart. Just rambunctious. Look at they're going after new lows here. Just keep driving it down, driving it down. 20 seconds. 20 seconds till stock's open. There you go. Okay, 5 seconds. So you got this window of psychosis here. Look at the Dow is about to take out the low of the day. Crazy town. All right, here we go. They just made a new low in the Dow. We're going to buy it. We're buying the euro. We're buying the Dow.
Something wrong with the stream.
Fill in limits.
Yeah, it's just all gone tits up. Shit.
So now we got 5. We got to wait 4 more minutes for confirmation right now. Look at him punish that Dow. This goes on for 5 minutes.
Do you mean the 500
About
US
to hit
500?
hit my buy limit right there on the Dow, or my entry.
SPX 500. Is that what you're talking about? Oil.
Wow, here we go. So gird your loins here. Going for a rally now. Buying the stop hunt. Wow,
Dow
look at
Jones
that.
is stocks, though, isn't it?
Right, but it's just like the euro. It's going the same direction.
Yeah, but your oil you're trading right now, is this live stream in sync with what you're saying?
Well, the video is probably delayed by a minute.
US 30.
Yeah, US 30. That's the 5-minute chart. So I'm buying new lows. I marked off the low of something here. I can't remember what I put in there.
All right, I'm looking at US.
So that
30,
yellow
and I
line
can't
goes
see
back
US 30 on the
to
screen. Oh, okay.
yeah, that yellow
I
line
see it.
goes back to the previous. So here's my technique: is you put your orders in down here like this low. So here's where the fuel's at for the rally.
Oh, it's very hard to see on the screen. Oh yeah. I see it.
In other words, if
US
you go
30.
back to 2 days
I
ago.
was wondering that. I was like, what's he on about? Dow Jones. It's oil. No, it
Yeah,
isn't.
no. So they're all kind of the same, but that's like the buy window. Okay, now we're looking for a blow your mind short squeeze in the euro and the Dow Jones. So you could have waited. You could have waited till 9:30 in the morning to put this trade on, and a sniper would do that, right? Oh, look at they just took out and just buy, you know, because there's nothing else. What else are you gonna do? You know?
Not worth spending too much time on that. If you look at the UK agreed with withdrawal agreement, Boris Johnson claimed it is out.
I think I blew up the account. Wait, I got free margin. Wait. See, I trade with 1Ks now because I don't have enough money.
There really isn't any more to say on that. For those saying that the protocol is damaging Northern Ireland, the solution is simple. We go back into the transition period.
Is that the zero hedge guy talking?
Simple as that. We do not create the conditions whereby the only legal solution.
Who is that talking? Is that you?
But then blaming the EU because they were the ones to arrest it. It's going to work. It will not. It will in the UK. Sure. But the world
Who is that talking? Is that you? You kill. I can't understand what he's saying. You're killing me. What is that? What is that in the background? Who's talking?
What?
Who's talking in the background? Oh, is that the TV? I wonder what
Oh
that
yeah,
was.
some dude has got opinions about Brexit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, he's killing me because I couldn't understand what he's saying. I was like, what is he saying? Maybe it's important.
Pessimistic in Brexit here, like. About as useful as a flipping condom in the Vatican.
Okay, I got $62 here. Can I make? I got $100. Can I make it to 1,000 from 100? Probably not. Looks like they're just going to crush the euro. It's done.
USD, let's have a look. Oh yeah.
Still going for new lows here. Okay, 5 minutes has passed. In 1 second. Okay, there's a 5 minute. We should get a rally now. Otherwise, we're going to go through the floor and you're done.
It's just a level hunt. It's a level hunt, but it's wicking like crazy, mate.
Yeah, it's just going to crush it. They're going to go lower, it looks like.
Yeah.
So the Dow Jones, where's the Dow Jones at? They're probably sold off because of just nobody to take the other side of the trade now.
6.5 minutes ago already, it was already going on a down thing, like. But that just might be.
So this is
just
the big crush. Wait, let me get my Dow Jones chart up.
Yeah, it could be just bait as well.
Oh, looks like here's the critical window. You know, this is it. Like so, anything below here for the scalp. We still got another support down here we could go after, but okay. We still got, so there you go, 5 minutes locked in. Let me go to the 5 minute chart. So here's what it looks like. Big 5 minute down bar. If you bought at the end of 5 minutes, right there, and you're just going to buy because it's a trap in unfair value. That's all. It's a simple trade.
It's got an indecision now.
So now I'm looking. I said Bitcoin must be selling off. No, Bitcoin's just sitting there.
Yeah, indecision.
The S&P is looks like it's just can't wait to tank and go through the floor. But these are kind of fake out moves, and this is also, okay, cash market's open. Here comes the euro back. So we got to buy more euro. It's coming back up. We got a victim here. The window, This is Ryan Thomas.
Hi,
I was
mate.
hoping it was Ryan Brown.
Hey,
But apparently.
How you doing? You okay?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Simple?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Surviving
Yeah,
the
man, I
drama?
just thought I'd come in to tell you, man. I've been listening to you for like years, so I thought I'd come in here. And
Sorry to hear that.
like, what's up, man?
Yeah, no, it's crazy town, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I used to just watch your videos like crazy, man. Just sitting in the sauna, had that shit on audio when I'm running.
Wow.
Crazy shit, dude. Yeah.
No, it's a wild world. There's a lot of people out there doing the Forex.
Yeah, dude, I learned so much from you, man. After I got scammed out so many times by these fucking Telegram people when I was learning, I discovered you. And then I was just like, dude, this is the only person I'm going to listen to. I found that out after a while.
Telegram course? I mean, they have like a course or something.
Like after you like showed up everybody on like all these courses, how bad they were, how scammy they were. I was just like, dude, I'm just going to listen to this guy. And then that fucking bitch Hannah Forex came out about the same time I was trying to learn. And that bitch made me just want to kill myself, so I quit trading. It's like, fuck this, dude. I'm not.
Why were you doing the setups that she was doing, using the indicator she uses, or just?
No, dude, she was just depressing, man. She sits there and she puts up her little journals and shit, and she, has her own YouTube channel, and I'm gonna make $1,000 this month, It just gets annoying, dude, because you want to be better traders than those people, and I hate her attitude too, man. She's just kind of like a lazy girl. I don't know, man, but she just took. After I saw her put her shit up, dude, I was like, dude, I gotta quit trading for a while. I kept losing, man. I studied for like 4 years, and I listened to you for like 4 years, and I downloaded like all of your shit, dude. Like I went onto that website you have with all of your indicators on an MT4. I was trying to like, trade little micro lots, going like how you do it, and setting up your chart, how you did it. And I traded the Euro USD for like, that was like the only chart I focused on for like a good 6 months the last time, and then I quit. But I'm getting a degree in economics, dude. That's what I found out. I was like, maybe I don't want to be a Forex trader. Maybe I just want to know about economies. So I'm just going to go to school for that. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, Hannah Forex is a college girl. She's a college girl that's trading on the side. I don't know.
She's a good trader, but she's just her. I don't know what it is about it though, man. Like
maybe it's a Stoicism book that she reads. She had that book Stoicism.
What's the name?
It's like you get these people with the same style. They want to, these people with the same type of like lifestyles that you want to live. As like a Forex trader. And she's like that. I'm like that too. But she sits there and she shows off and gives advice, and it's just a nasty world, man. I've been scammed so many fucking times, dude. Like when I started, I lost like $2,000 off like fucking just getting into like random like Google videos that people would make and try to sell. Like the whole Telegram game is like crazy.
So how big a position? How big a position are you trading?
Like a teaching program, like.
So you're trading like 10Ks on one ticket in the beginning?
I don't know. I just put in, I wasn't like too irresponsible. I mean, I probably put in like 0.05, 0.1 on like a 3,000 demo. You know what I mean? Like, I was trying to make like $50 or $60 a trade and get out. And then I started trading smaller. I experimented with everything, swing trading, as they call it, or whatever. I got really into like time trading, like how you said, like only trading certain times. Yeah, man. I learned everything from you, basically, or at least a lot of my mentality, which really helped too, because I was like, dude, fuck all these people, dude. Like, you just
Did you take a
Dude,
course? You took like a formal
it
course?
was like that's dude. The people who introduced me to trading, like I remember, man. I'm in the army, and that I was pulling guard at this gate, and this guy came up to me. He's like, "Yo, man, you trade Forex?" And I'm like, don't you have to be like really smart to trade, charts, And he's like, no, man. He's like, all you gotta do is just go to Pips University. It's on Telegram. You pay him $500 and he'll teach you how to trade. And I was like, okay. So I got on there. I spent $500. Dude, he turns out he's just like a total piece of shit. Dude, he just puts up like GJ. And it's just like, oh, it's gonna go this way, and it's just like, bro, you fucking. This is horrible shit, man. And I was hooked ever since, though, because just the idea of being able to make money independently, not having to work for anybody, that's the life right there. So
yeah, but the mistake number one is that if you want somebody else to tell you how that's going to be, you already made a mistake.
Oh yeah, like I got to that point, quit listening to people and just doing it yourself.
Most of them don't know what they're on about. They just waffle on. What was the name of this woman again? What was her name?
Oh, Hannah
Her name's Hannah
Forex.
Forex, dude. She pisses me off, man. I mean, I don't have too big of a deal with her, but it was just people like her, you know what I mean? Or I would get on to TradingView and look at all like the top traders, and then I go into
what's the name?
Oh, her name's Hannah Forex. I don't want to
Oh yeah, HANNA. No,
Yeah.
I'm a subscriber to her channel. I mean, she just kind of does these. I call it the Hannah Forex move, where she makes a prediction that the market's going to zoom away. She does projection where the market's going to take off like a rocket. I'm like, it doesn't always do that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
Hannah Forex. Oh God, alive.
Yeah. Well, she has what she does.
Wait a
no,
second. Anna
so-
Forex is new. She ain't been around that long.
well, what happens is
She's been around like
yeah, but you get to watch her make coffee in the morning. So the video is 3 minutes of her making coffee, and then she gets in front of her trading terminal. And
I think
It's
what
her
it was
lifestyle.
just like, dude, this girl spends her whole life, doing this, and I don't.
she just jumped out. She just got out of the cot.
Like I
Right,
don't have
right.
time to do all that. I don't have time to like turn my whole life into some sort of trading game. I mean, I wish I can someday, but in the meantime, like, dude, I'm just gonna go study like macro and game theory and go to school.
She just got out of puberty about 4 years ago, mate.
yeah, no, she's a young whippersnapper.
She's been trading as long as I have, and she just puts me to shame, dude. She just puts me to shame. And
Because she has better eyeliner than you, or what are you talking?
yeah.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
And it's just degrading for me. You know what I mean? Like, and she has time to put all that shit up on YouTube. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's making money. Like, dude, I was just like, dude, fuck this, man.
She's got 90,000 subscribers. For the love of Pete.
You should have 90,000 subscribers.
But then the markets would stand still once they figured out my algorithm.
Here's another issue I got with it. I like more of these back testing videos. Why? It's the past. It's over. Do any of you want to go back in time if you had the power to do that and actually correct any mistakes or
Well, why do you
whatever
think
in your life?
Yeah, I have a scrapbook
It's no
here.
different than this. You can't change that. That past is gone. It's over. You're done.
You mean
You
my
don't have to
you mean
pay.
my
I,
scrapbook of memories means nothing? How dare you?
No, I don't. I mean, fuck all in trading anyway. But it's the same principle. You learn by your mistakes, and you what are your mistakes? Are they mistakes? This is another question. The why. Is it a mistake?
I keep a journal on
Everything
every
you've done is
1K.
really a mistake. Maybe it's not.
I keep
Yeah.
a journal on every 1K I trade. That's how fucking diligent I am.
Do you really?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
No, can you imagine? So somebody asked me, do you do a journal? I go, no, I just look at, in my head, I guess I'm always, thinking about what I don't do it because at the end of the day, I know what I did. I don't have to be. It's like the people that get tattoos to remember their parents. Like you forgot your parents, you got a tattoo to remember that.
Yeah.
Could you just do a Post-it note on your mirror?
Yeah. And then, you know, you kind of sit back and be like, well, I'm doing everything wrong because I don't have it written down in my fucking journal.
Well, no, yeah, I remember those days because there's people that are very diligent, very, you know, they cross their T's and dot their, you know, everything. So they actually approach it like that.
If I was just like Hannah Forex, you know, I'd be a fucking really good trader, you know? It's like, fuck me, man.
Well, I have the same pillow she has, so I should be winning. I used to sleep on.
Is everybody in denial in this place or what? It's a random system. It's harder, not people get it.
Yeah.
You dot your I's, whatever you want, right? Let me give an example, right? First time in a club, I'm chatting up this bird. I think I'm all that, right? And I open my mouth, I say all these things, and she just really wants to bottle me right off the bat. And be polite and nice, but it was just all the wrong moves, all the wrong angles, all the wrong way of doing things. You know, trading is not that much different, mate. You're trying to project what you expect on a market to give to you. Just like I was trying to project what I wanted from her, right? It's the same thing.
Right.
Now, I got 50 women in that club, so I'll go on to the next, right? Like some sad twat, right?
Are you saying you got stopped out? You got stopped out of that, Beaver?
One of those birds is going to come home with me. In the probability of it, if I'm got the willpower and due diligence, one of those women will come home with me.
It's like in that one movie, Beautiful Mind. You know, you don't go for the blonde because you'll have other chances with all the rest of them, whatever.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. Because you know the odds are against you. You're looking for the cream of the cream, and when you actually start talking to her, you go, Jesus Christ, fuck, I'm done.
Simply, you know what I did a lot, like during like when I was having the most success, I was using a lot of CCI. And I would put it at like 175, 125, negative 175, negative 125. And then if it was cross, I'd be going like a swing trade. And I did that for a while. You told me that. You use CCI quite a bit.
Well, I did CCI in the beginning because it was such a blatant, it had a 100% thing and this 100 negative, 100 positive. I thought a forward period on close had such a on and off switch look to it, you know. So I thought, well, there's no ambiguity here. We're not waiting for any kind of. It's just literally an on and off switch.
Yeah.
The way it reacts to the price, you know.
You know what I did a few months ago or last month or whatever? I quit trading, but you know, like I still pay a little bit of attention to the markets. Like I know what's going on. And I got into that not GameStop, but I got into the other one, AMC, the movie theater company.
Oh,
yeah. I got in at like 5 a.m. on the day it was supposed to go off, right? And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna put $1,500 in here, you know, and I'm gonna come out with like $40,000 by the time this is all over, right?
So you're already picking out the new car.
Yeah, I was. And well, because there was nothing that could stop you. Nothing that could stop any of us, right? You know, we had the well, at least we thought we did until you realize how much fucking money is actually moving through these markets, and all of these hedge fund people who are just going to destroy you. And then of course, you had Robinhood stop trading. You know what I mean?
Right.
And which was totally illegal. Like you couldn't even log into the TD Ameritrade app. I remember I called him on the phone, and the guy was pissed off that I was even putting in the order.
Oh God!
Yeah,
because you're gonna get him arrested.
And I put that in at about 5:30 in the morning. I put it in at like I got in at like $9, and I was just driving around on my way to work, and I was up already at like $20 a share. So I had gotten like, I was right on track to getting that, Camaro or whatever, it was like cool. I was like, the market's been open for like a half an hour and I'm already up like $1,500, right? And I was like, well, I'll just keep waiting until this gets up to where GameStop was at, you know. And yeah, the Robinhood shut down or whatever. Like people couldn't trade, and all the bad news came out. You know, and I lost like $300, dude. And that was that, man. It's fucking horrible, dude. I got, you know, because markets are fucking rigged, man. Like that's
I mean,
how
look at the fake out moves. You know, I mean, look at a really fast move like that. So when I heard about people buying the GameStop, I thought, dude, it's just like the Bitcoin people. I mean, I know people that are saying they're buying Bitcoin here, and I'm like, yeah, but look at the monthly chart. You're not. If you look at the monthly chart, there's no way you're buying it for a long-term investment.
Mm.
And I don't know if you know anything about this. I had to mute what's his name because he stepped away from the mic. But this, I don't know if you heard about this, but I did hear about this yesterday, actually, 2 days ago, that there is this stock that's valued at some ungodly number. Ungodly. And it's an IPO, and it's tied to Bitcoin in some manner. I don't know if it's a mining company, but I'm like, here we go. That's the end of Bitcoin right there. When everybody's all hog long and it's just been approved by some exchange, this is, go back and look at Bitcoin. When Bitcoin hit 20,000 or before the big sell-off in Bitcoin where it came all the way back to like 10 or something, what do you think happened just before that? It was approved by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange that they actually trade Bitcoin. I go, well, that should kill the market for a while. Yeah, everybody went fucking short because they could short the futures now. And so there's going to be a lot of drama coming.
Yeah.
On all fronts.
I had this girl. I was doing some therapy classes because, you know, why not? I get them for free, right? And I get out of work too. So I was sitting in group therapy with this girl or whatever. My therapist, he's like, you know, you are the smartest guy in the world, and you all know the world of finance, and you are going to be so successful, and blah blah blah. And I get out to the parking lot, and this girl that I was in this group therapy session with came up and talked to me. And she's like, you know, like I heard all about this Bitcoin that they be trading, and I'm just like, here, if you want to know the best way to make money in the market is to just stay out of the market. I was like, do not ever put any money into anything and save up all your money, because like that is like a valid option, you know, because like, man, people are going crazy out there, dude. Like 45 years ago, like Forex and stuff, like people don't really talk about Forex, but people talk about Bitcoin, you know, and people think that these are like safe investments, you know.
I was trying to get my brain around Bitcoin a few times, and you know, it's to me, I look at it like it's like when Visa and MasterCard came out. It was a way to execute trades, right? Buy shit, and that's all Bitcoin is. So why is it valued so high? Is MasterCard stock that high and Visa stock that high? I mean, it just really just and there's a ledger system, right? I don't know. It's perplexing to me how it's even worth something, but.
Yeah, I look into like trading just penny stocks that people talk about on, you know, like Reddit. You know, like I've done pretty well doing that. You know,
those are vicious movers, but those are high leverage because you're buying something for 20 cents, you sell it for $1, you just made money. Even if the spread is 10 cents.
It's crazy, you know. People think that they can only make money off Bitcoin, especially these new people who are coming here as it's getting so popular. And I'm just telling them, it's like, you know, these aren't dollars you're making, you know, these are percentages you're making, and you can make your percentages of profit, you know, anywhere you want. So you can make it in orange juice if you want, you know what I mean? And people just don't understand that.
Yeah, they're all instruments. I mean, the thing is that the crypto world, the cool thing about crypto, that is, you got about 100 coins out there now. You could just bring up all the charts and hunt down and scan for a good opportunity, right? Because you have a system. And that was the thing, you know, what's your strategy, what's your system? My strategy would be buy low, sell high, but how do you implement it? It's the tactics. I think the tactician is the, like, how do you get into the trade, right? So people say, it looks like it's in an uptrend. Okay, well, where do I get on board? Do I just buy now with a wide stop, or do I wait for a pullback? And, You know, that's the devil's in the details. You know, this is the hard part, because it's one thing to say, oh, Bitcoin's going to 150,000, but what if it pulls back 50,000 before it goes to 150,000? What do you do then?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
how
the
I look at it was with these penny stocks I start trading. It's like you can't go any lower. I mean, you can, I guess.
Well, that's right. You can't.
Reality,
yeah, if you're. That's right. That's why I looked at it.
Waiting to pop, you know, and they do. Like you can put those in there, and wait a couple months, and the chances of you being in profit are like extreme.
Here, I'll show you a penny stock that I traded with my dad. My dad said to me, "Oh, you seem to know what you're doing," and he said, "I'm going to let you manage $10,000 of the our account." I said, "Good." So he says to me. And at the time, I think Payne Weber, one of these big houses, was my dad's broker, right? Because my dad he's old, you know, he's 3 years old, so he's very conservative, you know. Yeah. And of course, this is 20 years ago. So I studied market, dude. I can't tell you, I spent fucking 40 grand learning this shit. So I'm like, I'm gonna put my shit to work here, and I'm gonna impress my dad. So what I did was I brought up the stocks, and to prove a point, I found a place where the stock went nuts, and I looked at the news, and I'm like, cue the news up with this news is bullshit. I proved that. And then I get into this stock called Beacon Power. The symbol's BCON. Let's see if I can bring it up here on history. So this is a green energy company, and I didn't care. I was just looking at the pattern, right? So I don't know if it's still in business. Well, they came up with this way to preserve energy. So what they do is they take a flywheel. It sounds right. Take a flywheel, mount it in the ground with a low friction bearing, and you spin it, right? And when the power goes out, there's a generator at the core of that. And you just tap and you turn it on. You're good for like 4 days of power, right? There's so much momentum in this flywheel. It's underground. You can't hear it. And this is a backup system. And just before the grid goes down on a Thursday, because all the girls are getting their hair done in New York and Ohio, and the power goes out in New York. That stock, I bought it 35 cents the day before based on a pattern. It takes off like a fucking rocket, goes to $4.
Wow.
It was so funny because it just, when the grid went down, everybody they gobbled up all of these fucking electric companies. It didn't matter. Didn't matter if you were a real company, because some of these are fake company scams, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was funny, because that was my only really giant winning trade. And I was like, wow, look at that. And I couldn't get out of the fucking trade and call the broker. Of course, this is, you know, Payne Weber. Broker doesn't answer the phone. I missed on like $1.50 of profit because, and I was in 1,000 shares. I mean, it cost me $300 for the trade. And, you know, I'm at almost 4,000 there. Boom. And it all happened in fact, the markets were closed on Friday because the power's out in New York. When Monday, when it opened, Gap opened at like fucking $3 and ran to $4. That was the most exciting stock trade I've ever done in a penny stock, you know.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out what a fucking flywheel is, and then I looked it up.
Now it trades at 80 cents if you want it. Here's the. I'll bring up the song. Yeah. I'll try to find my trade on here.
I had to replace a flywheel in my fucking car when I blew my clutch, man. That's what a flywheel is. When you said flywheel, I had to look that up. I was like, oh yeah, I paid for one of them.
Charts. Yeah, no, that was it's like a centrifugal flywheel.
You know how many fucking crazy forms of renewable energy are possible that we don't utilize? It's fucking crazy, man. Like,
oh no, we're missing out on a lot of stuff.
Like magnetic energy.
Well, how about anger energy? Just take angry people and have them push a car.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, like they have issues with solar panels. That Tesla guy said that. He's like, you know, these solar panels don't have enough power. You can't power a car off solar panels because it's just not enough. And even with houses, you can't power an air conditioner or a heater because people are so arrogant with their electricity. They just have their air conditioner on and their heat on 24/7, and the solar panels don't power that shit. So apparently he's trying to come up with like a new air conditioning system that will
no, there's a lot of people trying to come up with a so I talked to this one guy, that millionaire guy, and he had this thing where he had invested in this supplemental power thing. I had to sign a non-disclosure just for him to tell me about it. And he says, "Do you think you could sell this thing?" And I'm like, "I don't really know anybody." Because you talk to people all the time. I go, "Not those kind of people." And I wouldn't be able to sell it, but it was some type of supplemental energy support system, and it sounded like a scam. But what it's doing is it takes the electricity and it kind of amplifies it, if that's even possible. But it does it through motors, and I can't. You're going to save about 20%. So you maybe in 3 years you'll pay it off. But it's really designed for countries where the power is so expensive, then it makes money. But if your power's already cheap, the machine costs too much. So there's that balance between, does it cost too much for the machine just to try to,
Mm-hmm.
But those are investments.
Power's a tricky thing, man.
Yeah. Well, the grids and all that stuff, and everybody's.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you do these days, man? Do you just trade? Are you retired or what?
Yeah, I'm kind of retired. I mean, I'm 62 years old, so I'm just kind of putz around and trade a little bit. I do a little bit of stuff on the side, but my view of the world is that since I own my own home, I don't have a mortgage, so I just kind of chill. I'm not really trying to get a Ferrari or.
You remember when you got your house broken into like last year? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, was it you that broke in? You seem to know a lot about it.
Yeah, I do because I watched your fucking channel.
Because I was so paranoid. What I did was after they broke in.
I know you were. I was like, holy shit! You got offline for a while, and you're like, it's like, holy shit, dude! Like, we're not worried about you, man.
Yeah, I wasn't. Well, the thing is that then I had a bunch of family issues and stuff like that, so I really wasn't paying attention. But when the first time somebody broke in, I was so freaked out that I put microphones downstairs because I got audio equipment. So I got some 50-foot microphone cables, so I put condenser microphones downstairs. I put on headphones. And I actually had in the room I had on the stereo system, I could hear everything downstairs. Well, I never actually listened to a room in an old house. And apparently, there's all sorts of stuff going on. Like, I was like, what is that sound? Never heard that sound before. Yeah, because I actually had the mics cranked, right, as much gain as I could get so I could hear every little thing. And I went, this house is like noisy as hell. And but I was kind of scanning. If somebody broke in, I would run down there. What are you doing? I can hear you.
Yeah.
But I was just trying to protect myself because I was feeling scared.
Yeah, man, I was still driving crazy. I remember they had me switch. I live in the barracks here, and they had me switch into a room. And the first day I got into the room, I noticed that it was really loud, and it was like my fucking refrigerator. And I was like, that is the most annoying fucking thing I've ever heard. Like, my fucking room, does not sound like that, my old room. And I complained about it in my head, for about 3 or 4 days. And, next thing you know, I just don't notice anything. And the noise is still there, but my brain doesn't pay attention to it because it's not actively,
Yeah, it's like a train. When you live by a train, you'd wonder how you ever sleep. But then I don't hear the train. I didn't think it was possible, but the only time I would notice the train going by is that shit would vibrate on the shelf, and I go, oh, that must be the train. Mm-hmm. I literally didn't hear the train anymore. I couldn't believe I wasn't hearing it because
I heard that's the worst is to live near trains. But I guess if you are living in the area of one, you eventually just kind of zone it out,
Yeah, it's amazing how you adapt. Same thing with when you go to a concert. You go to some 70,000 seat stadium and you listen to the band. First they sound like shit, but then psychoacoustically your brain adapts and it starts to EQ it. Mm-hmm. And it starts to sound better and better. And because you just adapt to all of the distortions eventually. It's amazing how same thing with you'll see a nice it looks like a good picture. You get out your camera, you take a picture, it looks terrible because your eye's able to deal with so much contrast where the cameras have got a fixed exposure where your eyes are so complicated and they can do so much shit that a camera couldn't do. Mm-hmm. Same thing with audio. You may sound great and then you turn the mic, you're like, sounds like shit.
Well, did you see that fucking thing with Joe Biden when he was fucking campaigning? They're like, dude, that guy's got one of them contact lenses with the fucking teleprompter in them.
Yeah, some of that's actually when people get cataracts, they'll put contact lenses in when you get your cataracts. So when you look right into the camera, you get this glare back. It's bizarre looking kind of effect.
Really? Yeah, that probably could be it too.
Yeah, because my parents had cataracts and they installed the contact lenses, and it's kind of creepy when you're right on axis with the lens. You see a glare back. You don't even see you just see the lens.
I with my hearing, man, I shoot cannons in the army. That's what your fucking viewers are doing in their free time is they're shooting cannons. Yeah.
I just load them. I don't shoot them. I just get the ball. I get a cartoon cannon. I load it, and then I light that squiggly fuse, and I run away.
That's basically what I do, yeah. Yeah. But my hearing's all shot to shit.
Is it really? Even if you wear earmuffs, it goes right through your skull.
Oh yeah,
skull resonates.
Yeah, and you just quit. You feel your ears just blow up the first few times things go off on you, and then after a while the damage is already done. I don't know how much like hearing I've lost or whatever, but yeah. They gave me a good percentage for it or whatever. So,
wow,
yeah,
jeez,
crazy. I almost died fucking in between watching your fucking YouTube channel and being at work, just from shooting cannons. I've had like white phosphorus rounds like explode in front of my face because like some fucking idiot in my unit like set the timer wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's supposed to be like, 33 seconds the thing is supposed to explode, but he puts it for like 0.33, so we shoot the fucking thing and it like...
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's... You mean it's got to be... So on the way out of the cannon, it's got a delay for that.
The rounds that you put into the cannon have a timer on the fuse, and that timer has this little like 1980s Casio looking timer on it.
Oh.
You hit the button, you be like, "Yeah, I want this to explode." After it shoots in like 30 seconds.
So they're rushing the explosion. It's exploding just as it's leaving the cannon, so it's like almost.
Yeah.
It's almost exploding in front of you.
Yeah, it explodes in front. Yeah.
So is it because they just hit the Casio and they just went a couple digits off? They didn't double check.
Yeah. I'll put it 0.33 instead of 33 seconds. The thing shoots off, and luckily it exploded forward instead of backward. That shit could have taken us out. But yeah, man, I've had some crazy times, dude. I've just been in the army listening to you. So I used to be really into Forex trading, man, but the last year and a half I've just kind of gotten out of it, but I thought I'd come in here and say what's up.
Were you a day trader, or were you holding stuff for like 3 days, or?
I would get in at 8 o'clock, and then I would usually get out by like 10. I just trade like that early.
Yeah, that seems like a big move, like this rollover from US, say 6:30 in the morning, and then 11 o'clock. It's kind of like there's this big dump, this big move, and then it's over. Like at 11 o'clock, it's kind of drifty, and you could stick around for a few more pips, but it's going to take 3 hours to make 20 pips when it took only like an hour to make 60 pips. So I'm not a big fan of like holding.
Yeah, and I tried day trading because it just seemed, or not day trading, swing trading because it just seems safer. And
plus less intense.
That's all fine until it doesn't work out the way you want it, and then you realize you've lost like a week or a week and a half's fucking time.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, it's the thing about the Forex, I think that's disturbing is that you could be up on a trade 20 hours later, it's up 80 pips, it's all the way back 80 pips, and you're like, gee, I should have got out.
Should have gotten out. And yeah, that's what your life is.
Because it's such a vicious range. Yeah. It's a ranging market.
Yeah. Or you'll be down and you'll just be like, well, if it's just going to be, if everything's so fucked up, I'll just sit in here for another, 3 or 4 hours and wait until everything evens out again, Just wait for it to turn around, and then you realize, no, that's not going to happen, and you've lost twice as much, or you blew a fucking account. You know what I mean? Like, I never put in like stop losses on my trades because I was always like watching. Yeah. You know what I mean? And
some people have a mental stop; they're able to get out. But I've always been trapped. Like I pretty much go, you know what? Just it's $300 account. Just blow it up. I don't care. But
yeah, but
certainly.
The way you trade is a lot different too, because you're using those like micro lots, and you're going all over the place, all over the chart. So I can see why you would need stops and stuff. But if I'm trying to trade, a 0.1 or 0.05 today, I'm not going to put a stop loss on there or take profit. I'm just going to wait it out and watch the whole thing.
Yeah. So. Well, it is kind of like see, I'm always alone. Like I live by myself, so the market's my friend in a way, like, oh, what am I in here, so that's the relationship I have, is that even if I'm in a small position, it's something to pay attention to, right? Because I'm not going to watch the news, and I'm not going to, I mean, it's kind of a relationship, because it's you with the market, but there's mind games, because no matter how big or small position you're in, you're mentally in the market, you're paying attention. And that's,
you want to talk about a mind game. You look at all these people who are throwing up those Fibonacci's, man. I fucking tell you what, dude, when I was learning, that was always a big deal. You got to throw up the Fibonacci, on the...
Yeah, the usual checklist.
Yeah, it's like, well, what time frame am I looking at here? Am I looking at the 4-hour chart today, or are we looking at the 15-minute chart? Because, you throw a fucking Fibonacci wherever the fuck you want to. A couple days ago you were showing the spiral Fibonacci retracement, and I think that is just as accurate as regular
right. The logarithmic. It was the end of the stream there. The logarithmic spiral Fibonacci. I have a book on that by Robert Fisher. It costs fucking $50.
The whole Fibonacci theory is just the theory of the spiral, essentially, right? Like when it's not in Forex. It's just kind of like the theory of repetitive infinity, I guess.
Well, what are people trying to do is they're trying to make the bridge between the markets being a natural phenomena and Fibonacci is a natural. In other words, if it's a natural thing, we should see it in nature. That's the argument for Fibonacci. You see that sequence when you look out. And why can't you take that and bring it into the market? Because it's going to help you, because markets are natural and Fibonacci is natural, and it's a marriage.
Well, fucking Robinacci, man, that guy almost had it right too.
I mean, Robinacci,
like the whole fucking world, it's like it's all Fibonacci.
Well, he got it too.
The world just goes back and forth and retraces. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just you're right, dude. Like, I almost wanted to give that guy a thumbs up, dude. Like,
well, I actually was when he talked about. Well, I give him a thumbs up when he said that everything's vibrating. He's right. Everything is vibrating.
He's like,
and it's just a matter of tracking the vibrations, and I agree, And so philosophically and kind of like principally, I agree. But of course, when you say stuff like, I was at the restaurant, and I noticed that they knew that I knew that they knew that I knew Robinacci, and they were watching me.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
you said you had a friend like that, and I had a friend like that too, man. I'll tell you what, and what's worse than you having the friend is I had to live with this friend, and we lived in his van, and we were sitting around like taking pictures underneath the car and looking for the invisibility cloak, and the reptilian. Waiting for the world to end in a month and a half from now, so nothing fucking mattered, dude. These people are fucking crazy, dude.
But was your van down by the river? Were you living in a van down by the river?
Yeah, I was the guy who said back when that Yang guy or that Wang, that Asian guy,
was $1,000 a month guy.
He was trying to give that fucking government stimulus or the weekly income of like $1,200 or whatever. Or maybe it was monthly.
It was $1,000 a month. It was, what do they call that? Just a participation trophy, kind of $1,000 a month.
If you give me $1,000 a month, I will never work again. I will find a way for it to work. In fact, give me $600 a month, and I will never fucking work a day in my life. I'll never contribute to any economy.
Well, that's the thing is that
people just are finding whatever way they can to not do anything.
Well, that's the Atlas Shrugged thing, you know. You just quit. You go on strike. You know, the men of the mind, which is it's going to happen because, well, for the next 2 years here, if we end up with this harebrained approach of Keynesian economics and all this bullshit, the people that actually build factories are going to sit on the sidelines like they did for 8 years of Obama and go, let me know when capitalism comes back, because I ain't pulling trigger on nothing. Shit. If you're going to change the rules in the middle of the game, that's why Ayn Rand's argument to why the Olympics, why Russians win the Olympics, is because the girls that are on the 4-inch beam, they know the beam won't go to 2 inches in the middle of the routine, but their economy will. In other words, when Biden comes in and pulls the trigger and goes, we're just going to turn off the pipeline and let's just fucking start pulling levers. People don't like that. People don't like this uncertainty.
Exactly. And you want to talk about pulling levers. Remember when Donald Trump was president? He would have a fucking tweet at 8:27 or whatever, or whenever it was 3 minutes till market opens, and that fucking Euro USD is sitting there on some fucking, trend line or something's going on, and he pull a lever right there. Why? Because he has a fucking economist team, that actually knows what they're doing, actually knows that how the markets are being affected, rather than just this fucking, give more money to the black farmers, or let's just fucking keep printing fucking money. It's like, dude, no wonder why Bitcoin is so fucking priced the way it is right now, if we're just printing fucking money. I don't think it was, but I think that it is becoming that. It's becoming a bubble of fear, Yeah.
I mean, I'm fascinated by the Bitcoin because I'm watching it and it's like, wow, and to hear people talk about it as if it's the second coming of Christ and you got to get in Bitcoin. And I'm like, yeah, but trees don't grow to the sky. Have you ever seen a tree grow to the sky? I mean, it has a limit.
Mm-hmm. And people are thinking that the Bitcoin going from wherever it's at to, a 30 or 40% gain is something that they're missing out on and they have to get in on. It's like, dude, go get your 30 to 40% somewhere else, man. Go trade fucking, or
at least look for the next Bitcoin. Like, look for some starter coin that's trading at $3 and try to make it ride it till 10 and dump it. And then, of course, the big. So there was I took over this stock traders thing, right? It was a meetup group, and some guy was bailing, and I go, I'll take it over. Immediately, some guy emails me and goes, oh, so you're the new guru, huh? I go, well, whatever. I mean, and then he said, and I've heard this before, he says, well, if any of us knew what we're doing, we'd all be living on a beach. We wouldn't be trading. And I go, wait a minute. So you're telling me that you got one good trade-off, so you're just going to retire? No, if you're a trader, you trade. And you got to keep trading, and you make some are good trades, some are bad trades, but overall you're making money. And this idea that if you knew what was going on, you just sit back and you do one trade, you'd make $1 million, you'd step away and never trade again. It's just not even, nobody thinks like, that's not even realistic.
No, it's not, but people do that.
Even McDonald's has a problem. So McDonald's has a problem with their menu. They have to come out with new things on the menu constantly. Otherwise, they're dead in the water. They have to come out with a McFuck or a McThis and McThat, McDick, because if they don't, people are going to go, oh, well, you know what? No sense in going to McDonald's. It's the same shit.
Have you seen over the last 20 years what those restaurants look like? They used to be red, and they have the candies, the playpen and all that. And nowadays it looks like some place where you fucking try to meet like a 40-year-old woman. You know what I mean? It's like some place you take somebody out to like a cheap date on. Like it's the buildings are different. Like,
well, cheap dates are the best dates, right?
I don't know, man. They did the same thing.
Ask this guy from Turkey about cheap dates. He's dating fucking high frequency hardware right now. But he can tell you about.
I first place I went to is full of creepy pedos. Second place I went to was very suspicious, like a fucking brothel, right? But in a nice kind of way. And then the third place, it was just Jesus Christ.
I love a nice brothel.
I got myself into. It's some standard building, yeah. Guy was flipping. See that water and the electric over there? They don't work together, huh? Alakbar. What?
Aren't you picky?
God alive, surrounded by fucks. I'm sorry, but they are like that.
speaking of cheap dates, did you hear about that shooting that happened in Atlanta with the at the Asian color?
Yeah. So I mean, this guy is like, let me see if I get this right. If I buy a car, like I'm addicted to buying cars, and I'm like, God damn, I'm broke because I bought like 10 fucking cars. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll go kill the salesman that sold me the car. That'll fix it. What a fucking tard.
It's crazy, man.
You served in the army, you said. Do you serve in the army, did you say?
Yeah, I'm in right now.
Doing what?
I shoot artillery.
See, right now, see what's going on in the background, right? You just blew off a bomb, right?
What?
Bad Casio timers, though, he's using. Are you using a Casio timer? Are you using any fib tools when you queue up those fucking cannons?
Yeah.
What if you broke out a fib tool? Would you freak out your...
He does. If he's using the right equipment, he actually technically does.
Because you do a trajectory, right? You do trajectory, right? So you got to get the arc just right. You get like a 618 arc.
Yeah, but that's not really my job. My job is to press fire. You know, I'm putting the...
Press fire? With your hands?
I pull the string.
He's a fucking loader.
Man, that's so wow. That's like shop talk. You're the loader. This is not. This is not part of the.
Technically, I'm more in charge of making sure what we're putting into the cannons are safe.
So 15 black rubber cocks are not going in there.
That's a shrapnel bomb, isn't it?
I wish. I wish I was in Afghanistan shooting black rubber cocks to the Taliban.
That's improvised.
Are you actually in the Middle East now, or no?
No. I've been here for fucking 5 years, man. I've never deployed, dude.
Have you actually studied the Taliban?
Yeah, I actually found them on Twitter and would talk shit from time to time.
No. Actually being there and going, holy fuck, how did it get this far? They're the most biggest clusterfuck on the planet. Any SAS or specials will go in there and rip them a new one.
Yeah.
They're fucking morons.
Yeah, it's just politics, man. You know? It's just
There's a guy here, right? I saw him. Your loader is doing his bukkake against the enemy or whatever the fuck he think he was doing. I was looking at it and going, what's he doing? He's just randomizing a bunch of these metal things and hoping that it'll hit the target. Oh, right. Wow, that's fascinating. And that's the reason. How are they winning again? They're not. We're just telling them they're winning. That's the idea. Just pretend they're winning. Fucking ain't winning, mate. They're the guys there that have no idea about anything. They just stick the cock in the hole and blow their load.
They're not actually fighting fair from the old school where you wear a uniform and you identify yourself. They're just showing up and just doing shit.
Yeah. I've been to some of the training sites where they try to recreate the environment of like a town in Afghanistan.
Wow.
And that alone made me want to blow my brains out. Like, I was like, dude, this
does it include all the other dysfunction that goes into a town? Like you got your local crackhead and your local.
It's exactly like that. You know,
they're not on drugs, by the way. A lot of them are not. Some are, but majority of them are just thick.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just it's a lot of it's religion and poverty. Poverty will do things to you. You know, those people don't even have soccer balls out there, man. You know,
I got soccer nuts. No, it's a different kind of. So yeah,
I find it fucking embarrassing that the modern American army goes in there and gets ass handed to them over and over by a bunch of people that are random, just like trading and markets. That's exactly the situation you're in. It's random.
We really
no plan.
We really don't do that anymore. Like the people who I work with, it's like hard to find. So like it's hard to find somebody who actually like fought in the army. Like they're all like 17 years in at this point, or most of them are already out, you know, with medical discharges and stuff like that. You know, it's a totally new game here, man. Like,
so the people that are after you've been there 4 or 5 years, you've been promoted to a desk job or something.
Yeah, sort of. I'm a sergeant, and I just kind of make sure the new kids are staying out of trouble and doing their jobs right. You know?
Wow.
So,
That must be so you're babysitting,
but you know, like,
really.
you can be here long enough, and they'll put you somewhere like that. You get a desk job. Usually, you'll have like the last like 12 years of your career at some desk. So,
Wow.
They're fighting random. You're fighting random, and markets you should treat the same way. They got no plan. They know what they're doing. They just some guy goes, "Oh, that's a nice new fucking toy. I'll just load this up and randomly shoot somewhere."
well, yeah,
They've
man.
got the SAS on the ground there now, right? They're fucking going in with these Mongs, and they are fucking idiots. Not just the Afghanis, but most Afghanis. They're not too bright, mate. They're fucking retarded.
Yeah,
And the other thing is that the other side then is helping the army there. They're supposed to be giving the government and all, but the opposite lot are just as retarded as they are. And I'm sorry, there's some people who can help. Fuck them. Fuck them. Just pull out.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think
That sounds
soldiers
kinda
make
sexual.
pretty good traders too, because you got to kind of have that mindset of, you know, who gives a shit. You know what I mean? Because I've had to act that way my whole career. But the army these days is really like, even no matter what country you're in, it's a giant welfare system, man.
You can't help stupid, mate. You just can't. No matter what you try, you can't help stupid. There's a British SAS Special Forces in the documentary. He's been, "Oh, jolly. How are you, sir?" All this. I'm like, "Oh, fucking pussy." None of them were Welsh, by the way. Some of the most revered soldiers on the planet.
I fought against the British Special Forces in training. They fucked my shit up, dude. Like, it was at nighttime. I was sitting there. I had a pair of like night goggles on, and they just fucking ran into us and just like shot me point blank, you know, with a training round. So they're really talented. But then I tried talking to them. I tried talking to one of them, and I'm just like, "Hey, man, what's your favorite soccer team? You a Man United fan?" He's like, "Fuck you." He's like retarded, dude.
No, it's not just that. It's that they actually are psychopaths. In the real sense, control psychopath. It's no different than some of the SS I met in London, where they're Welsh regiment as well. But we really don't give a fuck about what you look like. You're a cunt.
Yeah, man, that's how
one of them's a cunt.
That's how they treated me.
No different. You're just a target, mate. You just like it's not that they don't feel anything. It's not that. It's just it's the same thing. It's got nothing to do. I'm not a soldier or anything like that. I'm not some glory cunt, right? But I know in the situation with some cunts trying to fucking kill me, fuck you. There's no thinking or feeling behind it, mate. There's nothing to do with that. You don't take it the wrong way. They are trained because they were selected, not because they're talented. They just got that snap.
Yeah.
It's just there. Like the poor last bastard in Wales, right? He went out there to help some flipping people, Middle Eastern people, some kids and all that was starving and all fucked up, right? Now he's just a normal guy. He just went out there to help and they cut his head off, right? Some fucking ISIS tosser. Unfortunately, that kind of person is not going to be able to deal with his assholes. You've got to have a psychopath. You've got to have one someone's just ready to cut his fucking head off. And I'm sorry, that's exactly how brutal it is. They're not bad people in the sense of intent to cause evil or harm. Yeah. They just can handle it. A lot of people can't.
Yeah.
And I felt sorry for that guy because he sincerely wanted to help a bunch of starving Middle Eastern people out. That's all. They killed him for it. The fat cunt's dead now, by the way, the guy that chopped his head off.
You remember when they were
gone, long gone.
You remember when they were trying to find that Coney guy? And the guy who was in charge of it, like, ended up going crazy and, like, running around in the streets naked and, like, had a mental breakdown because he, like, couldn't catch Coney and everybody wanted to fucking catch the fucking African guy who was, like, creating child soldiers or whatever.
You've got to remember that these people are in a brutal environment since birth, and for them, it's normality. From your point of view, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
They don't care, mate.
Yeah.
There's nothing. They're fucked, basically.
Yeah, that's why I'll never fucking move to Philly, dude.
Jesus. What? Not that bad, is it?
Philadelphia freedom.
Philadelphia was not a Phil.
That's where they clone the Phils.
I feel
they
sorry
clone
for a lot
Phils
of
there.
Americans going out there into these places. They have no idea what they're dealing with. I don't think they even can handle it. Maybe a mad Texan, maybe. But
Simple. Do you live in like a rural environment, or are you living in like a city?
Yeah, I live just outside the city. It became rural. It became rural because they tore down a bunch of houses here. But yeah, it's I got my varmints. You know, I got wildlife. I have some wildlife in the house. I got some mice in the house and stuff like that. So I get indoor
I want
pets.
to live rurally too, man. That's like kind of my goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is I don't want the stress of having to fight traffic, you know, and all that stuff. And I know you make more money if you live in the city, but it's so ridiculous. I mean, everything's so expensive. So are you really making more money? You know, if you live out in the boonies, it's cheaper. You got less overhead. You know. Because I'm living like I went to boarding school, so I live like a military guy to begin with already. I'm always ready for the end of the world at any moment.
Yeah.
I don't take any type of feeling of safety in anything because everything's so temporary, and I know I have other friends that are, I mean, if something's a little off in their life, they're flipped out. But I mean, they usually live such a posh life in the sense that everything's kind of like. Everything's insured, everything's this, everything's that. Everything's kind of like taken care of, you know. So trading to me looks like more of a Wild West approach to life, you know. And I guess I was attracted to trading because I could make decisions on my own behalf. And I had other people manage my money, and they just fucked it up. I had some guy that was like, he was from Mensa, you know. He's like a high IQ, hey, complete idiot.
it's
Mensa. I mean, if they're from Mensa, you know they're dumb right off the bat. If you got to tell people you're smart, you got a problem. Right? If you join a club with a high IQ, that's fucking retarded.
Yeah,
it's down.
Your college degree.
Yeah, it's almost downright gay. It's almost borderline gay.
No, they actually are the smartest people that create the technology around you.
Yeah, I'm a victim of their smartness.
Yeah, their smartness is good at certain tasks, mate. It doesn't mean that they're flipping studs or they can social. There's social IQ, isn't there? And there's
emotional. There's also the
IQ.
emotional IQ, which is kind of a real thing as far as trading goes. Where you don't, you know, if you can see your own emotions, see yourself outside yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, we got so many.
Smart people are they don't underestimate smart people, mate. They just see the things you can't see.
Oh, somebody just came in and left. That was fast. Revolving door.
No,
Forex.
most of the technology around you is because of really smart people. They're so fucked up in the head, though, in different regards. They're shit at 99% of things, but when it comes to a certain thing, they're amazing. So look at it that way. Huh?
Well, you look at the MacBook software, dude, and it's like somebody on LSD fucking made it, dude. That Jobs was high as fuck when he had to make this thing. It's got like green and yellow and red buttons, like to close your applications and your fucking like, you know.
So you don't miss it, huh?
Yeah.
Make it obvious as could be.
Mm-hmm.
No, you do have to.
Dude that's actually turned that desert part of the Middle East. He's English, actually. Oxford dude has turned part and solved
Oxford.
how to turn a desert into new plush screen. Seen that? Do you know what he's using?
Who's that?
He's a clever guy. He's figured out how to make a special kind of mulch that nature does automatically, has been for 500 million fucking years, basically. And he's discovered the right flipping just mix, that's all. Through trial and error, of course. You know what it's made of?
Rubber? Just rubber?
Mushrooms.
Oh, really?
Mushroom.
I just heard of some mushroom. I just heard of some food that people are using for something. I can't remember what it was.
Mushrooms.
The extract.
It's obvious when you think about it, right? Mushrooms, what they do, they produce oxygen. Now, all plants produce carbon dioxide. Now, what came first? It's a dichotomy, isn't it?
Yeah. God, that guppy's just getting punished. They don't like the guppy, do they? Wow, look at that thing. Free fall. You're about to take out the intraday week.
Pound Japanese now. Guppy on the pound Japanese. It came out quite nice, but it's not the normal guppy, I'm afraid. But it's something else. But yeah, systematically, yeah, it's a guppy, technically.
Guppy's coming after the lows from the interweek lows.
Who was the guy that actually created the guppy? And I remember now.
Oh, somebody created this symbol?
Well, the guppy guy. Yeah, that's an Aussie, isn't it?
I christen you Guppy. You are now from this point forward a guppy. And you will just I'll send you forth to blow up accounts all day long because the guppy moves like 400 pips in like a nanosecond.
Yeah, that GJ is crazy to trade.
See, people also make this misunderstanding. They build an algorithm on the fucking Eurodollar. They take it to the guppy and they wonder why they can't fucking afford to trade it. Yeah, because it's fucking insanely wide spreads. I mean, the spread here is 2.5 right now in the fucking plus commissions.
You always got to trade lower when you're trading the guppy, or at least that's what I was doing.
Yeah,
compared to my Euro.
The pound's moving 3 times as much as the euro, so you got to cut your size way down. You can't just come in and do these 2% trades either, because that's another fallacy. Because you put 2% on the guppy or the pound, and you're like, damn, I keep getting stopped out. No shit. Mm-hmm. I mean, you really can't. They say, well, I mean, you're trading with scared money, but the fear goes away the smaller you trade. So, but then you got to do more work. So the paradox is, the harder you work with small tickets, the less you risk and the more you make. But if you could just sit back and make the right decision on the optimal trade entry, you just trade one fat position. But that's not realistic for most people because, if your account's $1 million, yeah, you could trade one ticket and be like, I don't care. I'm going to lose like what, $500 or $300. I got $1 million account. What the fuck's the fear, But if you try to build an account from 1,000 to 40,000, or from 1,000 to 3,000, so you're trying to make $2,000 a month, you're talking just money risk then, But most people will not say what size they're trading. They said I just went long so and so, and I'm like, is that a one ticket? Where's your stop? Like, what is the real risk of this trade? The euro's coming off the floor here. So this is kind of a scramble into the close. Europe's closing, and people are just gobbling up the euro now.
Who is this knob NASDFGHJKL bot? Do you know it's your stream's ladyboy? He's obsessed with ladyboys.
Well, you know what? I usually have to tuck. I do have to tuck before I start the stream. So depending on how hard it is to negotiate this beast, this cyclops between my legs.
Oh fuck!
I use an IUD though. I trade with IUDs.
You do realize that YouTube's got this feature called AI feedback?
What, it automatically answers?
Yeah, it gives you automatic comments to your watchers and everything else. But the same technology has been used to just post random comments about ladyboys. Well, no, it's gone wrong. The algo has gone wrong.
No, it's not an algo because he has 2 question marks. Like the normal ladyboy algo has 1 question mark, but he has 2. So a human did that one. I can see, obviously.
Well, that's even more disturbing then.
No, I just randomly come on. I'm like the market. I try to be random on my streams. I don't think you've answered.
Is that grammatically correct?
Yeah, I don't think you've answered. What? Have you? Well, why don't you come on? Here's the thing. Here, lady boy. Here, do a tuck and run. Here, we're gonna put you. Hey, come into the audio field. Because otherwise, we're just gonna assume what you're saying. We're gonna read between the lines and probably insult you. All right, I want to become a lady boy. Teach me. Well, okay, what you're going to need is some makeup. Here comes lady boy's coming in.
Yeah, it's AI, transcripted AI, I reckon, mate. and it's just randomizing via a few things like.
Oh, we have somebody in here that's not. I thought it was going to be this guy, but this guy's he's ducked out. Yeah, the alphabet soup guy. He's trying to be alphabet soup. He's trying to be Google, the next Google.
Oh.
Your earphones are dead. Earphones are overrated, dude. Come on, only ladyboys use earphones.
Chris, no wonder so many people are on drugs these days. You
Earache
need to
my
get
eye.
YouTube because this is fucking.
Earache my eye.
And 2 months.
What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? Are we having fun yet?
Yeah, man. I was playing my bass, tuning in.
Are you really playing your bass?
Yeah, man. I just got home. I work nice.
For a 4-string bass? Good old-fashioned bass?
No. I got my Fender here.
Oh, you found
Fender
precision?
jazz bass.
Yeah, I got a P bass. Just playing.
So just with the P only
The Fender
pickups, right?
jazz bass is what the bass player from Led Zeppelin used. I think that's the best bass you can get. That thing sounds crisp.
Yeah, that's
man.
got the single coil pickups on it. It's got a nice articulation.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly like it. I picked up a new hard key cab too. It was
Oh wow!
nice.
A simple.
Is that the hard key with like the 410s? Because those are faster.
It's a 410 cab, and then my head's a Mark bass, which is
Oh wow!
absolutely,
Man, that Mark bass
one
shit
of
is
the-
fuck. Yeah, the Mark bass stuff is so expensive that you just bought the head, right? And just go with the hard key. Of course, the hard key's got those aluminum cones. They could take some punishment.
Well, the hard key cabs are like really super heavy.
Oh.
Mine's like kind of a more old school one. So I traded in my old school Trace Elliott for one of the,
Oh, Trace Elliott, yeah.
the hard key cabs, and then I'm thinking about moving over to a 210.
Our bass player had a bag end. One bag end. It weighed more than I couldn't believe how much it weighed.
Yeah, those things are heavy as
God, I
And
mean,
that-
you look at it, you go, "Oh, no big deal," but it's really deep and it's really like, holy shit. Had SWR in the bag end.
Before the COVID bullshit, man, used to go by and check out some of the, the Black Mark series, the 210, and those things are sweet. So I was thinking about maybe getting one of those, and they're super light. So
Have you seen this? I think it's called Black Glass or something, some high-end bass amp. Something Black Glass or Glass Black or something.
What about the bassist
insane.
of U2? He uses a certain kind of bass, and it's got to be the most solid. Oof.
Oh, the Stingray? The Ernie Ball Stingray?
Adam Clayton is the bass player of U2, and I
Oh,
play the
that-
bass.
that's Clayton is the guitarist.
Yeah,
The bass
Edge?
player uses
Talking
a
about
lot of pedals and technology and shit, dude. You can't even tell he's playing fucking bass,
Really?
man.
Because Edge is the guitarist, which I resented him when I was playing Pat Metheny. I said, this Edge fuck's just got delay, and he's making how much? He's playing fucking one note with chorus and delay, and I'm busting my ass playing all these Chinese chords. What the fuck? I mean, fuck this guy. Joshua Tree, and some girl, yeah, I'm going to go see you two. I'll go, fuck you. I'm over here playing jazz, man. This is way more
Yeah.
important.
Hey, you ever watch that Spinal Tap jazz fusion?
No. Is there Spinal Tap? You mean there's a go to 11 on jazz?
Sherwood Green 1965 jazz bass. That's his favorite Pippin one.
Yeah.
It's just a piece
God,
of wood.
I have not watched that in so many years. I gotta watch
How
that.
about Les Claypool?
He's got
Les
nice
Claypool's a
sound.
nutty bass player wearing those shoes, and he's got his fucking heart. He's got a heart key. The Claypool, Les Claypool. He's got the fucking tweeters on top, like 1-inch tweeters, all the way down to 18-inch woofers at the bottom of that fucking stack.
$6,000. Wow. That's $6,000 for it. Wow.
They can make payments.
For the-
We can make
Yeah.
payments. We can get you on a payment program.
$6,000 just for the bass player.
Jesus.
He's worth every
Got
low
a really
note.
thick sounder.
I don't know, man.
So you
That's-
are you playing in a cover band, or you just playing for fun, or you just come home and do like slap the
know.
bass? You ever seen Slap the Bass guy on the fucking YouTube? Slapper It looks like
who I
a,
do watch is God, what's his name? I think it's Scott's Bass Lessons. Have you ever
yeah, I
seen
did
that
watch a
guy?
little of that. Yeah,
He's got some really good stuff. Like, I mean,
yeah,
really for like beginning guys up to intermediate, and I
yeah.
mean, extremely advanced stuff. He's probably one of the best things on the internet as far as like bass playing. If somebody wanted to start, that's probably one of the best places to go.
Yeah, I caught one of his videos talking about, and I guess I never really thought about it because the band I'm playing in, they're playing so fucking loud. I would notice that I wasn't dampening the strings and not playing a bass, so you get this kind of sympathetic resonance from the strings that you don't have. But he's talking about how I mute them and play them. I'm like, wow, I guess people are using that that Velcro nut dampener. You see people using that now, just so they don't have to worry about muting their strings.
I've never actually seen that.
Yeah, it's a Velcro little. You kind of strap it just on the nut there, so it's almost like if you're playing like a stick bass where you don't want anything to resonate, and it just kind of keeps it from getting all out of control.
P bass body and a jazz bass neck. That's what that makes it. That's why it's so fucking thick and solid. We did it when we were engineering. We had a band come in the studio ages back, and he goes, "I want to sound like you too." Yeah. With your $50 bass flipping thing and your flipping $75 had it at flipping Dixon's discounted drum kit. Are you fucking crazy? It doesn't matter how much technology you throw at it, bro. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, if you don't know how to play a bass, a neck through a bass isn't gonna sound. It's gonna overcome your bad chops.
Guy came in with a broken drum kit. I was like, oh, why?
If you know how to play, you can play with a shitty guitar if you know how to play.
Yeah, maybe, but the actual engineered end result is not going to be anywhere near the quality of a fucking $250,000 fucking studio with gear that's fucking the best of the best. I'm sorry. Shit in, shit out.
Now, the other day I was on the channel. I was kind of poking around. I had to ask you if somebody was looking around. I had a Boogie Mark IV combo that I was going to put up on eBay. I was wondering if you might have known if anybody needed a really good.
Does that have the 5-band graphic EQ on it, or it's just?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It has.
Well, we're talking all like technical talk and leaving everybody. But yeah, no, that's a classic, And the Boogie stuff is bizarre because my buddy's got a dual rectifier. I mean, they have so much complexity, because you can switch whether you want to have a tube rectifier, whether you want to have a solid state rectifier. It's such a nuanced. The most. You ever seen the Boogie $600? I think it's probably more now, but it's like Switchcraft switches. It's probably about 20 buttons on a fucking piece of steel, and it's the Boogie switchboard. Are you seeing the Boogie catalog with like multiple amps hooked up on stage, and you're routing your signal through, like instead of changing tones, you just change amps, and it's literally this fucking master foot switch that reroutes your signal. It's so complex.
It doesn't matter, mate. Whatever if the original instrument hasn't got the dynamic tripping levels to begin with, the solidness to it, it's going to be shit regardless.
Well, I'm just playing chopsticks most of the time, so I know it doesn't matter. But I mean, no offense, it'll probably be banned. You can't play chopsticks. They say that you can't play chopsticks because you're appropriating Asian licks, and that's another problem.
I had a Jamaican Rastafarian band come in, right, and they were very
Did you get a picture of
peculiar. And the drum kit, I can't remember the name of it, but he said it wasn't cheap, and he said it's really good. Pearl, is it Pearl? Yeah, there was a Pearl kit. And the guy came in with another guitar. He said this is like a basic 1970 whatever, but he said he truly had it all regutted, and it's the dog's bollocks of this, that, and the other. And you could hear it straight off the bat. You could just hear it. It's solid. So from an engineer's point of view, it was easy. I was like, it's fuck all in this. But,
you missed the head and shoulders. You missed that head and shoulders pattern on the 5-minute.
Yeah, we had a $250,000 desk to use, man. Digital analog desk. We had valve technology. We have all the classic 70s stuff mixed with the modern as well. And it was easy to mix down. But when you got a band that comes in with fucking the equivalent of 5 bottle tops, a pack of chewing gum, and maybe a $50 instrumental set, they expect it to be the same. And it's just, no.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
It's like a crappy $200 Casio flipping keyboard, and then there's me then with a state-of-the-art like Kurzweil flipping keyboard. It's in its class, like it just is. Like
I made that mistake. I bought a Neumann. It's like a 147 Neumann mic, German mic. So I buy this microphone. It costs like $1,400. It's got a separate power supply. It's got a tube in there. And then I bought a $2,000 acoustic guitar made out of walnut, and I'm like, okay, this is the moment. I'm recording to Samplitude hard disk, and I'm like, okay, let's go. So I turn on the mic. I got my guitar. I'm ready to play my favorite song that I wrote, and it sounds like shit. And I'm clipping the mic, and there's no pad on the mic. Mind you, this mic is just cardioid. It's just sitting there. And I'm like, this sounds like shit. I can't even change the pattern on the mic. I can't do nothing. And I play it back and I go, wait. So I got about $3,000 worth of shit here. It sounds like shit. So apparently, I did something wrong. But
was that like a condenser mic or something?
Yeah, I had a condenser tube mic, and the other ones that I had were pretty good. They were solid state. You could do crazy stuff with these other ones because you could do a figure 8 and an omni and everything between.
You generally mix two mics, don't you? Like you got one at the actual the hole in the guitar, which could be like a hypercardioid, which is kind of like a higher frequency versus a cardioid. And then you use a cardioid then for the end of the guitar if you want to get all those plucks and sound effects, and then mix it into the actual thing if you want that.
And then, the only problem there is now you may have phase issues, so you may have to take one of those mics and put it through a phase where you can actually dial the phase, because unless you pan them hard, if you bring them together, it might cancel out, and then you miss frequency. Yeah. It gets complicated real fast.
What's the term? I can't remember now, dude. It's fucking been 20 years.
Wave.
No. There's a special term for it.
Phase
and cancel each other out.
Yeah.
Generally, that's only happens when you got two exact.
Well, yes, you get standing waves. Standing waves in the room also kind of like just crush stuff.
Yeah, you should point the mic in different directions and just keep it authentic in the mix.
Well, that's the old famous story about the Zeppelin song where the mic was down the hallway and they got this insane slapback. Or if you listen to the Zeppelin song "Since I've Been Loving You," if you listen real closely, you can hear the Speed King pedal that's not oiled squeaking because they mic'd up his fucking beater on the bass drum. You can hear it squeaking. Once somebody points it out to you, you can hear it squeaking. But unless somebody points it out, you're just gonna.
It's crazy.
On his foot pedal?
Yeah, the drum pedal is squeaking on Led Zeppelin albums.
I think I've heard that.
Because when they get real quiet, you're like, fucking hey, man. Like, but the beauty of miking up the beaters, you get that attack, right? Most people are miking up the front of the head, but you can mic up both. But then you got to do 180 degree phase inversion so they don't cancel each other, and it gets complicated real fast. We just record with like right now we're going through this Neve board, so it sounds like we're on the radio. When we get done, we're doing we have a summing mixer. It's probably some $5,000 mixer. I don't know, the guy bought it, and it's got the Neve modules in there, and it's got this knob called Silk where it just kind of gives you a little more natural compression just from the circuitry. Instead of putting a compressor in there, you kind of just, I mean, they used to joke about like, well, is the vintage sound from all the cigarette smoke on the diaphragm of that old microphone, or what the fuck is vintage sound, you know? Kind of keeping the transients low with all that shit and spit on that mic, right?
There's a funny thing about that, right? A friend came in with a classic 70s analog keyboard. It's a mono keyboard, and it's worth a fortune now. It's like $5,000 to buy one because they only made like 1,000 of them or some shit. And he came in and he did all his fat basses and all the different squidgy sounds. And we recorded loads of samples. It was on a soundscape system at the time, which is a rather expensive digital system. But then we tried a VST, a digital version, on a PC. Oh my God, what the fuck? Ugh. It just had no balls.
Yeah.
The following content is provided under a Creative
shit.
Commons license.
Uh-oh.
Your support will help MIT OpenCourseWare
Uh-oh.
continue to offer
What did I do?
high-quality educational resources.
Is that me?
To make a donation or to view
Oh,
additional
I got money.
from
Is
hundreds
that
of
Hannah?
MIT courses,
Hannah, is that you?
visit MIT OpenCourseWare
What the
at
fuck?
lcw.mit.edu.
Who is that? Is that me?
Welcome.
Welcome to
If
the stuff.
you have a desire to learn a little bit about blockchain and its intersection with the world of finance and money,
Did I accidentally hit something?
15.s.
Holy fuck,
right
Mike.
place.
Wait a second.
You're here to not do that.
Wait,
hang
stop.
out and have a
Pull
good
it.
time.
Somebody pull the plug.
You
What the
still,
fuck?
Hopefully
Wait.
you're in the right place because we're going to
I
have a good
turned all
time.
my
I've
shit
been
off,
hacked.
man.
I've been hacked.
My name
Wait.
is Gary Gensler.
What in the fuck did Gary Gensler? That's my dad.
I'm invoices.
Wait a second.
I'm
Holy fuck,
invoices.
wait.
I need to check into my therapist.
No, I mean, I thought I'd been hacked into by. I mean, I know what I'm doing is like top secret, but I had no fucking idea it was affecting the rest of the world. Okay,
Oh my God.
man, I tell you. So you're playing cover songs, you say, or are you just shredding like Stanley Clark licks on your bass?
No. I don't do covers. I've played music my whole life, man. I've had a career in music.
Really?
All that.
So you know the notes of the strings and stuff.
What's that?
You know where the E string's at and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, man.
Because we had this guy come over for audition once, and I said, "Give me an A," and he said, "What string's that?" And I go, "I don't know if this is going to work out." He had a gold-plated white Les Paul with gold hardware. They just bought a Guitar Center.
Yeah.
He had gold knobs on his amplifier matching. I go, I don't know if you're going to be in the band. This is going to work out.
Dude, I had a guy, man, when I was out in New Mexico one time, I was out there, we were doing some auditioning. I was working with a couple drummers, and we had a tour coming up, and we needed this guitar player to just come in, and dude, he showed up. He looked like EVH. He had the EVH guitar. He had the EVH amp. And it was like this guy could have literally been Eddie incarnate. Like literally, he could play. Yeah, it was fucking insane. I've never seen anything like it.
He could play. He could play good.
He played. It was kind of impressive.
Wow.
But I just tried to get him on a simple groove, that type of thing. Like. I'd just lay something down, an E, low E, just whatever. And this guy just could not fucking play.
Oh, no matter how like simple you laid out the format, he only able to play like
simple,
script. He could play Eruption, but he couldn't play. He just plays scripted stuff.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So it was impressive because he knew all of the cool EVH stuff. But as far as the other, hey, just play, he couldn't do it.
That's tough. I met people like that. They want to play. When they say, "What you want to play Stairway to Heaven?" I go, unless I want to commit suicide, I don't. I play Stairway to Heaven just before I kill myself. But I know that people always want to play. Hey, want to play some? No. I know just the tone of the guitar is that's leading me. But yeah, I don't know. The music industry seems to be like you almost could have your own little at-home situation.
You could. I mean, it's not hard to do. It's pretty simple.
You never seen the Slap the Bass guy? Where he says, "Oh, this guy's really good, but he made a comedy out of it." So he'll take some chick that's shredding, just some street bass player, and he's like, "I'll play that." And he fucking plays it, dude. I don't know how much time he spent, but he fucking copies every lick they do. And I'm like, and then he makes it into a comedy thing. Let me see if I can find it.
I'll have to check that out. That sounds pretty.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring it up. I don't think he's got a copyright on this thing, so I don't think he's gonna bother me if I. It's pretty funny.
What's up? Just like that. 5 months ago, I challenged you. When I say.
So here's the guy Slap the Bass.
You, I mean you, and you, slappers, and all the musicians on YouTube to play an extremely hard bass line I made. And this is a challenge I make every year. The big difference is that this year is the hardest bass line yet. 2 years ago, only 1% could play the bass line I made. Last year, 99.9% could not play that. And this year, the odds are even lower. There are 7 billion people in the world, and I'm the only one who can play this bass line perfectly. So this means there is only 1 in 7 billion chances you can play it too. Let's quickly listen to the hardest impossible bass line I made. I've used many more techniques in this one. Let's see if some of you managed to play it. Make sure to watch all the video, because you will tell me in the comments who is your favorite one. Slap it.
So what he does is other people have stuff they submit, right? How, can you play this? And he'll copy it. He's insane good. But he's
a Borg.
Like, here's some guy trying to play his bass line, I think. Like,
Skills with that big black flute is blowing.
What?
And most importantly, he has the same t-shirt as me. Link in description. Best blowing skills prize.
wow. Oh, he's trying to copy him.
Looks like he's an Italian bassist, ciao.
Yeah, no, the
Sounds like
slap the
Victor
bass
Wooten,
guy
man.
is just out of control.
That sounds like Victor Wooten.
Yeah, Victor Wooten. So, his trick is he's playing with super light gauge strings. I'm like, oh, I see. Because he was talking about it, And I go, oh, no shit. You ever seen the guy that's from South Africa, some black dude playing with gloves? I mean, he's a shredder, but he's wearing these kind of like mesh gloves.
Yeah, well, Scott does that actually on his channel.
I just thought that was bizarre. But I guess, listen, if it's saving you from getting bloody fingers, then go for it.
I don't know, man.
Is there like a very thin line between madness and musician?
There's no line. You're just out of your fucking mind if you're a musician. That's just how it is. Sorry. I don't want to make it sound like there's some qualification.
Oh, they're on the dump. I ended up making that up.
No, you're obviously oversexed and you're out of your mind, So I had this school teacher. My English teacher said to me once, I'm only playing bass so I can get laid. And I said, how dare you? I'm a fucking sophisticated musician. Then I realized years later, I'm just trying to get laid. It was sad. A sad fucking confession, dude. I was like, I guess, because I'm not doing it for the money, because I'm not going to make any money, but I'm hoping some poor girl. So my first...
It was so weird. Music has gone... I mean, at first it used to be the vocalist. Like the guy doing vocals. He was the one getting all the attention. Then like in the 80s, it kind of hit, like the guitar was like the thing. And then, kind of like mid-90s, they kind of went into this percussion thing where the drummers were kind of like the spotlight. And then all of a sudden, somewhere down the line, like it seemed like the bass player was
Stanley
kind
Clark.
of the...
Stanley Clark was the one.
Whoa. Oh, what happened to the pianist? He turned gay.
Well, because he turned into a penis, actually. Instead of being a pianist, he went full penis.
No, it's weird, the dynamic. Like
I think you're thinking of Rick Wakeman as the only pianist that anybody was caring about back then. But no, it is funny because when the bass thing became the thing, I go, holy shit. Now, you know the story about Dave Brubeck, right? The Take 5 musician.
Yeah.
So he's playing down south, and he goes down to this college down south, and they said, yeah, you can play at the college, but you can't have that black guy on stage. You better put him in the back, right? You better put him back. So Brubeck's like, he goes, I got you. So as soon as the curtains open, the black guy's right in front. He's like, fuck you. Watch. He's playing upright bass. You hardly hear those guys anyways. Of course, kids aren't racist. They love it, you know. But
there's a different character with musicians in any band. I've always found drummers psychotic, lead guitarists posing pricks. They like to masturbate psychologically in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, the prima donna.
The bass player is more the chilled out. I've got a nice wife. I don't really give a fuck. I'm just doing my shit. I don't fuck up this riff here now because everyone will look at me. The singer, he's just a flipping drama queen and wants attention. You know, look how amazing I am. And then the pianist guy, when he's doing piano, he's in the back, some sad hack. That's in the back that no one loves. Right? That's bands through and through. The drummer's always been the one that's the coolest.
I think the drummer's getting the most pussy because he's like ripped. I mean, he is good to go, you know. Plus his rhythm's good, right? He could fuck without his balls getting smacked improperly.
Yeah, yes, exactly. The woman's thinking the rhythm on that boy is amazing.
Using the rhythm method too for the birth control and everything.
Yeah. Solo guitarists are the worst. We had like hundreds of them come in the studio, and all of them were posers, mate. They're like strumming their dick, but an extension of it.
Well, that's the problem I have with that. You know, I love the guitarist from Zeppelin, but dude, your fucking guitar strap is like your guitar's your dick. What's going on here?
The talented. I tell you what, the worst though, out of all the musicians ever in all the times, right? The worst one was the composer type. Oh my God!
Yes, well, I wrote this song.
Songwriter.
Yeah, you always thought there's like, wow, you're just fucking just special, like, you know what I mean? Really special, like. And it's like, God, the arrogance is just astounding. So what? Don't give a fuck about your music. It'll probably be in a jumble sale or some car boot sale 5 weeks from now in some shitty flipping like for £1. That's where your music.
Well, that when I started, it was in the '80s, and my dream was that we would be like the next Steely Dan. We didn't have to go on tour. We could just make really fucking amazing studio albums.
Oh yeah, man, that's the way to do it. I still pop on Asia and just like freak out.
Wow.
I mean, that drum solo on Asia is so epic.
Yeah, that whole album's.
You ever seen Keith Carlock that plays for them on tour? Man, Keith Carlock is just amazing.
Yeah.
These guys that play with them are just.
Let me look this up if I think it is the right band. Well, are you talking about somebody? I may be wrong here. I wasn't born then, by the way, so.
That's no excuse. What's that? Which band's that?
Fuck.
Oh no, you talking about?
Remember the song?
Fuck. Okay.
It'll come to me now.
No, I'm into the.
Was it 80s? Right, the 80s actually.
As long as there's some type of uniqueness, I can handle anything. I can even handle rap music.
Toto.
Oh, it's Toto. Oh, right. Oh, the one they make fun of. Africa, the Africa song.
Yes. I always like that song.
Yeah, it's funny because you know what? I like Nickelback with a couple beers. I don't know why they make fun of like these cheesy bands like Nickelback because I'm like, dude, that's a good song. If you didn't know it was Nickelback, you go, that's a fucking good song.
Yeah.
Why do people hate that band? I reckon there's 3 good songs they made. The rest is sucks, but the 3 is pretty good. Like,
I think it's because they're getting more.
Is good,
they're getting more.
Just it's just horrid. The band is horrid.
I love Spice Girls. Are you all Spice Girls fans?
Hey man, I like Jerry. Jerry back in the day was pretty cool. I like watching that.
I think I like Sporty Spice. She sounds like a
Caldwell. She had a really good solo career.
You mean molesting herself solo? That kind of solo career?
I dug that shit, man. Get the fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
no,
right?
Sporty Spice could sit on my face any day of the week. I wouldn't kick her off.
Yeah. I enjoyed her, her solo career stuff, but yeah, fuck the Spice Girls anyway.
Well, how about Bananarama? If you're into that kind of band, I like that. Walk Like an Egyptian Girl. I think I would have married her.
If I'm Your Fire.
How about 99 Love Balloons? I would bang her all day.
Yeah, sure. Those fun bags. Oh my god.
Bananarama, Jesus Christ, I haven't heard them in years. Don't pollute my mind.
What's that? Tap into the.
Oh my God, I remember them when I was.
Bananarama?
Yeah, I was in a disco at the time. I was only
the Bangles. The Bangles did walk like that. Bangle girl with that brunette. I was like, I'm in love. Her eyes are just so round. I'm in love.
Yeah, walk like an Egyptian.
Yeah,
dude, I'd fuck like an Egyptian. Whatever she wanted, I'd do it Egyptian style. I'd eat like an Egyptian. I'd wear a burqa like an Egyptian.
I don't wear burqas in Egypt, mate. It's a wrong era. Wrong era.
I'm ahead of my time on that stuff. I'm always in early. That's why I trade on limits. I'm always getting in too early. I trade pussy on limits. I got a pending order. I put shit in I got notes in the bathroom. Baby, if you're lonely, call me. That's my limit order. Oh, there you go. Wow, man, you got a fierce fucking. What are you, like 6'2"? I'm glad I'm not your bass string. I would have been broken by now. What do you got? You got standard gauge on there? 45s?
Yeah, just regulars.
So what do you think the best bass string is? Because the roto sound to me sounds so growly. Because if you look down them, they're not straight. They're like spiral. They're kind of crooked.
I'm just in between regular wound and flat.
That half wound shit. Yeah. Well,
Dick
DR
Clark
makes some like
interviews
that, right?
Bananarama. Dick Clark. There's all the names in the world, isn't it?
Oh man, that's old school. Was that from the 80s?
Yeah, Dick Clark. All the names Dick. What kind of parents gives that name to somebody? That's just cruel.
Dick your own Clark. I'm busy.
Oh God.
No, I know that's because I was, like Don Kirshner's rock concert when I was a kid. I was, gotta watch this, man, or Midnight Special. And they actually played live on some of that shit. Did you ever see Steely Dan on Midnight Special? They come out and they play Reeling in the Years. It's a trip. I'm like, wow, look at these guys.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed that band.
I'm amazed that they're. I have every Steely Dan album, and I'm like, some of that stuff is so good, but it's not popular. Like Countdown and Ecstasy albums got amazing stuff.
Those were all studio musicians that they hired,
Evanescence. Anybody like Evanescence?
Yeah, I do like that one song. She does that one with Seether, that duet. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's nice, yeah.
I know Effervescence. There's one with her singing with this other chick. So I discovered this Lizzie Hale from Hailstorm. So she does a duet. You ever seen Lizzie Hale do I Want You by the Beatles? Oh my God. It's this Hailstorm. Lizzie Hale. She's out of her mind. Kind of a
Hailstorms. Lizzie Hale plays her favorite riffs.
Oh, she does this thing. She goes, I want you. Dun, 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 and she goes fucking like heavy metal, and I want you. It's amazing.
Yeah. I have heard that song. I didn't know that was a cover though. Now that you mention it.
Yeah, Abbey Road cover. But that is like, she just pounds it. And I was telling my guys in my band, we should play a cover or something, but do a mean version, like a really brutally hot version, But my
Hailstorm,
band is...
yes, I remember.
Hailstorm.
Where are you now? I was listening to your couple of live broadcasts ago, and it sounded kind of like you were doing the Grateful Dead-ish kind of stuff-ish. Maybe I'm wrong when you were playing it in the background there.
Oh yeah, this stuff. Well, here's these are the noodlings from. We do a Saturday night thing and we jam, and we actually were broadcasting on Twitch of all places because there's not a music community on Twitch. But I thought, what the fuck? I used to actually dual stream. I should be streaming on Twitch right now, but because I had that restream and I could actually publish, at the same time. But yeah, our tunes are kind of like you have to be a musician to appreciate them. I think on some level. Like here's I think I'm playing bass on this one. We're into I like to play in the key of Chromania, I call it. I got this guitarist who shreds like a fucking madman, and I've encouraged him to just do whatever he feels like. Unfortunately, it's like coming into the middle of a movie. Our music, you have to kind of hear it from the beginning. Like, listen, so he's got this whammy bar. He just bought this new guitar with Fishman pickups, and he can actually regenerate. One of the humbuckers will actually act like an ebow, and it's like a circus of the absurd. We just try to be as ridiculous as possible. I don't even know if it's music, but I like the unconventional approach, so we just play over them. Melodies are for sissies.
When's the last time you popped in Cosmic Junk? You ever listen to that whole thing? Have you ever?
Is that a band?
It's kind of Zappa-ish.
Okay.
I think it is Zappa, actually, like the Mothers.
Okay. Oh yeah, right. No, I'm into
that and some other stuff.
Yeah, I'm a big Zappa fan. As far as certainly, Black Napkins to me is the quintessential guitar solo. But
I think he was a very underrated player.
Well, he certainly was. Wow, I mean, intense and dedicated, and pretty much the cutting edge there. Mothers of Invention, I think, was the beginning there, and they were just like totally off script.
Cosmic Debris is.
Oh yeah, Cosmic Debris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look here, brother. Who you jiving with that Cosmic Debris? Actually, the best part of that is that drum fill where they go. The guy quiets down his drum fill at the very end. Is very unique. Yeah. That to me, that drum fill on Cosmic Debris is like. His drummers are amazing. I mean, everybody is amazing. Steve Vai was transcribing Zappa's shit. He talks about that where Zappa says, transcribe this, and he's got open and close hi-hats. He's using a cassette tape until he burned out the... Steve Vai's got a YouTube channel where he talks about stuff. So Steve Vai has this... he started talking about making money in the music business, and I thought he was talking about trading, dude. It's like the best fucking analogy. He says, listen, if you're going to try to play music and you're not already happy, you're fucked. Same thing with trading. If you don't already feel like you have enough money, you should be trading. If you don't feel like you already have what you want, you're that person. Nothing's going to change whether you have $1 million or $0. And Steve Vai, who's made tons of money, he knows. He's like, dude, money ain't going to do it for you. It's not going to do it. You're fooling yourself, If I just had money.
You're going to shoot me, man. I'm kind of I'm a little bit of a VP fan, man.
Well, I understand. Because what he's doing, he's making it so that it's not so complicated.
Dangerous.
Yeah, I've kind of got it boiled down to a few things. I've got one good one that works really well for the daily time frame, and I use that. I've kind of segregated 3 different accounts for, one is a no-touch kind of retirement thing that,
there you go. See? That's it.
What's that?
That's it. I've said that many times. You need a scalping account and a swing account because you can't blend those 2 strategies.
Yeah, and
Yeah, you can.
You want to have the scalping account so you can go full retard scalp, and the swing account you don't even have to hardly look at it because you're in that trade for 3 days. So you don't want to. I don't want to commingle because if I'm losing, I'm like, am I losing because the swing trade is and I'm eating up the margin? I like a dedicated account, but
Depends what
Yeah,
you mean by swing trade.
one of the accounts I have on MT4 and the other one's just, I kind of use the fx.com. I know a lot of people don't like it, but that's the retirement account. I'm doing fairly well on the daily, but that's the no touch rolling compound kind of thing. I know you don't like the hey, hook up 2% of your, sometimes I go full fucking retard and put like 10 or 15 on, and it works out really great.
Are you doing gold and stuff, or are you just doing pure currency?
Just USD,
Oh, really?
FX. Yeah.
Wow.
So, it seems to work pretty good, and I'm still a little bit wondering, about some of the offshore stuff. I've got a little apprehension about, putting in larger amounts of money,
I certainly wouldn't put large. No. But, I don't know. I mean, this Trader's Way is legitimate. I mean, I trust them. See, the thing about it is that when I started and Dodd-Frank came out, and kind of shut down trading, I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? I mean, I'd spent a lot of money invested in this whole scheme. And then people are saying, well, this is 10 years ago, that for 20 grand, you could buy a financial passport. In Dominican Republic, where Trader's Way is at, they're selling these things. If you got 20 grand, guess what? You live there. And then you could say, well, I live there. I could open an account. Yeah. And that was kind of like how you would get around it.
Yeah, I could see that.
But you could still, there's probably about a handful of brokers, and you're probably not going to like this idea either, but I choose the unregulated brokers because I've never had a problem with them, and they don't have all that bullshit regulation.
Yeah. So
Dominican Republic, Trader's Way is unregulated. But they're not going to fuck anybody because they got Pike at the helm, and they would be blasted to bits if they fucked anybody over.
Look at that currency on now, Euro USD daily. Look at that fuck off wick. You're telling me somebody can't see that? With sophisticated blah blah blah.
I don't think you can see it if you've got your algorithm doesn't. So here we're talking to a no nonsense guy. Now let me go to the no offense, right? But I'm just kidding. But no, on the daily chart, what does your system tell you on the how sensitive is your algorithm? Do you get trades do you wait till 4:00 to put in a trade? Like that's a no nonsense entry window.
No, here's what I do. The way I've got everything set up, I log in right at I do a little trading as soon as I get home from work at about 6:30 Pacific time. I do a little trading from there until about 9:30 or 10. Usually I'll catch, I'll do some indices type of trading with like TradeStation, a couple other, brokers, whatever. And sometimes I'll log on to TD and, make a couple of stock trades. Most of the time they work out okay. So, sometimes I, get them.
Was that TD America? TD America is good old fashioned. Do they trade Forex there?
They do some of I think it's the micro, U.S. stuff, and I choose to keep them separated, just because what's the point of having a FX and MT4, when so keep TD for stocks. So the routine is that in the morning, and then I'll take a nap, whatever, play some guitar, and then right at about 1:45, I'll jump on. And it's just kind of textbook what they do, and I just kind of look and I see if the algo's flipped, if everything's kind of lined up, and I added a few more things. Some of the stuff that he talks about is great, some of it's okay, and some of it just literally sucks. But what I've done is I've they always use these cool terms. I guess I'll use it as, optimize it for your, your algo or whatever, they always want to call it cool. I just use a set of really basic type of indicators that are newer, that are not like,
the new and improved ones.
And, they just everything, if everything lines up and it looks great and bang, take the trade.
Boom.
If it works out, great. If it doesn't,
Well, you got a good attitude about that, because a lot of people have so much invested. It has to work out, right? This has to work out. This trade has to work out.
Well, I mean, they always talk about back testing and forward testing, and I've listened to the guy. I've gone through a year and a half of listening, and I've listened to some of your stuff, and I actually started trading kind of the way you do, finding floors and different things like that, putting in, tickets and that kind of works out too, pretty decently. But, as far as like
sideways testing,
as far as having just a no-brainer kind of something that works, if one was to actually trade and have a job and they had like, if you're a pops and you got kids and, you got your old lady screaming at you, just do the daily trading. Get something that kind of works, slap it together, something that it looks good in the back test. And you know what? If it looks good in the back test, most of the time it kind of works out, so you just make the trade, do 0.25%, maybe half. Sometimes I get nuts and I do 10 or 15, but most of the time it's 1%. And, you just let it run. And the damn thing will tell you to get out when it's time to get out. Sometimes it's 500 or 600 pips. Sometimes it's, 100, and you move your stop loss to break even, and the next day you get slammed right out of the trade. Just like the GDP,
hopefully slammed out with a slight profit. I mean, that's the ideal of the trailing stop.
I do the trailing stop sometimes, too, but that's how I trade. And, if somebody were to be no-brainer, I say no-brainer, a no-brain type of trading system, I guess, or something that works for them, I got to say that, his philosophy of getting your time back, it's a great way to trade. Even if you're on the 4-hour. And to be quite honest, I think the 4-hour kind of works a little bit better than the daily candles.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Well, you got 622, isn't it? You can get the best trades on M1 if you've got the fast speed in and out, quickies basically, and then the longer time frame is relationship based.
But if you're on the 1 minute, you got to trade so big on the 1 minute to make the same amount of money you would on a 10K on the 4-hour.
Mm-hmm.
You got to trade pretty fat.
Yeah. And the amount of different trading, I'm trading stocks, I'm trading, FX in the afternoon, and occasionally sometimes, if there's, I do look at the fundamental stuff that's happening. I'll log on to, my FX or, see if there's any news coming out. And if there's news coming out, I mean, there is some legitimacy to checking, fundamental type of stuff out. Absolutely. I'm not going to, why the fuck do I need to be in that trade when it's just going to be whipsawing? I don't need to be in that trade. I'll just let it pass. And then usually when the whipsaws happen, then it just keeps continuing going in that direction. So I'll just bail out of the trade and wait for all the bullshit to pass, and then I'll just re-enter, and usually it just keeps going the same way.
So you never broke out a Fibonacci tool, then?
I have, actually, I'll be honest.
No way. So what did that feel like? You thought, well, this should work, but did it distract you, or?
Dude, I gotta tell you though, man. Have you ever just logged on to Trade Devil? Have you ever just like?
Oh, not unless I'm doing a satanic ritual, but I could try it. Trade Devil.
If you TradeDevil.com
for the devilish trades, those edgy trades.
Just watch him.
He's a guy. You got a YouTube channel? You're saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
His name's
his name's Sam.
Sam the Devil? Wait.
Sam the Devil.
He called Devil Trader, you say?
Trade Devil.
Oh, Trade Devil. Right. What am I thinking?
Yeah. If you were never a believer in Elliott Wave, if you were never a believer in fib, if you were never a believer in confluence or zones of
what is
interest for buying and selling, this guy is, he puts together an enormous case every single time he gets on. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I know that a lot of people don't believe in that, but when you start pulling and zooming out, to different time frames to where you can get clear counts on things, and you were to be able to utilize that fib tool to a certain degree of price point, to where you think that most of the confluence zones are going to be. If you were to keep an open mind to that, it would probably help out.
Well, that's another thing, your mindset, the open mind factor, because there is this kind of phenomena where you kind of see they call it confirmation bias. You see what you want to see. Here, let's see. Here's his Bitcoin, and he looks like he's doing a lot of Bitcoin. So now I'm familiar with all this analysis here. He's even got market profile on here. Let's see what he has to say.
Just to call it an ABC, we're going to look at a little more complexity here, because that is a little more complicated.
He's on an 8 hour.
At this point, there's almost
8 hour Bitcoin.
This would be. I think most eliticians have got to call this their primary.
Elitician.
Now,
are you an elitician? Well, I am on the weekends.
As we look inside of it here. Now, if we go in and we take advantage of what we can see here,
it's pretty low
we go
res.
3,
What's going on here?
4, 5. Now let me get that.
Here, let me get a little more market depth here.
Put it in green. All right. I think this starts.
I'm going to tell you. So here's the thing. This looks pretty and everything, and and I know Elliott Wave stuff. You know how that works, but so you have the count inside the count and stuff like that. And look how he's got his moving average. He's got the channel. That's all well and good, but does he actually call out? Well, I'm selling a 40K here. I mean, is he calling out trades in there too? Or that seems like a lot of work.
He's just using a squeeze to high amount of ticks or so.
Makes some sense.
And he's got these so zoomed out. This is the
not making sense.
8 hour chart.
A rip roaring
8 hour chart, dude.
Defining the
fucking
waves
ages
here,
to put
I
a
think
trade
in
on.
log scale now. So you look at it and you say, all right, well, do we have the right look? Right? Do we have the right look here? Right? If this is,
he reminds me a little bit of Pike, where he talks and he's got so much going on here. But where's the fucking trade?
The 66 or the 707, for whatever. We know they stayed with it, not because of this, but because of the reaction at the target. That's how we know it's an algorithm. Right? Now look.
Now he's claiming an algorithm. So this is ICT's claim, is that the market's on an algorithm. And I mean, this is the most overused fucking term in the world. Algorithm is just a fucking. I mean, I don't know how we got into this. They're running an algorithm. All the big boys are running an algorithm around my head. I mean, it's a conspiratorial view of trading, I think, in my opinion. But
you mean the 100 million algorithms that are running?
Yeah, right. They're all. In other words, there's so much going on. It's just called life. It's not an algorithm, dude. It's just we're alive and we're trading, and some people are trading, some people aren't.
One's going to tip over, and that's it, and the rest of them just kick in. It'll go from a trend bot to a pullback bot to a breakout bot. Yeah, it's just the bots were just bots and bots just screwing each other. That's it.
I'm going to mark this guy down for almost the prettiest charts, though. His market profile has an enhancement where this is really important price, but this is all. What does the market profile do for you now? I mean, I'm not trying to denigrate all this analysis, but by the way, where's the trade?
Look what we do here. We go right.
This is analysis taken to an art form. Oh, the ellipse. Here. Now, this is the one that blows my mind. This is as bad as the logarithmic fucking spiral.
An impulse here to give me this 3. Right,
when you have to draw those kind of objects on your chart, you may have a problem. But I don't know. Is this guy? Is he just? You're saying he's making good calls though with all this shit.
My issue with these guys is that they'll never make any real money long term. They won't. They won't.
No, I know what you're saying about the Fibonacci's, because it does hit that price.
Yeah, but is that a coincidental fucking number? Which it is, because I tested it through loads of data sets, and all they are is random numbers. Even within a crude model, they're just random. There's not like, oh, this is going to be 50%. This is going to be 25%.
Who's the alphabet?
It's the illusion. It's the illusion of a choice and the illusion of I'm getting out.
Trade double. So this
It's not an algorithm. A single market is no algorithm. It's billions of flipping people and algorithms all trading against each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple. If that's true, that's like saying when I look outside, the weather is created by many clouds. Yeah, it's not one fucking cloud like a cartoon cloud over your house raining. It's raining all over the world, right? Isn't there a song about it's raining all over the world?
Yeah, and in that cloud there are trillions of water, hydrogen, oxygen molecules all interacting with each other until mass becomes heavier than the gravity.
Well, that was
orbit, you know?
Even Carl Sagan knew about billions and billions.
Yeah.
Somewhere in a little town, there's a guy pulling a lever, fucking up my charts. He keeps trading against me. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's a real thing.
You. Yeah, he's behind you. Remember when you in Younger with the stage act and you go, he's behind you.
Yes.
Right?
The hidden hand. The hidden hand. No, but I know what you're saying because the Fibonacci, I could do it. Actually, I'll do a Fibonacci tour here and I'll show you how it works. I mean, it's kind of easy to show how it works.
Tick? You just missed, dude. You just missed that tick. See that little orange thing? Just up a bit from the other orange one.
Well, better luck next time.
No, the one. Yeah, the little orange one above the orange one. Maybe possibly the next.
That's
BP.
That's a dual signal. That's a dual signal. When I see double orange, actually, when I see double orange, I think dual Trump. I think Trump. Actually, I just have a Trump indicator. When it goes orange, I go long. But here, I'll do a Fibonacci on the British pound here. I'll show you how it fucking works.
Dude, that's within a 25% fib range. That's all.
Here, let me get my fibs don't lie.
Oh,
the fibs don't lie. Wait,
they fucking will do.
I think I took my fib away. Oh no, it's still there.
All lies. Doesn't everybody not understand how markets work? They all lie at you. Everything on that chart is a lie.
How dare you? It's, you know why it's a lie? Because it's bid only. There's no ask here.
Yeah.
So here's the fib tool. Here, I'll show you. How I could have fucking traded the fib today.
There's a bid ask, but where's the when? Where's the when?
And where's the who and the why? The why is what I'm really fucking having a hard time with.
The why, how, and when?
Why?
They, them, and those.
So I'm using Fibonacci as a risk ratio. So here, I'll hang the fib on top of here, and I'll take this swing low to swing high. And you should run Fibonacci's on your closing prices, though. I'm just saying. So I'll take this swing high to swing low. Here's the 100%. Look at how it fucking predicted the bottom here, dude. It works. Look at, oh my fuck. Look at that. Yeah. I bracketed that in the fourth. And this is a Tony Plummer fib where you're looking for that huge expansion, right? And look, it bounced off here. And so
exactly where you curve fitted it.
Duh. So, I mean, buy a vowel, dude. Can't you see what I'm doing here? I'm giving away fucking. These are gold nuggets. I should be charging right now. In fact, I should block pure private mode right now. But here's the other fib. How can we go long and make money on the upside? Well, I'll just get in down here. I'll range this out. Here's my range, and look at I'm hitting the 216, and this target's right around the corner. No, I mean you're going to inflect on many prices, so it's like a horoscope. If I give you a palm reading and I get one thing right out of 10, you're going to go home going, dude, you fucking nailed that one thing. Yeah, I was wrong 9 times. A palm reading Forex. Sorry, I didn't mean to beat up on Fibonacci. But it is kind of a mind game. See if I do this. or do the
People don't realize they're curve fitted when they use that tool. That's what's made me laugh about it. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't think I have the patience to wait for this target being hit. All Fibonacci aside, I don't have the patience to wait for the 618 to get hit. That's my problem.
The other mispreconceived idea is that I want 423 today. Yeah, but when does that happen, really? Overall, like 4% of the time.
Russell Treadway is here. Are you the guy that built roads for the United States? Treadway? These are jokes. It's a half-truth when they say the market is an algorithm. Yeah, well, what does the word algorithm mean? I looked it up one day. I think it means like a series or something. I always thought algorithms were if you have a synthesizer, you have a Yamaha synth, they got algorithms in there for like a D7, and you can be, I'm going to gang these two oscillators together. I guess that's your algo. Here comes the euro fighting back. Is the Dow Jones starting to rally finally? How long have we waited for this trade? Oh, look at that Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still going up, man.
680 flipping orders anyway for Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Gold's dead in the water.
Madness.
I mean, gold is dead in the water. Gold should be going up. With all the money they're printing, why isn't gold going up? That's the fundamental. The argument against fundamentals is why isn't Bitcoin, why isn't gold going up with all the money they printed?
Algorithms are more reductive contention of trying to reduce data down to something that's meaningful.
So we scalped to the floor here. Look at this 1 hour Dow Jones. Buyer here and then cash out. So that's my trade. It has nothing to do with fibs. But
algorithm, yeah.
I guess this is an algorithm. You take out the low of the day and then you engulf the whole fucking thing and everybody's like, what the fuck? I just went short on that breakout on the daily and now I'm trapped short? Damn it. Luke, I told you not to. No, the Fibonacci.
A simple way to understand algorithm, right, is you got 24 hours in a day, right? And then you split up then the afternoon, the morning, evening, yeah? Of course, you don't need to go through all the data. You just say, I just want the afternoon. So you only get like I don't know, 12 to flip in 6. And then, I'm not interested now. I want the evening. So from 6 to 12. And nighttime, 12 to 6 in the morning. So forth. It's just a way of saying, no, let's get through the data really quick. It's where you're just splitting it all up quickly. Like, instead of having to go through the whole thing. It's like I don't need to go through the entire dictionary to look up aardvark. You know what I mean?
Well, you just start in the A's, don't you, for that one?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to go to Z. Yeah, you're not scanning for aardvark. If you had an aardvark scanner, I have an aardvark scanner for sale. There's no Fibonacci on it, though. I'm just want to let you know. Don't get too excited.
Just a way to organize data into specific tasks. Basically.
Oh, gosh. I guess I offended that guy. He bailed, so I think I bailed. The bass player bailed when I started to criticize Fibonacci. I don't know. Oh, well. Maybe he had to go.
I think so. Do you know what happened? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm not going to feel bad. I guess
I was just watching.
I'm offensive, and I'm not in denial.
Just watching Bitcoin while pissing myself. Go up.
Oh, are you long Bitcoin? It looks like the dollar is going to get crushed here as we go into the top of the hour. I mean, stocks are coming back to life now. Even the guppy's coming off the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bitcoin. Let me go to
that's not a guppy, though.
The pound yen?
No, that's not a guppy.
A guppy's a fish that you put in a little thing, right? A little bowl.
No, a guppy is just shitloads of moving averages that don't work together.
No, that's my algorithm, dude. Come on, man.
If one MA on its own don't work, why would thousands of them work? I think the standard guppy is up in I think 20 moving averages and another 50 averages above it.
So this alphabet guy says that when Bitcoin hits 70 to 80,000, gold will start going up. I think there's going to be a problem with Bitcoin taking out the highs, the all-time highs, really.
Well, it's at let's have a look. Let's get our fibs out now, right?
Oh, right, I forgot. Shit.
It's just about 50%.
No wonder I'm losing. Yeah.
Actually, there was one use, right, and I was amazed. This VP guy is supposed to be an expert in this, and he says only an intellectual can use fibs.
Oh,
does that imply that he actually knows what it's for?
Oh, I thought you could say he could identify an intellectual first, but yeah, I mean, so he's saying that it's just too. It's a very like you need like a license to trade to use it, right? It's not for like don't try this at home indicator.
Well, here's a fib now. There's another fib. There's half the fib of the other fib, and this now is another half of the fib of the previous fib, and now this one now is starting to break out of the half of the previous fib, which implies that it's going over 100% from the previous fib.
Well, 250s make 100, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now that means
is that the new math?
The next one's 100% versus the 50 of the previous. That means now there's a good chance it could break out.
That new math is killing me, dude. That new math is really harsh in my belly. I mean, I can smell my brain smoldering.
So what you're saying is that 2 peanut butter sandwiches equal a big peanut butter sandwich?
Well, okay, but wait a second. There's a danger in eating peanut butter without jelly because you might choke on the whole fucking sandwich. There's not enough spit in your mouth for that peanut butter.
Crackheads are better traders, that guy.
He sent me a link ratio. You think the correlation between Bitcoin and gold is real? Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. It's predictable Ponzi because basically the same thing happens every cycle. I think the Bitcoin has got to come back to at least 20 grand at some point.
So does that mean it's a really big peanut butter jelly sandwich?
Well, okay, if it's crunchy peanut butter, since the peanuts are denser, it's a different algorithm.
It's complicated things now. It's too much, man. Come on.
Smooth peanut butter algorithms are easier. Peanut butter fractals are very easy to trade.
Fractal, Ponzi, Hiroshima.
I almost think here's how I could make money, and I don't know if this would be a guilty pleasure, but I could have the peanut butter fractal channel indicator. Peanut butter fractal. You have to be eating a peanut butter sandwich while you put the trade on, otherwise it doesn't work. I bet you I had people sign up for that. I bet I would have subscribers. He's got a peanut butter signal. He's going to release it about noon. It's part of the algorithm.
Dude, all you got to do, right, is fucking go across the media, right, spam everyone with a 1 billion link flipping submitter system with random regurgitated words, pretend you're some stupid rich billionaire that's just bought 100,000 bitcoins and it'll slam up to 100K. That's how it works. That's your cycle. Manipulation. The consensus of an illusion. That's how it works. See how it works? Anyone? Bueller?
Yeah. No. Don't ruin my fantasy of fibs. You're really harsh in my I mean, I built an algorithm in my head, and if you fucking delete it, I'm going to kill you. I'll hunt you down and kill you like the buzzkill you are.
It's like religion. Isn't it? No matter evidence you give somebody, look, a man and a woman has children, and their children fuck mummy, does not mean the whole human race. You tell somebody that, especially into a literal interpretation of it, next thing you know, they're calling war. They want to kill everyone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, how many people have died over a fib tool? Yeah, mate.
Hey, who knows?
I beat him to death with a 618. Now look at you. I told you, no kids. There's
the
a
idea
bomb.
that people are pre-programmed to miss. Yeah, but everyone's pre-programmed with behavioral conditions to the point of anything that goes against it, their brains will turn to shit.
I got in my car the other day and I looked under it and there was a Fibonacci bomb strapped to the fucking muffler. I didn't drive it. I called the fucking bomb squad.
Wasn't Fibonacci used as a mathematical formula for understanding nature?
But doesn't auction theory explain more than all that stuff?
Yeah, I've got auction theory in here, mate. I could do what you're saying, and you're thinking. That was a part of quantitative analytics anyway. It's already there. But it's describing it to a machine that's the hard part. Because, as you know, machines are somewhere between crackheads and VPs in this world.
Yeah, the machine is really, trying to, this is when it becomes difficult because if you have an idea for a robot, and then you, like a moving average crossover robot, it fails on its face because you go to back test and you're like, oh, the thing's getting chopped to bits. No shit, it's taking every goddamn signal.
Yeah, so it's too much. There's no intelligence either in it.
Yeah,
not slamming awareness.
Slamming fib tool to the ground. I can't defend it.
Oh, is this now? Is this the bass player? Or is this another guy?
Your minions?
Yes.
Is this the bass player? The fib bass player? I can't. I'm not keeping track of people's voices.
The fib slapper.
No, I thought, well, just some people you tease their fib and they lose it.
I don't give a fuck. I just used it.
No, I mean,
in your fib.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
me and my fib.
No, there was a guy that. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
What?
Oh,
What happened?
I'm running a robot on real money. I got to turn it off.
Oh, did you get fucked on that or what?
Well, it just put orders in, and I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that shit.
So what it is, I wrote a template that has a robot in it, and you got to be careful when you do that. Holy shit! What an idiot! I just saw I saw orders come in. I don't disagree with the trade it's placing, but I'm like, dude, stop it. Leave me alone. It just put limits. It put limits in like 10 pips apart above me. I don't know how long they last, but I got to get rid of those. Yeah, I'm long the euro. I'm hog long the euro. Don't forget, I was fully expecting the euro to take out the high of the day. I know people can't believe I'm going to do this trade, but I'm long the euro.
You're going to keep longing it?
I'm up. I was at $100. This account was at $60. I'm at 290 right now, and I'm in 130K at 1,001 leverage traders away. I'm just gonna let go. I'm letting cash out. No, because I'm a contrarian, so I buy into these insane it's going down, through the floor. I'm buying into that typically.
Yeah, well, my algo doesn't pick that shit up. It only picks it up at about a third of the way through, when it makes a move, and then that's when I enter.
So how tight is are you using? So the problem I have with the no nonsense guy, he's got an ATR of 14. Well, fucking A, make it 3 or something. I mean, there's such a lag. How's he doing that? I mean, you lose your mind.
That guy has never studied as a professional quant in his whole fucking life. He's never done a damn thing with data science or anything. He's just an illusion. Some fucknut that just read a bunch of fancy buzzwords, slapped it on the screen, and blah, 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 blah. None of it is coherent, mate. Not from a scientific point of view. It's certainly not from a mathematical point of view. It's fucking nuts. But shit's crazy. She's trying to do to people.
I don't know. I mean, I whip the algo out sometimes, like on the 15 or on the 5, and then
$300.
Yeah, you catch some of the moves, but you're not catching all the moves.
Well, it's funny is
decent ones that make money.
Well, the funny thing is, I started this stream. I think about 4 hours ago. I don't know. It's like 6 in the morning or something. I'm not 4 hours. So 5 hours ago, I started the stream, right? Yeah. And I'm buying into this euro now. Look, it's finally fucking happening. So you can't really pick the time and place. And once they totally bid this down into the supply zone. Now the euro's coming back, and it could actually take out the high of the day because you still got 5 hours of trading left. Now it's unbelievable, right? So look, I'm at $370 now. I was about to blow this account up. I tell you, this account started at $2,000. I was trading 10Ks, and I said, you can't trade. I'm trading 1Ks now, but you can't trade 10Ks if you only got like a couple bucks in the account, because you can't make one bad decision. This here, I can have a plethora of bad decisions and still make money.
That is true.
You got to be better. You got to be a better trader at $100 account than $100,000.
Oh fuck yeah!
You
got to be the sniper
$100.
from Snipeville. You got to be some guy that loads, gets the timing right on the bombs and everything.
Right.
About to cash out here. This is the cash out point. We're in the trap on the 15-minute half hour right there. So that wick there, a lot of people sold right there, but you could also get where it just blows through, right? So you can't really go for a fresh sell here unless it's a scalp.
You think it's going to hit the? It's going to go blow all the way up to the top there from the day.
I think
before?
it's possible, although sellers are coming in here just because you clip the wicks on the half hour.
Yeah,
so,
on the half, like.
I mean, my exit, in other words, if you would put a fresh sell on with limits, you would put your sell limit right here. You'd be short right now in that window. But for the guys that are long, they're cashing out here. But the thing is, it's top of the hour, and they're closing Europe now. So if the stocks rally from here on out, it'll probably pull up to the euro. I don't know if I could take out the high of the day, but that's my dream, and I've seen that happen before because we have there's no news. This is pure fucking money, and it's not quite the end of the month, but it is the middle of the month.
Well, you have some blank tickets where you're not, taking profit, don't you? Like in your script setup on the right. I mean, where you can just keep letting it go, where you can jump out manually, or do you?
Yeah, I could cash out right now. I could close all winning tickets.
Yeah.
So like I got this, if I hit this right here, it's per symbol. So if I just nail that, in fact, we went in that window, I could have nailed it. And then what I would do there is I would come back in. I can still do that right now. I can come in with these buy limits. These are 1Ks in a 15-pip window. And they're kind of martingale because they're clustered deeper. They're the same size, but I can come in and buy this on pullbacks now because I have enough free margin. The thing about these markets is it could just zoom and blow people's minds and just go crushing north, and people are like, what the fuck happened? I thought this is the whipsaw that people just get crushed. Because what if it takes out the high of the day and then just zooms up and takes out the high yesterday, and there's still 5 hours of trading left?
Yeah, there's a very good
we could rip up and
we
could rip and drift, or we could just rip up. But there's definitely people selling here. But this is the most tense window here because this is where the rubber meets the road. If you do not, like, this is the fair value pivot. And the sellers come in there, right? You saw them come in. If you go, you can see how they made money on the 5-minute chart, right? They just sold that wick up there. And when you go to the 5-minute, you're like, yeah, I mean, would you sell here to ride it all the way down? Not if you look at the 1-hour chart, you go, oh, I don't know if I want to be, well, I guess you're a seller here on the 1-hour chart. But the problem is, what if they take out the high of the day and then they take out the high yesterday and we go crushing up about how many pips right now? And it'll just blow people's minds because that was a really unfair sell-off. Every time when we were down here, this is really a ridiculous price, right? You just took out the low of 4 days ago this morning in 1 hour. That's a buy from a structural standpoint, but that's not no momentum. I mean, it is momentum because it went down so fast, so hard. So now can we go up here? I'm looking for the market to go up 30 pips here and take out the high of the day. I'll definitely be selling above the high of the day. I'll be just cashing out because a lot of people are going to cash out there if we ever make it there. But the weird thing is there's no news. The only thing that is, it's going to be, you got 15 seconds before the top of the hour. There's algos or robots that come in at the top of the hour and they determine that the momentum is justifying to buy here. And we might see this insane spike up and people just, what the fuck was that? Yeah, I know. What the fuck was that?
So it's kind of funny. I trade the indices, kind of the way you trade FX, with the highs and the lows of the day and things of that sort. And sometimes I'll buy like 4 contracts and, I'll sell at a certain, price, and I'll let 2 more contracts run up to a second, that second tier. And then
scale out.
You scale out to, where you think the, ceiling's going to be and things of that nature. But, I've been kind of looking. I've been trying to figure out how you're writing these goddamn scripts on traders, and I'm having a little bit of issue doing that. I kind of wanted to get into, putting your limits down at the floor and checking it out, seeing how it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit of, I guess, if you're used to trading at the market, when I started selling, because it took me a while to feel comfortable selling because I've always traded stocks, so it's awkward to sell. But if I put sell limits at the very tippy top, I was amazed how they would come and tag it and pull it back. Now, it's not going to be a 50 pip winner. It might only be 10 pips, but it's amazing how new highs, once they're tripped, there's usually a pullback off of that.
Yep.
And if it's only for your target, too, so if I'm long, I know the seller's window is, if I know people are going to sell new highs, I got to get out there. Now, if this thing goes ripping up, now if you're running trailing stops to protect your position, it's very easy because you just run trailing stops and you just let your profits run. But it depends who you are, because psychologically, if you've been burned by letting your profits run, maybe you just kind of take the money and run and come back and rinse and repeat the same trade at a different level, different size. And there's no nonsense approach is you find an entry, you hold it for 3 days, you get out, you make money, but this kind of like structured trading in the 1 hour is a different world.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a fast and quick, and 1 hour you're up, next hour you're down. You just blew up the account, now you just made $1 million. I mean, it's very, very, especially if trading big size, you'd notice it.
There's a guy that was showing different VP minion, and he did 14 trades over 1 year. And I just had to find out. So let me get this straight. Wow. 14 trades over 1 year. Yeah, it made $400 for my 10K account. So let me get it straight. You've got
all winning trades, all winning trades, though. 100% winning strategy.
All winning trades.
Well, there you go. 100% winning strategy. Then what are you worried about? How dare you?
14 trades over 1. Well, I don't know. Insanity in between, waiting for that shit.
I do have to agree. It's like the guy is looking for a lot of ways to not trade.
Absolutely.
And I mean, that is one of the things that I don't like about the algo stuff.
He's under trading the market, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different. I mean, you can break down. You can have an argument for every style of trading. You can hold every type of way of trading. But in the grand scheme of things, like if I think like and I'm not like the VP minion. I've set it up to where
mind control.
It works for me. With the way I trade it during the 1 chart. But I certainly don't follow all of his rules, because his rules are like, I'm like looking at it going like, what in the fucking hell are you talking about?
Yeah, next thing he's going to tell me not to fuck the neighbor's dog. I'm like, dude, you're ruining all the fun now.
One of the things was like the baseline.
I mean, so you probably were like, dude, is that 5-string or 4-string baseline? Does it matter?
I couldn't wrap my head around like, okay, we're way below the baseline, and my algo is like 3 out of 4 for a screamer. 600 pips to the upside.
She's a screamer, is she? I like them when they're a spinner and a screamer.
Yeah.
I left a comment. What about a G string? That'll work too, won't it?
Yeah.
Except on a banjo. It's kind of rough.
I can't trade because my fourth one doesn't line up. So no, what you do is you say, hey, look, man, I'm gonna put like 1% on this motherfucker, and I'm gonna see what it does. And then when it starts really going, they're like, oh, don't add to the trade. Well, fuck you. I'm adding 4 more percent to this trade
right.
because we're ripping, you know.
Well, that's right. But see, you're making a judgment call based on experience, and of course.
Well, a little bit, you know. I mean,
see it
if
moving,
my algo's not all pointed perfectly, you know, we can't take the trade. Bullshit. I'm going to put a little something down there. I'm going to use a little bit of your style to put something down there. Because what if it does? You know, I want to catch some of that.
Yeah, I'll do missionary position. You know, if that's what she wants. Now this guy's asking, why would you trade 1Ks? You know, why would you trade 1Ks? I would say, why not? Right, the obvious smartass answer. And then, of course, is that because it's less painful.
Yeah, when it goes wrong. Yeah, sorry.
Less need to be right. I have to be, the bigger the ticket, the more right I need to be. So I don't want to be right. I just want to make money.
You don't need to be right.
I guess that's the biggest fallacy. That's the one that pissed me off the most when somebody said, well, you don't have to be right about the trade. You don't have to know where the market's going to make money. That's Mark Douglas said that. You don't have to know where the market's going to make money. And go, bullshit. Who is this fucker?
The issue with all this, and I'd like to say this to every person I meet, that indicators do not have predictive capabilities of any kind. None. Other than the illusion of a biased direction.
Well, just a trend line. Trend line will project targets. Not that they'll be hits, but
there's some people feel comfortable in the fact I need to be led off a fucking cliff. I need to be there. I need to go see the edge of the cliff. You know, there's an edge of a cliff there. If you've got some sense, I don't need to go to the edge of the cliff to see there's an edge of a cliff. I can see from a distance and go, yeah, it looks like an edge of a cliff. There's no predictive capability. Now, if indicators said there's a good 80% chance you're going off a cliff,
here comes the 5 minute. So 5 minutes after the top of the hour, here comes the big boys.
All right, here goes.
Come on, let's see it.
Not deal with probabilities, you fuck.
Now, I think if everybody that's watching the stream buys a euro here, we can kind of crowdfund this move. We'll all make money. It's like a GameStop. It's just like Reddit.
Yeah, we'll GameStop it up.
Everybody buy the euro right fucking now. You got your mouse in your hand? Okay. I can see your trades coming in right here.
So let me ask you this. So if I was to go on this broker that you're on now, do they have some kind of script?
Nope. No. Actually, no. There's no scripts on these platforms anymore. They stripped them out. The first script I ever found was called a sell pending with a 100 pip stop to make 100 pips. Okay. And I was like, oh, look at this pending order. So I copied it. And I go, I wonder if I could run 2 pendings. And sure enough, I drop it on the chart, and boom, I saw 2 pendings. And right there, I just started writing scripts like a motherfucker. This is like 8 years ago. I'm like, I'm a script writer. And so I started to write scripts that were so outlandish. I would double click and it would lay in. It would buy 1Ks like for a 50K, 5 pips apart. We're talking like 200 pips deep. And it lasted 8 hours. So I would launch these on like ridiculous pairs like euro versus yen, and it would just blow up the whole script in the account. I thought, well, maybe I'm getting too aggressive. So I started to lose money when I traded scripts originally because I thought, I know what I'll do. And the only time I really cleaned up is I put this kind of, I call it iceberg order. I put it in the British pound, and the news was about to come in, and I had about 70 pips deep, and it was a cluster that covered 20 pips, and it was probably a 40K. And all the targets were predefined. They're all different targets, different stops. The market rips down, spikes in, pulls out, and I never saw the trade actually being on. I just saw, oh, I got money in the account. Like, it was so fast that it was in and out. And I thought, man, that's how you fucking do it, right? And this is hot Forex, back when you could trade there. So I thought, oh, that's it, you know? So I launched, with real money, I launched like all these scripts there. Then the broker turned me off. It's not the first time a broker's turned me off, a real account. They go, dude, you're overloading our server with all these fucking fake orders. I go, they're not fake orders. I'm actually in this trade, but that's the only problem is the implementation. You may backtest the program where it's throwing in, I got this one that throws in orders all day long. There's not a lot of brokers that let you run 2,000 fucking tickets, okay? So some of the logistics are impossible. You may have a good idea, but you go to do it, and you're like, broker's not going to let you do that shit. You can't skim the market. By the time they fill you, you're already getting slippage, you know? But that's the kind of stuff, you know? He came to Pathway to Learn
stuff from? Yeah, the pathway to learn. So the thing is, how are you dealing with the emotions of trading? I think that's a big problem, you know.
Me personally?
No, I'm saying anybody that's worried about anybody that's concerned that, oh, I got to find a better edge. Like they say, if I have an edge trading, that's going to make you feel like, well, I got some confidence, you know. But in the end, I've been in trades like this trade here. I'm up on this trade. This is worse than losing for me. I'm like, should I get out? I mean, this is not a bad month. I made some money. I should get out right now. Just go home. What the fuck?
When you get good at something, you kind of have a first world problem of when do I actually take profit, you know, and a lot of times, like when I get good runners and, you know, I'm like in the green, everything's excellent. You know, I've pulled off a week maker in a day, you know, and as far as, you know, job, if I were to do a comparative analysis with jobs, you know, you go, okay, you know, wow, I just, you know, ripped a 2G day today or 1500 or whatever it is.
Yeah, try doing that in 5 days of your normal gig.
It's, you know, you kind of have that first world problem when you get good at something or proficient, you know, in trading. And, you know, it becomes more of an issue of when do I actually take profit? You know, what, you know, and, yeah. And then when you take profit and you see something that just keeps running, you know, I feel like sometimes more fucked up than if I were to actually have lost that trade.
Yeah.
You know, like I should have had more insight into where it was going to go, or, you know.
Well, I mean, I've been in trades, okay, that I've been in for 3 days, right? Which I'm like, look at this thing on the weekly. Holy fuck. So I'm entering a wick on the weekly and I'm going, dude, just hold this fucker until the end of the week. And what I do in those situations, I look at the 15-minute chart and I'd say, would I buy here? And I'm like, yeah, I'd stay in this trade. Like, I'm almost like a scalper's mindset while I'm in the swing trade. And then I've actually, now this is another effort to do, but you could scalp around your swing, right? So you know it's retracing. Like right now, I could buy, and I put some limits in here to pick up some more, right? Because if I think this is really going up in the end, why aren't I just adding on a couple limits? Not, you know, since I'm trading one case, I could put a 10K in and build a monster position that becomes a giant swing trade that makes a lot of money. Or I can sit there with my finger on the trigger in a standard lot with a tick chart and a 7-second chart, and I can go, dude, I just fucking made like $1,000 in like 40 seconds. You know, but it says two worlds between that.
Yes,
I'm looking at this and I'm saying,
you're
you
on
sell?
M30, right? You're on M30 Euro.
This is the Dow. This is the 1 hour dollar, and the question is, would you sell here? And I'm like, this is a bull trap, and this would be a bull trap, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, a bear trap, because it's like, oh, they just. But like, what's the big picture? If I go to the 4 hour chart, so if I turn? It's hard to turn a scalp into a swing, but you can take a scalp, and scalp. You could take a swing and scalp around it a little bit, but then it makes it not a perfect trade, right? Because if you chose to get in 2% of your account, now you're going to dick with that percentage. I mean, there's a lot of people that can't handle dicking with anything. Like, there's no tweaking. You just play it like that. That's classical music blows my mind. They show up and they play the shit that was written hardcore, right? Are they? I don't know enough about classical music. Are they putting their own little spin on it? Is this a Stevie Ray Vaughan version of fucking Beethoven? Or what am I listening to? I don't even know, right? So I wonder about that in trading. Is this guy, he's using fibs behind the scene we don't even know about. He's made so much fucking money. Yeah, ICT says he won't give away his secret algorithm. I go, what the fuck are you kidding? That's what pissed me off in the beginning. I go, just show us your stupid trade. We don't give a fuck. Nobody's going to take it anyways.
Yeah, I find that another interesting thing about all the guys that, you know, I've kind of followed throughout the, you know, my trading time, and, you know, just popping in and listening. And it seems like nobody really is putting their best foot forward as far as like, hey, this is my trade. This is what I'm doing. Take a look. You know, some people do it, most don't. And, you know, I kind of find that a little bit dodgy. You know what I mean?
I'll give him the facts. Here, I'll give him a break. You know why? People that sell courses, you think who's doing the paperwork, right? Are they doing their own paperwork? Like, dude, I'm trading. I ain't got time for fucking.
I can't babysit some guy that, gives me $50 a month. Now I got to babysit him because otherwise I'm being a bad fucking coach. So since I already know that I'm mentally ill, I can trade around my mental illness. I'm not asking anybody to go fucking full retard like me, but I'm like, dude, I can handle it. I can see the 5-minute chart. I know what's going on. This is teed up for a fucking breakout pullback. We're going to probably finish the day up in golf the whole fucking day. People will go, that was an amazing trade, dude. You're underwater. I know I blew up the account, right? I did blow up the account, actually. It was at $2,000. But now I'm saying, because I already told you, trading at 10Ks, that was ridiculous. The guy says, why you trade 1Ks? Because I could make $1,000 a day with 1Ks, and I don't even sweat it.
You know, the strange thing about that is, right, I did the same thing on a pair, just testing out a certain thing. I went in with 0.01 lot sizes, but I made 59,000 orders?
Right. Well, you're making 30 cents a trade. Doesn't sound like a lot of money, but dude, it's times 100. It's almost $30.
Yeah, and 59,000. I was making an average of, I think it was about 40 or 50 cents around there, depending on the exits.
So here's
they weren't fixed exits; they're dynamic ones.
So you can write a 15-minute drop. I don't have any here, but imagine this is a 15-minute drop script, and you can front run the market like this very, very lightly. You're risking like 0.001% of your account. But if you just drop, these are 4 hours, by the way, but I can't find the other ones. So if I drop them like this is every pip for a range of X. I'm risking 20 pips to make 10. I'm risking $13 to make $5. That may not sound like much. If I put these really deep, and imagine the market's going to be open for 12 more hours, when this market crushes down into that bank, I'm getting filled on one case. I might get into an 80K at the very crest of when it comes all the way back to the starting gate, which it could, right? And I said this was the seller's window. This is the ICT order block sell, right? You're up on that trade right now. Do you get out? This is the other big question. Do you get out now, right? I tell you what, I'm buying on limits. I'm holding my long. It's a 5-minute chart. It's Friday. We've been to hell and back. They took the S&P through the floor. They crushed every long goober out with a tight stop on the S&P today. And the dollar is going to get annihilated, I suppose. At least that's my plan.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of taste. I don't like being in too big a position when I know that, here comes London Open and I'm up. I'm only up a little bit. I go flat. I would make so much money if I would have, in the old days, every day at 5 o'clock, 5 before 5, regardless whether I was up or down, just go flat. Just go flat, but I'm a very stubborn person. I'll hold that fucking trade through the swing, and that's how I make the money back. But I realize if I would just gone flat every day and go, it's a whole new day. If I wait till 6 o'clock in Asia to think about a trade, it's so easy, right? Because you have no position opens. You have a fresh mind. So that's the trading coach part.
Psychologically easier, I think, too. It's like the equivalent of if two midgets were having a domestic versus two 300-pound gorillas, like having to go at each other.
Right. I mean, certainly, well, yeah, because one midget's 6'1" bigger than the other one. Are you saying that's a problem? He's got an edge.
Yeah.
You got to watch out for the spiral midgets. So the ones that do the circle the drain, but the hyperbolic stop and reverse trading.
I actually went to a midget throwing contest in Oklahoma
Wow.
long time ago. That was crazy.
With mud and everything.
Oh, dude, it was
wet T-shirt midget mud.
It was just a midget throwing contest. It was a dwarf throwing contest.
So the guy that wins has the lightest dwarf. It's like a jockey on a horse. The guy that has the lightest dwarf wins because you can just hook a rope to him and spin him around.
It's bad.
Learn the markets industry. Start watching these videos when he's explaining first principles of trading. Well, no, that's about step 9. The rest is just sexual innuendos and wit.
Yeah, how to trade the demo like a rent-a-car, like a rape date.
I know.
No, I bet if I focused like Sue Lee. You ever seen Sue Lee, the samurai trader? This guy took a count of 500 to 83 grand, right? For real, right? Of course, we can all do that, and he knows how to do it. And just like anybody else, they realize that if they don't trade with stops, they're like, yeah, we could blow that whole thing up, and we've all done that. But he says, if you focus, you can do it. And I believe it's true, because if you say, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get in and out when I should, and I'm going to do the whole wave, all Elliott waves. I'm trading every Elliott wave too. We're in this phase. So my view of it is we got 4 hours left. I'm going to hold this for the swing, If we don't take out the high of the day, you know what? At the end of the day, here's the problem. Going into the weekend, if I'm up on this trade like you were saying, well, I'm going to let that go. I might let it go. If it's a small position, I'll be like cracking up. If we gap open on Monday and we go ripping up, I'll go, dude, I'm only in a 30K, but I'm up fucking $300. Why am I complaining? You know what I mean?
Right.
So is it the money or is it the pips? You want to predict the market or you want to make money?
Right.
So 5-minute setup here looks obvious. Obvious setup. We're going to do one more rally maybe. One more rally here.
Hey, you know what I've been testing recently, just off topic of FX? I've been getting on just these stock watchers. You see these big pump and dumps.
Yeah.
You just log on at about like 7:30, maybe 8, check the stocks, and they've already made their move, and you just short the motherfucker.
Yeah.
You just short it. Who gives a shit? Buy like 20 shares, 30 shares, and just short it for 10-20% and get out. Just fade it. Done.
There is a reason why that actually bothered me in the beginning, because I said to my dad once, why don't we just short this stuff? And he said, that's un-American. You're trading against people. And I'm like, okay, I can understand. So people make decisions because of their view of what you're not being a nice person because you're going against other traders. Really?
Well, it's like going to a craps table. Everybody's betting the pass line, and you're kind of like looking at it going, why is it that all these people are losing all their chips and I'm betting don't pass? Okay, well, I'm here to make money. I'm not here to, be un-American. I'm not here to, do that. Just, if you see this big wick going up on the hourly and you kind of see it, okay, I'm just gonna short it, and that's that, and here's my stop, and sure enough, man, like it's crazy, just common stock stuff, NYSE, it's pumped and dumped.
If you're taking out the weeklies, if you're making new highs of last week, wow, that's easy selling, right? I sell new highs, man. I'm gonna tell you, 80% of the time you're gonna be right. If you're a range trader, it's 80% ranging. If you know how to range trade, you make more money. But then you're not a trend trader, and you're supposed to be a risky trader because you're not going with the trend. It's kind of weird. It's very strange.
Yeah, it's been working out pretty good. I've enjoyed it. I've kind of watched some good profits.
Well, what's happening there? So here's my argument. I can make the argument for VP also, is that with all the smoothing and all the filters, what's happening is that not only is your ATR telling you whether to take a trade, is that the moving averages, once they come together and get all confused and there's no signal, that may be a filter for you not to take the trade, but in the end, money management's going to be the key, because you're actually adding to a position that you perceive to be going up, regardless of indicators. You have a sense it's going up, so you're adding to it. That's what's giving you the edge, because you can make more money on that one price pulse, and then when the party's over and you come into the end of the session and it's dead in the water, that's where I would say, if I had to do it over again, at the end of the day, whether I'm up or down on the trade, just for exposure purposes and not have to freak out on Sunday night, because I've had some rough Sundays where I actually blew up this one account about 5 years ago. There's only $500 in the account, right? I got the count down to at 1,001 leverage. It's called Metal Forex out of the Bahamas. It's illegal now, but so I'm in this trade and they come in and I'm like, holy fuck. It gap opens against me. I'm down 168. So I said to the broker on the chat window, because you can't talk to him, I said, could you zero my account out? They're like, no problem. So actually the broker ate that. They're like, well, we'll take that $178 loss. You've been trading here for how long? You've been, blowing up accounts here for how long? Yeah, what the fuck, we'll eat that. Look at that little stop hunt on the 1 minute chart. You see that little flick down? So here it is, 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. You see that 1 minute chart? I mean, this is the most fascinating part here. Is this 1 minute chart with the half-hour charts all syncing up, you know? I bet I could get a Fibonacci going for you here, too.
You could.
I charge for Fibonacci counseling. I call it Fibonacci counseling. Mastering Fibonacci anxiety.
Whip it out, man. I'll show you.
Right here. Now, that's the stop hunt, in my opinion. We just witnessed that on the one. We took out this guy's stop. Some guy went long, and he put his goober stop here. He's like, damn it. Oh, fucking stop me out again. I was up on that trade. You know, I tell you what, the 1 minute chart is a challenge, isn't it? Here's a nice double bottom. No, you got to be quick, straw McGraw, you know. Now, I would use a hotkey keyboard if I was doing it, but I'm just going to do like hand placed drops like this. So, obvious buy low strategy here. The rest of the day. So, I have no fear. If I'm in a small position, I'll actually load up another 50K below me and just go, yeah. Actually, I made more money last night doing this strategy, going, you know, it's probably going lower. Fuck it. I was barely in. It's probably going lower. I kept on gobbling shit up and dumping it for 10 pips last night because I had already had this cushion of limits that I was planning on them crushing into. So hopefully that's what we get here. We got $130 of free margin, but that'll go away if we start tanking. We'll have enough money to fill the wagon. So here we go. This is the moment of truth. We're about to break out the 1 minute, and this is the trap. This is the auction floor on the 1 minute, and it's in God's hands. You got the bottom of the hours coming here in like 4 minutes.
Vaya con Dios, man.
So you just brace yourself and you go, God, this is when you become religious, right? No atheists in a stop hunt. But the big view here, the 1 minute chart. Yeah, 1 minute chart makes total sense if you zoom out. It looks like a tick chart, you know. I think I'm addicted to trading, though. I'm not going to lie. I'd be trading a demo. I don't even know. I probably want to trade Bitcoin if my scripts had another decimal point on them. I would probably trade crypto. I don't rewrite everything just to trade crypto, though. Look at that tick chart breakout. Look at this puppy. Oof. So we got to take out this. There's the auction floor on the tick chart.
What is that tick chart? Is that like a 7 second or 5 second?
Every tick that comes in, that spread goes to zero sometimes on that puppy too. It's nice. You can see the spread. I can't zoom in, unfortunately. You're kind of stuck.
Oh, I see what you're. Okay, I see it now.
But this is if you had a draw on here. Here's your. Right now, you're below this. Let me zoom in the 1 minute so it makes sense in context. So here you have a top become a bottom. Sellers are coming in right there, right on the 1 minute. So it could still tank, right? But this is where I guess the snipers and all these people are involved. But for me, if I was trading this at the market, I would just buy a 1K every minute it drops. It's pretty easy, right? Because you could get into 10 minutes of drop is going to be a 10K. And you're building kind of a swing scalp position. But if I have limits that are already sitting there and I have exposure for 50K, then I can pull the trigger. When I see it come down, I go boom, boom. So I go buy. It adds up, dude. I get a 200K going real quick, you know, because I got 100K pending and I have my finger ready to pull 1Ks, you know. But I won't pull the 1Ks unless they don't fill the limits. I won't pull any market orders unless they don't fill my limits. So now it's the bottom of the hours coming here in 1 minute, and all these fucking algos are going to freak because it's a half hour. This is the squeeze coming, and they're going to update the 4-hour charts are going to update in a half an hour. So all the 4-hour robots are going to come in a half an hour. And I want to get in before them, so I'm buying below the floor there. So we're long right now. That's the 1 minute chart. And this is the last trade of the day, so we need a price pulse here to take out the high of the day, follow through, crush it into the fucking end. Everybody shits their pants. The Dow ends up at record highs. Bitcoin's record highs. And everybody's like, what the fuck? Open up Sunday night, gaps down, everybody shits their pants. I mean, these are fucking nutty markets. So here we go. We're going to ride this up now. I'm not going to touch it. So there's nothing you could do. I wouldn't add to it, but you could add to it if you. This is a 1 minute chart, so you got time to add, but that window's creeping away, man. Because if they rip it back down, it's gonna be hard down. You know what I mean? In fact, this move's scaring me. I don't like it when it goes that fast away. I like it to drift and then break out. Because when I see that spastic move, it's like, holy shit, that ain't gonna last. But yeah, this is turned out to be a fun trading day because I didn't know there's no news. There's a lot of price action for no news. People just chewing on speculation. I just broke out that tick chart, so if we just take out that high, we could go after the high of the day now. We've got a little bit of fuel, I suppose, momentum-wise. We need some short squeeze panic. I go to the 5 minute chart. They're about to. So they just updated.
Panic. We're going to be seeing some panic in the market here, probably toward the end of the month.
So here's the interesting thing. Look at the half-hour chart. See, if you pull the trigger after 1/2 hour, you didn't get the best price, right? Your limits got the wick, but you pulled the trigger. You went long. And this is like a oversold indicator. It's down by. That's how crude my system is. Now, if I see it down like that, I go, yeah, I'll buy a little bit. But I'm not going to go all hog long because I'm already long from down here.
Yeah, you don't need 2% of your full account to, pull the trigger on that.
So I suppose I wouldn't even add to it. This is the thing. Once you get the size you're comfortable trading, you feel like, you know what, this isn't going to upset me. It's okay for a swing trade to be in the size I'm in. To me, every trade, like if I'm real heavy in, I want to get out of the scalp portion real quick. So I just want to relax and go back to good old goober swing trading, where it takes 8 hours to make money instead of 8 minutes. But if you can imagine putting an iceberg order down there, so when the market slams down and rips back up, you just made $800 on pendings that already cashed out. They never hit the stop. You had a 30 pip stop to make 10 pips. You got a 20 pip stop to make 20 pips. It's all commingled. Yeah, you can do that trade too. Most people won't do that trade because they're like, oh no, I want to be there. I want to make sure that I got confirmation that everything's turning. My indicators say go, it's a go. But all the money's made on the wicks, on the extreme prices. And you get that whole engulf thing going in one day. That's amazing, right? So in 20 hours, you just made fucking 150 pips, and it's like, wow, all I did was place my orders at the edge of the market. Yeah. Isn't that stupid? It's a dumb way to make money.
Pretty good.
So yeah, we just wait it out. There's nothing you can do now. It looks good I guess if you look at the weekly charts, Some guy said this morning, hey, when are they going to go back to the bullish euro? So this is my big picture is the daily chart, Kind of, this is a sloppy floor. It's a 10 pip window there, but 20 pip window there, but we're down here, right? We're at the bottom of the range, and look at how they just took out this supply zone here. They took out that low from 3 days ago, right? The big boys bought that one, right? Or liquidity bought that. That's why this is a good swing trade. But you could have scalped that wick just the same, Yeah, so this thing's in a consolidation, I'd say, under this, and supposedly they're going to print more dollars, so there's the big view. The big
going to be hitting the market after the markets close at the end of the month, Probably going to see a little downturn, and then they're going to
I'll tell you what's going to happen.
All that money.
The Bitcoin's the mystery to me. Look at Bitcoin. I mean, NASDAQ's making a breakout here at the end too. So I'm looking at they do move together pretty much. I mean, the stocks and but look at the sellers came in here like clockwork at the auction floor, right? Once again, right? Perfect structure trade. Not perfect. We didn't quite hit it, but you definitely got to get out. When you see the market go up in 1 hour, half hour clean like that, if you're just trying to make a scalp, you just get out. I don't think you'd hold that thing, but
I caught that bottom wick on the YM a little bit earlier. I made some good little money off of that. And, a nice little streamer going up.
What's YM?
That's pretty good.
Oh, you mean the symbol YM?
Yeah.
Yen versus what is, I don't even know what that is. Is that
it's just the indexes.
Oh, okay.
Indices. Yeah.
Because I used to look at all that stuff.
Russell, the 2K.
So look at crude oil recovered. Crude oil recovered from that situation down here. There's head and shoulders on the 5 minute. You probably missed that, but you go up, you buy this shoulder right here. See, that's wave 3. Elliott wave. The biggest wave is wave 3, and I know that for a fact. This is wave 4 consolidation, and we're just kind of. So that's the 5 minute crude. If I go to the 15. The nice thing about trend lines, they make sense if you change time frames. All these structures make sense. You can change time frame and they're still going to make sense. Until you get to the 4 hour. And you're like, what the fuck happened to everything? But I say...
You know, the one thing that I mean, you do make a good argument against algos and all that other stuff and indicators and stuff. But, you know, there is one thing that I enjoy about using those indicators. I don't have to catch those whole moves. You know what I mean? Right. I can catch little chunks of them and still be profitable. And, you know,
don't you feel it? Yeah. But aren't you cheating? It's like using auto-tune on your bass. You ever seen a guy play? You ever seen that play guitar no auto-tune, like a high-end Eventide? And no matter what he plays, the fucking thing's playing perfect shit. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I only got to catch, you know, if I'm going to be trading for a living, honestly, I'm only catching 20 to 40 pips in a day, you know, making money.
Right, because it's better to do these high probability 40 pip winners than to go for these I'm going to make 150 pips in a week. I just think that's just outlandish, and you're locking up all that margin.
Yeah. You know, I mean, it's great. You know, I can log in, use a couple, you know, strategy type situations that I use for FX, you know, for on like TradingView. And, you know, you just kind of surf around, look for things that are in uptrends, you know, downtrends, and you just buy the pullbacks and.
Yeah. Well, it's a good old fashioned, it's just like just a normal rinse and repeat thing. I mean, what are you going to do? That's what I do.
You know, pick up $50 or $100. You know, do it a couple times.
Right.
Do the indexes the same way. All the indices. Same way.
Aren't hookers doing the same thing? I mean, how many Johns can there be? How many setups are there? So you're saying you're like a trading slut? Is what you're trying to say?
You're
a trading whore. You go where the money's at. You don't take any personal. You don't get emotionally attached to the stock because they make an amazing widget. The stock traders do fall in love with the product sometimes. That's such an amazing product. I want to own that stock. Here, I'll do a little. Andrews pitchfork because I know that guy from Turkey loves the Andrews pitchforks that I draw. I call this the Robinacci pitchfork. Don't tell him I'm using it. So I use
the pitchfork. You know, you got to use the pitchfork.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're a farmer. That one guy that was on here earlier, he probably could relate. That guy that was from some country bumpkin place in England. And I like the transverse index, I call it. So I have this pitchfork, and then I have the other argument for the bull version of the story, the narrative. We can't leave them out, right? So you have to argue for the other side too. People trading against you, and they're going to say, "Well, we're in this up channel." I guess you can pick 45 degrees.
With my algo, it's not a single algo; it's multiple algos at once. It's just like it made a lot of pips, fucking loads.
I've got a tool that'll actually put these lines in for you. And then I try to speculate. Well, can we make it to this window by there? So here's where you could time your scripts out. Do you think we could make it to this target by there? You know, like this crude oil chart. And you kind of have to set up a contest there. And I would certainly sell here, but I'm not going to go long. I don't feel comfortable going long through this breakout, right? Because I feel like it's a trap. I'd rather sell into the trap. So that's a preference, you know. So obviously crude oil is going to make a run and break out here, but will it get trapped or will it follow through and come into the low of before it fell apart yesterday? You know, make it back and make a full circle and end up with a doji. Or are we going to tank from here? Should you sell right now at the market? I mean, these are decisions. The tough decisions, right? if you're trying to make a living day trading, you know, and if you more than one instrument, but that's this tough, right? Because you can see that you should have gone long down here, but now should you chase it or is the day over? I mean, I guess I'd be selling a little bit at the market here, hoping for a slight pullback, but I think it's better to put the sell limits above in the trap and just go, okay, well, as soon as they go up there, I know instantaneously there are sellers up there, guaranteed, in some degree. But maybe there's too many bulls right here at the end of the day in crude, and we're going to pop up to that next handle, and then another dollar in crude. Take us to $62. I think we've all absorbed, and I guess they delayed the tax refund, so I mean the tax filing date's been moved up too. The government's changing all the rules. Notice they changed all their rules. A lot of these institutions count on the rules staying the same, actually.
Go start the fiscal year later, man.
That's an October surprise kind of thing, you know. But everybody adapts because capitalism's so dynamic, and there's an underground economy. I'm sure everybody's aware of this, and Bitcoin obviously revealed that. But the underground economy is what keeps the economy going on the surface. Because if it wasn't for the underground economy and the who you know instead of what you know, we'd all be dead, right? So people are making so much fucking money rigging the system. And I guess a guilty pleasure is that we're benefiting from it, right? Because you can buy a computer for peanuts. I mean, you can get a 32 gigabyte hard drive that's so small you can stick it up your ass, and you could stick 10 of them up your ass. You wouldn't even know they're there. Well, it's just mind blowing, right? Because you couldn't stick a 20 meg hard drive up your ass in 1980. You would have to have surgery on your ass, right? Just saying. Looks like the Euro's leaving the station finally. So here we are on the 5 minutes. We got a double bottom on the 5. We got to hold that double bottom. So that was that irrational exuberance that we just saw. I guess you could have sold that pounding run. That's a 1 minute chart, so you missed your sell window. I guess if you sold, you missed your profit. Now you think, you better get out of that sell, buddy. I know you were a genius selling there, but oof, here comes the big boys on the bigger time frames. Here comes the 5 minute guys, the 15 minute guys, and they bought every 15 minutes it pulls back, you buy. That's my 15 minute trade system. That's on course number, that's on DVD 9. It's 9.5. It's a half a DD. It's one of those DVDs that's 3.5 inch disc. This is ICT's time frame 15 minute chart. I shouldn't even be using this unless I asked them for permission first, but
Watch it, you fucking serious, right? I'm gonna rip that twat apart on my videos once I upload them. Whatever, asshole. If he comes at me, that's my block you got on there.
Oh, did you do a video? You made a video of him?
No, I will be making a video of people and all that bullshit.
So, yeah, because I made a video of him, and I swear to God, because I had his video inside of my video, I got the most... Dude, they're literally going to take he was going to try to take my channel down with all this... he's the only guy that... It's almost like he thinks he's Don Henley from the Eagles. Like, I caught you listening to my shit. What? Dude, you're fucking washed up Eagles musician.
Bad press is even... press, you know, you shouldn't be like doing that shit.
I don't even know. You know what? I understand Metallica going after Napster, but I don't in a way, because if I'm a musician, I don't care where you fucking get my shit. You're gonna come to my show now, right? Because you've heard, like, the Grateful Dead never having a problem, and they're giving their shit away all day. They bring your fucking open reel tape machines to our concert. They're encouraging it.
Absolutely.
Grateful Dead wants you to pirate their shit. Oh, what are you talking about? How dare you? Now it's like,
they'd have tables set up for people to bootleg and record all their shit, you know, at all their shit.
It's a ritual. I know. I met a guy in college that had a chest at the end of his bed. He opened it up and had a bunch of fucking normal bias white tapes of every Dead concert. He literally taped it on a fucking mono deck Panasonic. I'm like, holy fuck me. I can't believe I'm looking at this. I wish I had a picture of that. He had 100 tapes in there. Good old days. Before hard disk recording. Are you typing in? Are you buying the euro? Because I hear typing and I see the euro going up. Are you buying right now?
No, I'm just told somebody, but it's just
We trade pretty big here. I just let anybody know on the stream. We trade so big that when you hear some guy typing and you see something moving, that's what's causing it. He's putting in fucking. Dude, he's got a Bloomberg. He got a Bloomberg terminal and shit. He's over there with the fucking level 5 shit.
Truth is, I'm a multi-billionaire, and every time I see ICT with his cock block strategy out, I just cock block his. See? There's my cock block over there.
He got the inverted watermark.
Well, I'm gonna get away with it as long as I don't put it on YouTube.
You took his watermark and flipped it on him. Okay, here's the final run, man. This is the Stampede. The 4-hour chart's about to close here in 15 minutes, and look at these guys making a run for the border. Let's hope we take out the high of the day for our swing account. So 119.20 is going to be my conservative target. 119.20 on this euro. Well, we still got a good 4 hours of trading left. I can't believe it. Usually Fridays are boring, but wow, this is fucking crazy. Look at that monster wick. Look at this brutal sell-off into the supply zone. I know that Sam Seidel guy, he couldn't trade his own shit. You know, Sam Seidel, the guy that was doing supply and demand, and he was, I think he was, he just never made any money, right? But what he's saying was true. You know, just because a guy can't, a guy may have a good idea, but he just can't execute it. You know, it's like the guy that can analyze the markets, but he's afraid to put a trade, but he makes amazing market calls. Sounds like you got a crypt keeper there. Is that VP in the background?
Bullshit theories.
Sounds like VP's in the background calling out trades. Poor VP. We punished him into the. We've abused. That's why my channel should not be popular, because I'd be getting sued and shit. You know, I say a lot of stuff because I'm not popular and nobody ever really gets me on it. But
I don't think anybody has the right to sue anybody when it's calling them out on their own bullshit that you can prove right in front of people. That's different. If you just say talk, yes, we consider slander. But if it's visual, evident, and you can actually prove it in front of people, they'd be like, oh yeah, so what you're saying, this VP guy is talking shit. Yeah, right. So he's just lost 10,000 people in a trillion possibilities. That's all he's done. And a few of them will make some money now and then they'll come back to him and go, look how good I am. But that's not really a trader, is it?
Well, they like the style. What it is his style of trading is kind of this. He has a style of trading that people like this kind of story, you know. And they like and they just love it. They love the style, really, because the trend trading is a style, you know, and the market supply zone trading is a style, and scalping is a style, you know. And there's some things that really aren't worth scalping, you know. Who's scalping the ruble versus the pound, you know? Where's this guy? I mean, the spread's killing him, right? He can't really make any money on the 1 minute chart. But the euro dollar on the 1 minute chart, yeah, you can. This spread can go to like almost zero. There's commissions. Even if it goes to zero, you're still paying a little bit here. I think you're paying 0.4 pips.
Sorry, I just finished this shit.
Hey, you're making the market go up, dude. I mean, just keep going.
All right, I'll keep.
I can tell you're putting the trades on. I mean, this guy fucking. I know we're not supposed to talk about what's really going on here. This is actually a
secret.
It's like a secret trading club, and we're talking code and shit. And he's laying blockchain right there in the background. You listen. He writes a mean blockchain, this fucker. He can write a Bitcoin in half the time most people. using that logarithmic spiral mining technique, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Well, here's what I do. When I mine a Bitcoin, I take my Fibonacci cards, I take my video cards, and I lay up on Fibonacci patterns. I have 8 video cards, and I have 13 video cards on the next computer. I have 21 video cards on the other computer. Then I put them together with like an array. You know, use that, what is it called? RAID 0. I stripe about, I use Fibonacci striping on my array. That's what I do, so it's an edge. What's your edge? Oh, well, this trade's taking too long. So do you ever feel like the trade's taking too long? Oh, God, why don't they retrace? Because maybe the trade's over. Put a fork in it. Well, actually, back to fair value. So this is about as far as you can expect the market to go, actually, because you're all the way back to the middle of the whole drama of the whole day. You've been up, you've been down, and you're right back in the middle.
You know, some guys say that tops and bottoms are not possible, right? Well, why have I done it 980 odd times?
Because, man, you're trying too hard, apparently. You're forcing the trade. You're properly forcing the trade.
It's coincidence.
Why double bottoms? You know, double bottoms work if you work them. It's just, if you actually do this stuff, they all work if you do. But a lot of people would say, yeah, I back tested double bottoms. I'm like, yeah, but you're using some 2% or using a 20 pip stop every time. Like, use a 20 pip stop on the pound when you do that double bottom. Well, yeah, of course, because I'm risking 2% of my account. That's all I can afford. Okay, well, that's never going to work. Right, because you could trade super heavy on the euro and trade really light on the pound and be like, we're in the same trade. You got probably make the same amount of money actually. But that pound is so vicious, man. It's down 200 pips in like 2 hours. What the fuck? And it costs more. You're using more margin. It costs $1.38 for this bitch. Your buying power is even cut in half on the pound. It's just two different worlds.
Fuck it. Well, the thing is that I reckon this will work for you really well anyway.
If you could buy an 80 pip window, you had to buy an 80 pip window on the pound for the 20 pip window that you bought on the euro for the same stop hunt. If you're a guy that buys these plunges, which I am, I have to put my martingales have to get in heavy down here. So on my system is that I would buy below here every hour it closes below, and the bigger down the more I buy. So I'm super long the pound right now. According to my system, I could just see the trade right here. I bought here. I stopped buying as soon as it went up, and I'm holding all the longs at the market plus all of the limits that I placed in a grid down here. I mean, in your martingale into it. Yes, you have to martingale into it, but not your net worth. In other words, you're going to buy a 20K at the bottom, and you're going to buy a 10K above you, so you buy a 5K. And then when it gets down there, you got enough dry powder where you could buy a fucking 100K. Maybe you're only in 20K.
That way. I looked at it that equals 76%. That evidence, but yeah, that's a double tap, predictable one.
Yeah,
and then,
this is
the exit now. How's the exit plan going to work? Yeah, that's it. And then I'm buying in on the flipping down there. Why? Because done.
Well, actually, here's where would you load the wagon? You load the wagon when you're at this lonely wick that you go back 2 days in the British pound, and look at everybody else loaded the wagon there. Huh? It's almost like a pattern. So I mean, how fucking dude? Come on, really? You need a fucking so. Here's my view.
Machine does though.
But I'm prepared to buy. I'm prepared to buy so much down here that it would blow your mind, and this is the better trade. But we never made it there, so we only made it to this supply zone. We didn't. In other words, if you look at supply zones of being the half-hour wick bottom, there's only one choice here. You have this lonely wick, and then you have these shelves start. These are 10 pip windows here of supply, right? So if you buy a 10K here and now you buy a 20K down here, you see why that trade makes money? It's not because of RSI. it makes money because this is a deeper, older price than this lonely wick, which is the low of the day, but this is obviously where the inventory is. So why wouldn't you just put your buy limits down there? Oh, I got to see my moving averages. Okay, you can't trade supply and demand then. You're not a structure trader.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm looking at. It works. It doesn't work like that. It works based on a probability. It's got a metric for this, that, and it's got fuck all of the indicators. It's just looking at number crunching of certain metrics and it's saying, well, that's gonna fucking do yada yada.
This is more of a
yada yada.
This is an if-then statement.
It's nothing to do with this.
Really, this is these are if-then statements. If we come down here, would you buy it? Like, that's a structural. It's a pricing issue. If the British pound was ever above this price, would you sell it? Yes, I would. And I make money there, right? See, because if I sell it, right, I make money, then it comes flying back through that structure. So structure rules all. Whether we hit the structure or not, we don't know. But if we're constantly refreshing the market with pendings that last 15 minutes to a half an hour, if I have a robot that does that, that's what I'm going to run, right? Because then I can take the profits if I see them, and all the robot's doing is what I would do. It's saving me mouse clicks. So I'm going to have a dumb bot that just throws limits in, and if I see a hot market that's dropping 100 pips, I'm going to run the 50 pip drop bot. And if it's a shallow market, I'll run the fucking 20 pip drop bot, but it's going to do stuff that I can't do, which is constantly click these bullshit scripts. And to me, that's kind of a trading assistant kind of robot.
That's a classic head and shoulders right there, just previously, like, you know what I mean? And I take a shot. If it works out, it works out. But it's not just that. It's the exits. When are you going to get out? How is a machine going to know when to get out? There we go. It's not just about the entry point. It's how you get out of it. And the machine's pretty good at that too. So.
Well, if the machine's going to change your target, yeah. But you can have a static.
I'm not saying this from a person's point of view. I'm saying from a machine's point of view. They're dumb as shit, man.
Well,
yeah.
But what if the machine's only placing limits, right? And it's already predefined where the stop and the exit is, then it's basically just a launch bot. So it puts a ticket in, and machine doesn't have to, unless it's going to be a money management machine. It just, whatever happens, you know. And if your ratios are good and you've got the right proper placement and the market's moving at 200 pips an hour, and now you're front running the market with 300 pip deep scripts, which is the bot's just throwing them out there for you, or you're putting them in yourself, right? Well, that's manual labor. The whole idea of trading, I thought, was to be like, well, I sit back and make a decision and I'm making money just with my brain. I don't have to fucking lift a girder or dig a hole. I can just have a thought and make money, you know. And of course, the next level up is the robot's making that thought. You've trained the robot to trade like you in some regard. I mean, if you think you're trading is proper.
Yes, exactly. That's what I perceive or not perceive, what I measure and say to myself, I know what that is. Think, trade. What? And then I make a machine do it, but it's not as simplistic as saying, oh, well, it's an option. Every candle on it is just a choice, mate. But why is it important versus all the others that are not important? And it's just summarizing or looking at certain things and going, right,
well, could you tell the robot?
This is a 96%.
Can you do an actual scan and say, give me all the half-hour hammers that occurred where the wick took out the low of any previous day? What's the probability of me buying the close of a half-hour hammer that the wick happens to have breached pierced the supply zone of the dailies? They just took it down 5 or 10 pips. We got a 10 or 20 pip wick. We got a hammer, and it just loads the wagon on that fucking thing. Of course, it's not going to give you the target, but it is going to give you a place to get in. And of course, see, that's the devil's in the details. Like, how's it going to get out of that?
No, that depends. That depends on other factors in that. There's another factor in that. It doesn't just blindly go into a given time or anything like that. No. Mm. It looks to summarize many things faster than a human being can do it.
Oh, I'm sure that.
Tick speeds do it. We're not talking like just a candle or some brief.
But actually, according to Bill Williams, I still think this is true. Bill Williams is going to tell you that the human mind is faster than any robot, because the human mind you could drive a car and have a thought about a bad trading video while driving a car. It's pretty hard to get a robot to think like in that kind of context, switch context to just. The only thing a human mind cannot do is have more than one thought at a time.
I don't think so, Samo, because most people, if you give them a choice of a candle, what they'll do is overcomplicate it before they begin. You don't need to go that far, but in a sense of certain things, it's crude models within crude models within crude models. It's it's been pretty good.
Well,
but they're always right.
You're making a buy and sell choice. You're making buy and sell choices on that candle, right? I mean, you're not using the candle to place limits around it. You're not saying, well, based on this candle, it means I should put buy limits below or sell limits above. You're saying that at the end of that candle, I should pull the trigger on something, on a directional trade.
Yeah, I'm understanding based on the instrument. It's not some what this is here on a different. It's different. Every instrument and time frame is different. I don't have this singular model that does it all and then play it all. It don't work like that. It's dynamic in the sense that it's just given to what it's got to deal with. Am I going across a minefield, or am I going across a field with the women of plenty? Am I going up the mountain to rejoice, or am I going to a party have some fun? What type of landscape am I dealing with here first? Not just.
So you're saying that your system is able to sniff beaver in the woods and determine whether or not there's going to be an orgy?
Yeah, and land.
Is that what you're trying to tell me in kind of a summarized, kind of a caveman algorithm? Caveman algorithms? Are you talking about? No. Sorry.
What I'm saying, every choice you've made there, right? I take that order sheet now. And I go through get my data.
Let me look at my journal. My journal says,
and I'll show you what choices you've made probability-wise, how good they were for the given instrument.
Oh, okay.
How bad they were. Things like that. The idea of it is to repeat something over and over. Now, to a certain degree, you are repeating something that I can already do.
Yeah, I've been married 3 times, dude. I've repeated a lot of bad trades.
But no, your good trades too. I'm talking about.
Right. Oh yeah. Well, I've had some good one night stands. Does that count? I mean, the long-term relationships not good, but I've had some amazing 2-week jaunts. It's like scalping, I guess.
What I'm saying is that the idea of what I'm trying to accomplish here, anyway, is to show people that they think they're making this rational decision when they're not. And when they do make a good move and they get comfortable with that repetition through this way of doing things, they won't feel like pussies when they do it, because it does repeat. They always repeat over and over and over. The real question is how to analyze it quickly, and it is quantitative understanding, but done for children. Your brains won't fry. And I don't mean in a bad way. I mean that a child can see through the obvious. But when a machine can do that as well, and to help you make different choices, it's much easier to trade, mate. Most of the time you wait in anyway. You're waiting for certain setups. So it's better than VP shit. This stuff is a joke. It's just embarrassing.
I mean, but how can you compete with planetary cycle trading? Do you have anything that you could kind of whip up for me that would even be as good as that?
It's got nothing to do with any of that shit. Come on.
Oh, come on, man.
All to do with who's your favorite midget today, and then make a decision. Good stuff.
How dare you? This is the shit. I just found this. You get past the bumper music. Okay.
That's it.
Planetary cycles.
That's the word. Of a trader. Today we're going to go over planetary aspects, or the angular relationship of 2 planets and kind of where they are in space. Literally, you can see all the planets here, and all we're looking for are conditions to be met that the planets are of some type of
now this is Robinacci's brother, I think,
of degree and aspect to one another. So right now, if I were to mouse over here, this is the Sun and Neptune are squared, so they're about 90 degrees from each other, and Neptune and Mercury are squared. They're within 90 degrees.
Duh.
Or we can see Pluto and Venus, they're in opposition.
Serious LSDs.
Which means that they are across from one another. They are 180 degrees from one another. Or Jupiter and the Moon, they're trine. Trine is 120 degrees.
Duh.
And so we can see that these change, but we do know that from research of other analysts that we know that the degrees of the square,
those are entry points.
opposition, and conjunction.
Are you getting this? This is the entry point. You give him a holy grail right here. If you think Fibonacci was amazing, planetary cycles.
These are all types of aspects that have high probabilities.
High probability. Wow, look at this stuff. Can you believe it? I think this says it all, this little cartoon on the corner. I don't know if you can see that, but that tells you a lot right there, I think. But so you're saying that that's no good?
That is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
How about DW again on top of your stock charts?
This is Michael S. Jenkins, and today I'd like to talk a little bit about Gann's use of astrology in the stock market.
Now, these old codgers step up to the plate to do us. Who are these people?
Where do they come from?
Is there a breeding laboratory? Look at this shit. Check this out. Now, you need this to trade. If you need that to trade, dude, you got a whole nother problem. Oh, where do I begin? It's hand drawn.
42,000 views. So you're telling me if I come up with something that's absolutely ridiculous, I get 42,000 views?
Grandpa Gann gave me this just before he died. He said this is what you do if you ever run out of money. God, look at this. Gann's original charts. I want to see how he holds his data together, how he connects the dots. Oh, that's incredible. Doesn't get my butt.
At his chart, here's 272, here's 276. We can count these little degrees. This red line here is 273, where both planets converged, and that's where he was predicting there would be a top, and he was going to go short with a stop at that level. And the rest is history, as you can see.
Wow. See, there you go. I think you just proved it. I think just disproved you on one fell swoop, dude.
But that's
so much for your algorithms. Now, this is true what he's got here, that there is a 1 hour chart. I like this approach. Very, very clinical, very mystic, too. Oh, this must be when the planets... that could have been a solar flare right there. I think that's what they call that. Or rogue wave for some people.
I can't read the bits of data there are. You can apply that to anything. So you're telling me if a big-breasted woman came into my room now, wiggled them and walked back out, that's a meaning for me to buy on dollar, right?
You're going to give away that.
You're going to come back 1,000 times and do the same thing. Let's see how many times I wait.
You really want to give away that trading secret right here without charging?
Damn it! Give it away.
Man, you got to think ahead, dude. Think like a marketer. I mean, you come up with these gems and then you just like, poof, we just gave that one away. You'll never make any fucking money. Look at these gaps. Wow.
Well, what about my cat?
Your cat?
Right.
Well, how about tea leaves? How about your cat playing with tea leaves? Getting that good extra edge on my readings.
Jesus.
Here's what's got me concerned though. 42,000 views in since January 2019. So we only have 17 thumbs down. So oof, people love this shit.
I know.
They love this shit. That's all it tells you. How can you not love it? I mean, just name Gann with 2 N's. Wow. Fucking Gann fan. How about a Gann fan? Anybody?
It's so crazy shit out there. It just is like.
It is beyond the pale. I mean, really, if you had to make it up, you couldn't. People would say, yeah, you're full of shit. Astrological trading. But the logarithmic spiral is where we fell out last time. See? You know that one, right? That's even better than fibs.
A lot of it won't work, mate, because what people try to do is take some fancy mathematics from a book or do some shit and try to apply it. to this kind of system. Well, those maths work for other types of systems, fine. But then when you're dealing with this, it's dynamically changing, isn't it? There's two conditions in any market, isn't it? Ranging and
You just got to
trend.
update your software. You just got to update your software.
Yeah. Or astrology fucking plug-in.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, don't you have the app? You don't have the app for that? What the fuck? Where you been? How about Forex trading with a logarithmic spiral?
There's a lot of intellectuals that come across who do this type, who try to do all this kind of stuff. I've read lots of white papers on finances, psychology, how people make decisions in trading and all that. But again, it's all down to
Hello, traders.
it's a bad model to start off with. It's just bad because it's random. There's no way to tell a person, yeah, but was it pure random, partially random? Is it particularly in right context of the market? You see what I mean? It's not just one or two things. It's multiple.
Have you ever heard of fuzzy logic? I call it fuzzy random. So it's fuzzy random.
Fuzzy, yeah. That's it.
So what do you think of this? How to draw Fibonacci arcs like a pro? Because you've been doing like an amateur up to this point.
So I look at that now, right, and all it's telling me there's an injection of liquidity, hidden liquidity at a certain point. It was just there, but the static chart won't tell you this. On my screen, on the other hand, somebody's doing fuckery. So I got my fuckery plug-in, right? Right. I know it's not the usual terminology, better than ICT's terminology. Fuckery, I call it, right?
It's a fuckery order block.
That's a fuckery, yes, fuckery order flow going on there now.
We're making a run for the border, man. Look at this. We're making a run for the border, man. We got to take out the high of the high of the day, but we got to take out this thing.
I tried geometry. I tried arcs. I tried circular, spherical, donkey cock format.
How about you tried anal yet?
Yeah, half-fish frog, butterfly patterns, special needs, inversion therapy.
Special needs, inversion therapy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, the gravity boots. Yeah, like the American Gigolo.
And all of the new buzzwords I've managed to make up as I go along to sound intelligent. Right. But sometimes
don't you have
sometimes stupid is smart, and sometimes smart is stupid.
Oh,
you know what I
yeah,
mean? And it does happen. I mean,
well, didn't you release your lexicon of buzzwords last year? It's available at half price right now on Amazon. Isn't there a link? Don't you have a link for an Amazon book that you wrote about fuzzy random logic and the why Fibonacci caused me to get divorced? How I lost my car to Fibonacci.
How I needed a psychologist after Fibonacci.
Why Fibonacci rehab wasn't worth all the money I make using the tool.
Right. If I hear one more of these pricks with their buzzwords and not actually look at what the word means, or apply the right context on the screen, I'm going to scream. I just am. It's just like Siri off that Apple iPod piece of shit, whatever it's called.
Can I insert
and like Siri, I'm being mugged by people right now. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. Do you want to buy ice cream? What? I'm being mugged. Ah, so you're looking for a good offer in carpentry? What the fuck? It's random shit. Ah. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's
exactly
tough to. You can hardly believe it because once you get under the hood, it's like when you go into Guitar Center and everybody's playing. People are just playing through an effect unit, thinking the effect's going to make them sound like David Gilmour. But dude, just because you got delay on your guitar doesn't make you David Gilmour,
Yeah, exactly. It's like saying, look, I'm Jewish. Einstein was Jewish, therefore I'm Einstein.
Yeah, look how smart I am. It's nuts. I'm nutty smart. In fact, look, my hair's not even combed like Einstein, so there you go. See? Proves it.
Oh, yeah. I look at the pictures of that guy, and he's got to be the most chilled out dude. He's one of the smartest guys going. And yet, when you look at him, he's like, I don't really give a fuck. It is. You could see it. He's like, everything around him was a laugh.
How about, have you tried this one? just out. Confluence, Wyckoff strategy, institutional order flow. 11 minutes. How to trade institutional order flow in 11 minutes.
The guy was showing us this order flow video, and that's a top tip Tommy 15 thing.
Here, this guy's 11 minutes. These people get so mad at me when I say anything about them. I don't know why they're so triggered out, but
still with the trend. We're expecting buys from down
I like this guy's charts. He's got really cool candle colors.
here,
Nice
and we caught some
choice.
stuff up along the way, but that's not what's important to us. That's not what we're looking at right now. What we're actually looking at is how we got involved in the sells in this area. So again, just looking at this from a 4-hour, it looks like there's very little to get involved in here, right? But in reality, we caught about 1 to 18 relatively easily. People that got involved a little bit early got 1 to 9 on it.
He seems like he's a real trader. I'm only looking for the fake ones.
He's just copying this other guy's shit and calling it a spring, a cock ring, or
No,
whatever.
that's Wyckoff speak. So you got to jump the creek and all that shit. You ever seen Wyckoff?
Oh, the Wyckoff, yeah. Wasn't Wyckoff a famous trader though back in the day?
I mean he's right around the same time that the Gartley guy and the Dow Jones guy and Elliott Wave. So Elliott, I think, came after Wyckoff. Some kind of. I looked it up once and I thought, well, he just stole his shit. I mean, Wyckoff just called it something different, but Elliott Wave is actually a psychological trade. Wave 3 is the biggest wave. That's all you need to know. Wave 4 is a consolidation where people get trapped and stop hunting. 80% of the market's in Wave 4.
Wave theory, there is an illusion in me.
Well, 80% of the market's Wave 4. So if you know that, you know Wave 1, which would be the first rally. Wave 2 is the pullback. Wave 3 is the wave you trade. Wave 4 you don't trade. Wave 5, kind of hard to trade Wave 5, isn't it? Because you gotta predict the end of Wave 4, which is pretty tough, right? Because that's the triangle.
I pointed out to this guy about doing that, and he got very emotional over it. I say, you do realize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is an arbitrary number system too. What do you mean? Well, you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because your brain has said so. But in reality, I see 124 candles.
Well, there's also, don't forget,
no.
Yeah. Well, don't forget the Elliotticians. What they're counting is the corrections are 3-wave, ABC. ABC is a 3-wave correction of a 5-wave. So what they're saying is most of the waves are going up. But if you can trade the ABC, you can make as much money off the C wave, right? Because if you're going to go AB and then just trade that C, the crush back in, where that's going to be basically Wave 2. So there's an ABC inside of Wave 2, and if you do that, well, practically speaking, there's a wave inside the wave, and that's where people lose their minds because they go, well, on different time frames, they see different waves. Yes, you do, but they only exist on the 1-minute chart for maybe, 8 minutes, and the fucking wave's over. Yeah. So they're fleeting.
Again, to me, I pointed out, look, that looks like 5.2 over wave, and that's 5.6. Another one's 4.4. I said, you taking the piss? I said, no. Yeah. No. Well, maybe. A little bit. I said, it's all subjective, isn't it? There's nothing behind it that can say, oh, this means something.
The sellers came in like clockwork here, right at the finishing of this 15-minute chart. Look at that. Double top on the 15. Euro dollar. So I could cash
There's a
out.
lot of things in this that are illusions, mate. And unfortunately, the reason why I've done things a certain way here is to teach goobers how much of their own bullshit or perceptions betray them before they begin. And they do, and they will. Over there.
It's not an illusion. It just turned around there, right? Shaved candle right there on the 15.
I mean, to me, that could be flipping, I could say that's a pattern or something, right?
No, I'm saying it's a double top. There's resistance up here, and the sellers came in because, in my opinion, they filled this little vacuum. That last rally, right? This is you could have sold on the clock right there. You could have cashed out, or you could have put a fresh sell on. I don't think I put a fresh sell on, but that did turn around right at 15 minutes after. So
that's a bad pattern, that is.
Well, you need more. You need more than that. See, the reason why Gartley even works, you notice the Gartley pattern, why it works, the secret. So I discovered it one day after watching a lot of Gartley videos. I go, oh, I see what they're doing. They're buying the stop hunt, and they don't know it because their wings come down. Okay, here, let me see if I can zoom out to show you a Gartley here.
Stop hunt, level hunt, whatever you want to call it. Like
what they're doing is, I can see all the Gartleys right here instantaneously without even having to do too much work. But so here's a bat pattern, and what they're doing is they're saying, well, what we're going to do is we're going to come in right here and buy, right? So if you imagine here's the bat pattern, bing bang, they're going to buy this pullback here. Well, yeah, of course. Who isn't? That's a great place to get in. You're buying low. So they found a way to force themselves to buy low because they're buying the bottom of the wing, right? That's all that's going on there. There's no magic in where they draw that fucking thing. And then I've seen these people, oh, we missed our entry by 1 pip. Yeah, you were that precise? Wow, amazing. So it's just an excuse to buy low. Or sell
well, that's
high.
the thing. Look at that back pattern there now. That's 1, 2, 3. That's 6 data points. They all got different lengths.
Let me see
you want to do an XYZ bullshit on it as well. And all you have to say was, well, if that there has got idiots on it, then some other guys are going to take that out, which they have, and there we go. It doesn't always work, but if it works most of the time, that's it. And that's a simple way of looking at it. Now, I got ICT's order cock block here. No, right. But my cock block is different to his cock block. In a sense, from a machine's point of view, it's going scanning that and going, oh, yep. That's it.
So here's a harmonic trading guy. So here's your classic harmonic. Yes, harmonica bat pattern. And this is what's just, so here's the setup. Now, he gets the first wing of the bat, and I guess you got to wait till nighttime for this shit, right? Because the bats come out at night. You notice what he's doing? He's going to buy here at the bottom of this wing. Yeah, he's just buying really deep retests. He's buying a fucking retest area. It's hysterical. It is. I tell you what, dude. This is fucking the dumbest shit I've ever seen. All you're doing is saying, this triangles have nothing to do with anything. You might as well just vomit on the fucking screen, okay? All you're doing is buying the, and look where they're getting in. They're getting in at this trap area, right? Where I'm buying the same vacuum, but I'm scaling into that, right? There's a bat within the bat, too, that you missed this one. It's so silly. And they got scanners, so that the software keeps running the triangle in front of the market like that.
Well, that's it. Now, this SNR, right? I've got this SNR thing, and it does it pretty well. Yeah, it's pretty good, and it's set up right to do the job. That, to me, is just an SNR.
Right.
And I think the result, that's a retest. But it doesn't mean you're going to make money out of it. It just means, well, if it goes wrong, okay, you lost a bit of money. That's just the nature of it.
You see how this...
It doesn't mean that it's, like, going to be...
Right, but you see this low is lower than this low, so that's the entry, right? This low here on the right is lower than the one he hasn't marked, and then it makes a run. But notice, it returns to the starting gate. So the fact that you got in on this fucking thing, if you didn't take profits in the trap up here, see the supply zone, and where the sellers come in, if you don't get the fuck out, and this is the problem with the Batwing shit, is you're looking at the bat fucking wing shit thinking it's going to go to the moon now, and you're missing the structures that are happening right here based on good old price printouts, you know. So I don't know. It's such a distracting, silly tool, and it makes you feel like, oh, well, we trade harmonic patterns. We're not idiots, you know. We're very sophisticated harmonic patterns. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's like you've overcomplicated something that can be simplified much further. Huh?
Yeah, you dialed it up, and it looks pretty, you know. That's a pretty looking chart you got there. The prettier the better. Kind of like your mouth looking pretty to me too. Hey, you want to go? Where's the Georgian trader? Where's his banjo? Mr. Ali X and free guy. I can't even.
I mean, there's multiple ways to do all this, but at the end of the day, people have got to make certain decisions quick and snappy and actually go into it. The only reason why I'm doing it this way is because to help people repeat the process over and over, and then start getting well, I'm trying to say this is reality, though, not fictitious crap on YouTube. This is actually hands-on reality. They have to face it, have to deal with it. And I got all sorts of stuff that a lot of these guys have never thought of. All 327 these fuckwits together, combined. All of them. They've never offered anything useful to a person. Ever.
Yeah, there's so much work, and the prices they come up with these. I think these are just the going rate for like if people are. You can almost ask somebody to pay like, could you give me like $1,000 for this course? It's almost like, well, I'm sorry, $999, but it seems like people can people drop $1,000 without even blinking. For some of these things, I'm amazed.
Yeah, give me a moment. Yeah, it's just gimmicks, mate. A lot of it. It's just total bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? It's not going to help somebody become better.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is just like, I would say for most people, you know what? You got a hot wife. Your kid doesn't have ass cancer. Just live your life. You don't need to trade. I mean, if your life's going good, I mean, you're just asking for trouble in a way. Because if you've never stood in front of your fears about money, you're fucked. I mean, if you never got used to losing money, I mean, it's just, when you drive a car, you don't think how much gas you're burning, but you're burning gas. But if you thought every mile, fuck, it's costing me so much money to drive this car, you wouldn't drive your car. I mean, it would be tough, right? But when you're trading, you're either locking up margin, you're underwater in a trade, or you're waiting to even make more money on something that you wouldn't hit the target. You're already up on the trade. Am I too greedy? And what's your inner dialogue, What are you thinking? How tough is it to trade, really, in the end?
It's not the question of just that. It's a question of how can I take advantage of a machine that can get better prices for me, actually filter stuff out that I know is just bad news. How can I actually start scaling out with some strictness, or at least the machine can go, shit, this is good, this is bad.
Yeah, as long as you can set phasers on stun, like if you can set it so it can trade $1,000 account, and then if you just scale up, and you could just kind of keep on notching up the size.
Well, on oil, right, on that one thing there, right, that scaled out on that one there was 99 trades times 18.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
That's 92,000 trades, like. But, like all things, it's intelligent enough to know certain factors. I know bad news.
So here's there's my crude oil trade, is that I'm short crude oil right now in my mind because I said I would not buy into this trap. And so that was the trade I was calling out earlier, that I would be a seller in that window, but no way I would buy into that window, even though if I bought into that window, I was up, right? And then it turned around. So without regard to all
stops, yes, you can do trailing stops with what I got. They'll be available in a few months anyway, but it can do dynamic stops, metric stops. It could do all sorts of stops. In fact, every stop I can think of, every type, from fixed and dynamics. And multiple dynamics, multiple martingale, whatever, whatever.
Whatever. I'm so sure. Whatever.
Whatever, man.
Dude, it like trades everything. Like, I'm so sure. Whatever. How dare you question my bot? I can't even believe this guy's here on this stream. Don't you know who this guy is? Dude, he knows what a teraflop is. Step back. Give him some room.
The thing about traders is that they don't really know. When someone starts trading, there's another thing. They don't know what their style is. They don't know what makes them comfortable. They don't know what to look out for. And then they get sidetracked into the world of guru madness. Then they go to the bots and think, I'll press this button, I'm going to be a millionaire. No. Takes a lot of effort.
What do you think of the iMarkets Live kind of? I don't know if it's dead yet, but iMarkets Live, people just trading on their phone and shit.
That's got to be the most demented thing I've ever come across.
People just put on hairy trades based on some kind of crude algo, I suppose, crude whatever. But it's kind of like almost like it's fashionable trading, or it's because there are the serious traders, right? The analytical traders, the number crunchers, and there's the people that discretionary trader trade the big
I think like I've got a test today. They were about 68 good trades. I could scale up on them easily, and part of them were breakouts. Some of them were ranging. Some of them were breakouts into a full trend. Some of them were half trend, and a few. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I do. It's just mess, and then I just kill off them because there's no point. It's just a mess. And that's it.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to do? It's all down to the person.
Yeah, I mean, a person can screw up a perfectly good trading system,
Yeah. It's all all the how to. But like I said, I think this will help people go through all the bullshit. You know what I mean? So.
I don't know what happened to the. No, we're not. Some guy. Here's the phone line. Yeah, no, it's a wacky world of. I guess the nice thing about the markets is that they are unpredictable. That's otherwise, wouldn't it be boring? I mean, if we all knew where the market was going, I mean, what the fuck would you do? Oh, but you don't know if this channel will be around in a year. Well, I know you don't even know if the markets will be around in a year. the way they're shutting shit down. Better get across the border while you can. Hey kids, bring your little papooses or whatever. You storm the border there. God, that's crazy. Of course, Europe's already gone through all that stuff, right? Europe already invited everybody into Germany. Hey, everybody, come on in. It's a couple of years ago.
There's a lot of stuff out there that just pisses me off. I just feel like I could sell a lot of the copies of my work, start to finish. It's professional enough for people to use. And if they see me do it live and they start seeing this fucking prick is making 1,000 odd pips in a few trades. The fuck? And there's him with 10 or 20 pips a day. I'll give you a break. Ain't no one gonna make money our way. Come on. Silly. Fucking silly.
Well, it depends on
they want to
discipline
themselves, see, with time and patience and things like that, and how to do it. They're all the same, mate. Even the gurus. One guy, I asked him, send me your order sheet. No. What? Why not? Well, you could doctor it and stitch me up. Well, paranoid aside, it's like, just send me your real things. I can analyze it. What for? Well, I'm a quant and I just want to see, I kind of want to be quant. Maybe you can call me that if you want. And I can see through your bullshit. Your truth, I mean. You're just faking it, by the way. Those trades are phony.
Like I mean, some of those
kind of shit people need.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know how people claim all these things because it's tough. I mean, if you I mean, the markets can be very volatile. And of course, you can make money if you're on the right side of that volatility, but I think a lot of people are very surprised that when the market makes a move and it gives back that whole fucking move in 20 hours, they're like, wait a minute, I thought this is the place to buy. And how often have we seen the market come all the way back? It's a cruel hoax, man.
That's just a bad habit, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the
it's like those guys with the machine, in the casinos, playing the bandits and all that. They make a lot of money, say, and all of a sudden they go and get something to eat and go back. I think I can make more. But the odds are against them. But they go back anyway, and they lose all their money.
Yeah, it's one thing to walk up to a machine that's all ripe, a couple pulls, and you win. And then it's another thing to
still a gamble, isn't it? In the real sense.
Well, look at the
those
guy.
machines already.
Hey, I'm sure there's some guy that shorted Bitcoin and made that $10,000 sell off in Bitcoin, and he goes back and tries to do the same trade over and over again, and then just
can't do it.
Because the markets are like almost a one of a kind. Some of these giant moves are one of a kind, really. Probably never happen again, at least for another 3 years. And are you going to sit there? Are you going to be around? Like this guy said, is the channel going to be around? Are you going to be around to do that trade that you built the algo for? Come on.
Yeah, but the thing is about that, you're assuming that this is some prefixed, can't be adaptable kind of algo. And it can be. So if I want to do scalping, I can. If I want to do grid trading, I can. If I want to do this, I can do that. I can change things. I can alter it. I can even test it in certain ways and better ways. I don't like the idea of being fixed. The idea of it just seems to destroy the idea of it. If the market's always changing, don't you have to change with it?
Bitcoin's going to go up and down every 4 years. Is that the Bitcoin Gann cycle?
It's the moon, dude.
Am I going to need an astrological sign?
Yeah, it's a lunar cycle.
Lunar cycles, okay. So I should watch the ocean tides before I put the trade on, probably. So I have to wait for a blood moon to go short?
Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't make money the so-called VP way, but it's not a sophisticated enough system to really get down and look at things in a better light, especially from a long-term perspective. It just doesn't. Because once those indicators start to go wrong, which they will, the moon is aligned enough.
You got to wait. If you wait for your indicators to catch up, I think this is where you're getting fucked up. See? I think you could have been a no-nonsense trader, and this is where you went wrong. You didn't have the patience to wait for your indicators to catch up. It's obvious to me.
I mean, I looked at loads of things, and I told him, you do realize that they're lagging indicators, right?
That's the magic. That's the beauty. It's like, your girlfriend's only got one eyeball. Dude, that's why I love her. Shut up.
They only ever work in a nice, idealistic setup on a beautiful trend. Then they do make money. They do.
No, they do. I swear to God, when the market is not having any giant wicks and everything's... In fact, the weekly charts even look easier to trade than the dailies because they're so smooth.
Dailies, yeah.
They're so smooth.
I mean, the thing about any kind of trend is like I got a data set here from 3 candles. I got another data set, 3. In a crude model, they're identical, but they're not. Now with the other thing, you motherfuckers, that's a buy. You see what I'm getting at? There's the context of the data set of a data set within a data set.
Oh yeah.
It's like saying, well,
even how you frame
even
it
I
on
didn't
your
see
screen.
that in a traditional sense. They don't.
Well, even if you frame it on your screen, so if you take a half-hour chart and you scrunch it out, you zoom way out, you can't even see the trade. You can't even see the guy that's trading the next 40 minutes. You can't see his trade. But people think that big picture's
this
helping
technology
them.
is so good that I can actually zoom right into a candle and I can see the other person waving back at me on their screen.
Holy shit.
I know.
That sounds
Oh, wait
disturbing.
a second. He's banging the misses again. Oh,
Yeah.
Christ, sorry, dude.
Now, wait, isn't this inside trading in a way, though? That's illegal, too.
Yeah, it's a bit distracted, I know. I mean, disturbing as fuck with him technology.
So the body of the candle is literally this chick's body, you're saying, and the wick is his dick? What are you trying to tell me? What are you talking? Is this how much does this algorithm cost?
State of the art technology.
State of the art. Wow, man, state of the wick. Apparently,
and it's in real time.
Oh, real time. So you can pump, like you can feel it.
Like buzzword.
You can feel it.
Yeah, it's real time as well. Let me write this shit down. This is secret code, man.
Well, if it's secret, I'm in because I know professionals use secret tools, and so if that's secret, I'm in too. There's a lot of things I'm liking about what you're saying. I'm really kind of like can't wait till it comes out.
Yeah.
As long as there's is there a decoder ring? Is there a special? Do I have to wear a ninja outfit like those ninja traders? Do I got to wear black and shit to trade it?
Maybe. Well, it's up to you, really. I mean, some people like a polka dot flipping skirt to wear while they do it, and some are squirrel costumes, penguin ones, a ninja one if you want. So yeah, whatever. No, there's some things a VP does say, but unfortunately the guy doesn't really understand the guts of getting into the data itself. He just shown that, like a quant would or somebody in data science. That'd be different, wouldn't it? A person can go, I see the catch. There's pros and cons and caveats to it all, mate. It doesn't matter in that sense, but the things that I've done here is to try and remove a lot of the bullshit, because Jesus, it's just bollocks. It's just wasting people's lives.
How about this? Wait, EMA below 55K. Well, what I'm using a 50-period moving average, simple moving average. How's that not like the Holy Grail? No, some guy just said being between the simple moving average and the exponential. But what time length is your moving average? If you don't tell me the length of the moving average, what's the point?
All right, if you take that entry down there, the perfect one from there, it's not a question of just that. It's when you get out, isn't it?
No shit. Money. And do you keep getting in?
Yeah. So I had this Velez or whatever. You're talking about the MA 200, the most ultimate pattern. I'm thinking like, all right, you've been trading 20 years, and now just go around to an MA 200. Fucking kidding.
No, yeah, I started with a 50. I moved to 100. Next year I think I'm going to go to the 150. But I thought, fuck, I'd just take a leap and go right to 200. In fact,
I said the best one is an MA 10,000.
Yeah, I mean,
what?
Yeah, because
it's a straight line.
As long as you're above that, you can go along. See?
Yeah, try that one.
Hands down a bull market. As long as you're above the moving average. Yeah, pullbacks.
Oh, I do. See, now that's perfect there for a moving average strategy. You just worked out that time. But if you go back and look how much of a clusterfuck it is, yeah, there's like 1,000 fuck ups there to get one good trade.
I kept going long like they told me. I know account's a little beat up, but look, dude, can you deny the trend? Come on.
That's good. Dude, I got a damn one trade. We're millionaires.
This is why I lost my house.
Some bitch. We're 200 grand now.
20 day. Okay. He said 20 day. Here's the funny thing. The guy in the chat says it's a 20-day moving average. Like if he says moving average, obviously it's 20. That's like the goober setting. Okay, so the 20's getting you chopped, whipsawed. Nah, 20's just maybe 20 on the weekly is what you're thinking. Yeah, 20 on the weekly. Love it. Uptrend. Buy.
It's just a mess.
Maybe I should use the linear weighted, which I prefer.
See how nice that is for there? Now, from there to there, it sounds great if you can get out and maximize your profit. But look how many times.
How about the monthly?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh,
20
got it on the
month,
7.
the 20-month simple period moving average. Hey, it says we're bullish.
So 6 months waiting time for a trade.
I'm waiting for it to come back to support when it respects the 20. You know how much respect these markets have for moving averages, right? That's my favorite line. It's that the market's disrespecting my moving average, and I'm like, dude, I hate to break your heart, but the market can't see your moving average. Huh? What the fuck? Everybody uses a 20 EMA.
That's my magical shield, boy.
That's what institutionals use. The exponential moving average. I can barely pronounce it. Very accurate is what it is.
One of these bot people who sell these EAs, what they do is show you the really good part, but what they don't show is when it totally goes to shit.
Oof.
Of course, that's the reason why they're selling it, because they know it doesn't bloody work.
Well, I mean, who shows up on their first date at the coffee shop telling the other person, listen, I could be a real fucking asshole most of the time. What are you doing later? Hey, you want to I'm good at fucking, but I'm really good. I got a terrible personality. You should see my other car. You're just on the wrong time frame, man. That's why you're blowing up my trading system, my trend system.
There's too much tripping industry waffle. There is like Jesus Christ, too much.
What does it all mean, and where will it all end? Does it just implode into one big
I chased
fat
this racket
hedge?
for years, you see, mate. I went through it all. I got over 2,500 indicators I tested. And funny enough, my baseline, I did mention in my other house at the time, at home, about a baseline, but a scientific baseline is what I was meaning.
Oh,
and I thought when this
scientific.
VP prick comes up, he's talking about baselines. Really?
I thought the baseline was I'm mentally ill. I've got a trading account. The baseline is I'm out of my fucking mind, angry and frustrated, and that's my baseline. The rest of it, I just fill in around it. How can I manage my trading platform with my
to give
attitude?
you a direction of unreliable other baselines, to baseline your baseline, so you can make a decision based on fuck all.
Right. You need a safety baseline of I'm totally incompetent, but I have the will and I have hope. And I have inspiration, and I'm optimistic.
That's the equivalent of having to walk the tightrope with the 5 other tightropes below you. It's like,
hey man, that's like micro orders for me. So each tightrope is another 1K. So I can fall off one tightrope just to be captured by a net of 1K.
yeah.
See, this is
that's a good.
That's how that works. So, yeah, I wanted to help out the VP guy, but he wasn't having it. And then when I criticized him, he did mention me, or he said something in the comments, and he said, "Oh yeah, well, that's pure gold, In other words, when I troll him, I get more viewers. And it's pure gold. In other words, having viewers is gold." And I thought, well, not for me. It's not, because I'm not really. I don't have any. I'm not making any money from anything I post. I demonetized my stuff actually before it was even. But I know he's got some side issues. I guess we can make money on the side here with our personality. Mastering angry. How about mastering revenge trading? I have a course in that. It's $100. How about mastering moving your stop and giving the market more room? How about mastering bad money management?
Yeah.
Mastering over trading. Mastering over trading. How to overtrade and make money at it. What are you playing? The fucking bridge over the River Kwai in the background there?
No, it's Islamic prayer call.
Wow, that's something you don't have no control over, apparently. Wow.
Just like markets. What's it?
Oh, so is this a trade signal now? To go long the
I never
Asian
thought of
currency?
that.
I mean, what you go long the what is it, the one that everybody's trying to buy up? Starts with a D. Remember that one?
Well, if he kicks off of tune number 1, and it's the one that starts with a lower pitch, it's a different early morning prayer call, I'll buy. And then in the evening, when he does the evening call, slightly different pitch.
Man, I think
I'll do a sell there.
God, how much is that? How much do those signals cost? How much would it cost me to get that signal? Like you hold up the phone, and I can go into the trade right on the money there.
Yeah, I can email it to you.
Okay.
Send it to you by post. We've got a signal 2 weeks late, but it'll do.
Hey, a signal beggars can't be choosers. No, because I have my ear to the door waiting for the call a while, and I'm like, okay, I got my finger on the trigger. I don't want to get in too early because today he seems slow on the draws. His chants are a little bit slow. I don't want to. I mean, I know I'm not the only one doing this trade, so can I get closer to the source? Because you know how much sound takes to travel. There's latency there in the signal. How close are you to these prayers? Maybe you should move closer. Or put a
I think I could
microphone there with a
I think they're using
walkie-talkie.
5K speakers on there, man. 5,000 watts plus. Like,
Oh God!
Much.
Can't you get a
Yeah,
direct
literally.
feed so you can get a little bite on the entry? Because a lot of people are probably doing the same fucking trade. I mean, once
Yeah.
you divulge
I could
this
ask 2
algorithm,
billion Muslims, would you all kindly buy at this exact time, in this exact instrument, exact time frame, please?
but wait a second. I just thought of something that might be a problem. Are we going to need a swap-free account to do these trades?
I don't know.
Because, you know, that's what they prefer.
Oh, there's a madness to all this. Jesus.
No,
I think I went through 2,000 odd indicators as well. I went through them all the different types.
So
And
more
they're
than
just
a
the
dirty
same
dozen.
bollocks.
The dirty 2,000.
The dirty 2,000, my favorite top
The dirty
1,000.
40,000.
Do you know when you did that video about he's like my favorite number 56 with an indicator? The poor guy on the other side of the screen was she going, I gotta go through all 56. Yeah.
In fact, that
all
is the
56.
best part of No Nonsense are the comments. Let's read the comments because that is the gold in No Nonsense.
That's not a good start for anybody in any sense of the word. Like, it just isn't.
No Nonsense Forex. Has he put out any new videos lately? He
That's
had
the
gold
metaphor
and silver.
equivalent of a Muslim going to heaven, and then the Almighty says, right, you got 72 women to look after now. Anybody else on the planet will be like, how many? 72.
Oh, 72 versions, yeah. Well, there's 72 hotkeys available in MT4 too, so it makes sense.
It's like any other man in the world would like, look, one's enough. One. Not 71 more on top. No, can't. I'll do it. 72 virgin grapes actually beats. So they're going to be rather sadly disappointed in the afterlife.
So what does this tell you about the public right here? If you go to No Nonsense channel, this is my litmus test for gooberism. What is the most viewed video is 2 million views on big banks. Because, you know, they're out to get you. His Dirty Dozen comes in at 400,000 views. 800,000 views on ATR. The single best indicator.
There are over 10,000 indicators you can add to your chart at any given time.
Any given time. And it choked my computer when I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That's another problem with these platforms. They're not well optimized at all. That's why I stay away from them. They're useful for certain tasks, but some things are just awful.
Here's a poor guy. I still don't understand the ATR. For the past 2 months, trying to understand the numbers ATR is really, do I buy or sell? Do I buy or sell? I know it looks if you look at ATR, it looks like RSI. If you're not paying attention, you're like, is that a overbought, oversold indicator? I mean the classic, Lion ATR. That's why the histogram ATR I prefer.
Average true range, like, it just shows you the range over multiple periods.
They're using it. God, this guy. ATR is it set it to? Yeah, but he's using 14. He's using out of the box canned numbers, which is so bizarre.
But 14 is like that's the equivalent
That's Wells
of
Wilder.
2.5 weeks of
Yeah.
Forex.
Oh,
nearly 3 weeks
easily.
actually, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's just completely.
Why would that number matter again?
It's so smoothed out. My God, by the time it has nothing to do with anything. People are trying to get their brain around ATR like they need that to trade.
Yeah, but the VP, if he was such a pro in algo trading, he would tell people. He hasn't educated anybody in anything. So I know he's a con artist. He's just so full of shit.
Here, why have you? This is the only technical analysis video you will ever need. 1 week ago, guess what? 156,000 views a week ago.
Trader Nick.
Your ability to use technical analysis in order to.
Oh no.
He is just too good looking to be straight. I'm sorry.
Make
Something wrong.
good trading decisions and inevitably make money in any market is imperative. It's something you cannot.
Well, he's got like this. He's got the galaxy behind him.
Not do without. And if you do not understand some parts of technical analysis,
I watch this guy. He's so full of shit you could die.
this market to the upside.
He talks pure gooberisms.
Right? You'd want to be buying while the market is in an uptrend. But here's the problem with trend identification that I see all the time.
He's got a little country accent too, so I don't trust his IQ could be low. Maybe he's under low IQ suspicion right now with that accent.
Loads of them are like that, mate. Same thing, like.
When there's really a lot of praise for the guy, I know he sucks. When people go, "You're like the best teacher in the world," here you are indeed a teacher without a boring moment. I love you. God bless you, dude. I'm so bored. I had to tap out and just stop. Steven, your teaching skills are second to none. Well, mine must suck dick then. I follow many traders. Yeah, I know people don't have any grammar skills, so I can't read it. I follow many traders that are great, but no one comes close to teaching as well as you do. I am a teacher. I know a good teacher when I see one. You have that special skill. Thank you. Holy fuck, get a room with the guy. I never get praised like that. I have just stuff like, you're an asshole. Stop posting.
Click the link now, George Lopez. Click his name, right? And I bet you he's got no videos. George Lopez or whatever.
Oh, yeah, George Lopez.
Now, and I bet you he's got no videos.
George with a J. Is that even legal?
A real name?
Look at, hey, is he a member of my club? I should put out a shout out. Hey, what about me? Am I good enough to be in your list?
Oh, he could be a real person.
He's got
a lot of,
this guy with a profile. Is that Jesse Smollett? He didn't join too much stuff. He has 0 videos.
Imagine going into a club now and some person says hello to you and they give you this testimonial like that to your face. I go, you're a creepy fucker. And like, right? You wouldn't it? In any natural social stance.
Would it be very bizarre if you showed up talking like this guy? If I ever showed you my algorithm, okay, now, or you show up like how did I guess ICT got married. Like, how did he get the girl to marry him with his amazingly intriguing descriptions of order flow, baby?
These indicators can be so misleading in so many ways. I mean, I could rip him apart and all this bullshit too. Like all of them, they're the same. To me, you've got the RSI. What's that on? 44.
Here's another guy that's digging the shit out of it. Dang, 12 minutes in and I learned something already. Thought for sure I was going to skip the first chapter or 2, but decided to stay from the beginning. I'm a beginner, and I'm sure even advanced traders can't argue that in anything you just know what you know. Excellent content. Thanks for the effort of putting it together. Well, I think he's making a little bit of money, maybe. I know these gushing reviews. I guess the goobers, I mean, these people probably have a little footprint out there in the Telegram world. I never got into the Telegram thing. He goes, here's Roy. Roy says, love that 38.2 tip. Set this video to 1.5 playback speed and rip through it. Yeah, you have to, don't you? I have to play some of these at high speed. Dude, you're awesome. Amazing video.
My only issue with these guys is that they do a lot of talking, but I kind of prefer, like, what I'm doing here is hands-on, though. That person can use the software, hands-on, not talk. I can talk and talk and talk, but it's not going to help them, is it? How's it going to help?
Yeah, I'd rather watch you blow up an account than talk.
Yeah.
I want to see some action. I want to see somebody going, well, we just fucked that up. Well, that's a bad idea. I mean, everything is so clinically idealistic and nobody ever, it's like the movies where nobody goes to the bathroom,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Everybody's pretty in the movie. Fucking-possible. But that's why I'm watching the movie, because I want to see pretty people. I don't want to see real world. If I go down to the store here, I'm like, you go into Walmart, you fucking got to wear not only a mask, but you got to wear blinders. You fucking people, really? You just left the house looking like that?
So I mean, like this guy in his 20 MA thing, like yeah, let's try this shit. It's just bollocks, like just total fucking bollocks.
Maybe you missed the fractal flow 9 months ago at 230,000 views.
Candlestick patterns course. Before we begin the course,
he stole my voice.
Let me give you a brief introduction and
brief introduction. A Russian version of Candlestick ready for you.
Overview of what you're going to learn in this video.
Maybe I should do this. It's Vladimir. I will teach you how to trade candlesticks.
In this free course, you are going to learn the most relevant and most frequently used candlestick patterns. We'll begin by looking at the elements of a candle pattern.
I could fall asleep listening to that.
Candlestick pattern. You will not benefit.
Well, at least he's not.
The hammer has a bullish body.
He's not all sing-songy now, is he? Hey, I like his candles. They got like a fucking glow to them. A shooting star. I prefer real stars being shot with a gun. Hello. Oh, by the way, we're making a run there on the Euro, so maybe I'll make my target. We're making a run for the border, son. The Mexicans are coming across to the north now. Look at that. Oof. Of course, it's this, every new high is a new sell, though, so I'm ready to get out, too. I'm ready to say this is a trap in a way. Let me show you the candlestick pattern I use. It's very different than the one you use, I think. Hey, I'm at $400, dude. I started at $60 in this account. One more lunge for the hills. Yeah, there's only two candlesticks. There's a doji or a fucking full out flat bullish or bearish. Three candles. Oh, this is it, man. Top of the hour. Top of the hour, man. So this is that. The 1 hour charts are the ones to look at now. Kind of trapped, but kind of breaking out. You got to get some mean follow through to take out the high of the day today. It's not impossible. You got 3 hours of trading left. But I would say this is the sellers window. People are selling here for sure. Because you got this little supply zone up there just tagged the new highs. People are selling. People are cashing out right there. So I don't know how much more. Big profit taken there. Still waiting for the 5-minute traders though. They got 3 minutes before they're going to come on board. But yeah, see how they just trapped it at the very top. Tick Tommy there. Could be a real breakout.
Tommy is a good one.
Could be a good one. It could still power through that, but that is the scalp. Everybody's cashing out there. Surprised we made it to that price. Took forever. So I'm gonna cash out. I get out fast with these trades here, actually. Every trade's a winner. So I just went flat. Now I can come up with limits and be a pig. Still cashing out. I think I got some pound running in the background, though, maybe. That's pretty fast. Okay, just about to go flat. Okay, now I put in limits. I'm at $300, and I just come in like this, like a pig. No, I don't care. Just walk away. That's my favorite part of the trade, is getting out of a winner, coming back in with limits, and doing the whole same trade over. We'll pick up a few K here. Not that great of a trade, but it's the end of the day. Yeah, trading's definitely it's just another job. I don't see like how you're escaping your day job trading. It's just, you know.
Not, it's actually quite stressful, but
yeah, it's very different.
If you're a software kind of guy or a software seller in that sense, and you can educate people, I think that I don't know. I enjoy it as long as they're not talking shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're trading small size. I mean, if you're casually trading small size, I mean, what's wrong with that? You don't have to be all. You don't have to be an all or nothing person.
A megalomaniac, yeah.
Although I must say, after I dumped my second wife, I was heavily into trading. I mean, that's all I did. I mean, I was fucking sitting there and MT4 all day and buying another computer and getting a new broker and finding another way to get my fucking money converted to digital currency, which was a bitch. So hard to get your money offshore to begin with, but now you got Bitcoin, it's like fucking instantaneous. Yeah, so try debunking Benjamin Cohen. Who's Benjamin Cohen? Is that young kid that made a bunch of money? It's funny, some of these guys make so much money, like that Anton Creel and shit, and then they go on a whole they build a career out of it. I think he shorted the stocks when they tanked. You got a pile of money like that, dude. You become famous for one trade, and then you got a whole entourage. Oh, Benjamin Cohen.
Hey everyone, and thanks for jumping back into the cryptoverse. Today we're going to talk about Bitcoin and what does the future...
Poindexter trades crypto. Yes, my science teacher's trading crypto, it looks like. Again, Benjamin Cohen. What's the future hold? Polkadot ticket to ride. Is that a new crypto, the Polkadot coin? Precarious position. He's picking out... Here's the battle for the upper band of resistance. Have you ever thought about this problem?
Hey everyone, and thanks for jumping back into the cryptoverse. Today we're going to talk about Bitcoin, battle for the upper regression band. If you guys like the content, please subscribe to the channel, give the video a thumbs up, and also check out the Telegram channel, which you can find a link to in the description below. Let's go ahead and jump in. So, as always, I have to spend a couple minutes talking about the caveats to this type of analysis. The first thing we want to talk about is our lower regression band, okay? These are both fit to the same equation. Why?
Is regression a good thing? I thought we're supposed to be progressive. Is this guy Republican? What's going on?
Being a local top, and maybe we come back down, and then we go back up, something like that, then I don't even know that I would refit it to this data point. I would wait.
Refit it? That sounds like he's optimizing.
Until we
I'm worried.
Actually get well into the regression band. So far, we haven't really gone that far into it. If we zoom in, let's zoom all the way in to see where we are. You can see that we've had a couple weeks now where we briefly go into it, but let's switch it over to the daily time frame, okay? So we had a brief moment where we entered it right here. We also briefly entered it for a couple days here, maybe 3 days, and then we just
I always enter with my briefs
again. So we keep flirting with this upper regression band, okay? And to me, it sort of seems like, you know, once we break through and get a decisive move into this regression band, things could get crazy relatively quickly. Now, there's a lot of indicators that would make us believe that we could be approaching a local top. Okay, we don't really know for sure, but
a local top. Okay, now does this mean a guy that's going to come over? He's a few doors down, and I'm going to be on the bottom.
Things are certainly overheated. You have
overheated, flirting.
All sorts of indicators.
I can see why you like watching this guy.
That are flashing and
flashing. Man, this guy's all over the place.
One of the things you have to remember with all of these models.
He's a little lispy too, you know.
Even the ones I developed, okay? Even the ones I developed, my models are going to be no different than anyone else's models in the fact that all models are wrong. All models are...
How dare you?
Wrong. Some are useful, though. And
some are useful.
And I hope that we can present enough useful models to where it helps you navigate these markets, okay?
Okay. If you say so.
I can guarantee you the one thing we can
I guarantee you
likely take to the bank to some degree is that all the models are somewhat going to be wrong. You know, a lot of the models that we talk about,
except for that COVID-19 model, they nailed it.
They're retroactively fit. So we do not know yet if they actually have any predictive power or not. You know, we talk about our regression band, we talk about our pi cycle top indicator. Well, it's not mine.
Pi cycle top. That's it. Yeah, this guy's a fucking genius. You're right. Benjamin Owen. Right. This guy knows his upper trading bands. No getting around that. Yeah, you don't need no fancy computers for these upper trading bands. It's a piece of cake. Yeah, that's man, this guy's got some. People spend a lot of time and money on trading, don't they?
Yeah, true. Right.
People really. It is, to me, it is kind of like a. It's just interesting, you know. I mean, because all the people are talking about what's going to happen, and so you got everything from the predictors to the good old tried and true, you know, just trade a standard operating procedure. Good old fashioned trading. Nothing fancy here.
I saw that video the other night as well of this guy. Now, when he says models, does he show you one? Can we have one? Let's look at a model. Just says models.
Yeah, I prefer the hot ones. So here, look at this is the one. So my little my trading I keep calling her the trading warrior, but she just did this video 10 minutes ago, right? And it's called I kind of want to go back to the thumbnail because the thumbnail's hilarious. She's pouring coffee and shit. This is her God, how do you get back to the thumbnail? Anyways.
Everybody, and welcome back to my channel. If you saw my thumbnail picture, then you've probably guessed it that I've had a pretty bad week trading this week. I've taken 3 trades on my funded account this week with the 5%ers.
Funded account? What kind of accent is that?
And unfortunately,
English.
all 3 of those trades were red. And I was risking
that narrows it.
a 0.25% on each trade, so I've managed to
0.25%.
0.75% on my funded account. The maximum loss available on my funded account is -4%, and I'm currently at -3.15%, so I'm getting really close, hence danger zone trading. I'm going to jump on to the chart in just a moment and share with you
looks like a
one of the losing
dangerous
trades
one.
this week, just so that you can see
I like that redneck
what
top
it's
she's
been
wearing.
like.
I like plaid patterns. I get my brain around those real easy.
Quite honestly, after having a week of pure red trades, of 3 consecutive losing trades on my funded account this week, I'm in quite a strange place overall with trading. Have you heard of that Zen saying, it's hard to fill a cup that's already full? Well, I feel like my trading
I've heard it. You can't get stoned if you're high.
Is just full, and my thoughts are full, and I feel like I'm overflowing with this constant need to find the right strategy or the need.
Does she need a bigger computer screen? Do you think that's the problem? I mean, I see guys like Pike with giant screens, and she's just got like a baby screen.
And the desire to want to be able to trade profitably and consistently, and I just feel a little bit overwhelmed with it this week, which I think also would put me into danger zone trading, because I'm finding it harder to sort of gauge where my emotional control is now of trading. So I feel like I'm definitely ready for the weekend, and I'm going to try to take some time out this weekend to try to empty that cup, try to empty my thoughts, maybe do a bit of
How about start drinking some beer?
meditation, maybe a bit of yoga, but try to find some quiet time, because that's how I manage
yoga and beer.
to recenter myself, and that's what I'm going to do this weekend. But what I wanted to talk to you about in particular was one of those thoughts that is filling my head, is this idea that
Where can you find a trader like me to talk to?
I'm sure that you guys have felt the same. There's so much information out there for traders. There's so many people telling you how to trade and tips to help you to trade better. So we should be following a plan. We should be using proper risk management. Cut your losers short, let your winners run.
That has to be the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Cut your losses short, let your winners run. Come on, man.
all these.
How do you know that it's a loss or all?
I know. And what do you call short? Like, I'm down 3 pips. Let's get the fuck out. I'm up 10. Let it run. I just got fucking crushed.
And I can't help but question right now because I feel like I'm really trying my best.
I feel like I'm getting whipsawed. But I cut my losses short. Define short. Shut up.
To follow all of that and really trying to be disciplined in my approach to trading.
I discipline you.
I just seem to have had a red week.
She just needs a spanking, a Forex spanking.
Now, is that just probabilities? Is that just the market? It's been really difficult and choppy this week. Or
choppy.
Am I doing something wrong? That's just how I feel at the end of this
week. You could do no wrong.
And,
you're right.
You know, maybe that is emotions creeping in, and that's why I'm going to take the weekend out and not trade anymore.
Outs are off.
But I can't help but share this part of the journey with you guys because I'd really like to know if you felt the same. If you guys have felt the same, do let me know in the comments below if you've managed to overcome that, you know, share how you've managed to do that. It's really good to help to share these tips with each other. Anyway, that's my thought for the day. So let's jump on to the charts and I'll share with you one of my losing trades that actually, if I had just used a slightly bigger stop loss, it would have resulted in a winning trade. So,
but you would have not cut your losses short then now, would you? See, that's the whole paradox, isn't it?
A little bit of frustration there, a little bit.
I mean, so can't you see the flaw in the whole cut your losses short thing?
Of fine tuning and tweaking with my actual technicals, but let's check it out.
Aww. Sting. Dedicate, preserve, succeed. I say, what's our motto going to be here? Fuckery, stop hunts, and anger.
Hey guys, so here is one of my losing trades that
and we'll have a broken guitar in the back that you punched when you got stopped out of that big fucking trade.
This trade on Tuesday.
Just everything she's doing, we gotta invert it.
Trading CAD Swiss, and as you can see, I got into this long, but unfortunately it hit my stop loss before I had the chance to hit my take profit. So what I was actually looking at for this trade, if I just zoom out so we can see the overall structure of the market, I was interested in the fact that we were in this really nice uptrend and we'd made a higher high here and a higher low here, and we then pushed up further to make.
Now, can you see how this is like everything you should never do trading as she's doing? He points out all this bullshit in the past. The chart knows she put a buy stop to get in and go long up here. Like, you really?
This higher high, and I was looking for a pullback opportunity to get into this long to continue that trend upwards. I was also utilizing the Fibonacci retracement tool.
She used the fib, another way to lose money.
Just to help gauge. Combined with price action itself.
She combined it with price action because, you know, when you're making a salad and you combine a little bit of bacon bits with a little bit of mustard, you're like, it's like you're cooking.
The thing with all this is leading people astray in the sense of illusion of choice. It's like saying, "Oh, I made money there. See, it does work. Yeah, do it 1,000 times." Yeah.
I mean, how many? I mean, she's got this thing on the. She's at a Wanda, and she's trading, okay, I don't know what the spread is, but she's trading the CAD Swiss. The spread has to be pretty nasty, and it's barely moving, right? I mean, is that thing a big mover? CAD Swiss? I don't even know. That's true.
And we'd actually pull back to this 0.38 fib level here, which for me, from my back testing, has proved to be quite a good level for this tool. And just zooming in here,
she backtested the Fibonacci tool
that you can see a little bit more clearly. I got in the morning on Tuesday, and it was because we'd had this pullback. We'd formed some green candles with some wick rejections here, building a support, so I decided to get in long there. Now, I actually set a smaller stop compared to what I usually set, and I only set a 15 pip stop. And this goes to show that that was most likely my fault, because straight away the next candle came down and hit my stop and got me out of the trade. It then continued to recover its uptrend and carried on up, so it was quite frustrating. And I feel like it was quite a silly way to come out of a trade, because at this stage I feel like I should be aware of where to put my stop loss. So it's just one of those annoying trades that you experience every now and again. I'm just loading up my broker here in MT4 for those of you who like to see the real data.
So now here's what blows my mind about her trading. This is what I completely can't believe. She got into a 19 fucking K, and she lost $30 trading the Swiss CAD Swiss, a 19K. Why? You traded a 10K here. What the fuck? Why'd you go? Because she's basing a 0.25% of her account. This stop loss has nothing to do with market structure. This is the most moronic way to trade I've ever seen in my life. If you're going to trade, the structure's telling you where your stop's going to go, not your fucking percent risk. And she's, I don't know. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. At least she made money on the swap there. Look at, she paid for her commissions on the swap. Just wacky trading.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? I think it's a bad start for anybody.
$90, dude. I can save you fucking. I can make you $90 in one day with 1Ks. Jesus. She just wants to not work that hard. You know, people think they just casually come up, pull the trigger and trade. Oh, I got a Fibonacci tool. I back tested. You're just gonna get clobbered. Look at all the currency pairs she's looking at. Holy fuck! Cut back, bitch. She got fucking pound Australia. Are these even currency pairs? Some of these. She's making them up. Euro CAD. You want your brain to melt down? You want to blow up an account? Euro CAD. I can tell you right now. That's a vicious pair. Bring a hard hat for that. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. Isn't that the problem? She's got so much ambition but no brains. Oh well. We cannot be as smart as us. Poor thing. Bless her heart. She's giving the old college try though. That's all that matters. Well, she's got that guitar behind her.
Before
I trust her.
Hit my take profit. So what I was actually looking at for this trade, if I just zoom out so we can see the overall structure of the market.
She keeps saying the overall structure. That's another tagline, right? Another. People love saying that.
For this tool. And just zooming in here so that you can see a little bit more clearly.
She's a tool.
I got in the morning on Tuesday, and it was because we'd had this pullback. We'd formed some green candles with some wick rejection.
She said that before.
To put my stop loss in my account. So I'm at the stage now where I have 0.85% remaining in my account until I hit that max drawdown phase, which is one of the reasons it's leaving me in quite an odd place because I can't help but feel like I've already blown up my account.
So she's lost $90, and this is what's so funny. She's got $13,000 in this account. She's down 90, and I'm just thinking, if she traded with 1Ks, she could have made more money, or she could have made $50 and just have ultimate flexibility. Like there's no kind of fear of like, well, the next trade really has to work because I'm in the danger zone now. I mean, you know, didn't she put herself in this position by trading too big per ticket? It's just I mentioned this to her in the comments, and she's like, well, yeah. I'm like, well, yeah. Well, what the fuck? Why in a 19K with a tight stop? It's silly. You're just asking to get stopped out. You're just asking to lose. Here, why don't you just give him $30? How about you put a fucking a 30 pip stop on a 1K, and every time it pulls back 5 pips, you buy 1K with a 30 pip stop, and how much you going to risk then? A lot less, and you got a better chance of making something. Maybe you make $5. Maybe you make $40. This all-in thing. She's all or nothing. A classic. You know, what are you gonna do?
All or nothing, yeah.
There's no help for those people. Yeah. But she's got people watching her stuff there. Amazingly.
I mean, art of trading is trying to survive, isn't it?
Yeah, I think. Well, especially the. Yeah. No, that's. It is tough. It's a tough way to make an easy buck. You know?
It just takes the right. Well, what I see of it just takes the right start and the right software and the right way to go. How you deal with the market, start to finish, and then you've got a good chance of making money.
If you could take the ambiguity out and all the kind of speculations and all the
bullshit,
if you could just take it down to a clean thing, whether clean decisions, you know, without certainly Asia's going to be quiet, and the decisions you make in Asia are different. You know, because like to me, this stop hunt in Asia, this was an easy winning trade here last night. They came and took out the low of the day. So I bought into this thing last night. I was buying the whole time. This was kind of dripping down last night. And when they went below this price right here, that was the golden entry, the stop hunt, take out the low the previous day. And then it comes up, and then you've got to be ready to dump here just before this. Just as you come up into here, you got to be ready to dump that thing. Unless you are a long-term trader, and this is a small position that you bought here, you don't add as it's going up, and then when it goes lower, you buy more. When it goes lower, you buy more. And this low trade that you bought a ton down here, where you really got in heavy, once that engulfs and takes out this, you've got to get out of that whole position. If that position's very large, you should get out of the whole position, because that has just gone into a full engulfing pattern. Like this has engulfed this part. It's also come back to this structure point where everybody freaked out the first time. Now we're sitting at this pivot, and the question is this a low for a while in the euro? Are we going to drift up and finally take out today's high, and then in the bigger picture, are we going to end up going north? You know, that's the question. Are we going? Is this the place to sell because we're going to take out the low of today and keep tanking? I'd have a hard time believing that's going to happen. I could sell here and sell it down to that round handle, which is 10 pips below. I could sell it here and scalp it maybe. Or if I keep going to the next time frame or zooming out even, you know, you're thinking, if you look at this as the 1 hour chart zoomed out, you're like, would you sell here? You're like, not really, because we're at the bottom of we're in the lows, you know, we're in the trough. So how you frame the market here does make a difference. So if I zoom in, you think, oh, you know, if I zoom out, you're like, wow. In the landscape of everything, we're still trapped below this structure, you know, and if there's a battle that may go on for a while here, but if we ever get above that, like the long run, yeah, we just go screaming up. Especially if they raise interest rates so our interest rates are going up in the long bound because that's just the market betting it up, but the Fed's going to hold our rates at fucking near zero for 2 years here because we have a regime of socialism they've just instantly installed courtesy of Dominion. So, you know, here you go, you know. It's going to be something else. Foul language talking about other people. You do. Oh, I'm not allowed to use foul language and talk about other people. Okay, well, sorry. I guess you just don't have a sense of humor. But I'm not surprised. Traders are so serious, aren't they? I'm surprised you never reviewed Brian Watt. Huh. He's a trader. Is he like a light bulb Watt? Let me look him up here. Maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, Hannah Forex only goes so far with her getting out of bed and shit, I just miscopied that. Well, yeah, come on here. Come on and let's hear how bad your language can be, because as long as you don't talk about things that are political, I think you can say anything you want these days. Oddly enough, the standards have changed over the years as far as what's acceptable. Brian Watt. He's only got 18 videos, huh? Are we looking at the cancer update? Mr. Yen show. Did you watch the Mr. Yen show? Is that what you recommend?
Sorry. I'll be with you in a minute. I'm just...
7 hours of Mr. Yen. Well, that's a long stream.
What?
Mr. Yen.
It'll change your life.
Oh, wait a second.
You'll see a lot of times people have 6 screens and they have a different instrument on each screen. No, brother.
Yeah.
And sister. You want to have the same instrument on all 6.
I
you got
agree.
your daily, you got your point and figure, or your Renko, either or. You got your GOAT chart, you got your 5 minute, And maybe somewhere in there you got a 15-minute chart. Those are pretty good too. Now, ain't nobody gonna fool you. You're seeing it all. Your odds of becoming a successful day trader go way up. If you only trade one instrument and you have multiple time frames on that instrument.
Better yet, have multiple brokers and just do arbitrage, really.
Got the video on.
But only one.
Yeah, this is Mr.
Having multiple views of
Mr.
the same
Yen.
instrument will.
He's trading yen, I think.
Make you a better trader.
No,
I
he's
got my
trading
5-minute over
S&P
here.
500. Wait,
Looking for a pushback to the cloud and almost through the
Why is he
cloud at
trading
this
at
point
3,000?
is what I'm hoping for.
I don't know what he's
Albeit
trading.
I'm a little early. This cloud could go for a while. I
He's
have my
cloud
chart
trading. He's
and
doing
I
it
have
all.
my beloved point and figure, and I can see we're 30 handles off the top of the move here. So this is 5.
He's got level
10,
5.
15.
He's got, you name it. Well, what is he trading? Is this the S&P trading at 38,000? I don't 3,800. I don't even trade that stuff, so I don't know.
Yes, most people don't realize you can rewind a live show, but don't do it. You won't get back to where you are now.
Yeah, see, he's in the
Don't try it.
S&P 500, yeah, or mini, because that trades at 3,800.
John, I hope everything's good down in Florida. You said it was a little more crowded this week. Some spring breakers and some good weather leads to people coming to Florida. Good.
So you think that this guy is a good guy? The guy in the chat recommended him. So
Doesn't really matter, mate. At the end of
Adam
the day,
Curtis?
This is just like.
Never heard of these people. Yeah, there's so many people. It's incredible. They don't even come up on a suggestion list or nothing. Adam Curtis, huh? I guess I should put the word trading in there. I'm going to get a bunch of very bizarre looking people come up here. Got to do the old finance filter. Adam Curtis, I am not a garden. I am a machine. You know who this guy is?
I haven't known him before. No.
Well, maybe you're lucky.
Maybe.
I am not a garden. I am a machine.
Now the great pleasure to introduce Adam Curtis. It's our dream come true that Adam Curtis is here. Adam is a documentary filmmaker.
Adam Curtis is here, everybody. Everybody, get on your knees. Get your pads out.
And a writer. He makes political and historical documentary films for the BBC, including the Mayfair set, 99, on the rise of business and the decline of political power. The Century
Was Arnie at first?
From 2002 on the Freud dynasty and the management strategies of mass consumerism. The Power of Nightmares, 2004, on the politics of fear. The Trap, What Happened to Our Dream of Freedom, 2007, on the modern concept of freedom.
Jeez, when's it going to come out?
I think Hans Ulrich dignifies it by saying it's a manifesto. It's a rant. I'm sorry about that. It's what we call it in television. I'm just going to give you a brief introduction to it. I think all ages, as well as appreciating nature, also tend to project their own dreams onto nature. It's a thing that all historians will tell you. I mean, and many of those dreams that they project onto nature are dreams of how you should organize or could organize society. It's a great and wonderful thing to do. Like, from the Renaissance idea of the centrality of human beings,
I call it Renaissance,
to the romantic ideas of the early 19th century, to the ideas of nature red in tooth and claw in the late 19th century, people like Herbert Spencer.
Is there a point?
What I think that one of the dreams have been projected by our age onto nature and read back again to say, oh, it means it's natural.
Are we going to get into the reptiles pretty soon here in a second?
Of loving grace, and there seemed to be a connection, so I wanted to tell you
how you manage the world. And what I was arguing overall, which I was also arguing there to an extent, is that when you apply those to nature, which you can also see as a very dynamic, chaotic, dark, mysterious force, you tend to manage it.
Wow. So I hope this isn't trading advice. This guy is really like a little theoretically esoteric.
Because I just blame hippies for everything, is that that sort of we are all connected, we're one world, is an ideology. It's not a managerial truth. It's an ideology.
A managerial truth. Wow, that's some buzzword fucking complexity going on there. I need a book for that.
If you see this as a practice of documentary filmmaking, or if you're an artist, and she said, no, you see it as journalism. Can you tell us about this?
I don't believe this.
Wow. Anybody else on your suggestion? KFC? Rejected Jack. Moving average. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Adam Curtis.
I got moving average on now. It failed 70 million times, and I got 3 excellent trades.
Oh yeah, politics have changed.
It's amazing.
I think we could discuss how politics have changed over the years. I mean, basically, it's just like instantaneous politics now with the internet. Jack M.A. is the guy behind Alibaba. Is he? So Jack moving average. Huh. See, there's a use for moving averages. Who knew? Mr. Yen Show. So Bitcoin, if Bitcoin goes to 150,000, will you get out? Yeah, I don't know. Here, let me see. What's your target for Bitcoin?
The guy who you should have a look at. I just sound about this dude. He's such shitheaded. What the hell's his name? Velez something, Forex trader. This guy is so like Oliver Velez.
Oh yeah, he's got real long videos. Yeah, I saw him years ago. He had a big following over there at FX Street, I think. He actually was a guest for a lot of...
Yeah, but he's not teaching anything useful. I've tested all this shit. It's like, what?
I believe Velez trading.
The most powerful trade tactic of all time. Oh, here we go.
He's got 200,000 subscribers. How to jumpstart a trading career. Okay. Right? That should be easy. Holy shit. Wow.
Only retail traders use their own capital. Professional traders do not use their own capital.
What? What?
Hedge fund owners do not use their own capital. All right. The entire industry is built on using other people's capital. And in a world,
it's called leverage
today, where the access to capital is cheap, it is even more imperative that you do not use your own capital.
He's going to teach you how to sell 2-day tops, double tops on a 2-day.
You protect your own capital. You save your own capital. You use someone else's capital. This is where I come in. I provide each one of my traders. I start them off with $50,000 of my capital. I tell them to put their capital away. You do not want to risk a single penny of your own capital. Okay. You risk my capital. And if it's not me, it's someone else. But this is how the industry is structured.
My girlfriend's capital.
You get funded by an organization or by an individual or by a firm, right? And you're using their capital. Your capital is never at risk. Never. Okay? That's the first step.
I'm using the lunch money for my kids' capital. Is that okay?
So I start traders off with $50,000, and they can go up as far as $500,000 and even beyond. Okay?
Wow.
Education. No one is going to allow you to trade their capital or work for them or work with them or work in partnership with them unless you really are educated on the ways of proper trading and risk management and things of that nature. So I take 2 days to basically make sure all of my traders have the appropriate amount of education. Believe it or not, because markets aren't really overly complex, the human beings trading them are complex, but because markets aren't overly complex, it doesn't take a long time to educate traders on what's appropriate to do and not do. I only need 2 solid days to do that. So education is 2 days, but training is what a lot of people get mixed up with education. Training never stops, and training takes place every single day. And this is what happens in my organization. There is no single day that my traders are not going through some form of training, not going through some form of improvement, not going through some form of development and maturing every single day. This trading comes along with guidance. And if you were to work for any firm on Wall Street, trust me when I tell you, you're going to be looked over, you're going to be watched, you're going to be guided, you're going to be trained. Okay? So training takes place every day. Education is one thing, training is another thing. In the field of medicine, education is when you're in school with the textbooks. The training is when you're in a hospital and you're and you're going through training with real patients and real scenarios. Okay, that's what we're talking about with training. That's the most important part, actually, even sometimes more important than the educational part. Then you need a structured trading method or plan. Okay, no one's going to allow you to just go out and just fly by the seat of your pants. You're going to have a method. You're going to have an approach. You're going to have something that has risk parameters in and profit-taking rules. It can't just be by your feelings. If you're in this business for any period of time, you understand that when you're trading, your feelings betray you, your thinking betrays you, your beliefs betray you. And because these things betray you on a day-to-day basis, you need to go beyond your thoughts and your feelings and your beliefs, and you need to actually make sure you're applying your actions via a well mapped out trading plan or method. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about method today with you because I don't want you to leave any presentation with me without something regarding trading method in the market. Okay, and then the last thing you need is a clear trading payout structure. Okay, when you're trading yourself, you get 100% of the gains. But when someone's going to put up the money for you, when you're going to say, I'm going to keep my money protected and I'm going to trade firm capital or I'm going to trade someone else's capital, then you're going to have to go into partnership. It's still your business in a way, but you're going to go out to a partnership and those profits have to be split. This is exactly how I started in the business professionally all the way back in the 1980s. I was funded and I went into partnership with the funded individuals. Okay. Now, here is where I start each one of my traders. First of all, after they get educated, they start off in training. Look at the first row. The first row is training. That is not on the job yet. That is not starting the business yet. They go through training. They go through training with a $50,000 practice account. They must demonstrate during their training, okay, every day, okay, or whatever days they can, they go through training and they must demonstrate their ability to accumulate a minimum of $3,000. That is net of all commissions and fees or whatever, right? So they have to come out of their training with $3,000 or more. It can be $6,000, $10,000, $20,000, but it can't be below $3,000. So once a person crosses the $3,000 threshold, they are ready to try for their professional path in trading. Once they do that, the business begins and they go to level 1. Now the $50,000 account is not a practice account, it's a real trading account. And they have the same goal. That goal, as you see, the minimum cumulative profit, which is highlighted here, that goal, $3,000, is what they're going for at level 1. Okay, they will get 40% of the gains. Okay, can't get 100%. They're putting no money in and they're risking 0.
So that's the heartbreaker, though. After all the hard work, you only get 40%. You should get about 80%. The house should get 20%. Because at that point, you probably quit and go home and just trade your own account. You're like, fuck that shit. Besides,
isn't this like one of those shitty algo flipping things?
and I mean, these numbers are so crazy. You might trade back. He's trading equities, probably trading big positions. This looks like actually the pressure would be so brutal here. You got 90 days. I mean, I hate this time limit shit. You know, that's why the prop. I can never do the prop firm thing because it's like, well, in 30 days you need to make $3,000. I'm like, dude, well, I can't even trade like. Well, I'm ruined now because I wouldn't even trade the size they're trading. They must be trading big tickets to do these trades. Share exposure, they're saying 500 shares. So depending on the price of the share that you're trading, it's like, yeah, $500,000 account, you trade 50,000 shares. Okay, well, what's the price of the share though? I'm assuming this is all stock trading. Master class. Hey, you know, for some people this shit works. You know, they love this kind of structure. They love somebody that's got this. He's got a 2-minute chart here, scalping apparently. I'll see his setup here.
Here's a scenario above. Now we're talking about position. I want you to take a look at the 20-period moving average.
This is where I think he's got his head up his ass, and I just can't understand why this guy's using a fucking moving average on a 2-minute chart. Everything you just said in the beginning, I was like, yeah, that sounds good. What you're saying sounds good. Then when you go see the guy trade, you go, dude, I could out trade that shit. Come on. You got fucking, really? 20 EMA on a 2-minute chart?
An AMA cross. Look at that.
It's fucking retarded shit.
That's the blue line.
That's the blue line. Okay, goobers.
Moving average. Got the blue line.
Does he want people to win, or just want people to just fucking churn the accounts of all his
clients?
clients?
The stock opens today. Look, this is today's price. The stock opens, the first 2-minute bar of the morning of the day is above both moving averages, suggesting that a continued movement above is more likely than not. Okay? All right. So the first concept I teach my traders is position. You have to be able to read a stock's position based on these two dominant moving averages, the 20.
See, that is just what he's saying is so brutal, because if you're really waiting for that moving average crossover and you're going to ignore reality, like you're in a car and the dash lights say that so-and-so, and you know your dashboard lights are fucked. Are you going to stop, like, you're going to pull over because the oil light's flashing, you're driving your fucking wife to the hospital while she's pregnant? Well, it says the dashboard here, I should pull over. Dude, what the fuck? I just don't, this is harebrained shit, man. Come on. How in the fuck can this guy possibly make it through a day? Look at moving average crossover here.
They put everything in, okay, and rode this out. Now, I won't get into how you ride and when you take profits, and
you won't get into how you ride and take profits. Yeah, because that's the hard part, of course. Oh, man.
Piling into the first strong bar or piling into the bar that eliminates the opposite color, protecting yourself based on the very bar that you're entering to determine how much of the $50,000 you put at risk.
Just saying $50,000. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I just don't get. Wow, this guy's incredible. I bet he's making $1 million from people signing up for this nutty shit. Look at this. Self-start at 17,000. If you want to be a live trading camp, $3,000. Okay. Then he sells you the course at the end here. You blow your brains out. I like it when they go, it's normally 3,000, but this week it's 500. Use a coupon code FUCKNUT, okay, and you get a discount.
$1 million. Won't you make more? Offer come with a very small cost, guys. Look, $1,700 to get the $50,000 account, to get educated on all the tactics, techniques, to be trained and guided and be assigned to a top trader that looks over you every single day.
What does she look like?
Guiding you every single day, developing you every single day, forever. $1,700, you can lose that in one trade. We're talking about one fee for life. Now,
for life, she'll be at my beck and call. No, you put it in wrong again. I can feel it.
This $1,700 to start this
giving you guidance
program is actually $1,300 today, at least. Okay, so for $1,300.
Oh, thank God, I'm already getting a deal. Look at that. Did you see the price just drop? Did you catch that? Man, when do I start?
You don't have to put $25,000 into a Robinhood account. You don't ever have to put another penny in. $1,300 and you're done. And you'll be guided, trained, educated, and funded, starting with 50, then 100, then 250, then $500,000 and beyond.
I should put that in an ad for my next dating. I go on Match.com. You'll be guided, funded, and I will. Yeah, I'll take care of all your needs, babe.
You will never have to risk
You'll never have to go work the streets again.
single penny
You'll
beyond
be funded and guided.
$1,300 in your life. That's insane. This was not the structure when I started, but look at where we've come today.
It looks like Tiger Woods on the golf course here with this finger pointing. Now you just gotta wonder: are people buying this? I would say yes. They love this stuff. Special discount.
Right? I had to put up 40,000. It was supposed to be 50, but the firm gave me a break, so I put up actually $44,000 instead of $1,300. Okay, so $1,300 is what you put up. Now, here's the thing. Remember I told you that you get 40% of the gains, the firm gets 60% of the gains, right? Now check this out. You're going to get 100% of the gains until you get your $1,300 back. So the firm doesn't share in anything until your whole investment is back. And now everything is free. The whole program, you made it free. You got your $1,300 back. Now,
I wonder how many people fail at that point, you know. And then you can sign up again, I guess, right?
Yes, but 90% of people fail at trading within 90 fucking days, right?
Yeah.
90% of the 90 days, yeah, 90% of people. So he's going to give all our money only to lose 90% of his capital. Something scammy about that.
Not to be racist, but I don't trust a guy named Velez to teach me anything trading related. Hey, how about importing some cocaine? Would you trust him there? Just asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. What, you think you trust him? Hey, how about to sell you a boat that he just stole? Right? How about there? No. A yacht? Would you buy a yacht from him? Come on.
And a slight detail from our training program tonight. We're actually going on a full-on drug smuggling fucking drive in the middle of nowhere.
No, I when I hear an accent, I don't know what they call it when people judge accents, but I'm an accentist or whatever. Like, if your accent is a certain way, I'm already like, dude, we got a problem here. Like, you better fucking overcome that accent with some fucking amazing content in your verbal skills or your vocabulary, because I'm already wondering.
What's all the free plastic baggies for, sir? All that's cocaine.
Yeah, wait a minute. Just a minute. You got a little sniffle while you're trading, don't you?
Yeah,
I think I turned into a scalper. That's good shit though. Let's go scalping.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it's good. I mean, no, I'm ready to scalp. I'm ready to scalp now. Just give me the trigger.
That guy is shifty as fuck, because when he started opening his mouth on that MA200 and his minion mind control zombies were in his show, I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, have you ever seen the guy? Have you ever seen the guy? We made fun of him. There's this guy who's like a super guru. Oh, I wish I could find the video. And he would leave the room. He would leave the room and come back. Like, he put on a trade and leave the room. It was like this big showmanship. It was incredible. I can't remember his name. Oh man,
I've got a strategy that could actually work for that MA200, but it only operates in like certain conditions. It can make money, but what he was teaching there was utter shit. Utter shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just too much, man. These markets, I mean, really, it is amazing litmus test to watch people how they just. How about? Do you prefer a trading coach or a mentor? What you like, a mentor or a coach? How about a trading coach? A trading coach. Can I be a trading coach when I grow up and be like, okay, get out there and trade. All right, next student. You're doing good, son. Just keep trading. Next student. How about trading coach? I'll do the most recent. Oh, wait. Oh, here's a trading mentorship with founder Sean K2. K2 Trades, weekly Forex training hosted by Sean K2. I know these people are personalities, man. They got like a following. K2 Trades. Have you ever seen K2 Trades? This looks like a level 2.
No.
Here, this might trigger somebody. He looks like he's got a dark complexion. Oh, he's got the sessions marked there, or those astrological cycles? He's not saying too much.
Yeah, a lot of times I'm like if I'm watching it,
Oh,
I
that's
won't even put a stop loss, but I'll just manually trigger it. Because it's
FOMC spike.
A lot of times it'll do this. It'll come down, hit your stop loss, and then do this one pip. This one candle right here. This is a 1 minute candle.
He's
like there's two, put your stop loss at the swing. So then,
yeah, he's just doing milquetoast classic retail shit. Yeah, I'm looking for. How about Forex Guru? Let's find where's the Holy Grail. I'm kind of getting anxious to see something dramatically good. Forex Guru, right?
Well, a mentor. I've met many mentors. They rhyme with wanker. Really.
Yeah, oddly, a strange kind of rhyme.
Yeah, I met many of them. They're all full of shit too. Like,
fake.
Beware the white knight is the old flipping proverb, isn't it? Beware the white knight.
What's up, fools, and welcome back to our markets.
Oh, this guy's going to expose a guru here.
In this video, we have this moron from Mamba FX.
See, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one criticizing people.
Little strategy, a little two confirmation strategy, and I kind of want to break down exactly this video. So we're going to play this video, watch this video. I might pause it intermittently to make comments. But this guy right here is such a fraud, and you can
see what's amazing. He got 1,000 thumbs down, and he got 365 thumbs up, which means it must have been people that are Mamba supporters came and blasted him.
Tell just by the way he chops up the markets, right? You can tell just by his lack of understanding, his basic lack fundamentals. He lacks that, even with his trend lines, dude. And there's actually, I asked people in the Raw Markets group if they knew who this was. A few people did know who this was. And one of the people is actually subscribed to him. So I think it's like $150 a year to be a part of his VIP room. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, where people they push stuff, they sell courses. They don't actually make money from the markets. They don't have any kind of dynamic or in-depth analysis to give and share and educate the masses on trading. They just know a little bit. They know, tested. Oh, they know that support and resistance. They know like common phrases used so they can speak the lingo. And if you don't know much about trading, they're going to sound like they're this guru that has it on lock. All right. So I'm kind of just, let's watch this video. That. And then actually at the end, stick around towards the end, or you can just skip it. I actually highlighted 2 of the spots that he goes over in this video. And I'm going to show you why this dude is such a clown, why he's a moron, and why what he did when he went back a year in data to find these examples, why they're incorrect based on his own definition, right? So this guy lays out 2 parameters. He lays out trend lines and support and resistance, right? He marked one of those wrong, and he marked one of those wrong that he doesn't even realize that the only reason it looks correct is because he went and back tested it, right? I don't say back tested. He went back in price and cherry picked an example. That's a better way of saying it, right? So I'm going to show you exactly why, but we're just going to jump right into it. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
I'm going to go over this quick little strategy, and pretty much all this is going to be called as like a 2 confirmation strategy. And anytime you see 2 of these confirmations together, basically, is you're going to get in the trade, you're going to have a good stop loss with a very high take profit, and you're going to continue to do this exact same strategy over and over again throughout the week with profitable setups, and overall, you're going to see major growth. Okay, so
major growth.
Damn.
Like a tumor.
First things first. Okay, what do we see here? Right? Check this out. Boom. We can see that we are in an uptrend, right? But why would we get in this trade just off of one confirmation? Yeah, we're in an uptrend, that's cool. But is this trend line really enough power to know that we should buy here? Absolutely not. But what else do we see here? Check this out, okay?
Did you think that trend line was enough to buy there? Good, because it ain't. Just ask him.
We saw a rejection to the downside on a beautiful support that you...
Not to mention this dude didn't even draw a trend line correctly, even in the least, but we'll carry on.
Be resistance. So now what? We have two confirmations, and now we can get in this trade. So check this out. We saw that rejection, okay?
Yeah, we saw that rejection, right? So I'm just going to assume he's referring to this doji, this wick, the small body, the candlestick body. So he's not even going into in-depth on his entry, right? So he's kind of keeping everything foggy. And you got to keep in mind, like, as you're watching this, people that are watching these videos are people that do not know much about trading Forex. And that's why they're watching these videos. That's why a simple strategy, like the title of the video, seems so appealing to people, because people that have enough experience, that's not as appealing to them. It's appealing to the masses that they're kind of just getting their feet wet with the markets, right? So him keeping it all vague and keeping it all foggy, he's not actually contributing any sort of value, right? But let's continue.
Our stop can be just below this little zone, right? Because if it breaks below this support, most likely it's going to continue down, right? Because it's just broke below a major, support that used to be resistance.
Oh, there it is. My bad. Yeah, he does know what he's talking about.
Just put it right below for about 23 pips, okay?
Yeah, we're just going to throw it at 23 pips. 24 is too much, but 23 sounds good. I'm just going off the top of my head, but let's continue.
And what are we going to target, okay? We could have easily targeted this area.
Yeah, because we went back in price, and we saw how the market exactly played out. So we easily could have targeted this area, right?
We could have targeted this area. Why this area, you might ask? Because of this. Okay, look at all this buildup right here. Okay, this is a spot where, price interacted a lot.
He doesn't even sound like someone who understands the lingo. Like, look at this buildup right here. Look, you mean the resistance? Right? You know what I'm saying? He's not even... This dude is just a joke, dude. Honestly, and anybody, it's not even just like... This video is my opinion, obviously. But anybody who has, like, any depth or any understanding...
I wonder what this guy does, though. So what's this guy's claim to fame? Is he more better at trading? Raw markets. Let's see. Pound versus...
What's up, fools? Welcome back to All Markets Now. If you're new to the channel, subscribe and hit that bell. Okay, so now that's out of the way. We're going to look at a live trade breakdown on GBP USD, all right? Now, we're going to look at the technicals. The reason
I got to get him to the orthodontist, though. See, his lower anterior's got a problem.
Took this trade. I called this trade in the signal group. We actually had 2 winning trades off this one play, and I'm going to break down the technicals, like I said, of why I took the trade, why I held the trade, what I was seeing, and a little bit of technicals added in on this video that's not really trade related, but it's going to benefit you. So stick around and we're going to jump right into it.
All right, so right now we're on GBP USD, and this is the first trade and the second trade that I scaled in, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. But right off the bat, I want to talk about the market structure and what we're looking at. Now, if we zoom out a little bit, we're on the 2 hour, but if we zoom out a little bit, we see that the market was in an uptrend, making higher highs, higher lows, right? You do not want to sell into this market because the market is moving to the upside. So buyers are in control in this market on this currency pair. So what are we seeing? Now that we've identified the overall wave, right, the overall trend of where the market's moving, we know, okay, we want to look to buy. We don't know where to buy it, so we're going to break that down. So we zoom in a little bit more. You see the market made a higher high, higher low, higher high, and this is the beginning. This is the beginning premise of where that trade started from. This is like the origin of this trade getting broken down. So before all of this happened and price skyrocketed, we saw that the market made a higher high from a very, very, very significant level of resistance, and price pushed back down into this key level, right? So this gray box right here with this dotted line, that's how I identify my key levels. Now we see whenever price got to this level, we see that the market started pushing up. We saw some sort of bullish engulfing, right? And what I really waited for was I wanted to see price push into this key level and then start to reject. And what does rejection look like? Rejection looks like wicks. It looks like price coming down, spiking up, coming down, spiking up, showing that sellers do not have a foothold, that buyers still have a foothold at this key level in confluence with the uptrending market, right? So that's exactly what we're wanting to see. Let's go down a little bit lower. Now, this is one thing that I posted in the group. This yellow box right here. So you can look off to the left right here. You can see that the market, there wasn't that much volume in the market, right? So every single candlestick we're looking at on the chart is 30 minutes of data, right? So we're on the 30-minute chart. So we see that like the market was moving very, very slowly. And at this point right here, more volume was pushed into the market. Now, when I mean more volume, I mean more buyers and sellers were pushed into the market. So the amount of people placing buy and sell on this chart increased. Now, we're still in an uptrend. This key level is still being respected, and we're still seeing wicks to the downside. And when I say wicks to the downside, I mean levels of rejection at this exact key level. That was kind of my cue to get into this trade, right? So we have this area of confluence. There's a trend line, a key level, market structures making higher highs, higher lows. We're at a point C in this overall move, and then we started to see rejection to the downside at this key level. That was my indication to go long in the market, and that's what I did do, and I went long in the market. So, but before I jump around too much, don't let this psych you out. Whenever the market when the market's pretty stagnant, there's not that much volume, and then the volume picks up, don't let that psych you out and you might be placing a trade and then all of a sudden price comes down and now you're negative, and then price comes up and you're positive and price comes down and you're negative. Don't let that mess with your psychology. Just identify, is market structure being maintained? Is this key level being maintained? And that's all you need to do to not get psyched out by that. So once price came to this key level, we started to see market moving to the upside. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to the line chart, and I'm actually going to draw this over. Well, I'm going to draw it over. Now you can see when the market started to make higher highs and higher lows from this key level, I was already in an initial trade.
Wow. See, that really tells the whole story right there. See tops become bottoms. 30-minute chart. But see, I'd be long. I'd just be long because they took it down. I got limits down here. I'm getting more than one position going too. Can't see the size of his ticket there. He's in what size is that?
At least he's explained it pretty well, but again, he's too long-winded. And I look at that, it'll be 3 sentences, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, just buy low, sell high. Get out with it. Here's a nice top, become a bottom on the half hour before it takes off.
That was a predictable breakout, that was.
See, if you're sitting there trading 1Ks or 2Ks or whatever, you can just keep buying this shit right here. Buy, and then just dump. Actually, yeah, there's so many ways to make money trading. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, but there's only 3 outcomes, isn't it? Breakout, fake out, or reversal, in any real sense of the word, regardless. They're all technically breaking out of each other's open and close, aren't they?
Yeah, and the thing is that if you look for this fake outs on the 15, there's certainly more of those trades. And then, of course, there's a trade within the trade here, and then, gosh, yeah, waiting for those weekly setups is pretty tough, But those are 400 pip winners, I guess if you've never scalped a big position and made a lot of money very quickly, you probably wouldn't have a problem being a position trader and a swing trader, because you'd think, oh, it's going to take me a while to get paid. And like that guy that was on earlier, the bass player is like, yeah, I'm okay with this and that. You know what I mean? And then there's people that are like, really like, I'm going to fucking be like an amazing sniper, Yeah. So easy when you see a chart that is full. You mean you don't know the future? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's right. He's right. Anybody can see, on the chart is, yeah. So a gazillion times over.
That's why you have to.
My stop loss, my TPS, and you kind of done out with the thing, and then the CLC or the LTC, you could have made $2,000.
You really got it. You really got to
know where the price is.
See, the other thing is that in MetaTrader, you got this choice to do a chart shift. So if you shift the chart, then you can imagine the future, and then you can plan out your trades in advance like this, where you say stuff like, well, what do I do when the price comes up here? So I know exactly what my trade is going to be. If we ever make it up here, I'm going to have sell limits above here in a 20 pip window. I don't know if we can make it there. So my goal was to make out the high of the day today, but struggling. Unless we make a run right now, like a bum rush, because we've only got less than 2 hours of trading left, we got to make a big bum rush to the north side here and short squeeze the shit out of this thing, right? Running out of time. So here's my trading, I guess, strategy, we call it, is that here's a half-hour chart. Here's the low of yesterday, so I buy the low. I buy below the low yesterday without regard to any kind of indicator, and I sell when we hit, I've got targets at 10 to 40 pips in a spectrum, Just like here, my targets are kind of like scaled out. And also, if I wanted to sell, I know exactly how I'd sell it. I'd put my sells up here. Look at this big sell-off here coming. Wow, look at that thing just getting crushed right there. So I would sell up here, and my first target is going to be here, which is the Asian high. And some people
selling
are going
in
to
the
buy
actual
that.
sense of selling. Is that what you mean? Sell as in actual sell
Yeah.
ticker?
Well, I would sell. Yeah, I would sell this window. But if I was going to be a guy that trades what's supposed to be the breakout, pullback, buy, it didn't work out, did it? So if you go for the full auction, which was they come up here, take out the Asian high, then take out the Asian low. Here's a trade that I scalped this. In other words, when I bought this, I was able to make money into the floor, and then it went lower today, and that's when I go, I'm buying that fucker. So I bought that plunge, right? And so that's the hard part, buying this last plunge, because if you're going to buy new lows, these are new lows, you got to buy them, but can you afford it? Because now it's moving down like 20 pips. And that's, I think, the problem. Position size meets strategy. Out of unblock origin. Can you also configure this shit out of unblock origin? I don't know what that is, but people, yeah. Well, so what's the trade now, right? Sometimes it's just a hold on to the trade you're in, I suppose. So anybody have a trade call? Anybody want to post a chart? I don't know.
Oh, there's another thing, right? Has anybody ever used those simulators or Forex back testers and shit? Anybody? You ever used one?
I
I love it.
I watched a guy do it. He paid like $80 for the program. I watched him do it.
Yeah, but there's one guy, he did the same one, right? And I said, but you already know where the prices are. The data's fixed, isn't it? Yeah, so?
Well, actually,
So,
I did a... Yeah. If
now,
you
I
look at the
know
price,
that
if you look at the
you're
price, right. I did an ATR one. So I had this... let me see if I got the indicator here. So here's this concept I had about how to pick a target. If you just look at a histogram of true range, not ATR, it's not averaged out, it's just true range per bar, right? And you see an 80 pip bar, and then you see a 20 pip bar. And I had this filter. I was trying to build a robot. Maybe you could understand this. That the robot only takes trades where the 1 hour bar is 20 pips or less. And if that's the case, his targets based on looking back on the chart. Let me see if I can get the indicator.
Yeah, that's
to show
fit.
up here.
Oh, fifth one, that's cheating as well. How many times have I seen that? And I say to the guy, but you're saying about these strategies, but you already know the price is coming. You already know it.
If you're looking at it, I did a walk forward with this guy. He had the $80 program. I did a walk forward where we didn't look at the price. We just looked at the histogram of ATR. And that was pretty interesting. Of course, getting the target right is going to be the key, because you could actually have a 90% winning system that it risks 100 pips and it makes 5 pips. It wins 100% of the time until the news comes out and blows up the account with a 100 pip stop. But so there's always that kind of trickery, I suppose.
Yeah.
I did that one morning with a demo account. I scalped it and didn't have one losing trade. But there was some trades where I was up like a penny. I got out because I don't want to have a loser. So I just made sure I got out everything that was up. It's called ATR. What the fuck is it? Oh, the indicators are above the... I know I got this... I don't use it a lot because I can just look at the bar, but I was doing it for a scientific view of a range instead of looking at the bar. I also did an ATR, open to close ATR indicator, which is pretty crazy because it really is dramatically different.
I got a strategy for this thing that I think people will like. This is my 20 second strategy inbuilt anyway. So People can actually use this pretty well. Like, yeah, it works.
I don't know if I
well.
can keep it up that long. That's 20-second window. That's tough. Hurry up and make a baby. 20 seconds. Go. I like the challenge, though.
Superman could, couldn't he? Yeah, he can put it off.
Well, kryptonite, as long as you don't got no kryptonite. I'm good until you whip out the kryptonite, and then I'm like, oh.
Anti-Viagra.
Right. The ultimate buzzkill.
Yeah.
How to ruin a completely wonderful day. Well, I want these bars to be bigger. I don't know how to get them bigger, though. Maybe sprinkle some magic stuff on there. Wait, the width. I want these big histogram bars here. So here's the ATR without any smoothing. This is just ranges, you know. So what I noticed was I was trying to build a robot. So down at the scale here, the scale's a little off, but anything that has a threshold, you know, I only want my robot to take trades that have a true range per bar below here. So I'm going to pick this as my threshold to put on a trade, or to even do a goober trade where you bracket with buys and stops, you know. And then where's my target going to be? Is going to be as soon as we get a bar that is up here, I just get out. Like so, that's my target, and that breakout. So we're going to break out of any bar that's less than here. And then I would have let's say it's a breakout, a hard breakout. It's going to scale out. So if my targets need to be up here, which is about, that's like 20 pips maybe. Well, the cool thing about this compared to volume, which I'm not a big volume indicator fan, but if you just take this and you zoom out, look at this spike here. So that's this is FOMC. So you see how your breakout bot is building positions in these baby bars. You know, it goes long actually. So it goes long here. Say a trailing buy stop, God forbid, trailing buy stop in a small bar, it goes long here, it goes long here, and then here it's long. And that after that giant target, you know, it's out. But it's funny because if you go to the 4-hour chart, you're like, whoa, shit. You know, so the 1-hour chart, look at this. It's just out of nowhere. So this big spike here, you're not going to put breakout trades on. So it's keeping you at least out of putting breakout strategies. If you like indicators, right? Because you look down at the indicator and go, wow, this is a small enough range to get into a trade. So we were doing a back test like this where we walked forward. Without looking at the chart, we go, well, would you get in here? Would you get in there? You know? And you can just play back strategy tester if you wanted to do that testing. But these are definitely the low risk. And naturally, this is Asia here. Small bars, a couple spikes. And I think it's a clinical view of bar by bar volatility, you know. True range per bar. So that's the only kind of cool looking. And if I compress it, you can see there's some outlandish moves, but we haven't seen anything like a 1-hour bar like you did at FOMC, right? So how often is that even going to happen, too? This is kind of also a metric like, hey, how often does that happen? But your typical Asian, low volatility, here's London Open, here's US Open, you get these giant bars, right? And it just proves that range matters. You know, volatility really it's a thing. It could affect you. Whereas you look at the chart, you're like, okay, well, how does that correlate? This big down bar here. Well, this means the trend trader's got to get in here. Stay away from the big, and this is probably a high volume. If I turn on volume, but it's almost close if you put up volume, but it is different. So you just put a volume indicator. I just like range better than volume.
What happens there? See that big drop on the left here? It drops like crazy, right? Woof, and it just stops.
Yeah, that pause is pretty deadly. That's the doji, and that is the trend trader's entry. That's the place to go for the continuation trade, really. But see the problem, volume doesn't have the dynamics of, so volume is up when the range is up, of course, right? Duh. See how the volume went up? Well, the volume bar. Dude, the trade's over. Like, I don't understand why people talk about volume. What's the fucking point? It's after the fact shit. Well, I look at volume. Why? You want to get in before it breaks out, don't you? When the volume's low, you want to get in. Oh, my God. Come on, people. You just can't do it. You know, people just don't want to hear about it. I think I'm a contrarian about everything, for God's sakes, at this point.
And then you have
I'm
to
so
put in the other
anti-everything,
factors,
I can't help it.
Delay to the order, or the broker giving you shit, or your internet's a bit wonky that day, or anything. Looks good in the back test, though.
Back test. That's so funny of a term.
So deceptive.
Here, I got a back test here. Here, let's play. Name that trade. I got a 4-hour euro dollar here. Every tick. This is a good exercise. I think if you've never traded before, put up Strategy Tester. Put up your favorite template, especially if you think you have the Holy Grail algorithm, and just trade it. Just call the trades out. You don't need to back test it. Just imagine you're in the trade. And just go, hey, I'm doing this. I mean, to me, this is the ultimate training tool is look at the market, call out the trades. Would you take the trade? Wouldn't you, you know? And then you're all good to go. When the market's open, you've already rehearsed the trade. That's why you'll have more confidence in trading. You'll just be like, oh, yeah, I would just buy. I know what I want to do. Actually, I got the wrong time frame. I want to play back the 1 hour because the 1 hour is going to show us the Asian session. But this is a great tool to train your eye to and here I'm going to use pure breakout chart trading without any closing prices and make it even more challenging.
Dude, there's a double top. It doesn't exist. Triple top. Right there. Doesn't exist in VP's world. We must be fucking blind, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no support and resistance, and there's no reversals, and you don't trade reversals unless you want to make really good ratios. You have to renounce range trading just to join the Discord over there.
This range
I
trading to a
denounce
certain degree sideways
range
is
trading.
actually support resistance too.
Yeah, support and resistance is just for sissies. We're trend traders. We ride these giant beastly trends.
Yeah.
See, look, I got filled in my limits, you know. So I got out of that position and I picked up. This is what I picked up in my real trading was. I think I'm in like a. About an 8K. I picked up an 8K. Look at that. Just from doing nothing. Okay, look at my strategy tester here. I lost track of my. So much for that. I'm in visual mode. Oh, it's still collecting data. That's why. Takes a while. I guess I went too far back in time. Well, we went back a year, but. Yeah. There probably are more trading courses than traders. Okay, so here we're playing back the market. Let me speed it up. That's the 1 hour chart. I'll have to go maximum speed now. So let's just call it the trades. My robot's throwing in limits like a fucking idiot here. That's running in the background is this limit bot. There's Asia. There's Asia. So there's the trap, right? You could have sold into this. So that would have been the trade, right? You sell here. And you just took profits. And you bought here. So it's a really perverse thing because I got buy limits here. Okay, I just made money there. Now I got sell limits above the high of the day there. I got buy limits here. That's how I trade. Is that any easier than that? I don't think so. Don't get no dumber than that.
So you mean high of the day as in the whole day, and then you wait to a certain time of the day then to trade?
Right. I just sold that right there. I put a sell limit there.
Because that's the 7th of Jan, that is. That's 3
Yeah, this
days
is 2019. This is like 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm short. I'm about to cash out. I'm going to cash out if we take out Asia's low here. Okay, I'm out of that trade. So I sold the high in Asia in the London session. I sold the high the previous day, and I cashed out and went below. Then I did the same trade again. See that 1 hour trade. I just did that trade too. So I'm an active trader. I put buy limits in here. I cashed out on one. Now where the buy limits go? Well, they've already been here. I've already decided I'm going to buy this area. I'm long. Okay. I'm waiting for it to plunge more. I just scalped. I'm scalping to the floor now. Where's the floor? The previous day. So that you kind of got to go faster because it's really going fast. But here's the previous day's support. You know, everybody got out there. See how everybody they just scalped it. They're out now. New selling comes in. I got to delete these objects, but I can't. So I'm going to buy here. And now I'm not going to sell here because if we ever come here, it looks like it's going to rape through it. So that's kind of a decision that I make based on, like, this is scary. Like, I'd rather buy down here and scalp to this. So there's the scalp is about to cash out. Boom. Everybody just scalped. Now the new sellers come in thinking this is about becoming a top and let them drive it down into my limits, right? Or am I holding for the engulf right now? That's the question. I think I'd rather put my buy limits down because we got this big pending abyss down here. It looks like we could end up smashing into this lonely wick. So I want more orders down here. So I just got picked up some tickets, but I got big fat tickets down here. And here comes the US Open and they're filling me now. I'm underwater. Don't forget I'm underwater on some of these. This is a 20 pip grid on top of a 100 pip big grid. So you got to have enough money to be able to afford to buy this price down here because we're probably going there. You know what I mean? This is a lonely wick back here. I am now underwater. I bought this whole thing. I can't see that far left to really make oh, here, I can see it now. So this is the big picture, right? I just made 20 pips off the bottom. My bigger tickets were here. I'm looking to cash out of the whole position if possible, but it looks like they're going to tank it. So this would have been my ultimate target, but it's okay. I haven't added any new tickets, right? Now I'm sitting in whatever I'm in now. Now I'm waiting for it to come to here. I'll cash out in Europe if that happens. Otherwise, I'm afraid they're going to smash it to here in the coming days. But look at that. I scalped it, and now I've almost got my target, which is right here at the floor, and I'm about to cash out, but I probably am going to get out at the end of an hour because I'm not going to sit and wait for that last little target, because what's really going on is you see this little notch. That was the supply zone, and you have to kind of get out, even though if you wait till the end of the day, you might hit your target finally. I'm not going to do that. So now the game is I'm flat. I do a rinse and repeat. Buy limits galore down here. I put plenty of dry powder, so I get filled on a small position here, but then I'm willing to buy way more deeper. So this is the looming vacuum above now. And here comes Asia. I got sell limits up in a pocket, and I got scalps built into that. And I've got buy limits down here, and I'm waiting for probably whatever. So I'm going to trade both sides towards the middle. So I just got filled on a limit, and now I'm getting filled like you can't believe. And this is what's you could have sold here for the breakout, and now I'm getting filled. I'm under 20 pips. Right? I'm long, say 30K. I'm going to buy 60K down here if we make it. But in the meantime, I just scalp to the floor, and I'll hold for the engulf. I can go either way. So I got enough size to hold for the engulf, or I can buy more if it goes lower. So I don't want to commit to any one thing, because what if we engulf now, right? What if we don't go lower? What if that is a trap? And what if we go up and start shearing off all of this? You can draw a trend line here. We start taking out this trend line, right? And you could also sold at that trend line, all that kind of bullshit too. But I'm just trading pure vertical. I'm a vertical trader. I'm just trading price. It goes down, I buy. It goes up, I sell. I came down to this idea because I just sick and tired of fucking having setups fail. So I'm a big buyer, and the deeper it goes, the more I buy. That's all there is to it. Too crude, huh? Might get the engulf here. Oh, got that. Oh, nice sell there. If you were to put your sell right on the top of that order block there.
But yeah, this is how I figured that you got to look at the markets like this. I need to delete all objects thing here. Wait. I got to get rid of some of these objects here, but that's my trading in a nutshell. I think it's just too crude, I guess. Oh, can't resize that, so. Yeah, when the robot's running this fast, it kind of takes over everything. I need to delete these objects so I can... I know I got a script here that fucking does it, but you think I could find it? Okay, so now I'm long because I bought below the low of the day and I scalped to the floor. Now I'm waiting for the engulf. It's more likely to engulf now after all these days of punishment. So I might hold this for the swing and look to take out this. And then, of course, the sellers are going to come in here, so I'll probably get out above that. But these are just blockhead easy trades. Okay, there we go. And I'm cashed out, right? And the sellers come in and look how they pull it back, right? There's a lot of drama here. This is probably news. This is just like FOMC kind of shit right here. Whereas if you're quick on the draw, look at the, yeah, it's a 1 hour chart, man. There's a lot of drama in there. But I made my 20 pips off of that box. And now that box is null and void. Here comes Asia, and I'm selling in new highs in Asia for the scalp, you know? Now here I'm kind of scared because there's so much pent up, there's so much space above here. See how they're just going to rip it up. So you got to be able to handle that. Big sellers here. They should make 20 pips, maybe 40. They just made 20. 20 off the round. More sellers here. And now the big pullback's coming because once you get up into this stuff, right? Actually, my robot's going to fill here, it looks like. Oh, almost filled a ticket there, huh? Scalped out. So now it could all come all the way back to the starting gate and blow everybody's mind. They're like, wait a minute. We're so bullish. My trend, my moving average. So here's the big, you made 40 pips, right? You just made 60 pips. See, now when you put your sell limits up here, you're probably shitting your pants going, it's going to go higher. Yeah, you made 40 pips, right? And if you're buying, you're going to buy in limits, you can see that's kind of why with that trolling bot, laying in those 15 minutes to just pick up a few bucks. Yeah, it's wacky, isn't it? Markets are dead. Forex is just... I like the 1 hour chart looking. I can see Asia sessions here. Once again, I'm going to sell this, the high of the previous day, just blindly. Selling up there. Buy below this wick because we could probably crash down and come all the way back into this. It's just amazing. Okay, I'm getting filled on my shorts. People are going to cash to the breakout point. Boom, they're out. So you got to take that scalp because what if we keep going up? So I don't believe in this. Oh, it's going to engulf now. No, see, it went higher, but it's okay because I put sell limits above this high. There's a previous. And here's where it's scary because if you look left, this could be a 3-month high. I don't know. So when you're selling to this, be very, very careful because this fucker could slam up about 80 pips right now. And people be like, what the fuck? Yeah, because there's no resistance up here. You took out this double top. And now it's just, holy shit, right? So I like this kind of trade, though, because I love to lay my grids in and go, come on, bring it, fucker. I tell you, just bring it because I'm short right now. I know I'm short right now, and I'm waiting to cash out, make 40 pips here. Back to the breakout point. Maybe I won't make it. Right? But that's my trade plan at that point. And there's Asia. It's going higher again, and I'm selling more. So I'm pretty much going, this thing is just, this is a ridiculous trend. It's unsustainable. This is the hardest part of trading here is being under the water by 60 pips, knowing that when this thing pulls back to the breakout point, I'll cash it all in. And then since I sold more at the top, and I'm scalping around it, right? This is a 20 pip grid, so I'm making 10 to 15 pips in the meantime around that trade. Still waiting for the pullback here, kind of white knuckled. Here comes the end of the day. I don't want to lose.
But it didn't stop me out. Oh well. I can say if I could see further back, if this is a 5-year high, I'd be very careful selling up here. So I keep on building a short position here, waiting to get paid. There's Asia. So a little took out. Also, I'm selling the high here because it just took out a new high. So I sell new highs. Finally, I'm making 20 pips off that new high. And at this point, I'm going to sit and wait. And the nice thing about selling on limits, that you don't get filled unless they go up there. It's perfect, right? So you're not making a decision. There's no market orders here. You're not making the decision. The market's deciding for you. If it goes higher, great. You're going to sell more. Now I'm finally making my 30 pips. I'm waiting for the big payoff now because I'm underwater from here, don't forget, on my swing trades. So those will become a break even, or just, what have you. But this is hard. I did a trade like this on the pound, and I thought, oh my fucking God, when is this thing going to tank? And it finally did, of course, a day and a half later. But that's the hard part about trading, I suppose. I guess if you wanted to do this little scalp for 20 pips, it depends on what your target is. Still waiting to get paid on this selling new highs, probably weekly highs at this point. I'm looking at the chart. So I don't know what's coming next here, but there you go. So finally made my 40 pips, right? And this is my ultimate target, is all the way back to the starting gate, and we might even engulf that. So we've seen where that is not the place to get in and ride it up now, because what tops become bottoms not all the time, right? So look at the interest there. You could have scalped that. Everybody cashes out at that point, and the confirmation people come in, they go breakout, confirmation, pull back to the breakout, get in, go hog long. But what if that doesn't work? What if it starts to engulf now, starts to tank? So it took me, I had to wait 2 days to get paid on that. I'm selling heavy to the top, comes back, cash out. But I prefer that scalp where it just rips down, rips up, and you just made 40 pips in the blink of an eye. That is certainly the best trade, right? So when a large vacuum happens, well, you can see the large vacuums forming, so they just get filled, let's say. If you look back to the left here, so pick a large vacuum. Well, here's one, right? So when you fill this, if you sell into that for 100 pips, eventually you actually make 20 pips on that first losing ticket, because it actually comes back there. But all the drama in there, right? So all the chatter in there, that's where I want to make money, is in the chatter and all the noise. Sure, I'm going to sell this glorious, like, if you're still short right now at this top, you're like, holy shit, look at this. Now, this could actually come down deeper, and I typically will not sell here at the market thinking, well, it's going to tank into this vacuum. But, I just rather have the sell limits above me, 10 pips above, to get picked up for a cascade down, because I just feel like I'm always getting trapped. Yeah, market orders suck. They're bad prices, and this is.
But you're trying to target the actual. Obviously, you got level targeted. You got breakouts. Breakouts you don't seem to do.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting in before the breakout. So I see the breakout traders, and when I see the market moving, I go, I hope I'm on that train, because I certainly don't want to chase. I don't want to chase a big bar. Yeah, I can see what the breakout traders. I mean, this Asian, like, here's an Asian breakout, but would you have taken this even though it's a winning trade? So here's Asian sessions quiet, and you bracket this with very small, right? You go short, you make a few pips, but what is the big picture? The big picture is always going to be the low of the previous day and the high of the previous day, or the high of the previous week. So we know that there's this looming vacuum, the looming abyss right here. If we ever come down here now, it may be brutal. It just come slicing through there, Where to me, this Asian trap trade is easier. If I put my buy limits here below the Asian thing, so they come down, I cash out, and then I have to get out when they take out the high of Asia, because the sellers are coming in there. So this is a classic that happens every fucking session in some regard, although it could break out and keep going up, right? But typically they tag the top of Asia and the bottom of Asia, and that becomes its own little
mini auction there, where it engulfs either way, you know, wicks out both ends. But it's trapping the breakout guy that puts a buy stop here in Asia and a sell. Of course, his sell stop made a little bit of money, right? But he gets whipsawed. But if you're always doing the limit entry, not that that's any easier, right? Because you're still, if you start putting limits up here, now you got to be worried because this vacuum is getting big up here. And if they ever rip up, it might just take off like a bolt, because the more it trades sideways, the more violence is to come. It's going to be brutal. And here we're starting to tip into the window. Okay, you get your scalp off there, right? I just got filled on a sell bank or a sell tickets, you know. So I'm always trading, I'm always canvassing a 20 to 40 pip window. Now I'm in profits. Do I wait for it to take out Asia? Maybe. So if we could take out this this Asian sell-off. If not, I have to be okay with that 20 pips, you know. So here comes the U.S. markets are about to open, and maybe news is coming out. So everything is going so sideways here, it's getting scary. Like, I mean, there's going to be some fucking volatility coming now. You know, so right now I got the buy limits in below Asia, just got filled. I've got more here, but then I have to look left and say, you know what, we could come down here, and if we do, I need to have enough dry powder, enough money in the account to start buying super deep. So I got this scalp off. We made 20 pips. Now they're going to come in, take some more limits fills here. Okay, this could be brutal, right? We want to scalp to here if we can get it. We may not come back to this support, right, for just to get the scalp off. And it may engulf. Right? So I'm always prepared for a fork in the road at this point. I got the scalp in. As my backup plan, I got more buy limits down here. So we got the scalp off there and a slight engulf, a few more bonus pips, and now I'm thinking, obviously this will always be a sell window, but I still think this is going to be another lush buying experience. There you go. So you got filled on limits there. Now you could have done the top bottom here, come in and sell. I guess this is the ICT order block entry here. You sell into this thing. But I don't have to babysit these trades, right? And this looks like a bloodbath into this abyss, you know. So yeah, you know this vacuum is limbing here, so be very careful, because if you see these big voids, they're going to fill it up. So I'm long here, and my target is now this low. So I keep having, it's a stair step. So if top becomes bottoms, I know where my exit door is, you know. And so
something like this already done. So
that makes any sense.
Well, that'll help you out in terms of, well, looking at things at a certain rate and then go, oh yeah, filling the void. Well, that's what a market is, isn't it? To go up and down and fill prices based on certain agendas of buyers and sellers, right?
Oh, look at that! People scalped to that floor right to precision. Look at that. Sellers came in like clockwork right at that bottom.
Oof. Yeah.
Man, that's amazing. No, when I see that, like if I wake up and I'm up in a trade and I see him banging on that, I just get out, because then I just throw limits, and because the idea that we're going to make a straight line move, like in your mind's eye, you think, oh, the market's going to go straight up. No, it's going to zigzag. So is it worth trading the zigzags? I say you got to trade the zigzags. Otherwise, how can you hold a giant position and sustain all the wicks, you know?
You know, what is a bottom becomes a top in the real sense, because that's like saying the floor has become the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I look at it almost like a building. I mean, it's structure trading, I suppose, in the most. So we got a new day here. Here's Asia. And I'm prepared to buy below and sell above here. I have an equal bias at this point. I'm not really afraid of the vacuums, because since we're sitting in the middle of the whole chart, we're in the middle of fair value right now. So it's kind of like, I don't think we're going to get some psychosis, but this looks like we could melt down hard here into this. I'll go either way.
Jesus.
I'll go either way on it. I don't want to trade one direction, but
how many people do you think have turned bipolar while becoming a trader? Is it left or right? Or is right left? Right, left.
Right
left,
brain
right.
is supposed to be right brain would be your non-linear part, you know. Left brain is like math and shit. Right brain is like, oh, I think I like unicorns.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do too. Oh. Well, the euro is in a creeper gear rally, but I'm still in it. I'm holding on for dear life.
So good, yeah. I could do all this kind of stuff, the whatever you're doing here. So it's very easy to set up and easy to put together. But the other side of it, then it's not that hard, mate. It really ain't. Like, it'll give you a certain a better perspective on things. I mean, I've been trying to work out certain things in a way that changes human behavior. That's the hard part, isn't it?
Isn't that a taser? I think a taser will do that, right?
Hey,
or like a cattle
way.
prods will change human behavior. Do you have that? Do you have that option on your platform? That's
trade, motherfucking trade.
Every time you get stopped out, it zaps you. Reinforcement.
Have we got an API for nipple clamps and electrodes? Maybe.
Well, that's in the master course or the slave course, actually.
$3,000 our course.
What if we have? How about instead of mastering Forex, how about slaving Forex? Oof. I'm a slave to the price action.
Guy. It just is like
become a price action slave.
I'd rather build software and good applications and just put it all together in a way that brings sanity to all, debunk a bunch of dickheads, and for beginners to protect themselves against total bullshit. And in turn, then can learn their lessons quickly, fast, and efficiently. And find their own little thing and all that. Like, you know.
Single-handedly bring sanity back to the markets. I guess I can't do both at the same time there.
No, you think losing money is a behavior changer, but it isn't, is it? It just means you've lost money, mate. It doesn't mean because you've lost loads of money, therefore I'm going to become better. No. It just could be you just shit or traded, and it's not.
Losing money, blowing up accounts is an art form now. That's what I do. Do what you know. Oh, look at that sell-off. Holy shit. Look at this thing tanking. Wow. See, that's my buy right there. I'm buying that plunge.
That's the thing about people, though, isn't it? The complexity of them.
Wow, look at that. Man, I love that trade right there.
Don't know their behaviors towards markets. When that Van Dam guy did those 10 or 8 people, you could see it across their faces. They couldn't handle the stress. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow, look at this sell-off. How glorious. I love that sell-off. Look at that thing.
Oh, you feel lost in them
60
already,
pips.
and that's it. I mean,
this must be it. So, the cause here, why did it sell off so hard? Because this looming abyss here was just too much. 1 day buying opportunity. 60 pip plunge. 60 pip plunge. Wow. Sweet. I'm long. Now, here's where they could go lower in Asia now. They could take this low out. Or is it too ridiculous and it's just going to retrace to here? I think it's going to retrace to here. But you still have the situation where you could go lower, so I always put buy limits here because I'm thinking, no, they could still go lower, So I'm going to have a little bit of money for that. So it's just about spreading the money around, I guess you could say. So I'm taking my 20 to 40 pips off the table there, but see the buy limits, I just filled it in London sell-off. Now they're filling me. Now it's more likely for a full retrace, a full-fledged retrace now. Enough fuel. I still take out the low. This is the sleeper sell, is having your orders below the previous day's low, because they probably could take it there, just like they did today, you know, and that's like the premium entries when they take out the low of the week. You're like, oh my God, finally. Bottom tick Tommy there. Wow, look at that. Just nicked that wick by, look at that, a half a pip of the previous day. So you may not get filled on that, right? Because the spread won't let you in. And here comes Asia. So that took a whole nother day, right? So one day down hard, dead cat bounce. A little bit lower now, maybe. The trend traders are certainly hoping for that. That guy, like, can't you see it's in a downtrend? Yeah, so I wanted to take a lower now. I'm going to buy more down here. Okay, this is a no-brainer trade. You're buying the low of the previous day. You scalp to the floor, and now you want to ride this for the engulf and take this up about 100 pips. There's London. Here comes U.S. market's going to open. You got to take out this price. You got to take out the high of the day. There'll be sellers here, but I'm not going to sell there because the abyss above is too big. If it goes screaming up, they're going to destroy me. So you can't just have a static rule like you're always selling the high of the previous day because it's contextual. If you sell the high of the previous day here, there's so much pressure from a vacuum above that if this thing rips up, they're just kind of notching this down a little bit. So I'm buying down here low, and I'm betting on the retracement. I'm betting on it going up. But I'm actually could make money. If it keeps dropping down, I can make money in that way because it just keeps going down 10 to 20, 30, 40 pips, and I keep on trading that. I scalp the dead cat bounces in the meantime. Now I'm looking for the engulf to start here. Now, to take out the previous day is only a few pips away, right? Because the previous day is so small now. And now the breakout strategies for the people that trade, because we're so narrow range now. Okay, now I'm cashing out of something. But there's no way hell I'm going to, unless it's a scalp, I'm not going to put a bunch of tickets up here to sell this window. Because I'm afraid it's going to come pounding back up because they're going to, this kind of so-called downtrend's been going on too long. And I mean, this is like 10 days down, you know. So here we go. So we're getting the retracement now. And so if you had sell limits there, you see how they kind of punished you. If you put your sell above that previous day, it's like, yikes. Not to say you won't make money on that because it'll probably pull back. But you got to be able to handle a 20 pip window. So you actually made your 20 pips there off that top, that bank. But now it's like, yikes. Now that's U.S. Open. It's just fascinating. But I mean, the 1 hour chart seems like if you can come up with trade plans for playing back this market, see, they would have crushed you there. But of course, that's there's sellers up here. We could rip down easily 40 pips now. Yeah, almost by the end of the day. So here comes the end of the day. And now you got a nice range there. So the easy trade for me is just to come in the next day and throw buy limits in here and do the whole stupid trade all over again. And then it's just about how dense are your orders, how close are they together, how many times you do it, and when did they expire. That's the big key. If these orders expire in 8 hours, then when the market goes ripping into these vacuums, if it can't get there in time, then you don't get exposed to a fill. Sellers for sure right there, right? That's the structure, sell, bottom becoming a top. So people probably make 20 pips off of that pullback. You just sold the high of the previous day. Now this, I would sell the high of the previous day because they're so stretched out to the upside. And this is a possible buy window. We put our limits in if we get filled. Okay. If we don't, then there's no risk. That's the beauty of it. So you could actually go and trading on and on and on and hardly get filled because your orders are too far away from current price. And, you know, how do you choose the end of the box? So the looming abyss, it gets more looming the bigger it is. So, for instance, in a sense, this was a looming vacuum, the one we just rallied into this hole here. And so, okay, the box, if the order is expired in 24 hours, then the box, your sell window looks like this, you know. So you're short now because you just sold the high of the day. And if you were short from the high of the previous day, you're now in profits. Now you're actually looking for this thing to come screaming back to the starting gate, probably. So you could be flat now. You're waiting for it to fill here. So it's not a perfect world because I'm trading areas instead of precise entry prices. If I commit to buying a 40 pip window, you know, I gotta put most of my orders near the bottom of that, because otherwise, yikes! If I put all of my 2% risk on the top of that box, I'll never be able to buy this thing, man. Never. So I'm expecting to go underwater. So I'm expecting that. It's just how much, you know. And if I can't babysit this thing, I want to at least know. Getting filled there. Here comes Asia. So now we're back in a fair value situation. We've made an extreme high, kind of up a little bit, but now anything goes. You know, I'm not so afraid of a screaming move, because it's when you go a long time sideways when the wheels come off. And I mean, this down here in this bottom area, this is like really low volatility, and then bam. And now the volatility is kind of high right here. So here's an obvious sell now. Selling above the high previous day.
Holy shit.
What's that?
Loads of nice trades on crypto today.
Yeah, no, I mean, these markets are just wacky, and I don't know what next week's going to be like. I mean, how far can they keep going with this shit? I mean, when are stocks going to start to make a profound sell-off? And I guess it's going to take a while to trip the moving average crossover systems, because we'd have to go down for 2 months before that shit to kick in. You know, I mean, it's like, see, no fill here on the sell limits. So then I go for the buy limit. I still get
see, like there's 8 good trades here, right, on this, right? But then there's a massive slam dunk on this one coin. But then it just becomes a big pile of fucked.
So we stay
choppy.
What's the spread like on that shit?
Depends. Reasonably good, but they catch you out at certain times and certain volatility points as well. I've noticed they tend to ramp it up, kick people out of the trade. Spreads are reasonable, I think. Not that bad. Oh, well. Yeah.
So is it like instantaneous fill? You pull the trigger, you're in. It's like boom, trade goes off, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, pretty much.
It's not like requotes and stuff like that.
Sometimes you get them, but the app here, at least says, well, there's a lot of shit, so what's the point?
I only get requotes on my my Android app. I get requotes all the time on that. If I'm on a desktop in MT4, never. If I close that ticket, it never says, "Oh, that price isn't available right now." But for some reason on the phone, maybe because of the latency, it's built into the Android app that MT4 built, that there's a little bit of a
delay.
I think when you go to
mobile phone.
when you go to close the trade, the price that you're looking at is not the real price. So if the market has, I think you can set some deviation thing. Maybe that's what I got to do. Is to give it a wider girth of just get me the fuck out. I don't care if it's not the exact price, you know. So maybe it's trying to help me by saying, well, you're not the exact price. You know?
Yeah, any kind of errors we get back, I just stick it to ignore and go, I don't not interested. I just get rid of the mess. The execution, I think threshold is 300 milliseconds. I think anything after that, I'm not interested. So you know. or at least the read quote comes back with massive latencies all the time. I know there's something shit on their side, so I just ignore them. There's no point.
Yeah, they're just timed out for the moment.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. He's talking about stretching these boxes. So here's a disappointment. If you bought the low the previous day here, you had to trade so big on that, right? You had to trade so big because they just nicked the wick the previous day. And so if you're prepared for a big plunge area that you want to gobble up a 40 pip plunge, that's different than just getting in really heavy at the very edge of the market. And here you would have made 40 pips if you had bought the low the previous day. So it sounds really crude that, oh, you did buy the low the previous day there in an 8-pip window and you're up 40 pips. Wow, that's good trade, right? So you do the same trade over and over again. So when you sell this window, though, the previous day here, you got to scalp it, because what if it keeps ripping up north? Now here you made 20 pips just by selling the high the previous day. You might even make more. It could take out this, but the thing is, you got to take that scalp, because if it goes ripping up, of course it's not likely to, because you get this London sell-off here coming. So that's U.S. markets are open and the buyers are coming in here at the end of the day.
See, I'm way less stressed out now because of what I've been doing. See, I don't get stressed like I used to with all of these shitty systems out there. They're crap, man.
No, the stress is the thing, because if you're going to trade with any longevity, you don't want to be fucking arcing out your whole adrenal system every minute.
That's right, it doesn't stress, exactly. It's nice to have something where I got bad habits. I had a few of them. The one you pointed out was too late to the party. How many times I was caught up with that? As a bad habit, but I'd be able to cock block all my bad habits, actually. So it's like saying I'm going to press this button.
Yeah, well, I did that.
Telling me to go fuck myself, basically. You know what I mean?
No, I did the ultimate cock block. I just cut it off. I went Ladyboy Forex. That's what I did. Ladyboy Forex would probably be a thing. See how you just nicked? Do you see this little subtle thing? You just nicked the low of that previous day. Look at that fucking entry for the scalp, right? The danger here is that we could start plunging now. That because of the time of day that happened in London. So now we can plunge, right? And so look how vicious that is, right? Look at that. So that's the kind of trade that you need to have deep pockets, I guess they call it. And the lower it goes, the more you buy. Look how fast that. Look at that. Oh my God, it's such a fake out move. Look at that thing. Oh my God. People sell into that though. Look, it's going down. Yeah.
Christ, there's some nice trades on
it. See, this is what I train myself to. This is the kind of trade the day we had today in the Euro. It just took out the low of like 3 days ago and it's tanking like a whore. And I'm thinking, man, I'm buying everything this thing tanks. If it ever takes this low out, and it probably will take this out in Asia. When you come into the next session, they'll go after the low that's like 5 days old. And look at all those wicks. That's a lot of trading, man. A lot of scalping there. You see that cluster of black, man. That's like, what was a 1 hour just nutsoid, right? You just buy, it's like, what the fuck? Okay, so here comes the London Open. And I'm about to make back my 20 pips, possibly. Yeah, it's a frantic. Here you go. I just made my 20 pips back. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough adding to a loser. That psychology is tough.
That's another. Yeah, that's another good point.
It's
actually, how about you buy in and you lose in, right? And then you say to yourself, I might as well sell now. So I sell in, and technically you both are losers. Like, what the fuck?
Well, actually, I always scalp to the breakout point. So I always assume that it's a fake out at least back to that breakout point. But then, as far as is it going to engulf, right? So here, look at, if you put a sell limit here, right, above the high of the previous day, and you scalp that,
How do you know if it's going to engulf the Asian session? You don't. But if you can make money on that scalp and you got targets that are deep and you're like, okay, let the rest of the in a perfect world, it scalps out of that high probability stop hunt, and then it engulfs. And the other thing is that if you're not in this trade, you could have put buy limits. The beauty of my system, you could have put buy limits here, and you could have bought that plunge, right? And if you sell above this previous day, so here's what the danger is. This whole time this market's been dicking around here, this thing's been coming, but see how brutal that is? That is fucking Asia, dude. That is fucking Asia. Look at that bitch. This is why people get killed. Look at that price action. Holy shit.
They come back down for a retest as well. I was sneaky.
But you see, the thing is, another question is, when you sold here, did you have your targets at 40 pips when you sold up there? Because you made 40. Now I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy this area. And of course,
most people I've seen trade only buy in one direction or sell in one direction. They can't handle the idea of buying and selling in the same session.
It is tough. Actually, I wrote so many buy scripts at one point I couldn't even sell if I wanted to. Everything was written either buying a limit, buying a stop, or buying on a market. And look at this. Now here's what's cruel. See that 1 pip below that day, dude? That is the lowest risk entry you're ever going to see in your life. You've had a buy limit sitting down here, and you just made like 20 pips with like a 5 pip stop down there. Do you know if it's going to engulf? No. So you always got to take your scalp, and you should always be taking 8 to 20 to 40 pips off the table constantly, because the market just turned around on a dime. Besides, even if you miss this big rally, we come all the way back to the starting gate. 2 days later, it's as if this run never happened. It looks just like the FOMC run that we had. And this is the same kind of behavior here, is where you think it's going to go up. Oh, everybody's all bullish before, but so I'm underwater now. I'm buying this plunge. I'll scalp to this floor. Will it engulf? I don't know, but I'll leave some open tickets. I guess it's about getting the sizing right across the boards and everything. So if I zoom back, you say, why is it tanking? Well, now you're coming into this giant abyss. So this is the big danger, is that you probably can't see it because I got so much shit on here, but this lonely wick here, this is a giant fucking abyss, because and people freak out. They go, why is it dropping so hard? Yeah, because this vacuum goes back like fucking 2 months. So it's making a 2-month low right now. And so during this session here, you're going to fucking blow up your account. This is a 60 pip sell-off. You're going to fucking blow up the account if you can't absorb this move. And if you don't wait till the end of the day to load the wagon here, and I would almost guess that's what's going to happen next is when Asia opens, we're going to go a little bit lower in Asia, a little bit lower. You still got to have some dry powder to buy even more. I know it sounds unbelievable. You're going to buy more as soon as they take, and they just nicked the previous day just right there in Asia, and now you can get a retracement, right? That's just how it runs, man. See how they just nick it? Now they're gonna fucking engulf the top of Asia, and now they could rip all the way back up and give back all those bears profits. And right here I'm buying more, and that's the scalp to that floor. So here's where it gets to be why you want to trade on 1Ks. Because I can trade all that shit. I could be in a 20K, a 40K, a 100K, 300K, no K. I mean, it doesn't matter. They can't hurt me. Let's just say they can't really hurt me unless I get in duplicate too many 1Ks at the same price, and then I defeat the purpose of trading even on 1Ks. So if you're 8 pips apart on 1Ks with a 300 pip stop, you can see how you could just pick up premium prices, dump the whole fucking thing. The day it moves 300 pips against you, yeah, it's a problem. I'm not trading with 300 pip stops, but I'm just saying as an example. So accumulating here, you're long, and now you're holding, right? You're like, man, I hope they engulf. They don't have to. Could you buy lower, right? Can you handle it psychologically? And you can if you scalp that first move.
Do you have different stop loss sizes?
Yeah, I try to make sure the stops are different. Now, the problem is if you duplicate a bad trade, in my opinion, like any trade that has the same stop and same take profit is really fucking up the point of scaling in and scaling out in a purest sense, right? Because you don't have this nice, beautiful, like, you're getting out as it's going your way. And so another example of they just took out the low of the previous day here by about 3 pips, right? That is the fucking place to buy. Now, it's hard to buy there. If you've been stopped out and you've been fucking whipsawed, psychologically, you're too fucking tired to buy that last low for that 40 pip winner. And then once again, if you don't get out, there's another chance to buy. So it's brutal, and that's the better buy, right? Because then they really stop on, and the reaction is rip up, right? And a lot of people with their moving averages and all their fucking Yakamushus, they never see this fucking auction. They don't see what's going on there because they're too focused on their fucking moving average. But you see how when it goes low like that, it doesn't matter what the moving average says because it's about a fresh low, and then the abyss that's been forming above us is the impetus for this thing to come ripping up. But now it's like the volatility is so high, you've got to expand your targets. You got to expand your stops because you really can't. I mean, this 14 period ATR. Now you're gonna decide whether or not it's tradable. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous because what's really going on there is that you gotta be dynamic and your when the market heats up, you gotta go wide. You can't just trade the same. You can't do the 5 pip stops now. You can do those in Asia, but look at that. That's U.S. markets open. That's probably FOMC. We have the London psycho down, and there's U.S. markets. And now it's like, yikes, you got to step back. You know, I'm still going to buy down here on new lows, but that's calming down now.
Do you still use structure as a kind of guideline to where you place things, or you still live by that? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, well, especially I've noticed that I always had this idea that these clusters, these dojis, where there's a lot of stuff, that you can revisit that. It's not like it's a new high, but revisiting that price, you know, it's not unusual. I think the probability of the market reversing is very high. Like, look at all this. I don't care what kind of trend system you have. These wicks are just crushing people. But I'm using the wicks to get in on. If I get in on the wick's my friend. But if I'm in a trend trade, the wicks are just they're scaring the shit out of me.
Yeah, because it's rejecting so quickly. Like, you know what I mean?
It's just taking me out of the fucking trade. Or I'm up really big and then I'm down. I'm just like, oh my god, I should have got out. Like, what the fuck? Because if you ignore these extreme moves and just think it's going to keep going in your favor, because you probably would have thought that down here. You got a moving average crossover. You bought. You're holding. You're not even in any profits right now. You're down 60 pips. You were up 60. Now you're down 60. But the other day was such a great day. What happened? You know. And it's just order imbalance, right? There's just this thing went down. It finally fills this void. You know, this has nothing to do with the moving average. It just filled that pocket, and then it's satisfied, and you could have sold into that too. You know, you could have sold into that, and it didn't engulf, but you made at least 40 pips. You know, every day's different. You know, I suppose you could trade other pairs, but I think that I like just like this is Asia now, so I know exactly I'm going to put limits in here. I just know I'm going to do this. So I'll buy this.
Bitcoin's just gone off in one.
Oh, it's going up? It looks like the euro's poised for a move up. I mean, not this one, but the real one. Yes, Bitcoin. I call hanging man on the weekly Bitcoin. Anybody want to call hanging man like Bitcoin's put a fork in it? It's over. Hello. Bye-bye. Gold looks like it's ready for a move. Oh, S&P's getting crushed, man. Look at the close here. They're just going to punish the S&P. Yikes. Stocks should not be going up. Look at the Dow Jones is being beat to shit here on the 30-minute and to close. So I think that the stock market's in a huge bit of trouble. Look at the monthly, look at the weekly Dow Jones. Wow. You talk about the air being thin up there. Forget about it.
What's the difference between SPX 500? Obviously, that's the top 500 companies, right?
Yeah.
And the 31. Isn't that like technology or something else?
30
I
stocks.
can't remember.
Well, it's 30 of the Dow Jones is indexed, and God knows. I mean, because right now, it's Google's in there. I mean, I guess that's an industry, loosely, right?
Well, a mix of something technological things in USD, I'm sure there is.
But there's the Russell 2000 if you want to.
But Bitcoin's just gone and whipped it out.
It's going for a run?
Yeah.
Look at that! It's running for the border. It's like a fucking Mexican. Look at that. I don't think it's going to make it up here. I still think we put in the high in Bitcoin, but yeah, look at that. Look at that end of the nice thing about Bitcoin is going to trade all weekend. You can trade that. That's the cool thing about cryptos. If you're a trading addict, that's perfect. Trade all weekend.
Yeah, that's the good thing about crypto is that it's a 7-day thing. So.
Yeah. So you took an account from 200 to $2,000 with scripts, yeah, and then wiped it out. Right, because when you lose perspective of the bigger picture, like the bigger vacuums that go back like weeks and shit, when the market starts to rip down, you think, oh, this is just a typical day. So that's what's going to kill anybody. Is that just like anything else, the breakout systems are wonderful until they get chopped to bits and there's a bunch of fake breakouts. But the clean breakout systems, if there's a way to kind of let it only trade the best setups. But
yeah, kind of. Yeah, I got a clean breakout system, but it's very fussy on the actual thing. It's very fussy.
Fussy like a queer fussy? Like, oh, I don't know about that. Not super. Not ladyboy fussy level. Huh? My makeup's not right. I'm not going on cam.
Fussy, not cross-dressing fussy, but
yeah, there's a difference between the mini vac and the macro vac. Yeah, those big giant holes in the market. That's what I was astounded when I saw the. Not really too much, but look at this vacuum that was forming on the yen there. Man, it finally filled, and I think the yen's had it. Put a fork in the yen. Dollar yen is a kind of a setup trap here. People might be buying this pullback on the daily dollar yen. In fact, distribution. I see distribution in all these wicks in the daily. So all this wickage is to me is distribution phase. That's the top. There's just too much price action, Like this is a clean break at the beginning of the month, and then it's like, it's just a mess now. It's all choppy. Looks ready to tank at some point. Yeah, as Bitcoin goes up, screaming up, the stocks go down. Huh. Look at this 1 hour. The 1 hour Dow Jones looks ready to go to hell. If they take out the low of today, it's like bye-bye. I know there's a scalp in there, right? But in the long run, Dow Jones is it's in trouble. Like, look at this abyss below here. Jesus fuck. That is some crazy stuff sitting up there. There's gonna be hell to pay, son. Something bad's gonna happen there. Even crude oil looks done.
See, technically there was a vacuum on that thing, but look how it whipped down into an engulf, right? So somebody's going to go on a test. I'll go in there now, but it just got stopped out. But are you ready to flip it around and go straight into a breakout? Right. These are the things I like about machines. They can do that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because if your bias is bullish, it's hard to sell. I mean, as you're geared, everything's geared, but looks like gold's ready for a rally here, dude. I mean. So I talked about this gold making it to this support level. We made an attempt here, and this was the buy on the daily gold to put your buy limits here and do the same strategy where you buy new lows, And I would hold the gold trade because closing prices says we've We've done the stop hunt. We got the hammer. Now gold could drift up, and gold should be, according to the way, if stocks crash, gold is going up because people will just go, just buy gold. It's like, look at gold's trapped under this floor at 1780 or some shit. Man, that's a pretty big fucking scary position for gold because it's the first time we breached this December low. And now we did not hold this top become a bottom theory here, right? We kind of are underneath that now in gold. So gold's really got a it's in a testing situation here for all the gold bugs. The weekly looks scary as shit, like it's going to tank. Like this is it. You come into the floor, you roll over, and there's plenty of free space on gold below. Don't forget, all the goober and retail goobers are long gold. They're always long gold. And they're gonna cry manipulation when you get this sell-off here, like you saw, where they just, this is the beginning of the year, and they come up here and they just rape it down. Of course, this is a buying opportunity if you got any kind of sense about you, but I think gold's had it. I mean, really? This is a crowded market. Dude, everybody knows the world's going to shit. And nobody cares. So
something going on in it because something's not wrong. Since I moved from Wales to here, I feel like I'm perpetually tripping off my balls. Really?
Oh, stuff just doesn't make sense all day long. I mean, it's like, Alice in Wonderland. Up is down, down's up. It's just not even. It's not right.
Something's missing. Something's gone wrong. I think we're all surrounded by cyborgs, mate, and their program's gone a bit.
That's it.
Microsoft 95.
Bingo.
Windows 95. Yeah.
That'd take long. So that in the crude oil on the 4-hour chart, crude oil's got a lot of work to do to take out those highs and go to our shock prices. When a market breaks like this is daily crude, it's really hard for this thing to overcome this floor now. This is the biggest obstacle in the world, is this so-called previous support.
Just type in Bitcoin
brutal.
On topics. BTC next target is $70,000, but whales are selling.
Wow. Holy shit.
Bitcoin could boom 430%, but everything may steal its thunder.
The thunder down under.
$70,000, right?
Wow, 70 grand. Is that a fib handle they're calling out there?
Don't know, some random dude again. I did some scraping of these guys ages back to see how many experts got gold right, and it worked out that 90% of them were wrong. I thought, that sounds familiar. 90% of traders lose money too. Fascinating. What a coincidence. I've listened to these idiots because a lot of them they don't even put their money into any of this. They just go, yeah, it's definitely going down, definitely going up. No.
Hey, listen, my swing bot made $28 in 1 year. My swing bot. I got filled on. Here's the. Oh, it kind of got killed there. Okay. Hey, look, I made $140. Oh no, I'm not quite yet. I'm playing back. This is the thing that just puts out limits above and below without regard.
Yeah.
100. I'm up $200. I'm up $200. Yeah, this is super deep orders, actually, it's putting in. I think I put these in 200 pips deep. They last for all day and stuff. You can't see the red line very well.
I was looking at that then. I knew that was a sell. Right there, I was looking at it. I was like, that's a sell. They're already prepped to get the goobers in.
Yeah, I just think these fast moves are just fleeting. A fast move to me is the first indication that's kind of a
whipsaw
move. So I built this martingale bot. Here, I'll show you what this thing does. This is my test bot. It's called Swing, and it's putting in buy limits and sell limits religiously every 240 minutes. So every 4 hours, it's going to launch this scheme. It's going to sell 3K in a martingale style, so 1, 2, 3Ks. I'm getting in 200 pips above, 150 pips above, and 110 pips above with a stop at 250 pips. So got a 50 pip stop here on the top of the rack, 100 pip stop in the next ticket. Then my targets are all the same. So are my stops. And my target is literally going to make, if the market goes up 200 pips and pulls back 110, I get out 90 pips below where it got in. So these things just keep launching. Same thing on the bottom. So these are mirror imaged trades. If I go into my playback to see, well, oh shit, I think I closed down the fucking, I just rerun it. But you can see the results. View strategy tester. Oh, I'm not in where you view strategy tester. Sorry. I confused. I always think I'm in the fucking here. So here's the journal or the report, right?
I make a coffee. I'll be right back.
There's my gross profit. But I took a hit though, and I was down 400. That's kind of. I don't like the idea of losing money, so I don't think I tried this robot. Hey, got 17 consecutive wins and 3 consecutive losses. I know there's a thing that shows me the. Here it is. Let's look for the winning trades. 3K. So the ones I got stopped out on. Quite a few. But that's just because it's blind ambition, robot. It's just throwing tickets out there like a moron. Man, look at this. Look at the pound still dropping. The euro's starting to drop a little bit here. Fading away. Waiting for the Bitcoin to... Oh, yep. A nice trap on the Bitcoin. You could have sold that for a scalp. No, something's got to give. Does anybody know about this story I heard about? This is connected to Bitcoin in an indirect way, but some big stock is supposed to be offered open as initial public offering. It's some valuation of $1 trillion. When I heard that on the news, I just thought, well, that's gonna be a problem for Bitcoin because everybody's just so into this stupid trade. My God. This is gooberdom on a grand scale. I mean, you could have just said you sold the high of the day in Bitcoin today, and you're up, how many pips here? Spread looks brutal, though. Bitcoin's all we have left here in about a half hour. The only problem is having the scripts. How do you solve this? Oh, here. I'll send you a link to the scripts here. I should have put it in the thing. I normally put it in the stream thing, but I don't know if it's showing up this time. So I posted all these scripts and all these indicators and stuff. Of course, click at your own risk because nothing is insured. This is all over the counter. So here's the link to a majority of it, but I wasn't sure if people could see this whole site and they could back, because I've never actually logged into this as a viewer, so I don't know. Here's a majority of the scripts are in here. This link will take you to like, let's say, kind of a ton of stuff, but there is other stuff that was outside of that I never. I ended up doing these. I didn't realize how the file structure was at that site, so I just started posting stuff and not realizing that I was creating new spaces as opposed to like a master space. and no offense to slave spaces, but I had like a master, so this ended up being kind of the default thing where there's a lot of stuff under the heading of that. Certainly enough to, I think I actually put a Bitcoin script in there. Well, you just have to put your orders. So what you do on a big vacuum like that is you have to put your orders in wider, you know. You have to accommodate the space. So it's not possible. Here's a prime example of a vacuum you don't even want to try to sell because you're going to get clobbered. If you start selling the dollar yen when it went above here, you had to know that that was going to be kind of dangerous because just like if you were to decide to buy this hole, you know, well, you're just simply going to get stopped out of that. But the thing about it is you know the risk going in because you can see your orders, you know, you can see your stops and stuff. Now, you might get slippage and all those kind of things. But yeah, there's no perfect world. There's also the fact that every hour it's down, you know, and this is all conditional based on the volatility at the time on the instrument you're trading. But you can see the fallacy of any one system, and you don't have to trade every day. And if the vacuum's too big, yeah, you're going to have to put the orders in like 50 pips apart. But the real trick is reserving your tickets for the top of the range. So in essence, you martingale in, right? So as it drops, like imagine you were to do the buy the low of the instead of the low of the day, buy the low of the month. So if you bought this low in the dollar yen when it fell through the monthly floor, you had to have enough money to buy every 10 pips, scale in, buy more at the bottom. You could have scalped to the floor on that box, or you could have rode the whole engulf of that and made yourself 300 pips. This is a very rare opportunity. You could have also sold the tippy top of that and made another 150 pips coming back. At this point here, I would just sell the yen. If it took out the high of the week, next week, I would just start selling up there because I think the ripping moves are over for at least the dollar yen. I just don't think the abyss above, just like when crude oil, when I said crude oil has probably reached the full, you got the whole cup and handle. You've actually gotten the whole trade off here. The whole cycle's been complete in crude. You came all the way back, all the way back to here. You know, it's time to sell. Now you could go up. You could go up from here. Yeah, getting old's not for sissies. Okay, it's like gold's had it, crude's had it. Yeah, Bitcoin was a scalp there. You missed that scalp in Bitcoin. You could have just trapping the bulls there. Trapping the old bulls.
Oh, it's fucking brutal, man.
Real traders blow up their account. Yeah, I just think look at the vicious 15-minute Bitcoin chart. Wow. Vicious. Man. They just put an exclamation point at the end of that market today.
That M15 you're on. I don't know. Yeah, Bitcoin. Why is your chart? Right there. I see. Yeah, same.
Wow, that is really. I can see the spread there. That's a wide spread for me. They tighten up the spreads, and gold spreads tightened up on a lot of brokers.
When would you actually hedge? When's the best time do you think to hedge? Because I've tried hedging and they never seem to work out in my favor.
You mean like put on a market hedge where you have both legs engaged simultaneously?
Yeah, like I've got like my prep orders on buy, prep orders on sell, and then I just leave it, see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's got to be when the market's quiet, so you get stopped out of a leg if it's going to run. But it's probably better to put on a market hedge than it is to put a bracketed confirmation hedge on, where you just have buy and sell stops waiting to get filled on either leg, because you're more likely to get trapped and whipsawed. Where if you the other way to hedge is to the market's ranging, buy with a tight stop, and when it goes up to the top range, sell with a tight stop, and whichever way the wind blows. Because if it does a final breakout, and your ratios are 4-to-1, around there, you know, because you got to make up the stopping out of the bad leg. That's why if you ran it on a computer, it would fail every time. If you ran that strategy in any back test, it would fail every time, because it has to get in when the market's quiet. Like if you just had it, like it just every hour it's putting out a hedge, yeah, it's just destroy it. Because you can't afford the spread, the commissions, and losing a leg. Yeah, small bars matter.
Your arms.
Right, yeah, right. And your neighbor's head and his arms, and then your kids. It's a fucking, what it is a goddamn crime scene.
Fuck happened, yeah.
It's a massacre. Massacred every pending order. Hey, is this your arm over here? Is this your arm over here?
In optional rules, yeah, optional rules and other stuff, like, so it protects my hedging to a certain degree, and it can be done with certain things. I've got a couple of formulas here that help for sideways markets. Seems to work pretty well, but it's not perfect. Nothing is really in markets. I mean,
it's really not, because especially if you if you have like I said, you're in a trade, right? You're along the market, and it starts to move up really fast. I kind of want to get out, because I'm like, this isn't good. I mean, just because you're right about the direction, and just because you're in and you're up, it's still a problem. If it doesn't do a nice kind of like gentle move and then it runs, but if it runs right off the bat, I'm kind of suspicious. Like,
There's certain instances like this whipsaw. Now, this is where VP's kind of bullshit would be just slaughtered. Time is caught up. The time it says it's that, and then you do it below 1 bar, scratch your nuts, jump up and down, rule. Well,
dailies. Daily Bitcoin looks like it's running out of gas. Running out of machismo.
And what would cause that, do you think? A massive surge or release coins into the market? Or some big boy buyer's gone in there?
I think the public on whole is bidding this thing to the earth, to the ridiculous. Like I said, anybody wants a deterrent from buying Bitcoin, I present you the monthly chart. If you think you're gonna go along this bitch, oh boy, you're gonna have your fucking head handed to you. When you talk about overbought, and this is a whole new phenomenon. This is a new phenomenon. This is not the NASDAQ. This isn't even a fucking penny stock. This is a phenomenon. I think you come back to fucking 13,000.
It's fueled by bullshit and rumors and just people are just getting in anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, did you really think Elon Musk bought enough to push it up that far? The fact that he was buying, the public goes, oh, if Elon Musk, next thing it's going to be Tom Cruise is buying it. Oh, if Tom Cruise is buying it, I'm buying it too. I actually was thinking how brutal it's going to be for these people. All the newbie traders that are long Bitcoin, they're going to just be like, holy shit. I talked to a guy 2 years ago on this stream, and he was long in 2000. Remember when it was at 13,000? And he had to ride it back there on that one move there. No, he was long here in December. So he says to me, man, this is, he was trading crypto in 2017. He went long here and he goes, man, you could not fuck that trade up. It just kept going up and up and up. But look at this nature of the climax here, fractally speaking. That thing came all the way back to 4,000. Granted, this is a big sell-off here, but that's man. I mean, I'm looking at 5 years of Bitcoin here, and I say sell, but I'm not saying sell with a tight stop. You cannot even survive that. It's utterly fascinating shit watching it, though.
One of those freaky occurrences in Bitcoin. There's been a few like that today.
Gosh, I mean, I don't even know how people are doing this stuff. That 4 hours says shoulder here. I mean, the daily says we're a shoulder right now. If the head popped above my blue line, which is the all-time high, well, the high from last month. So I just wonder who's buying up here, but let's take a little look. See, this looks very bearish.
Oh,
here.
trading is just so hard when there's so much bullshit out there, like, you know what I mean? Well, now I'm getting it all together when it's starting to work and the world wants to blow itself up or do other weird shit. It's like, oh.
Yeah, what's the point of making money in Bitcoin if you can't even spend it because you got to wear fucking 8 masks on your fucking asshole and you got a swab down your urethra? I mean, what's going on out there? Holy shit, stop it, people. You're going to die anyways. Just deal with it. Take your fucking mask off and live your life. We lived for hundreds of years without our mask on. Ebola and all that stuff.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know, that virus seems a bit strange at the timing. Why would someone do that?
Yeah, I don't know. This there's something. Yeah, people say Ponzi scheme on the. That's kind of an orchestrated event, Ponzi scheme, but it is kind of a self-induced Ponzi scheme. I mean, the way people are getting behind the idea of the crypto and the Bitcoins, it just seems to be like a pipe dream or a fantasy. It's almost like the idea of dehydrated water. Just add water. That's what's
I like this. Right? Is COVID-19 a biological weapon? One paper showed that COVID-19 virus is 96% genetically identical to a coronavirus that was previously identified in pissed off bats. Right?
Yeah, it's bats that didn't get
They're only
laid.
1% different than monkeys, but look at the difference. They show you 4% of genetics is huge. Massive. I love these people and their percentages. Do my fucking head in.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Gosh.
So 96 generally identical to coronavirus with previously in bats. Well, matches animals don't on the path to spill over to people. What are the odds of it affecting people in this way? Do you think that's weird?
Yeah.
Target into the lungs? Oh,
Yeah, it's really
the odds on that.
yeah, it's a designer disease for sure. It's a hybrid, and it was designed in Wuhan in a lab, obviously. But nobody wants to talk about it because nobody, it's like the whole world just changed like about a week ago. I noticed there on YouTube that they were posting comedy recommendations for the first fucking time, and I don't know how long. And I didn't request it. I never did a comedy search, but maybe it's because we were talking about comedians on the last stream, and of course, they sniffed my stream for shit to try to offer me, And you were talking about Patrice and stuff like that, and maybe that's where I'm getting those suggestions from. But it looks like comedy's
So if we
back.
say cross-dressing midgets enough, you're telling me cross-dressing midgets are going to come up?
Well, I've had ladyboys call me up and go, "What are you doing later?" And I'm like, "Dude, really? Like, what the fuck?" Stop it. Cut it out.
It does seem very invasive, doesn't it? These kind of.
I mean, it's one thing to eavesdrop. It's one thing to sell me stuff based on when you tap my phone.
You telling me that big fuck off bar there that happened on Bitcoin was not deliberate?
Well, it's only deliberate if you're were you in the market during the time it happened?
I was still in it. Like,
okay, then it's deliberate. They're coming after you. I mean, let's face it. No, I think that could be. What if that's that? Look at that pullback on the 15. It looks like they're going to go on a stop hunt of every bull now. When stocks close, you think they're going to drop the Bitcoin like a rock here in about 15 minutes? I mean, stocks are close.
I'm sell side as well, so
when the markets close, it looks like they're gonna punish this Bitcoin here in a little bit.
Yeah, China doesn't like it, see, because they can't control it.
Good luck. This thing's got a mind of its own.
It's not that in China they've been using Bitcoin to do all sorts of things on the side that they can't trace. So.
The old Bitcoin.
So,
no, it's definitely the black market.
Trace, no banknotes, no paper trail.
Yeah, it's a digital black market, really. It's underground.
It's ironic. It's supposed to give people freedom and all this, like the guy was saying. And we're doing this because kids are dying, and then some other stuff. And I'm like, what? No.
Bitcoin goes up because kids are dying.
The surface. Yeah.
Is there an algorithm for that? So, what's the ratio of dead kids per rally in Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Can you crunch the numbers?
I didn't even comment. I said, don't you think that this technology can be used for perverse stuff as well? Human trafficking, drug dealing.
Absolutely not.
Fraud.
The Silk Road.
All sorts of seedy shit.
Yeah. Well, supposedly the Silk Road was having, and same thing with Liberty Reserve was supposedly assassinations and drugs and everything going through that.
I mean, the digital systems the central banks are trying to get together. It is secure and encryption, but at the same time, they also want to trace money as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And regulated, of course, to make sure it's legitimate and not full of hacks. And it's an infant technology, I see it. It's just people have gone into it because, oh, make money out of this. So they go into it, and yeah, some do. Some will be millionaires for it.
Yeah, I know. It's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, it's like a niche situation. Well, they're still dropping the Bitcoins here. Cha-ching. You hear them dropping? Cha-ching.
Yeah, I was just now looking at it and going, I could cluster a fuckload of cells, yeah? What happens? Boink. There it is. Well, you're proving your point anyway about contrarian kind of stuff.
No, it's really, they took out the high of the day, and now they're just engulfing. They're completely destroying this thing.
They're destroying the players, is that what I see of it, do you think? Stopping them all out?
I'll tell you, man, some guy is sitting back going, yeah, this thing's going to fucking tank, and he's going to load. Some guy's going to really load into the vacuum. There is a huge... There's got to be... I'm surprised that my dad hasn't called me up and said, yeah, I finally bought some Bitcoin. I go, thanks for the sell signal, Dad. Yeah, you're always late. You know? I mean, just when breakdancing was, the end of breakdancing. My dad's breakdancing again. Stop it. Yeah, it's going to be some kind of crazy year this year. Because we're in this kind of mystery mode. At least with Trump at the helm, you knew it was going to be a circus. Now the circus has left town, and it's kind of like a horror show where you go to the circus and nobody's there but a bunch of fucking zombies. It's very strange. It's going to be a lot of fun, though, isn't it?
Trump, I don't know, he's a strange man, he is. He's fucking strange. They're all strange. I think they're all being mind controlled by lizard people.
Yeah, well, you got to get the Ike survival kit, the David Ike, the lizard repellent.
Yeah.
You got to get that prehistoric repellent. You spray a little bit, you know, you can go out on the weekends and fearlessly walk the streets of any ancient ruins that may have some fossils without any fear of reptilian abductions.
Reptilians, I know. There was this phony video ages back of a so-called reptilian interview. And I thought,
reptilian
such a sophisticated species that can't even open his jaw right. I thought, that's a bit weird. You know, monkeys have mastered the left and right muscles. There's a dude with a plastic mask on or some kind of prosthetic or some shit on his head. Like, you can see it. You know, what's his real name? Gerald. What?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, right. He was interviewed with the mask on. I was like,
alien-like name.
Wasn't he some Bitcoin prognosticator or something?
It's just some strange dude. Anyway,
yeah. Everything he did was with that mask, and I thought, dude, he's gonna have an acne breakout if he keeps doing
it. His tongue was even human. There's a funny-looking lizard tongue. What's going on there? You know. Our autopsy of that alien. Remember that one? That 50s one?
What's it called?
There was an autopsy of Area 51 alien.
Right, the alien autopsy.
The downside to it was there was a 70s phone in the background. How did that get there? Oops.
That is a problem, isn't it? Yeah, that's
spring cold phones, right? Spring cold phones come in until 71. You prick.
Yeah, so you got to pay attention to details. You got to get a hoax verification crew. You need somebody that's gonna watch for the details on that.
Continuation error is so bad that the phone was replaced with a rubber doll in the background. Just like, wait a second, something wrong with this camera. What's with the sex doll, dude? Wasn't there a phone there just in the last frame? No, it's all working. This reminds me of those 70s films with the worst continuity between one scene to the next. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, like the clothes are changing and
yeah, wings bigger.
Right. I mean, I just saw a horror flick where you could see a boom mic. You know, you could see the like a windscreen on a long microphone, a shotgun mic, and I was like, wow, that's in the scene. I was in the scene for like 5 seconds ago. Wow, are they doing that just to be like, hey, look how casual we are? I don't care about
worst
nothing.
part is Italian films, the really bad ones where the music loses a whole half a chord. Where'd it go? I'm sure that they could at least finish that bit.
Yeah, they just cut it off.
You know, like an exciting moment. Chinese films, some of the early ones that they did, like early ones, meaning in the late 90s, were like, they go from one scene to the next. Like it's more like you're on drugs or mushrooms than you are actually watching a movie. It makes no sense whatsoever. It'd be like a crying scene, really emotional. And you cut kind of halfway through what she's going to say, and then it'd be some action guy and kicking the shit out of each other. You'd be like, huh?
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, the flow is not. It's a little bit abrupt. Why are they fighting again? Of course, I think they're using the Godzilla
film, but done really bad. Like, you know what I mean?
They're using the Godzilla template where you just have like dramatic scenes. As long as they're dramatic, it doesn't matter if there's any thread of continuity. It's just drama for the sake of drama. Yeah, I've been watching. I watch a lot of movies. I can't stop watching. But there's
I think movies have died a lot these days. They just seem to be reboots, you know what I mean? The bad ones, like, you know what I mean?
Well, there's these kind of weird movies that are YouTube only kind of movies, and some aren't bad actually. These you can see the same production company. I've seen some of the same actors, and I'm like, oh, this guy can play a villain every day, you know. And these are like, they're not movie theater movies. They're YouTube movies only. You know, some of this stuff, which is kind of interesting little niche.
Those Jedi films that they try to create, or Star Trek's the worst. Oh God, they're so cheap. Oh, they're awful. Acting is so bad.
Well, I thought the Star Wars movies, the first one, I was like, oh my God, this is so stupid. I can't believe I couldn't tolerate any Star Wars movies. They're just so stupid.
Well, I enjoyed the first Star Wars, the original 3 Star Wars. I enjoyed.
Yeah, I liked R2-D2. I mean, that was they kept it nice and clean and simple there.
Yeah, but then the new ones came along, and I was like, everyone's gone weird.
Well,
PC friendly too.
I don't think they planned ahead on that, because they started doing prequels instead of sequels, and like, that's not right. You're doing prequels now? Yeah, we're going to show you what happened before that happened. I'm like, yeah, but...
George Lucas originally had 9 films in mind. See, the whole thing was 9. See. So the old ones that we know of was episode 6, 7, and 8.
So he was saying that if this thing becomes successful, I can go back deep to the next. Okay.
He said he couldn't do 1, 2, or 3 because the cost of all the robots involved, the droid army. He said it'd be too expensive.
Right.
And it wouldn't look right either. He said they'd all look, well, spazzy basically. They wouldn't, lack of technology.
Yeah, that is a huge, that's a huge thing to overcome. Is the
they have to do what do they call it? Stopgap or stop take.
Oh, stop motion animation is very time consuming. Yeah,
it'd be
that's
awful
tedious.
if you had like shitty little plastic robots and try and animate them realistically. You just couldn't do it, So,
yeah, you can't get a smooth flow out of that.
No, there's no motion or any kind of solid expression or nothing really.
I mean, the most believable.
The CGI is a bit shit in these new ones too. I thought it was a bit naff, to be honest.
The most believable one was 2001: Space Odyssey. Was just the most beautiful, artful. I mean, those spaceships were so detailed. The models are probably about 3 feet long, but fuck, they look so real.
Yeah.
And just the motion, the slow motion, and all the... Man, that's just a very believable situation.
They filmed those things at like 300 frames a second on old film.
Really?
And the guy underneath is just pushing it along on a flipping rail track, that's all.
Huh.
And then when it came to cutting, then they'd cut every like 10 or 20 frames on the 300 a second. And they would give it that really slow... feels like there's physics involved.
Oh, it's like a creeper gear speed. It's just...
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you think space would be, Just very... the smoothest panning in the world of an object.
My favorite Star Wars film of all time, though, is Spaceballs.
Yeah. There was another one that was on the same line of that. Was oh god, it was something like
bigger than mine. Space Jews. That was the funniest part at the end. He goes, "What? The most deadliest things we've ever come across in the whole galaxy? What? Spaceballs? No, Space Jews." He had to cut that, of course.
That's too bad.
He had to cut it because it was considered anti-Semitic in it. Like, he's Jewish.
Yeah, right.
Jewish.
That's right. Well, it's funny because it's such an awkward comment that it kind of makes you that the fact that there's even a thing called the Space Jew, and so you're kind of startled by the comment, and then you think, how are they dangerous again? Oh, that's right, all Jews are dangerous. Forgot, It's like a double.
See when Space said he's controlling the ship, and you see him with his full classic Jewish look, like his hat and his the proper suit and the curly
Yeah.
hairdo and everything. And it's like, if aliens ever see us and that happens, we're fucked. They will open fire. They will.
Yeah,
They will
because you're
open
just
fire, like.
you're just too you're threatening luck to you.
Yeah, are you part of the banking cartels? Yeah. Mazel tov. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Open fire, destroy them, get rid of them.
Take out the threat.
Yeah, because it's like they'll be after our banking system now. Galactic domination.
Yeah, gosh, I don't know what's going to happen here with the.
I think Mel Brooks
the
films
world.
are so non-PC, and actually to make a new Mel Brooks film today, I don't think he could get away with it. I don't think he could. Like,
Yeah, it's a toughie. I mean, springtime for Hitler in Germany has always been a tough one for people to take. Especially when the swastika from the aerial view as they dance in that formation.
Yeah.
That is some funny shit. I mean, if you can't have gallows humor, then you're just. I mean, if you can't laugh at stuff, man, you're in trouble.
Yeah, we take things so seriously. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm waiting. Here's the thing: is that supposedly United States is some racist country and the slavery stuff. I'm sure black people are making jokes about slavery. This is. Well, there's a joke that people would say about the black slavery joke is that I got nothing against slavery. I think everybody should own somebody. This kind of jokes, but if you think anybody's gonna lose sleep or be wounded or lose $1 million because you crack a joke, it's what the fuck. People are just too soft, man. You got to fucking buck up. And I don't know.
People just suing people just for he looked at me funny, and it's like, what?
Yeah, that's right. There was this. Did you see that girl that she was rearranging at the display, and she peeked around the corner? There's a black lady there, and she goes, "Oh, okay. Well, because she's like, she wanted to let this lady just shop." And she thought, "Oh, I didn't know you were looking at this stuff." And then she left. So the lady called the manager, goes, "I just scared that lady because I'm black and I just scared some white lady." And it's like, well, that's in your fucking head. You think that happened? You're the racist, you cunt. I mean, just because you're the fucking race, you just can't wait. It's just funny to, like, what the fuck? I mean, who's paying attention to that, right? I mean, I guess I'm racist towards really hot young Asian girls, because I'm like, man, this girl would look. If I married that girl, she'd look hot forever because she doesn't weigh enough to get saggy. She's like so tight, and so does it make me a pro racist for really hot Asian girls? Spinners.
I know. It's just the weird. The world's just full of weird, strange people. It just is. Like it just seems something's gone wrong, really wrong. Like, I don't know. It's the same when I was in Wales. I had a friend there. I went around a friend's place, and this woman, Sharon, like she was nice. She's black, full black, Zulu black.
Wow.
Her head on.
From the homeland.
And I was just like, she would have gone to shop. I walk in with her, and just walk with her. She's a nice person. And the weird locals, the scurry creatures came out of their caves.
They looked at you like you'd lost your mind.
Yeah, and you could tell they'd all been brainwashed by the neo-Nazi fathers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what it's like in some parts of Wales, mate. They all got that hick mentality.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it? I mean, there you've got see, in the United States, like, unless you live in some old town, we don't have old towns where there's like 10 generations of tradition of real racism. And people are like, not on my watch. Where in America, it's almost fashionable to kind of have, this diversification, and the fact that A lot of people are just numb to it, you know. I mean, they have a friend that is a certain background, and they're friends, and then the background is secondary. But I guess if you're hunting for a friend, you're probably going to pick. Well, I'm sure if you go to a pub down there, it's probably the locals are all the same kind of person, because they usually people want to be with they want to be with their own kind. Can you forgive them? You know. It's kind of hard, actually.
That way, a person's a person. It's nice to be, and nice to them. And that's it. Like, that's just the way it is. I don't give a shit. They can be purple and pink for the spots, yellow stripes. Who gives a shit? It was odd looking, but
right.
Well,
if you're gonna worry about that, then you got to start worrying about, do they wear glasses? And of course, we also have the discrimination of, like, I'm sorry, but you know, you're not wearing a tie, I can't take you seriously. Or you're wearing a T-shirt, so you must be a wife beater. I mean, there's a lot of judgments about, you know, you're too dressed up, you're too dressed down. There's also another buzzkill is just good old-fashioned bad breath. You know, your fucking breath's killing me, dude. And you may be the hottest chick in the world, but you know, you're knocking the hair off a bear's ass with that breath, and I can't even talk to you.
Yeah.
Breath discrimination would be the new traders
it's a group thing, isn't it? Like, there's a comfort in groups that are similar in certain things. There's a weird emergence of people that bond with each other if they're the same kind of a mentality, looks, social grace.
I think that's why the pedophiles hang out with each other for a reason.
yeah, possibly that.
You know, they swap notes and. Hey, I know a place.
What you creepy fuckers?
But they find each other, you know. I mean, actually, there was a. Well, we found each other. We're both pissed off traders. We found each other. And the universe just seems to match us people up, you know. Like, I've met musicians. So, you know, this guy that runs a studio. I mean, we're on the same page, you know. We don't have to say anything, and we got together for a reason, because, well, first of all, musicians, but then most musicians think alike in a way, you know. And it's funny because it's like guys that are into cars, you know. There's a certain thing. I don't have any guns, but I know gun guys could sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, what kind of gun you got?" And they're just totally comfortable with guns. They're not afraid of them or nothing. I think it's the normies
that had deer with automatic rifles. I mean, what the fuck's the point?
Yeah, that might be a little tough on the deer.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're not supposed to drive around at night here and shine deer with a flashlight and kill them.
Yeah.
But I'm sure people do.
Get him, Pops. Yeah, you inbred son bitch. You shot me in the ass, too. I did. Yeah, those kind of things.
You did it again? No, it's it is tough, man. The redneck versus the sophisticate, you know. That's always going to be the fact, you know. The guy that went 8 years of college and he can't change a tire in his own car, as opposed to the guy that builds cars with a welding gun and never went to college, you know.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
I think most of the world's made up of unsophisticated people just trying to get through life without too much, without too many losses, you know. They don't want to lose this. They don't want that bad stuff to happen. But of course, emotion seems to override all that, you know, because if you want to have some really good entertainment food, it may not be good for you, but how do you overcome you know, bad diet because
emotionally comforting food, especially generally due to stress.
Yeah. And even when things are going good, I'll like celebrate and go have some really bad nutritionally food, but certainly satisfying, you know. I'm thinking of a giant bowl of ice cream, but I mean, I know when I'm eating and I'm like, this is kind of like high-speed driving. I mean, this is not healthy, but there's a psychological satisfaction that you can't deny that They say that on your deathbed, are you going to say stuff like, "I'm glad I ate less ice cream," because you kind of wanted to eat, drink, and be merry for tomorrow you die. There's a self-preservation mode, and let's just party our ass off. Those two things are constantly going on at some level, I guess. So this guy's talking about Albert Brooks. Yeah, Albert Brooks, sure. You could watch Albert Brooks and trade what he's doing there. Yeah, Albert Brooks, at least Albert Brooks does a thing where he looks ahead into the market, So he's actually planning ahead, He's anticipating moves, which is kind of rare for a lot of these traders, so at least he does that. So some guy made a comment on one of my videos saying, well, I don't have the time to spend doing all this trading shit and learn all this shit for 4 years. I'm just going to go to school and make fucking $200,000 a year guaranteed, And it's funny.
The guy, yeah, right? He's saying testing Forex Guru signal chat rooms.
What's up?
Is a guy that tests. He actually fraps fucking these gurus and calls them out on their bullshit, basically.
Yeah. So Albert Brooks did the opposite of that. Albert Brooks became a highly paid surgeon, and he was trading the S&P 500 on futures at home. He'd go home at lunch and put a few trades on. He goes, "I'm making more money trading than I am being a surgeon." So he stopped being a surgeon, and he became a full-time trader. And some people would say, well, that's unethical because you were saving lives and now you're just making money for yourself. It's kind of funny how people view your career choice.
There's people talking more about simulations of the universe around us as a simulation, more and more now. Yeah.
Oh, simulation of back testing? Or just simulated
reality.
Life? Oh, that we're living in a simulation?
Yeah, we're in a simulation. Temporary location for us until we wake up into the real world.
You've been watching that Matrix movie, son?
Yeah, you be on drugs while you be watching it, boy.
It's gonna fuck your brain up. You won't be able to do your normal job. See now? You're thinking all outside the box when you gotta find a box and make babies. God damn it! I told you stop being gay. I told you once. I told you 100 fucking times. Grow some balls, son.
Leather gear for the game. Watch with the game suit, boy.
You want to be a big rooster, don't you?
Freaky as fuck, mate. It is. It's kind of. There's a certain percentage of YouTube is reserved for tinfoil people. It just is. Like.
Oh God, yeah. Well, I was addicted to. So this is about 2 years ago, and I'm like, I come across these flat Earth people, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm watching these people say the Earth's flat, and I'm like, I'm getting all pissed off, and in the comments I'm going, you're out of your fucking mind, you fucking idiot. Then I realized that maybe this is just clickbait, because I'm watching this fucking flat Earth shit. These people are arguing how the Earth's flat, and there's a guy that bought a fucking Nikon camera, and he's like, I'll prove the Earth's fucking round. He's taken all these scientific pictures proving it. He flew to all these places, and it's all falling on deaf ears from all the flat earthers that are like, yeah, the Earth's flat, And I'm getting swept up emotionally into this because I'm like, are you serious? It's 2020 and you think the Earth's flat? Like, are you fucking nuts? And then I realized that people are kind of trolling people. You can't, but there are people that truly believe that the government tricked us and the Earth's flat.
Oh.
That pesky government always fucking up my life.
Flat earthers, I asked that. I said, well, where's all the water go?
Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Have you heard about because there's a lip?
Gravity.
No, because there's a lip on the edge of the Earth. Duh. There's a shoreline along the whole fucking edge. No, it's funny when you ask them stuff like that. I'm like, what's on the other side of the flat earth? They don't want to talk about that. And then one guy literally said, well, of course the earth's flat. You notice when they launch missiles, they go up and then they turn. Yeah, because if they don't, they'll crack the dome sky. So when you see rockets go, they go up, but then they go sideways. Otherwise, they would put a hole in the dome. The earth's flat, but there's a dome covering it. See, that's what keeps the temperature so nice.
Gosh, people
got an answer for everything.
It's just Jesus.
But what's the difference between a flat earther and a trend trader? Nothing.
Jay no profits is back. What's he got to talk about now?
Jake take profits. At least he's cashing out. He's not letting his profits run. I'll give him that. Jake take profits. Loser takes profits. Man bites dog. Yeah, Bitcoin's coming back to life. I hope you got out, man. The buyers came in there. They can't wait to gobble this shit up and run it up into Monday.
Just a bunch of scummy cunts what I see of it. There are a lot of them. They just seem to be the same old twat, just talking the same old shit, same old crap. It's just the same old bollocks over and over. Like.
Yeah.
How many videos do you need to make about trading? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I went to Tom Vu. Tom Vu jokes. Let's see. I went to a Tom Vu party and the girls didn't show up. Turns out Tom was gay. Oh well. Because I'm only showing the Tom Vu because he's got 8 babes in his. Do you know who Tom Vu is? That's before Forex.
Tom Vu, yeah, correct.
The real estate magnate.
Oh no! What am I thinking of?
Oh, you're probably thinking of somebody else.
The musician I'm thinking of, Tom. What's his name?
How about this? You deserve to be broke.
Everyone is fortunate enough to know my techniques of how to make a lot of money.
Techniques.
The Tom Vu method differs from others in that his system teaches you how to make money in real estate immediately and enjoy life right away.
I know some of you are thinking, my seminar is the same like everybody else's seminar.
It's not the same because I don't have bikini-clad women on my seminar.
My seminar is not the same like everybody else. My course is copyrighted. It means no one else is allowed to teach my unique course.
Unique. It's unique.
Plus, my system can show you how to put money in your pocket.
Stop pointing at me. What are you, Bill Clinton, and tell me you didn't have sex with that woman? Stop with the pointing.
In real estate, right away.
Tom Vu says,
right away. Why away?
A key to making quick money in real estate is to know how to deal in distressed properties. He says you can locate money-making properties every day.
Every day.
This is another house I just bought. It's worth $500,000. Using my own technique, I pay only $285,000. I make $215,000 in this house. What can you do with $215,000?
Get more
You can
pussy.
take 10 trips around the world, send 4 or 5 of your kids to go to college, or you can even buy a Rolls Royce. Come to my seminar.
Rolls Royce.
I show you how to make all kind of money. Here's a secret for you to make millions. Very simple.
What? What, breasts and bikinis?
Learn how to do your first real estate transaction. Make a small profit. And after that, don't quit. Keep repeating the same success.
Is this how you're going to sell your course?
Yeah, I'm just going to rent a load of shit.
You're going to rent a Rolls Royce and some hot babes?
Yeah, or babes, and I'm going to have all sorts of gold as well, made of, there'd be chocolate coins. They wouldn't know the difference.
Chocolate coins. You know, it's funny you say that. The Jews give away chocolate coins during Hanukkah. I know because I'm Jewish. Yeah, see, I know all these secret things. The gold coins, the gelt, chocolate gelt.
To process many times over. You become very well.
Many times over. Do you want to be wealthy? I mean, he's got 8 babes. Now, he had to hire these chicks, and granted, they're all pretty relatively hot. I guess I have a low standard for hot. No, if you're alive, you're hot. That's my... No lady boys involved in this video.
Here's another example how easy it is you can make a lot of money. Take a look at this house, my friend. It's worth $500,000. I pick it up for $285,000, making $215,000 profit. If you can do about 10 deals like this, the way I'm about to show you, you can retire multimillionaire.
The way I'm about to
People
show
say that
you.
I'm a genius, but I'm not smarter than anybody. I'm only a lucky boy who found a genius money-making system. In the last 5 years, many of my seminar students have applied my system and also make a lot of money. Let me take you to an actual real estate closing, where you will see one of my students apply my technique, about to walk away with a nice check profit.
I thought he said they're going to whack away with a nice profit, but I think he said walk away.
Oh, he did say his stuff is copyright, so we
Can we get him a he needs a speech therapist for as much fucking money as he's making. He needs a linguist.
Seminar. Learn how to make a lot of money. Once you have a taste of a good life, you will never go back. I didn't have all this at first.
I don't know. Tell that to Elvis.
I started with nothing, less than nothing. In just a few years, I made a fortune. I have everything I ever wanted.
He's not married because he's got like 8 girls in bikinis.
You can do the same thing too. If you know my technique to make a fortune, you don't need a credit, you don't need money,
You don't need a credit.
you don't even need a college degree.
You don't need. Hey, listen, I can out-top his course. You don't need a trading account. You don't even need a broker. I can make you money in the markets.
Get started. If you have a desire, get the guts, come to my
You got desire and guts. Come to my Forex no broker needed trading course.
seminar. Let me show you how.
I know lots of you out there are skeptical. In my hand, framed, is a check for $203,029.32.
Well, 32 cents. That's what won me over. If you didn't have that 32 cents in there, I'd be like, bad deal.
I net in one transaction, one deal. This is a net check.
I know after watching me and my student making a lot of money, you got excited and you want to go to my seminar to learn how to make millions yourself. And a lot of your friends will tell you, don't come to the seminar, it's a get-rich-quick plan. But tell them, it is a get-rich-quick plan because life is too short to get rich slow.
That's what I'm saying. Especially at my age, I got to start getting rich real quick. I got a few days left.
Infomercials, man, infomercials. They're even more these now.
This is the ultimate infomercial.
If someone trying to discourage you, my friend, take a look at them.
Tell them to fuck off.
From head to toe. If they are nothing, stay away from them.
Stay away from. If you see somebody with a Gartley pattern, run for your life.
You want to learn from success, not failure.
You see these checks in my hands? You know I did it. The fact is, lots of people are making money all over the country, starting with nothing. If you don't know how, the seminar will show you exactly how.
I never forget what my grandfather told me. There are two kinds of people in life, the doer and the loser. Which one are you? Are you sick and tired of where you
I'm both. I'm doing it and I'm losing.
Are you excited about watching my stuff?
I'm a combo plate of fuck nuttery, buddy. Just let me.
People started out with little or no cash and no credit, no experience. Do you have the guts to step out of where you
Do you have the guts? This guy's a real man. Step up the plate, soy boys. Stop the ladyboy act.
To achieve your financial freedom, then come to my
Don't hide your manliness.
success and real estate investing
Tom
seminar.
Wu's still alive.
Is he really? Holy fuck.
Seminar is not $1,000. It's not even $500.
Is he really? Did you look him up?
$100. The cover charge, my friend, is free. Free.
Oh, so 1991,
Not
Tom
willing to
Wu,
spend
1991.
3 hours to learn from a self-made millionaire to maximize your opportunity. You deserve to be broke.
You deserve to be broke. If you don't sign up with him, you deserve to be broke. Wow, I'm inspired. Tom Vu always kind of lifts me up, especially after a tragic week of the markets chopping us to death. I am Jewish.
He's been shot, though. I reckon the triads had him at some point. You know what I mean? He lent money from him.
Yeah,
triads had him.
Oh, this guy's back. Where do I sign up? Yeah, you gotta. I don't know if we can still sign up for Tom Vu.
I think he's still alive, dude.
Really? Tom Vu. There's not a lot of Tom Vus. It should come up on Wikipedia, right? Real estate mogul.
Tom Vu.
God, he is on Wikipedia. Look at that.
The bastard sons of
Hell, he's
Tom Vu.
fucking 1 year older than me, son of a bitch. Huh.
What?
He's 63 years old. Hey, he's born July 14th, huh? So Tom Vu, also known as Tommy or Tom Vu. What does it say here? He's a professional poker career. Like he's a poker player at one point.
Yeah. Poker player.
Interesting. Yeah, that's probably where he got his balls to gamble.
Tom Vu infomercials used to be the perfect nightcap to an evening of heavy drinking.
Yeah, with those bikini girls. I mean, who could resist? Yeah, at that nightcap. Yeah, no girls at the bar, but look at Tom's girls.
And a pint-sized Vietnamese leprechaun. Who would blatantly admit that the beautiful women in his infomercial wouldn't have anything to do with him if he wasn't rich. You love me long time?
Yeah, as long as you got a wallet that's as big as your member. Wow.
Greasy fuckers. There's loads of greasy fuckers.
Well, look at this guy. In 2006, he won the Seasons 5's World Poker Tour Championship. He earned $216,000 in a poker event. Wow, that's incredible. So in 2017, he fucking won $1 million in a casino poker tournament. Man, this guy's fucking serious. Wow. Tom Vu was interviewed by Tom Arnold for his HBO comedy. Wow, The Naked Truth. Huh, that's fascinating. He was the guy. He was the real estate guy. I mean, really, nobody had a blatantly cheesy commercial like that. He was the guy who's just like, boom, here I am. You want pussy? Come flip houses with me, buddy. Are you running low on bikinis? Phone me. We'll fix that. Wow.
Poker players. God.
Yeah. Gosh, you do need some balls to trade. Houses even. Actually, I couldn't do that. I tried to do the real estate thing, but I just couldn't lie to people's face, Where the market's nice because you only lie to yourself, it's a private thing. You just like you in the market, but you with like selling, I could sell Mercedes and BMWs, but I couldn't sell like a shitty car. I'd be like, no, this car is really good. I know it's cheap, but it's really good. I just couldn't do it. I know people make a living selling stuff, but I'd feel like I'm just gonna bullshit somebody and trick them into buying something they don't need. I cringe. I'd rather dig ditches or something.
Greasiness of it.
I'd rather be a painter. I'd rather build houses.
A few times, but yeah.
It's too much.
I can sell to people as long as it's educational and actually benefits them.
Yeah, I mean, if it's worthwhile.
Some shit like that,
yeah, if I honestly think I'm helping somebody, I would sell them something, but
not like the selling the latest Orgasmatron or some shit like that on at 12 o'clock at night, some back-ordered sad TV channel like it. This is the ultimate Orgasmatron. Buy this shit now and get 2 for the price of 1.
How about the Thigh Master or something like that?
Yeah, the Thigh Master. Yeah. Is that for chickens or for women? It's like Jesus.
Tom Vu.
my God.
I've seen those cheesy or awful things like the 20-in-1 juicer and shit like that, and crap like that.
Well, the problem is if you buy that shit, you spend more time cleaning it and finding a place to store it than it's not saving anything. I mean, it's just a drama of parts, and you lose the part, and now, and then it broke, and can't you just take it? Just can't learn how to use a fucking knife. Just get a $20 knife and learn how to use it. But no, they want the Dice-O-Matic, they want the fry maker, the convenience tools. Nothing convenient about it. Infomercialhell.com. Yeah, that's a good fucking tagline. Let's see. What else they got at Infomercial Hell? Look at these girls. You think they like me? How brutal, this guy. You think they like me? No, they like my money. You think they like me? Oh, man. People are so brutal. Comments. Some in the comments said, you think they like me? These girls. How about Easy Butter finally makes cutting easy. See, these are things that people just
Everyone
don't need.
loves butter, but getting it out of the fridge, out of the wrap, and onto your food is a real hassle. Introducing Easy Butter, the fast, easy, and safe way to cut your butter every day.
That's totally awesome.
Cool.
Alright, now it's amazing.
Just open the top, slide in your butter or margarine, and give a simple click. With a perfect pack size every time, guaranteed. So you'll never have to take out the knife and greasy butter dish.
It's better than moving average.
Again. Just a squeeze and you prep your pans in seconds. And that makes it super for sandwiches, perfect for potatoes, great on your greens, and fantastic for fish. And only
Wow,
Easy Butter
what
has a built-in
alliteration.
measuring system with exactly 4 slices per tablespoon. So it's great for baking. Now you'll work smarter and faster.
Smarter. Smart money's using the butter cutter.
And when you're done, Easy Butter goes right back into your fridge until next time.
If you put it in the fridge, it goes right back, but it doesn't automatically go right back into your fridge. Come on, you're overselling it.
With its ergonomically designed trigger handles.
Ergonomically, as she struggles to get it properly aligned to her pancake.
Easy Butter is gentle and easy for seniors.
So if you're old, you can negotiate this tool.
Kids absolutely love it.
I love butter.
It's like trading at the market. You just pull the trigger.
Every Easy Butter is machine washable. So stop the overcut, the
The overcut.
undercut, the knife sticker, and the crumb flicker. And say goodbye to the tubs of butter you
You crumb flicker, you.
can't measure and keep unhealthy food remnants. Just enjoy the simple pleasure of
Healthy food remnants?
having the perfectly measured pat of butter every time. When you call or log on now, you'll get Easy Butter for the low, low price of only $10. But with your order today, we'll double the offer. Use the second cutter to cut just about anything from cheese to hot dogs to bananas to
Wait, I can't put butter in the other one too? I gotta put different ingredients in the other one? Hey, I'll be the judge of that.
cucumbers, while your butter
Cucumbers. Are your dicks in there? Lorraine Bobbitt, dick cutter.
stays fresh in the original. Just pay separate processing and handling. That's the Easy Butter and second cutter for only $10. Here's how to order.
Wow. Man, gotta get me one of those. Man, I got a big fucking shopping list all of a sudden.
This is
The thing is about all
KNN, the
these
Kids
games
News
models,
Network.
right? You'd have at the time you go through. I've seen people do it. So, back home, you go visit to have a friend or whatever, and you see in a garage all stacks of all this total toss to do the most basic things like you do with a knife.
Right? No, because I mean, if you can't cut butter, we got a problem. You got bigger problems, right?
If you like
There's-
got
that's where it
disabilities, like for your
starts for you.
hands or something, I can understand that. If you're disabled and you need
Right.
something that can assist in that, that's fair enough. But when you've got like, what's that for?
I don't see them marketing that to retards, though. These are completely competent Americans using the butter cutter. In fact, they should rip it out of their hands and give it to a quadriplegic or something.
Yeah, there's like Fred's missus had all this shit in boxes, tons of stuff. And I said, what's going on there? Oh, she's always buying this shit, mate. She sees some fucking shiny cock that's supposed to vibrate her back. She'd go buy it. If it's something to do with polishing the car in the most stupidest of ways, like you stick it on your head, disco dancing on the bonnet to clean it, right? She'll buy it. It's just that kind of shit. And something for the kitchen, she'll go buy that as well. Basically, they got so much shit, yeah. It's unbelievable. There's boxes of all sorts of tacky orange gizmos I put from the 60s.
Yeah, no, it really is, and I think that the storage space and the amount of because I think I had a you remember the Mr. Juicer guy. So I bought the juice machine, and it's well built, and that was a bitch to clean that thing up. Oh my god! But I kind of had a cringe because every time, I mean, it was great. I would take organic carrots and put it in there. And I misread the instructions. It says put a clove of garlic in with some carrots, right? And I thought a clove of garlic was the whole fucking thing. So I put the whole fucking thing in there with some carrots, and it comes out of the juicer. I took a sip and I burned my lips. There's so much garlic in there, and I about died from garlic poisoning, I think. Got to read the instructions. I didn't Google. There was no Google, so I didn't know I couldn't Google a clove. I had no idea what the proper dosing. Yeah, do you have a butter machine? Does anybody out there have a butter machine that's still working? It looks kind of flimsy. Like I got a metal butter cutter out of Germany that's like very precision. Surgical steel
I got one of
blades
these
in my butter
things
cutter.
that you just stick in. It's like a little box, and you stick the butter in, or Mum has anyway, and then you just it's like little thin lines, you know what I mean, of metal, like cut in metal, and you just yank it down and cut it, and then it just cuts all the butter into slices for you, like.
Oh right, like a bread cutting machine where it just does a unified.
But for butter,
dice-o-matic.
you know.
Like a cheese, like a.
She's got arthritis in her hand, so it's easier for her to do that. And that way, then it's proper.
Yeah. Well, it's like that wire cutting. I thought that was when I saw somebody cut cheese with a wire. I go, well, that's really cool. You don't need a knife. You just take a taut wire and just pull it through there. Yeah, and all these inventions are hard to come by these days. I don't know if anybody even does. Is that like totally not even existent now? You can't probably even buy some of these products now.
I did see one product last time, a few years back, about the breast enhancer, and I was just fucking drunk.
Oh, is it like the dick enhancer where it does a vacuum?
Yeah, kind of like the woman puts it underneath the thing, like, and they pump up, and you can have it any size you dream of, and it's like, why though?
Until you hemorrhage your flesh.
Until a bloke goes back, and she goes.
You get a hematoma on your nipple.
And it's like, how old are you again?
Oh man! Of course, what if it breaks halfway through and you only get one breast done? Now you got one big breast. The other one, the machine broke.
I think, are you for real actually gonna sell this? And what was even funnier was the 2-for-1 offer. What do you mean 2-for-2 offer? No, yeah. It's just like so badly put together. There are all sorts of things at late night infomercials. Some of the worst products I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Just beyond like.
Well, they get a good discount. You can run a half-hour commercial in the middle of the night.
The kitty tickler, which is a stick with some rubber fingers on it.
The titty tickler or the kitty tickler?
The kitty tickler.
Oh, to tickle your cat, your kitty cat.
It's meant, the kitty cat is meant to emulate what the mother would do with the kittens at an early age.
Well, can't you just take a French tickler and stick it under their chin or something?
Yeah, you could do it that way.
Or attach a French tickler to their tail, let them tickle themselves.
Yeah.
So does it work, or do they end up freaking out, going, "What the fuck is this thing?" and swat it away? Typically, right?
I think most of them probably just attack the woman and then just run out the door.
Oh, like Pepe Le Pew, they just rape everything that has a stripe on it.
Yeah. Loads like that. The other one was that weight loss thing. You know, and he's one of those walkomatics. Are you a fat fuck? Do you need to lose weight immediately? You know, that kind of advert.
Yeah. Oh, you read my mind. Yeah. Yeah. His name was Jay Cordage, right? Jay Cordage. He died, right? He's dead, probably. Oh, we got a customer. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. Oh man, Cameron. Is this the guy that makes movies, Cameron? Or is that somebody else? Mr. Jones. Oh, has anybody ever, hard to find you in the phone book, a lot of Joneses in there, buddy. Or is that your stunt name? Oh man. Oh jeez. So yeah, we survived the week of trading, didn't we? We're still here to talk about it. Barely.
Let's throw one of those shitty flipping Forex infomercials at Cameron here. See if he cringes.
Yeah, but what you also get, the Fibonacci tool that's been tweaked by Robinacci. This is a secret tool that after you use it, you have to destroy it. You can't tell anybody what trades you take or the trades go bad.
The secret was passed down for 17 generations. We found it buried in a tomb. The latest Forex tool, using the same exact technology and methods.
Yes. As described in the Sanskrit of years ago, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they went long corn and rice using this technique.
You know, there's one guy on here, right? He's a bit of an head case, but he's got like the most driest humor and can keep a straight face while literally trolling people. It's like his own special troll. Yes, he's absolutely brilliant. I was thinking of using him as for an advert, and thousands of people believe his bullshit. It's fascinating because he does it in a certain way, in a certain tone. They believe it.
Yeah. It is the delivery. The way you say it's not what you say, it's the way you say it. You know, that's really a classic, a truism.
He did it for as an experiment initially, then he had 1 million views. And people, he's the guy that did how to speed up your USB modem.
Oh, yeah.
I put in your modem in the fridge and then put magnetic weights around the connector and sticking it in your laptop. And there's people asking, well, I've done that, but nothing's changed. And then go into the settings and do all stupid things, play solitaire in between, and then change these settings, close solitaire, and then do it. And then people actually have done it. I can't remember his name now. He's fucking hilarious.
How about the guy
or something?
How about how to add a have you seen you know how the Apple pulled the headphone jacks out of their phones, you know? So have you seen the how to add a headphone jack to your Apple phone? Have you seen that one?
I like it.
Here we go. Just in case you buy a phone, you know, the new ones have no headphone jack. Here's how you.
What's up, guys? It's Snapcase. Thanks for tuning into my epic channel. Today, I have an iPhone 7 in matte black. The finish on this is just amazing. I love the finish. It looks so nice. I even like that little thing. But one thing that is not nice about this phone is the lack of a jack is a huge problem. What do you do when you're driving down the road? These are not just headphones. These are a hands-free device. A hands-free device. So now, how do you talk on the phone using your hands-free device and charge your phone at the same time? Because you know, after a year of using this thing, you're going to get about 15 minutes of talk time. Because Apple has proprietized every aspect of this phone. Every aspect. So it's very simple to do this. To add a headphone jack, all you're going to do, tighten it down. Get it very, very tight until you hear the phone crunch. And then put a second clamp on there and tighten it down very, very tight. If it's covering over the camera and you smash the camera, it's really not an issue, because what we're after here is a headphone jack. That's all we want. And then all we're going to do, quite
He's
simply,
sincere enough,
is drill. 3.5 millimeter drill bit.
3.5 millimeter drill bit.
Slow and steady. Now you want to make sure you get it lined up pretty good. And remember, this is just a dummy port. It's just a gimmick anyways. So all you do is just drill. And you can see we've got a little bit of metal forming there. Okay. Let's drill some more.
Of course. Let's drill some more.
Okay. A little bit of metal forming. I think everything probably still works. We are crunching the screen a bit, so that's... Oh, okay, there we go. We're good. Taptic engine's still working. All right, let's continue.
Oh, man. No, there's 5,000 thumbs down and 4,000 thumbs up.
And put the drill through your hand.
Because people are pissed that this guy, that people are going to probably do this to
Keep
their
drilling.
phone. So all the do-gooders give a thumbs down.
Oh! Okay.
Whoa. Whoa. Kind of caught into the circuit
Oh, yeah.
board.
Going quite deep now. Keep going. Yeah, just want to keep drilling. Pretty far.
Pretty
Here's some
far.
crunches. That's not a big issue. We just want to keep drilling.
It's still on. The phone's remote pretty good. Hasn't freaked the phone
Wow,
out
that sounds
yet.
really bad. I don't know why it sounds so bad, but it sounds really bad. Okay, let's pull that out. There's some iPhone guts in there. Let's go a little deeper. Ow! Oh, that's sharp. Careful.
Careful. Don't try this at home, right? He doesn't say that, though.
Okay. All right. Let's just take it out of the clamps. And oh, it's still working. Look at that. That's how we add a headphone jack to our iPhone. Yeah, I did it in the speaker. Hey, how about that? Sounds pretty good. Very simple to do. All you need to do is drill. And it looks a lot better now. Looks way, way better. Way better. So anyways, guys, thanks for watching. I really enjoy making these videos. I can't do it without you guys. I can't do it without your subscriptions. And I can't do it unless you stay classy. So stay classy, my friends.
So people are pissed at him because the goobers are going to do that, and people are trying to be do-gooders and look out for the goobers. So that's why I think there's 5,000 thumbs down, because people are like, that's not nice. It pisses me off so much that what else does anybody even say?
Don't they just put a connector at the base you can just connect to, and it gives you a jack port or something? I noticed
They have I think it's Bluetooth only. You really can only go on. Well, they did it for waterproof reasons, I heard. Because
it works. I'm jamming out with my headphones right now. Right.
Yeah, that's funny though. That happens when. That is some funny stuff. Well, I gotta go get some food or something like that.
All right,
to
man.
go get some.
All right.
Live a normal life here. All right, man. So.
All right. See you later.
Take care,
All right.
man. I'll talk to you.
Yeah.